Old Rome, look on the bright side. Everything will get better. We went through so many hardships before, but we made it to now. As long as we don't give up and keep moving forward on the right path, our destination will be full of flowers. During the dry days, time seemed to melt away under the hot sun, each moment feeling sticky and suffocating. Some villagers, skilled in hunting, went into the forest to hunt. However, because for nearly 10 months, Shirshu had been occasionally leaving food for the animals in the forest, the animals had become quite picky. They refused to eat the small amount of mouse meat the villagers offered. Moreover, deep in Daxing Mountain, ordinary villagers dared not venture in recklessly. The ecosystem there remained intact, with abundant underground water enough to supply plants and animals for 3 to 5 years. Even if someone dared to explore with villagers, they wouldn't get far before being scared off by the countless snakes, insects, and rodents hiding in the dense woods. If the villagers only worried about their future food supply, many families in Ping'an County had to face food shortages by mid-June. Last year's grain reserves in the county were almost sold out by the end of May. The grain counters at the supply and marketing cooperatives could only limit purchases now, allowing each person to buy only 1 jean of grain per day with a food ticket. But there were ways around the rules. Families split up, each person holding a food ticket to buy grain. The clerks, surrounded by many people, couldn't remember who had bought before and who hadn't. Every morning before the supply office opened, long lines of people queued up to buy grain. Once the grain arrived, it was sold out in less than 2 hours. Most who bought grain hurried home, hiding it from their families. Those who didn't get any often cried loudly or cursed inside the supply office. This situation was like warning red lights flashing across the northern regions. Complaints, reports, and pleas poured into the city government's citizen mailbox like snowflakes. People couldn't buy grain and had nowhere to turn for help, so all the pressure was pushed onto higher officials. In Ping'an County, inside the county government building, Mayor Wang was holding a stack of letters, rushing to complain to his trusted political officer. Look at this, look at this. This is the 3rd batch of reports sent back from the city. When Mayor Wang spread the letters on Commissioner Zheng's desk, Zheng Renyong, 52, was hunched over, wearing thick glasses, scribbling something with a serious face. His old hand trembled slightly from time to time. This large pile of letters scattered down, successfully causing him to write crooked. Ah, my letter. Now I have to rewrite it. Zheng Renyong looked at his old partner with a bad attitude. They were both over 50, yet he was never serious. No wonder he didn't like to attend city meetings. He simply couldn't sit still. Mayor Wang, Brother Kong. We've been comrades for 8 years and worked together for 17. Can't you have a day without coming to see me? Mayor Wang chuckled. No. His expression was completely like, you can't get rid of me. Zheng Renyong nodded as if resigned. Tell me, what problem are you facing now? What else? No food. Mayor Wang was blunt. He kicked over a wooden stool from the desk and sat down without caring about his image. Listen, with this drought now, the superstitions among the people are getting out of control. He casually opened a letter and handed it to Zheng Renyong. Look at this one. It says our county committee is useless, and since the weather isn't cooperating, we should release the chief family members we previously detained. And there's more. This one is even worse. It claims the drought is because we arrested the chief family and the heavens are angry. It says that if the chief family prays for rain, the sky will shed tears. Look at this. Can you believe it? Oh, our great country is suffering disasters just because of the chief family? They have such audacity. Old Zheng, I tell you, there's something serious here. Big trouble. We must keep an eye on the chief family. Absolutely can't let them go. Zheng Renyong casually picked up a letter, looked at it, then picked up another. He laid the second letter flat and held it up to the sunlight outside the window, shifting it slightly. Mayor Wang was anxious. Seeing Zheng Renyong still playing with the letters, he couldn't help but urge him. Old Zheng, what are you looking at? Help me think of a solution. Zheng Renyong pushed the letters back and looked at Mayor Wang with disdain. Use a pencil to erase it. Haven't you lost all your investigative skills? Truly, old comrades have become fools in office. Mayor Wang frowned. not understanding at first. What are you talking about? Erase with a pencil.
Oh,
Oh, I see now. As he spoke, he suddenly realized what Zheng Renyong was talking about. He quickly took a pencil from Zheng Renyong's desk organizer and started to erase on the letter paper. Ha ha ha, I knew it. This little brat who writes letters doesn't even think to put a pad under the paper. Haha. On the second sheet of paper, besides the original writing, there were faint traces of the first complaint letter, erased with a pencil. But County Mayor Wang's happy expression didn't last long. Well, just doing that isn't enough. We can explain to the higher-ups that this was a malicious report, but the real problems of the people still need to be solved. When it came to the food shortage, Zheng Renyong also felt stuck. It was clear that the rural workers depended on the weather all their lives. Seeing how serious the disaster was, they would rather risk losing work points or face criticism than let their grain supplies run out. This was normal, and there was nothing to blame. He and Wang Chongkong were also farmers and understood this well. But where they were, they couldn't just understand and let over 5,000 people in the city die of hunger. Let's buy grain from other provinces. I remember this year's budget still has over 30,000 yuan. We can take half of it to the city for help, see if we can get some relief grain from other high-yield areas. We should encourage each commune to keep working with the villages to gain the support of the local people. County Mayor Wang sat on a bench, silent for a moment. Zheng Renyong also looked down, staring at the help letter he had been writing earlier. A feeling of mockery and heat rose in his heart. He had been writing a help letter to Western Hunan last year. The recipient was a former comrade-in-arms he had betrayed many times. Last year, someone asked him for help, hoping he could introduce a doctor to treat their family. He had refused them at the door, even when they said they wanted to visit Ping'an County to see him. He said he was too busy with work. What did he say back then? As a government official, he couldn't show favoritism and had to set an example. Then he pretended to be busy and sent someone to the city hospital, waiting in line for days. In the end, they found out that the cardiovascular specialist had already moved to Beijing. He only told the other person the bad news over the phone, pretending to be regretful. Now he faced a difficult situation. How could he dare to write a letter openly? Yes, he only dared to write a letter, even hesitating to make a phone call. But with the situation in the county so serious, he knew the other party's area was a major grain supplier. At this moment, he had to risk his pride and try writing a letter, even though he knew doing so involved serious moral pressure. But to keep his position secure, he had to weigh every matter carefully and consider the possible consequences behind each action. Elder Zheng Renyong picked up the phone on the table. Seeing his old comrade about to make a call, County Chief Wang looked annoyed and complained. "Old Zheng, are you trying to chase me away?" Zheng Renyong shook his head. "It's nothing. I was thinking of someone. I wanted to write a letter, but you interrupted me. Now that I think about it, calling might be better." After hearing this, County Chief Wang nodded and made a polite gesture, then started to open the remaining letters by himself. Zheng Renyong found the phone number in his contacts, dialed in circles, and connected through the operator. "Hello, old Jean." Click. Dee. Sure enough, this is Karma. Zheng Renyong looked upset, leaning back in his chair, and forced a smile as he covered his eyes. "Old Zheng, are you calling old Jean?" County Chief Wang looked at his old friend in disbelief. "You've already offended him so much, and now you're calling him? I really have to see you differently. Say good things, keep the bad words to yourself." Zheng Renyong replied irritably and weakly to Wang. "Forget it, I won't say anything. Now we're all in the same boat. If the boss doesn't say anything, I'll report to the city. You should work on the ideological education of the communes this afternoon. Stay strong. Don't carry too much mental burden." At this moment, County Chief Wang, who was advising others not to worry, left holding a bunch of letters. 2 hours later, he would erupt like a volcano, calling the county finance, propaganda, and administrative offices together to scold them all. A lantern festival cost nearly half of the county's budget. Such a large expense was approved without the finance department's review. Over 10,000 yuan approved in one go. Yes, budgets under 10,000 do not require his signature, but is the head of the finance department just a figurehead? One transfer of 11,000 was reported in 3 days with 12 approvals. Does he really dare to approve? It seems someone is backing him, making him bolder. But after County Mayor Wang lost his temper, what could he do? Dismiss him? He has connections behind him. If he submits a resignation, the City Personnel Bureau will likely reject it, and he will end up looking foolish. Moreover, the former propaganda department head, Rong Chuanbai, was taken away. To protect himself, he didn't intervene. The new head, Huang, knew he was a troublemaker in the county committee, but he didn't refuse either. So, this is what happens when you bring trouble on yourself. Just wait and endure. Send 10,000 to the city for relief grain. Apply for rationing. Head Huang, I warn you, everything has a limit. Be careful. Leave a backup plan. Go back and write a review. All of you in the department who handled the Lantern Festival, each one will be fined a year's bonus. After delivering these harsh words, the person stormed out, leaving a group of people looking indifferent, pretending to be busy with official business. Head Huang, what should we do? Someone quietly asked the usually calm and silent Huang. Huang clicked his tongue, then sneered and said, "Poor." After saying that, he turned and left the finance department. He was not tall, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, walking with small, stiff steps. To outsiders, he looked awkward and out of place. But he had strong backing. No one, not even the county mayor, could do anything to him. So, for now, staying on Huang's side seemed safer. Meanwhile, County Mayor Wang hadn't yet told Zheng Renyong about the situation. But Zheng Renyong was already overwhelmed with bad news from various communes, feeling anxious and banging his head in frustration. No grain, still no grain, and more no grain. County leaders were worried, and the commune heads were not doing any better, perhaps even worse off than the county officials. Villagers from each village asked the commune for relief grain, and higher-ups also demanded grain from them. This pressure was worse than a nagging mother-in-law at home. Another 2 days passed in despair. Chairman Zhao was so fed up with being urged to deliver grain that he couldn't hold back. In front of the 3 major commune heads and Zheng Renyong, he grabbed his hair and burst into tears. "I can't do anything. If I could get food, I would even sacrifice myself for it." This statement made everyone jump up in fear. "President Zhao, you can't say things like that. Talking about sacrifices and such, pooh, that's unlucky, very unlucky." The leader of the Manhwa commune quickly stopped President Zhao from speaking recklessly. In front of the county's top officials, how could he keep talking nonsense? Meanwhile, the head of Maton commune cleared his throat, set down his teacup on the table, and hesitated before standing up. He looked seriously at Zheng Renyong. "Leader, I want to make a request on behalf of our village." Zheng Renyong thought this person was about to bring up an important issue, so he even took out his notebook. "Go ahead. No, I mean, can the chief family ask for rain? We're watching." Before he finished, Zheng Renyong immediately rejected this silly idea. Right now, the whole country is against superstitions and old customs. What are these people trying to do? Today they ask a fortune teller for rain. Tomorrow they might want the Dragon King to come down from the heavens. It's just nonsense. Hearing the leader's firm refusal, the Maton commune head didn't look disappointed. He just sighed deeply. Leader, honestly, I don't want to ask for rain either. I know as the head of the commune, I should set an example. But I also have to listen to the villagers' voices. For so many days, many villagers see no sign of rain in the sky, and they're worried. They're not superstitious. They just want some hope, a little comfort. If they could just jump around a bit, maybe they'd feel better for a while. As the commune head, I want to make it easier to gather food, don't you think? Zheng Renyong frowned and shook his head. Other matters are fine, but the chief family's situation has already been decided by the higher authorities. You all shouldn't think about it anymore. As for this year's grain quota, you need to visit and coordinate with other villages. You must come up with a plan. Don't wait until the relief grain arrives from the county, and your villages still can't pay the grain quota. When that happens, you'll have to explain it to Director Wang yourself. After sending the 3 commune heads away, Zheng Renyong, looking worried, walked to the window of his office. Looking out the window at the hot sun, the dead bushes, and the dry land, he closed his eyes tightly, feeling both pain and helplessness. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of Linshan village, the Sher family was having a different scene. Old Rong, go to Grandma Gore in the backyard and pick some garlic sprouts. We'll have scrambled eggs with garlic for lunch. Rong's mother was in the kitchen, preparing to cut noodles for lunch. She was making strips from half wheat flour and half white flour, which Sher always liked to eat. Although there was a drought and the fields yielded nothing, the family still had the grain Sher bought earlier. Based on current consumption, their stored food was enough for 5 people to eat for over a year. If they also ate wild vegetables and game from the mountains, they might survive for 2 years. Soon, Rong's father and Grandma Gua came from the backyard. Thank goodness, Manhwa, for reminding me. The garlic I soaked last time has grown tall and is about to flower if I don't pick it. Grandma Gua happily carried a bunch of garlic sprouts and placed them into a basin. Rong's mother took the basin, rinsed the garlic sprouts in a saltwater basin, and looked at the fresh, lively sprouts. She couldn't help but feel emotional. I've also gained a lot from Sher. Without her, I can't imagine what I would be like now. Grandma Gua didn't know how to answer. She stepped out of the kitchen and looked up at the distant sky. Just consider it, stealing a little leisure from life. While they were still sighing, the village suddenly rang with the sound of a copper gong. Rong's mother looked nervously at Grandma Gua. Sher and Shuryen went up the mountain. The village is calling for a gathering. Can our family not go? Grandma Gua frowned and looked at the distant village, which was a sea of yellow earth. When Sher comes back, I'll talk to her. Right now, with this drought, every family is probably having a hard time. Our family isn't short of food and clothes, but that's thanks to Sher. We can't make decisions for her or do things that take advantage of others. We must never do that. Besides, I think the villagers don't have a good relationship with Sher anyway. Although Rong's mother still looked worried, she agreed with Grandma Gua's words deep down. After all, she was not a soft-hearted woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been undercover for so many years without being discovered. She and Father Rong, on the day they pledged allegiance to the red flag, abandoned their useless, fragile hearts and made a vow. For the ultimate victory of the flowering nation, they faced hardships bravely and lived as if they were destined to die. They want to protect the innocent children under the flowering nation's wings, the young people with dreams who work hard, and the brave warriors who persist and strive to reach the world's heights. The country can accept and save everyone, but they cannot. They are willing to die to defend the country's dignity, but they cannot sacrifice their lives for strangers or even disliked people. Shu and Rong Shuryen returned just before dinner. Shu was holding a bunch of small wildflowers with yellow and white colors. Rong Shuryen carried 3 honest-looking, plump wild chickens that seemed ready to die for them. In the basket, there was a full load of ripe mulberries. Shu had noticed these mulberry trees last year. But it was already September then, and mulberries are usually harvested from April to June. So this April, Shu often called Rong Shuryen to go up the mountain and look around. Today, she went up the mountain partly because she was thinking about her animal friends there. Although Rong Shuryen was with her, it didn't stop her from bringing food to their burrows. After all, Rong Shuryen could only stand far away, as the small animals wouldn't allow him to visit their nests. They could have come back earlier at noon, but on the way, they met a mother wolf seeking help. Shu went to help deliver a litter of wolf pups for the young wolf's wife. At the dinner table, the old man heard this and laughed happily. So that little glutton has her own pups now? Haha, last year she was fighting me for meat.
Time flies so fast.
Shu happily ate 2 slices of food, mixed with garlic shoots and eggs cooked by Rong's mother. The aroma of wheat, garlic shoots, and eggs combined with the warm feeling of the noodles made her stomach feel very happy. Compared to eating fancy meals in high-end restaurants in her past life, she preferred this warm, lively scene of everyday life. But Shu always had a measure in her heart. She knew from a young age that people can change. Not absolutely, but most people tend to change because of their circumstances. This may even include her own self, so she enjoys the warmth of her family in the moment, but never naively believes that this warmth will last forever. Even if the people around her are willing now, she knows she might get tired of them someday and leave without hesitation. In this world, for her, the only truly irreplaceable person is her grandmother. Her old father is a condition she exchanged for her principles. She protects him so he can live peacefully, and the rules accept her as an outsider. The Rong family's 3 members are also a bond that her old father cannot escape from in his karma. Later, she also became attracted to Rong Shiyan's charm. So, if one day she finds her grandmother and gets tired of everything, or if she realizes that the kindness from those around her comes with conditions she doesn't want to fulfill, she will smile and ask them to leave. As the saying goes in the Flower Kingdom, when things fit, they come together. When they don't, they part. Everything should follow the natural flow and go with the tide. Mother Rong saw Shirshu daydreaming while eating and called her worriedly. Girl, girl? Shirshu snapped back to reality and looked at Mother Rong. What's the matter? Mother Rong added some more dishes to Shirshu's plate and smiled as she answered. It's nothing, just saw you zoning out and was worried you might hurt yourself. After thinking for a moment, she added, at noon, when I was cooking with Grandma Gua, I heard the village ringing the big bell again. I don't know what happened. Shirshu nodded slightly upon hearing this and decided to take a walk to the village after lunch. Since the drought in Linshan village, in just a month, everyone's life has declined by more than one step. Once, their lives were relatively well off, and they didn't worry about food and clothing daily. Now, their tables only have coarse rice porridge with wild vegetable mash. Whenever people had free time, they would go wandering in the forest. But even so, only a few managed to find game or catch wild animals. Most could only dig up some wild vegetables on the outskirts, and very few could pick mushrooms because the soil outside the mountains doesn't hold enough water for mushrooms to grow, unlike the rich soil deep in the forest. Their families are already large, and those with better living conditions have had their food reduced to this level. In families with few members who rely on neighbors in the village, during a drought when everyone is busy just surviving, they quickly fall into helpless panic. This panic led to the first serious incident of theft and violence in the village. In the afternoon, as soon as the village was entered, scouts sent out returned with news that Chen Shengli had sounded the gong to alert everyone. It was reported that Zhao's daughter, a widow, had stolen something and accidentally killed her own little uncle. According to the village's summary, here is what happened. Zhao's widow had been supported by her little uncle for many years. But since December last year, for unknown reasons, her family stopped receiving aid from her uncle's family. When she went to ask for help, she was turned away with various excuses. Without support, life became increasingly difficult. Fortunately, at that time, Su Xiangmei, a young educated youth, was staying at her home. Zhao's widow could share meals with her, which helped her get by. But after Su Xiangmei moved out and went to a small village with other young people, Zhao's widow lost her main source of income. She is not someone who likes to work. Her daughter, who is 12, was also not taught to do chores. Both of them just stare at other people's rice bags every day. Now, because of the drought, they haven't had rice for 2 days. Zhao's widow went twice to pick wild vegetables from the mountain but found them too tiring and unappetizing, so she stopped going. She thought they could at least eat at neighbors' houses, visiting at mealtime. But neighbors are not fools. Sometimes they don't open the door, or if they do, they let them in but have already finished their food and have no rice left in the kitchen or main hall. So, mother and daughter went hungry for 2 days. Zhao's daughter couldn't bear it anymore. Around 3 a.m., when everyone was sleeping soundly, she climbed over her little uncle's yard wall. She knew where her uncle kept the food and went straight to get it. But she didn't expect that her uncle, to prevent thieves, had tied a rope to the door of the food storage room and his own wrist. When she opened the door, her uncle was awakened by the pull. At 3 a.m., there were no lights in the countryside. It was dark. Her uncle, not recognizing his niece, grabbed a kitchen knife and tried to attack her. The girl wanted to run, but she was trapped inside the food storage house. In her panic, she accidentally broke the large jar of salted vegetables belonging to her uncle. Her uncle was upset and distressed, feeling sorry that the good salted vegetables had been ruined. In his anger, he raised a knife and tried to cut at the girl climbing up. But he slipped on the broken pieces of the jar, falling forward. The jagged shards of the jar's bottom cut his neck, hitting his main artery, and he died instantly. Since both the victim and the attacker were members of the Zhao family, the incident was kept quiet by Zhao's wife for the morning. However, it was impossible to hide the fact that a strong man had suddenly died. Around 10 a.m., Qinshengli was informed of the event by villagers. Soon after, Mother Rong and others heard the village bell ringing, calling everyone together. After gathering, 3 main points were announced. 1. The Zhao family incident was an accident. Zhao's widow's daughter was just hungry and tried to steal food. 2. No villagers are allowed to steal, and no one is permitted to use knives when catching thieves. 3. Villagers are encouraged to form groups and go into Daxing Mountain to find work. If they hunt large animals and bring them to the collective, the village committee can exchange them for money or work points. 1 pound of meat is worth 1 dime, or 1 work point. Shu was walking along the dirt road in the village. After reviewing all the intelligence gathered by the scouts, she couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She thought about Song Baohua and Qinshengli. For fame, personal grudges, or perhaps out of fear, neither of them suggested that the village leadership organize everyone to go hunting in the mountains.
How sad, she thought.
Shu saw a villager who had been loudly criticizing her earlier. Even as she passed by her house, the villager didn't bother to look at her. Her house's gate was wide open. The villager was busy arguing with her mother, and the tension between them grew heavier. The argument was over her drinking an extra bowl of coarse rice porridge. Her little brother, with a big head, ran out of the yard. His eyes looked mature and complicated. He was short, thin-limbed, not quite skin and bones but not healthy either. He wore a dirty new shirt and a pair of new cotton shoes, which were already stained with dirt. When he saw Shu's cold gaze, he didn't dare to look at her and quickly turned toward the field ridge. Shu ignored him and slowly wandered around the village, circling from the outside inward. I have checked the text and made the necessary corrections and improvements. Here is the revised version. Almost all of the more than 200 households in the village had their doors checked. Some houses had their doors tightly closed, but if you looked carefully, you could still see some smoke rising from their yards. A few families were like the one arguing, doors wide open, people lying in their yards, calling out loudly, hoping neighbors could hear their cries. They wanted someone to come and ask what was wrong, so they could complain about their hardships. Other families had their doors firmly shut, and the whole family had moved away to another place. For example, Old Hu's family, who had been waiting for villagers to help raise money to fix their ox cart, left when the drought started. They moved to the county to join his third son. When Shu reached the old courtyard of the Jin family, she saw 3 young men, who looked like educated youths, moving things outside from a distance. Seeing their happy faces, Shu guessed they had found a way to return to the city. She released a scout insect and quietly approached along the earthen wall to listen. Sure enough, the 3 had come up with a plan. They each wrote letters to their families, saying they had received grain rations and missed home. They asked their families to help them find a way to return to the city without affecting their official records or having to produce results. Now, because of the drought, most cities across the country were short on food. When these young men heard that their most beloved sons were bringing grain back, they were eager to do their best. Through this experience, they learned how to use personal gain to influence people's actions. When Shu reached the Li family's door, she didn't even want to look anymore. The family had been completely consumed by greed and desire. It was best to stay far away from them. But just as Shu was about to leave, fate, or perhaps the heavens, seemed to push her toward this family. She was about to pass through the Li family's gate when it suddenly burst open with a loud bang. The old, broken door panel hit the ground just half a step in front of Shu, as if trying to block her way out. Bored, Shu muttered, pausing for a moment. She stepped over the door panel and continued walking forward. "Help! Sister, help! Boo-hoo, please help me!" A hoarse boy's voice sounded behind her. Shu kept walking without stopping, as if she hadn't heard, her pace unaffected. Little nephew, why are you running? I was just asking you to eat a cornbread. You don't have to run like that. Li Chunhua's strange voice came from behind, followed by the boy's loud, pig-like squeal. I won't go back. Help! Help! I won't go back. Someone save me. Li Chunhua has gone crazy. She wants me to eat. Boo-hoo! The village was very quiet. The boy's desperate cries carried far, but the village remained silent. Li Chunhua pulled her little nephew back into her house because the door had been pushed open from inside, revealing the dirty state of her yard. The ground was covered with foul-smelling waste. After covering the boy's mouth and pulling him into the main room, Li Chunhua looked at her family members inside. The boy's eyes filled with dry tears of pain. Since the woman returned home at the end of March, he had felt that Li Chunhua, his little aunt, had become very strange. First, she cried and ran to Grandma's house, talking for a long time. When she came out, she picked up a shovel and started digging in the backyard vegetable garden. He secretly watched her dig all morning, but her hands bled blisters, and she didn't find anything. That night, he heard Li Chunhua arguing loudly with a young man named Zhu Yuan in their house. It was mostly Li Chunhua making trouble. He didn't hear Zhu Yuan say anything inappropriate. But since that day, Li Chunhua often sneaked out, sometimes for 1 or 2 days. Later, Zhu Yuan also suddenly disappeared one day. He still remembers clearly it was early April. Li Chunhua, with Grandma looking on disapprovingly, packed some clothes and left. Zhu Yuan said she had left something behind, so he chased after her with a bundle, but she never came back. 3 days later, Li Chunhua returned in a good mood, but she heard that Zhu Yuan hadn't returned for 3 days. Her face darkened as she scolded the family for not watching him, then she nonchalantly went to the brigade office. At that time, Li Chunhua still seemed rational, but by late May, as the family's food supply grew scarce, conflicts began. First, her mother and second aunt fought over a single egg. Then her second uncle mentioned splitting the family in front of Grandma. No one noticed that Li Chunhua, this crazy little aunt, was becoming more and more unhinged. She somehow obtained something, which was probably added to the wild vegetable porridge the whole family drank that night. Afterward, everyone slept very deeply, and he didn't have any awareness at all. He was awakened by the cold. He found himself like a pig, with his hands and feet bound behind his back. Not only himself, but his parents, sister, and second uncle's family were all the same way, with their mouths tightly sealed. The only ones he didn't see were his grandmother and Li Chunhua. When everyone woke up, they were naturally terrified and at a loss. At that moment, Li Chunhua pushed the door open with a strange smile and told them a frightening decision. From today on, if you want to stay alive, stay quietly in this house. Anyone who dares to try to run away, I promise they'll wish they were never born. The boy remembered his father asking Li Chunhua what they had done to offend her. What did she say? Was it about old grudges from the past life? She really is crazy, but now their lives are in the hands of this madwoman. What should they do?
He doesn't want to die.
So they tried to escape, but each time they were caught by Li Chunhua. After she went out again, they failed in their attempt. Li Chunhua tore their clothes, pressed each of their heads, and forced them to drink a dark, bitter medicinal soup. It was a whole bowl of laxatives. Then, ignoring their resistance, she threw each of them into the yard. That night was extremely disgusting, with continuous sounds and foul smells that gradually wore down his shame. He originally thought that night was the limit of pain and fear, but the real nightmare had not yet happened. Last night, his sister died. It was probably from illness. Since that night, he drank the laxative. His sister's mental state had been poor. When Li Chunhua discovered this, she was silent for a while, then surprisingly looked at his mother and smiled. She said, "Big sister-in-law, who is the trash now? Who is the unlucky star? Weren't you very powerful in your past life? Weren't you good at blaming me? Why are you so down now? Keep scolding me, hit me if you want." She pulled away his sister, and not long after, he heard the sound of knives chopping on wood from the kitchen. When Li Chunhua came back into the main room, holding a steamed bun with a lid, smiling happily, he heard his mother crying with a heart-wrenching pain. Why is his daughter crying? His father is also crying, sobbing quietly. She even took a steamed bun to eat herself. Since the drought started, he hasn't had a steamed bun in a long time. The steamed bun smells very good, with a hint of meat. No, it can't be. He must be overthinking. It can't be like that. Anyway, his sister is also his niece. She wouldn't do such a thing. The rope on his foot loosened at some point. He ignored everything and shamelessly pushed open the courtyard door. He saw a small girl walking past the door. He called out, wanting to shout for her to save him. Even though she was also thin and might get caught in trouble herself, it didn't matter to him. He just wanted to be saved. But why did the girl walk away, without looking back? He was then caught again by the crazy woman, Li Chunhua. A large steamed bun was stuffed into his mouth, replacing the torn cloth that was blocking it. The bun smelled very good, with a hint of meat. He felt sick. After Shu left Li's house, he continued east to the village's ridge. Sure enough, large patches of withered wheat lay lifeless on the cracked land. Shu felt a slight itch in his fingers and began to count, but he wasn't surprised by the obstacle from the law of nature. Finally, he looked at the children running barefoot on the yellow land, wrapped in ragged cotton-padded jackets. Shu closed his eyes again to sense the cause and effect debts around him, but the result remained unchanged. There's nothing he could do. He had tried his best. He spoke softly, hiding the emotions in his eyes, then turned and headed toward the team office. Because of the drought, there was no work in the fields. Song Bawa, having lost his acting village head position, was angry and ashamed, so he left early for the steel factory in the county to work as a labor officer and joined their production team. The village team office was now just Chen Xingli alone. When Shu arrived, he was sitting with 3 scorekeepers, discussing something. Seeing Shu, he remembered past grievances but was afraid of the scorpion-like attitude she always carried, so he didn't dare make things difficult for her. Instead, he said something sarcastic. Originally, Shu did not want to argue with this person, but when she realized how annoying he was, she decided to stop being so modest and just do things straightforwardly. Yes, I will send Grandma Gua to the county town to get medicine, buy grains, and buy meat. Grains and meat? Everyone in the office was drawn to these 2 words. Even Chen Xingli couldn't help but show a greedy look in his eyes. Other villages had stored grains, but theirs was completely gone. Even in the middle of a famine, they only dared to eat 1 meal a day. Their family's grain supplies were running low, and every day, their worries grew. At this moment, the village's most unnoticed and easiest to bully girl suddenly started to live her life well. How could people not be jealous or curious about where she got her money? Chen Xingli nervously clenched his pen, trying to hide the bitterness in his voice, and asked Shu, "How much grain does Sister Jean want to buy? My family doesn't have much left either. Maybe your aunt can go with you to the county." Shu gently shook her head. "No need. Rome Shuryen will take me." Chen Xingli clenched his teeth in frustration. But he knew that pushing further would only embarrass himself. Still, he thought his wife might as well go to another village to look around. Even if she couldn't get meat, she might find other edible things. Feeling upset, he wrote the village certificate very messily. Shu didn't mind. She just came to get more examples for Mogu to imitate. It was just a formality. After taking the certificate from Chen Xingli's desk, Shu didn't say another word and went straight home. On the way, she slowly fed the certificate Chen Xingli had written to Mogu. When she arrived home, she was holding a document that Mogu had rewritten in Chen Xingli's handwriting style and stamped with the official seal. "Are you and Shuryen going to the county tomorrow?" At dinner that night, Rong's mother heard Shu say she was going to the county to buy things. After hesitating for a long time, she asked if Shu could help her buy a dictionary in the county. Rong's mother loved writing and reading since she was young. These past few months, she relied on the Ziji Tongjian to keep her spirits up. Without it, she couldn't imagine how empty her soul would feel. Yes, okay. Tonight's dinner was meat and vegetable-filled pancakes, served with a large pot of corn porridge. This light-flavored food is very much to Shershu's liking. He rarely eats so much, and he also drank a big bowl of porridge. That night, Rong Shuryen was holding his wife and just fell into a shallow sleep when he suddenly had a nightmare. In the dream, he didn't meet Shershu. He hurt his leg and returned to his hometown from the army. His parents' situation was even worse than before. In the end, he used all his family savings and his military achievements. After the local committee in Ping'an County simply said credits and demerits cancel each other out, he took his injured parents, carried a small bag, and prepared to leave for Lingshan village. But that wasn't the worst part. What scared him most was that in the dream, he learned that his marriage proposal to the military district had been approved. He had to marry a woman named Li Chunhua. Moreover, that woman, afraid of being blamed by his parents, had come to his house and strongly demanded that he cut ties with his parents. He refused. The crazy woman even hit him. Since he was still injured and unwell, and as an active soldier, he couldn't hit ordinary people. Out of frustration, he let her scold and hit him, but her ridiculous demand was impossible to accept. Shuryen, Rong Shuryen, a gentle, elegant voice woke the man from his nightmare. You had a bad dream. Although Rong Shuryen woke up, Shershu's brows were still tightly furrowed. Just now, the man had suddenly clenched his teeth while sleeping, almost suffocating himself. Rong Shuryen looked at Shershu with wide, confused eyes. I had a dream. In the dream, you weren't there. My parents were persecuted terribly. That Li Chunhua. Our families had a marriage match before. I didn't receive any notice to cancel it. I applied to the army, but I didn't want to marry her. Shershu, I thought marriage was just a formality. I just wanted my parents in my hometown to be at ease, to think that it didn't matter who I married. I was wrong, Shershu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have had that idea. How could it be the same? Before falling in love with Shershu, he truly didn't understand. He thought marriage was just a responsibility, a companionship in old age. But after being with Shershu, he realized how happy it was to live with someone he loved every day. It was a feeling of complete relaxation, from body to soul. As long as he could hold her, it was as if he was holding his entire world. Shershu gently brushed his messy hair as he listened to the man's words. You also said it was just a dream. So, I ask you, was I in that dream of yours? Rong Shuryen leaned into Shershu's embrace and shook his head slightly. No, I don't think I dreamed of you yet. Shershu playfully patted the man's big head. Well, so don't think too much. Sleep early. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to the county town. Yes, Chong Chong. Can I kiss you? The man's voice was muffled as he held Shershu's arm and gently wrapped him tighter. Shershu smiled and looked up at the man's handsome face, which was flushed. Of course you can. A soft kiss melted Rong Shuryen's worries. The night was still long, and they could enjoy each other fully. Although they stayed up all night, they still got up early the next day feeling refreshed. Rong Shuryen sorted out the empty grain bags at home, while Shershu picked out a few glass bottles. Daughter, the soy sauce you bought from the supply and marketing cooperative last time was really delicious. I wonder if I can find it again this time. Rong's mother saw the empty bottles and remembered how flavorful that soy sauce was. Recently, her cooking skills had improved a lot, thanks in part to that soy sauce. Sure, if I find it, I will bring some back for you. Shershu sat behind Rong Shuryen and waved to Rong's mother. After they rode away, Rong's father came out from the backyard vegetable garden. Did they leave for the county so early? Rong's mother smiled and wiped her husband's sweat. Yes, the young couple are very close. Your son is now as happy as a silly boy every day. Rong's father chuckled and mentioned something about the backyard garden. Rong's mother looked curiously behind Rong's father. Grandma Gua? She wouldn't have gone to the mountains so early, would she? Rong's father shrugged helplessly. She left at 5 a.m, saying she wanted to avoid the villagers. She plans to pick more mulberries in the mountains for Shershu. Grandma Gua really cares about Shershu. No matter what the future holds, We can rest assured about these two children. Meanwhile, because they were still on the small path behind the mountain, Shu and Rong Shurian reached the county in less than an hour and a half. The drought's impact on the county was very obvious. In just over a month, the once dull and old-fashioned town looked even more desolate due to the withered vegetation. The low, earthen walls of the small houses are cracked and weathered by the sun. The dirt road is also scorching hot from the sunlight. If bicycle tires stay on it too long, they might melt. Shu thinks that the yellow dirt roads before entering the county are still smoother than the current paved roads. As they pass by the state-owned restaurant, Shu checks his watch and sees it's already past 11. However, the restaurant's doors are still shut, clearly not open for business. Is the drought affecting things so quickly? If the state-owned restaurant is closed, can the supply and marketing cooperative still buy grain? If they can't buy grain there, how will she add to the family's stored food? Fortunately, when they arrive at the supply and marketing cooperative, they see that although the grain counter is crowded, grain is still available for purchase. Hey, little comrade, you're back again? Shimei, the clerk at the daily necessities counter, finishes checking out a customer and, upon looking up, sees Shu and his friend. Shu walks over smiling and greets her naturally. Shimei, have you been busy lately? At that moment, the previous customer returns from the cashier, handing over a stamped receipt. Shimei happily reviews and confirms it before handing the purchased items to the customer. After seeing the customer off, Shimei is even more cheerful, stepping out from behind the counter and looking at Shu with bright eyes. Not busy at all. I've been waiting for you. She quickly lowers her voice and pulls Shu outside the cooperative. Comrade Jean, I have a serious question for you. Is it true that your village has no grain left? Shu finds her question strange and asks, why do you ask? Although Linshan village indeed lost its stored grain due to management issues, villages like theirs are still a minority. Everyone's been talking about it. They say the county head and other leaders asked 3 communes to deliver grain. They asked multiple times but got no response. In the end, they had no choice but to use the fiscal budget to buy the relief grain now available. Many people in the county are complaining, saying that the 3 major communes don't care about the lives of the county's people. Shu purses his lips but doesn't answer Shimei directly. Instead, he asks her in a different way. Shimei, why do you think the 3 major communes aren't delivering grain? Shimei shook her head. I don't know. Maybe there really isn't any. After all, it hasn't rained, so the wheat probably can't grow. Shu was about to say something when Rong Shurian came over and pulled her behind him. Someone's here. Hearing that customers had arrived, Shimei quickly went to her post and stood properly. Soon, a group of people came out from the corner of the supply and marketing cooperative opposite the street. There were 2 young men wearing gray cloth jackets, followed by an elderly woman whom Shu had seen before at a state-run restaurant. Behind her was a middle-aged man holding the child from earlier. Behind them were 3 thin young men also dressed in gray jackets. The only thing they had in common was a red armband on their left arm. These people spoke loudly, even from far away, and Shu could hear their voices. Mom, you're really something. Buying grain and still pulling me out. The elderly woman spoke in a proud tone, just like last time. What's wrong? My son is a section chief, and he's the right-hand man of Director Fong. As a family member, I come to buy a few things at his supply and marketing cooperative. I have to wait in line and buy limited amounts? Son, I really feel wrong this time. You have to do something about this for me. If Rong's father were here, he would immediately recognize that this person was Huang Guangliang, the new head of the propaganda section who had just been scolded by Deputy Zheng. Rong Guangliang knew his mother's temper well, but knowing didn't mean he thought it was right. Mom, don't be angry. I'll find the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative later and make him give you an explanation. Thanks to the illusion spell, Shu and Rong Shurian looked like 2 plain, muddy villagers to others. So the elderly woman didn't even look at them, directly rushing past and into the supply and marketing cooperative. Shu also pulled Rong Shurian along and followed inside, finding a quiet corner to stand. She wanted to see how much trouble this unlucky group could cause for themselves. Stop buying. Stop buying. Stop buying. I'm telling you, don't buy anymore. The two people with red armbands at the front pushed aside the people waiting in line to buy grain. Hey? What are you all doing? Why are you cutting in line? Is there no one in charge here? Oh, you pushing people like that? The crowd around the grain purchasing area was already large. When these people approached, they saw that shouting was useless, so they directly started pushing people aside without regard for the protests of others. In the office behind the supply and marketing cooperative, the manager, who was busy studying the grain rationing, was called over by the clerk at the hardware counter. Everyone, quiet down, quiet down. Seeing the chaotic scene, the manager also felt a headache coming on. When he saw the few men still pushing people outside, he instinctively sensed that today's situation was not simple. He turned and saw Shimei, who looked anxious. He quickly called her over. Shimei, listen to me. Go to the Public Security Bureau and tell them there's a group at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative trying to steal grain. Ask them to send more people quickly. Shimei nodded firmly and then hurriedly ran off without a trace. Since the last time she bought fabric, Shu had a good impression of this manager. He was very steady in how he handled things. He wasn't surprised that she bought too much fabric last time. And he wasn't panicked because a crowd was causing trouble this time. Such calmness was really a pity in this era. If it were modern times, he would definitely be a top manager in a big company. Of course, these simple mental qualities were just the basics. Shu was more curious about what he would do next. After giving instructions to Shimei, the manager immediately turned around, raised his hand, and signaled for the grain and pork counters to lock up. Locking the counters meant stopping sales. If these people still insisted on grabbing grain after the counters were closed and the police arrived, their theft charges would be confirmed. Sales are stopped, sales are stopped. Everyone go back. Sales are closed today. The clerk at the grain counter hung a lock and shouted that sales were stopped, hoping that the intimidating men wouldn't continue pushing into the crowd. But hope always lagged behind reality. Those men didn't care about the clerk's shouts at all. They deliberately pushed through the crowd, pretending to follow orders from above, but in fact, they were just bullying people under the guise of leadership. Anyway, if they got punished later, the leaders would bear the blame. Of course, these thoughts were just the naive fantasies of these simple-minded, impulsive red armbands, who thought they were clever. But the ordinary people behind them, watching the clerk lock the counters, weren't fools either. Seeing the counters locked, they naturally wouldn't stubbornly stand in place, being pushed around by others. Soon, the people around the counter dispersed. Section Chief Huang and the old woman arrogantly approached the counter. Section Chief Huang slightly tilted his head, glancing down at the honest-looking clerk behind the counter. Was it you who refused to sell grain to the family members of officials this morning? What is your name? Just to be safe. Even if he was feeling proud, Section Chief Huang made sure to ask about the clerk's background before taking out his anger on his own mother. But the clerk completely ignored him. He locked the counter, took off the sleeve protectors on his arms, and didn't bother to respond to Section Chief Huang. Instead, he turned around and tried to walk out from behind the counter. As he moved, he leaned to the right, limping slightly, clearly having some trouble with his left leg.
Wait.
We're talking to you, our section chief. Don't you have any sense? A red armband blocked the clerk's way at the sliding window. Move aside, the clerk said coldly, meeting the person blocking his way with a stern look. No, I won't. The person with the red armband looked at the clerk with a cold stare. He was used to bullying those who were soft and afraid of trouble. His heart pounded, worried the clerk might hit him. But he thought, I'm now part of the Revolutionary Committee, and this is just a clerk. Surely, he wouldn't dare to hit me. Unfortunately, just as he thought this, the clerk's strong hand pushed him back. To everyone's eyes, the clerk only pushed him slightly, as if he didn't use much strength. But the man with the red armband felt as if a stone had hit his chest, painful and heavy.
Ouch, ouch.
That hurts so much, he exclaimed. Seeing this, Huang Guangliang cursed silently, calling the clerk a waste, but he didn't dare to stop him. Instead, he stayed where he was and spoke in a sinister tone to the clerk who was about to leave. Harming a member of the Revolutionary Committee? Your conduct as a comrade is worth investigating. Should I call the relevant leaders to come and check? Maybe we can clear your name. The clerk, about to leave, immediately widened his eyes in anger when he heard Huang Guangliang's words. At this moment, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative came over, standing between Huang Guangliang and the clerk. Everyone. Comrades, may I ask if you are here to buy grain? The manager faced Huang Guangli with a big smile, but his tired eyes showed he was asking questions. Huang Guangli was about to speak when his mother, standing behind him, raised her loud voice to stop him. Isn't that obvious? I recognized you. You're the manager from this morning. Son, this old man is that scoundrel. I was worried Xiao might go hungry, so I wanted to buy some rice early to make porridge. But he, and the one at the counter, told me to wait in line. The line was all the way outside. Do I have to wait in line? I'm the mother of Director Huang from the county propaganda department. I'm a family member of a leader. My son doesn't even get daily supplies from the county, and we're already at a disadvantage. I came personally to buy some food, and now they dare to make me wait in line. The old woman, confident because her son was behind her, acted very proud. She pointed at the supply store manager with one hand and cursed loudly. You're just a scoundrel. Open up and give me the food. The manager didn't look at the old woman but instead looked coldly at Huang Guangli. Director Huang? You have no food at home, and want to come here to take some? Huang Guangli looked at the supply store manager with disdain. What do you mean, take food? I warn you, don't accuse me falsely. We're just here to buy food. Just wait in line like everyone else, the manager replied coldly. Huang Guangli raised his eyebrows and sighed. It seems you didn't understand. Then he gestured to the people behind him. Go on, let him see and learn what happens when you don't listen. Several people with red armbands behind Huang Guangli immediately stepped forward, ready to fight. What are you doing? This is a state-run supply store. How dare you cause trouble here? Back off. The clerk, who had been hiding behind the manager, hurriedly stepped in front of him, limping. Since returning injured from the army 5 years ago, he had become a burden at home. If not for Manager Qian helping him, he might still be wasting away at home, feeling useless. Thanks to Manager Qian giving him this job, he now felt confident standing here and no longer felt ashamed of his injured leg. These troublemakers wanted to hurt Manager Qian, but they would have to get past him first. Inside, 2 groups of people were tense and ready to fight. The villagers around the supply and marketing cooperative were pointing and whispering.
Hey, look at that.
That's the so-called tough head clerk Huang. Yeah, it's him. Backed by the Revolutionary Committee's Director Fong and Director Su. He's powerful, so don't mess with him. Director Fong? Isn't the County Revolutionary Committee Director Su Wensheng? Why is there another Director Fong? Don't you know? Director Fong Jiping was sent from Beijing. He's a big leader, so you better be careful. So it seemed the supply and marketing cooperative would have to accept defeat today. Who knew what might happen? If the cooperative was weak, the powerful could take the grain. Maybe I should ask my family to send someone over to handle it. Wow, you talk about being tough. Your family member just watches the gate at the Revolutionary Committee. I thought your family might have someone named Fong or Su.
Bah.
What's wrong with watching the gate?
Even gatekeepers know people.
Do you believe that? Tomorrow, I'll have my family send someone to check on your place. I don't understand what you're saying. Such comments spread around the cooperative. The manager and some salespeople looked seriously at the people in red armbands across from them. If they gave in today, the cooperative's reputation among the people would be ruined. In the future, people would buy things without discipline. This small cooperative might become a warehouse for local officials or powerful people, harming the common people's interests. Manager Qian, a sworn party member, absolutely couldn't allow such a bad event to happen. But now the situation was stuck. How could he fix it? Should he back down? Let them buy the grain? No, that was impossible. If they opened the door today, tomorrow it would be crowded with powerful and influential people. Manager Qian didn't expect that the drought was just beginning, and the grain supply in the county was already so tight. Seeing the red armbands about to start a fight, only Feng Dazhuang was blocking in front. The other salespeople had already locked their counters and moved to a safe area. Seeing all the counters locked, Manager Qian felt a bit more at ease, knowing the state property wouldn't be lost. At worst, he would just get a beating. Shimei had already gone to report to the police, and they would probably arrive soon. Now, all he could do was delay. The longer, the better. Wait! Just as the group of red-sleeve guards was about to rush forward, Manager Qian shouted loudly, "Section Chief Huang, are you sure you want to let them hit people? There are so many onlookers now. Your actions are already a crime. This is a supply and marketing cooperative, a state-owned unit. All our counters are locked. If you continue to use violence, it's pure robbery. You are all robbers." After Manager Qian finished speaking, the red-sleeve guards who were about to step forward hesitated. The charge of robbery could land them in serious trouble. You talk a good game, but unfortunately, we're not here to buy things nor to rob. We are here as whistleblowers. Our family, along with some officials from the Revolutionary Committee, came to report your irresponsible, lazy manager. I advise you to cooperate with the officials' arrest and not resist uselessly. Huang Guangliang's words made Manager Qian's mind go blank for a moment. Yes, these people were using the excuse of the Revolutionary Committee's investigation to retaliate. He had no reason to resist. Even if the police had arrived with Shimei, there was no reason to stop the Revolutionary Committee from making the arrest. It was just too ridiculous. Once power falls into the hands of someone like Huang Guangliang, a petty person, it becomes so ugly and shameful. So, what do you think, this manager? Do you understand what I'm saying? Section Chief Huang sneered, continuing, "Do you want us to become your customers, or do you want us to be the whistleblowers arresting you? It all depends on your decision. Manager, don't be afraid. We are under the flag of the New Flower Kingdom. The power of the people is endless. We won't just stand by and watch him wrong you." Feng Dazhuang stood in front of Manager Qian, shouting loudly to the crowd around, hoping to get their support. But he was very disappointed. Even those with a brave heart, who wanted to step forward, retreated under Huang Guangliang and his men's glare. Those who weren't scared away were pulled back by neighbors or relatives behind them. After all, this is the so-called having dates or not hitting two sticks, the Ping'an County Revolutionary Committee, which holds the power of review. Usually, even if there is nothing going on, everyone avoids the Revolutionary Committee. Now, they're just here shopping and watching the lively scene. No one wants to get involved and end up being beaten, punished, or having their family disturbed and unable to live normally. Manager Qian, just take a step back and don't be stubborn. Buy some food for the leader's family. Once you're done, go home and cook. We're all from the same county, no need to make things so tense. Yes, Manager Qian, there's no need to make it so difficult. Let the leader's family buy first, and we can line up behind. Such encouraging voices sounded. Seeing Manager Qian's increasingly displeased face, Sishu felt frustrated for him. Across from Manager Qian were Section Chief Huang, an elderly woman, 5 red-sleeve badge wearers, and even the little chubby boy being held by Section Chief Huang. The expressions of pride, arrogance, and confidence on their faces were so obvious that they didn't even bother to hide them. It was as if they were eager to tell everyone, "Our Revolutionary Committee is not to be messed with by ordinary people like you." In Ping'an County, when Section Chief Huang spoke, his words were law. Whatever his mother wanted to do had to be prioritized, and even his own children had the natural right to act recklessly. Sishu suddenly realized that these people who abuse their power could, in this era of public service, not only go against the common good, but also use the selflessness of the people as a shield for their own reckless actions. Truly the highest level of shamelessness, Sishu leaned against the wall, peering through the gaps in the crowd at Section Chief Huang still swaggering inside. "Wife, can I go over now?" Rong Shiyan quietly asked Sishu. "Yes, it looks like the situation is about right," Sishu replied with a faint smile and nodded. "Okay, I don't know if you'll be satisfied, but I'll do my best," Rong Shiyan said with a silly smile, then puffed out his cheeks and looked very impatient as he pushed through the crowd. "Please make way. Everyone, please make way." When the red-sleeve badge was about to attack Manager Qian again, Rong Shiyan, carrying a large basket, clumsily pushed his way into the tense crowd.
Hey, who are you?
"Can't you see we're handling official business here? Get lost." One of the red sleeve badges was bumped aside by Rong Shuryan. The person was unhappy and tried to push him away, but Rong Shuryan, trained in special forces, stood firm like he had roots in the ground, not moving at all. A gray illusion bug attached itself to the back of the badge's neck as Rong Shuryan moved. The person immediately fell into a hallucination. It was as if he heard Section Chief Huang say, "Wait a moment, stand still and don't move." Rong Shuryan noticed that the person beside him, just as his wife had described, was frozen in place. He quickly rushed to the second person. "Hey, little comrade, come here. I want to talk to you." When Rong Shuryan pulled the person aside, he initially cursed and complained, but soon he looked unhappy and stood to the side, not daring to step forward even when Section Chief Huang glared at him. Instead, he kept begging Section Chief Huang for mercy. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth people. Rong Shuryan moved very quickly, not giving anyone a moment to think. When Section Chief Huang realized something was wrong and tried to leave with his mother, Rong Shuryan suddenly appeared in front of him, looking anxious. "Are you Section Chief Huang? Oh, you really have no shame." "No, wait, no. You're too shameless." "TSK, I said that wrong again. Should I say you want to lose face?" No, that's not right." Section Chief Huang was furious at Rong Shuryan's words. Before he could continue pretending to be confused and scold him, he shouted, "Shut up," and tried to leave the supply and marketing cooperative. The man in front of him, who looked about a head taller and dressed like a rural farmer, made Huang Guangliang feel very uneasy. But his reaction was too slow. The moment Rong Shuryan approached, the true word bug from Shirshu had already jumped onto his head. Within 6 minutes of the police arriving, the entire supply and marketing cooperative was watching only Section Chief Huang perform. Rong Shuryan still followed Shirshu's plan and pretended to panic. I'll be quiet. After all, you're not a thing. No, wait, you are a thing. No, you're not a thing. Shut up. If you can't talk properly, then don't talk at all." Chief Huang shouted at Rong Shuryan, then pointed at the 5 people wearing red armbands. "What are you all standing there for?
Catch him."
But under the illusion spell's effect, what those people heard and saw was completely different. No one moves. "If anyone dares, I'll deal with them myself." So the 5 of them became even more frightened, bowing and nodding nervously at Chief Huang. Rong Shuryan suddenly changed the topic. "This is the supply and marketing cooperative. Why are you cutting in line and bringing people here to take food by force?" Under the influence of the truth spell, Chief Huang spoke arrogantly, without restraint. "It's just a supply store. Why should I line up? I have the Revolutionary Committee behind me. Even Director Su calls me Big Brother. I don't care about the county leaders either. What's so scary about a small store like this? Taking some food is nothing. Even if I smash the place, what can you do to me?" After saying that, Chief Huang turned and pointed at the townspeople standing on both sides inside the store, shouting, "A bunch of useless cowards, afraid of everything, with no ambition." Then he pointed at his own mother. "Oh, and you, always holding me back. I've taken care of you well enough, but you still cause me trouble." Smack. Even though the old woman knew her son wasn't acting normal, being called that made her furious. So she raised her hand and slapped Chief Huang the head. Oh no! Shirshu hadn't expected Chief Huang's insults to include his own mother, nor that the old woman would react so quickly. By coincidence, the truth spell insect was crushed to death by her slap. These insects were called gu because they were all poisonous, though each kind had a different effect. When attached to a person, the poison only affected that individual. But when the old woman killed the truth gu, its poison spread instantly, a wave of toxic energy that only Shirshu could see. Chief Huang, being the most naturally absorbed, also inhaled the truth insect poison along with his elderly wife. Even the little boy she was holding inhaled quite a bit. Rong Shuryan, Manager Qian, Feng Dazhuang, 5 red sleeve badges, and the people in the innermost circle all inhaled some of the poison. Wow, this is a big mess now. Shirshu, feeling helpless, patted his head. This is a big loss. Sigh, so frustrating. Indeed, when the law was still calculating against him, He shouldn't have meddled too much. Shu sighed and turned to look out the window of the supply and marketing cooperative, hoping the poison wouldn't spread too far. But he was surprised to see Shimei, looking anxious, rushing over with 2 police officers. One of them was the officer who had once taken her and her old man back to the village. Slow down, slow down. Wait until the poison clears before coming in. Take it easy. Of course, the spread of the poison wouldn't just disappear so easily. So, the moment Shimei and the police rushed in, she inhaled a large amount of truth insect powder. The police officers behind her, also gasping, couldn't stop themselves from inhaling quite a bit too. Shu really wanted to jump out the window now. There were too many people. How long would he have to solve all these problems? After the police arrived, because everyone had inhaled the truth insect poison and told the truth, handling the situation became much easier. Chief Huang admitted that he led the reform committee staff to cause trouble at the supply and marketing cooperative, to vent his anger for his mother, and also because he was scolded by his leaders at the county committee. He was full of frustration and had no way to release it, which led to today's over-the-top actions. The elderly woman was also cursing loudly at the police, admitting that she had tried to cut in line this morning and had her son come to stand up for her. The surrounding villagers, under the effect of the truth insect, also told the truth. Most of them said, "We common folks wouldn't dare argue with officials. We just came to watch, but they really pushed us aside and even threatened the supply and marketing manager. Manager Qian and Feng Dazhuang also told the truth." But none of this was the biggest surprise caused by the truth insect poison. The biggest surprise was during the police interrogation of the 5 red armbands and the young boy. The 5 red armbands admitted that this incident, called helping to vent anger, was actually part of a larger case involving grain theft, and that the situation had spiraled out of control. The officer named Deng Fei looked serious as he glared at the 5 henchmen of the Revolutionary Committee. His words were sharp as he asked, "Damaging the collective interests is a serious crime. If you want to lessen your punishment, you must obey the rules and tell the truth. What else have you done? Who did you help?" This question caused a shockwave, and then even bigger surprises followed. The young master of Director Huang's family asked us to raid a boy's home, and then, Deng Fei shouted angrily, "And then what? Say it quickly." The 5 men, under the influence of truth-inducing poison, lost their self-control and told the truth. Then the boy fell from the building and died. Everyone was stunned and frightened by this revelation. Director Huang, whose face turned pale, was the first to rush forward to stop them from speaking further. But because of the truth-inducing poison, he could only say what was truly in his heart. So everyone heard this once proud man shout, "Who told you to say this? If you want a lighter sentence, shut up. Say that Su Wensheng was involved in human trafficking, that Fang Zhiping used harsh methods during interrogation, and that innocent old revolutionaries were harmed. Why are you spilling my son's secrets? Is there something wrong with you?" In just a few words, a huge storm erupted in this small supply and marketing cooperative. Fang Zhiping and Su Wensheng? These 2 are not ordinary people. One is a direct leader sent from Beijing's Revolutionary Committee. The other has been in charge of all administrative interrogations in Ping'an County since the committee was established. If there was solid evidence linking them to these crimes, it would be perfect. The police could report directly to the city's supervisory committee and remove these dangerous people immediately. But that was the problem. They had no proof, only these few people speaking openly in front of many onlookers. The impact of this was heading toward an irreversible direction. Forget it, since I've already involved cause and effect, this small matter doesn't matter. Hidden behind the crowd, Shu waved slightly and a faint, milky white insect with hidden wings flew out from beside him. This is a low-level insect with the ability to forget worries, the Secret Keeper. The role of the Secret Keeper is to lock a recent important event in a person's memory for up to a year. And this simple insect spell can be easily lifted by Shu, the caster, at any time. The hidden wing insect disperses quickly. Within a few minutes, everyone in the room forgets about the 2 directors of the Revolutionary Committee. Even Huang Guangliang, who mentioned the matter, forgets it. He waves his arms as if he wants to say something, but his expression is full of confusion. not knowing what to say. The police are also momentarily confused, feeling like they've forgotten something important. But the situation is urgent, and they must control the people in the supply and marketing cooperative quickly. The 5 officers with red armbands cooperate fairly well, obediently turning their backs and allowing the police to tie them up and take them away. When it was Huang Guangliang's turn, he kept a dark face, with his eyebrows tightly furrowed, but he still cooperated in action. He simply stretched out his hands forward, refusing to be tied from behind. "You can't tie up my son. You bad people, bad people. Don't touch me, don't tie up my son." When it came to the elderly woman, the police faced a dilemma. She first waved her hands, refusing to go with them. Later, realizing they weren't joking, she burst into tears and sat down the ground. The little boy she was holding didn't cry or make trouble. Instead, he stood nearby, clapping his hands and laughing loudly, cheering for her. "Grandma is amazing. Grandma is so strong.
Ha ha ha.
Grandma is right. They are all bad guys. They deserve to die. Ha ha." Unfortunately, this unruly behavior didn't trouble the experienced officer Deng Fei. "Comrade, you'd better cooperate with us now. Our police have a female officer who specializes in apprehending suspects. You wouldn't want us to call her, would you?" The old woman dared to cause trouble and make a scene, relying on her hooligan charge to bet that Deng Fei's 2 male police officers couldn't catch her. But if there had been female police officers. Gradually, the old woman stopped causing trouble and stopped lying on the ground, pretending to be chaotic. "Just call them female police officers? It's only going to the station. Let's go." Sure enough, the old woman cared about her reputation. Shu watched the ongoing chaos and thought quietly, "Such a proud, bossy, and selfish family must have raised a naturally bad child." After all, from the 5 red armbands, the little boy experienced the power of authority and even self-taught himself, knowing how to use power to order others to do harm. She had just briefly calculated the luck of Director Huang's family. The family's history wasn't long, going back 3 generations. Their ancestors were kind-hearted pharmacists from Dongshan, who saved many lives and made many good friends. But by the time it reached his grandfather, the family's medical skills weren't passed down. Instead, under the protection of their good karma, they entered government service. His father, thanks to the family's good karma, even with average talent, managed to get a decent position in Beijing. Unfortunately, by Huang Guangliang's generation, the good deeds of their ancestors were all used as stepping stones for his career, reporting, betraying, and even selling out others. It could be said that Huang Guangliang's close ties with the Revolutionary Committee were all thanks to those old relationships he betrayed. In the next 3 generations, the family's fortunes sharply declined, and the idea of 3 generations was no longer relevant. Shu looked up again, gazing at the blue sky outside the supply and marketing cooperative. "Is this also a rule? Cause and effect cycle. What ancestors sow, the descendants reap. But even if you sow good seeds, you might not get good results. My understanding of cause and effect is still not deep enough." Above, the sky was clear and blue, without a single cloud. In the end, everyone involved in the disturbance at the supply and marketing cooperative was taken back to the police station. Manager Qian, Feng Dazhuang, Shimei, and Rong Shiyan were also called in for questioning, and Rong Shiyan naturally went along. As for the onlookers, after discussion, 3 representatives from the crowd were chosen, and the rest dispersed to go home. At the police station, Rong Shiyan's explanation for running around aimlessly was simply to delay time. "Comrade police officer, I am a current soldier in the Northern Military District. My name is Rong Shiyan. You can verify this with the military district. I was with my wife, Jean Shu, going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy supplies. When I saw the sudden incident at that time, I trusted the professionalism of the manager. He would have contacted the police immediately. To prevent a fight from happening, I intervened in that way." The questioning continued until 2 p.m. During this time, Shu didn't want to embarrass herself or Rong Shiyan, so she excused herself to go outside for a while. When she returned, Everyone was either surprised or envious as she carried back 2 large bags of meat buns. She handed the buns to Rong Shiryan. Although Rong Shiryan also found it hard to believe, he said nothing and happily started eating the buns. With the first bite, Rong Shiryan was overwhelmed by the delicious smell. It was a bun filled with pork, scallions, and sauce. Soon, the salty, savory flavor of the pork combined with the rich aroma of scallions filled the interrogation room at the police station. Shimei sat next to Shirshu, and the tempting smell made her drool uncontrollably. "Oh, Shirshu, these buns smell so good. Please tell me where you bought them. Was it from that place?" She thought Shirshu bought them from the black market, but now they were at the police station. Although the policy didn't explicitly ban it now, it still wasn't a good look. So, Shimei didn't dare to ask directly in front of the police. Although she didn't ask, Shirshu understood and calmly denied. Not from there. After saying that, she took 3 buns out of her bag, put them into Rong Shiryan's bag, and then handed her remaining 3 buns to Shimei. "Here, these are for you. Are 3 enough?" Each large bun was almost as big as a steamed bun, filled with rich meat, and the dough was made from refined white flour. How could they not be enough? Shimei looked at Shirshu happily. "Can you really exchange them with me? Tell me, what do you want to trade?" She quickly lowered her voice and asked, "I only brought 1 dime today. Is that enough?" Shirshu nodded, then shook her head and said, "Eat them. No need to trade. I'm treating you." Shirshu didn't pay attention to what Shimei was saying. He simply handed her a bag of steamed buns. "Eat quickly. There are only 3 buns. There's no need to refuse so much." Why refuse? These big, tasty meat buns are worth trading a little money for, and Shimei thought it was a good deal. But now, if she refused again, she would seem ungrateful. "All right, then I'll take it." "Thank you, Comrade Jean Shirshu." Shimei carefully took the bag, took out 1 bun and took a bite. Her eyes lit up like stars in the sky. "Oh my, this is so delicious. This bun is much better than the braised pork, stewed fish, meat and egg dumplings, or pork and scallion buns she had eaten before. Could this really be the delicious food she was lucky enough to taste? She wanted to stuff the whole bun into her mouth, letting the sauce and meat juices explode in her mouth. That would be a wonderful experience. But she couldn't do that. She didn't want to be greedy. Shimei tried to control her urge to bite into the bun all at once. She took small bites, cherishing and restraining herself, slowly chewing the meat bun. Such a good bun. She wanted to save 2 for her parents and brother Yunshan. The police station was filled with the smell of meat. If adults only felt envy and longing, then the little boy from Director Huang's family was already crying and throwing a tantrum.
"Ah, wah.
I want to eat a bun. Grandma, I want a bun. They're all poor people. They don't deserve such good buns. I want a bun, Grandma." But at this moment, besides the police officers watching him, there was no sign of the old lady. "Little boy, if you're hungry, I have a steamed cornbread. You can have half of it first." The police officer kindly offered his lunch, splitting it in half and giving it to the boy. "Get lost.
I don't want this hard thing."
I want a bun." "A bun." The boy angrily threw the cornbread toward Shirshu. "Hey, don't throw it." The police officer hurriedly turned around to catch it, but he was squatting and was too late. A beautiful, golden cornbread fell right in front of Shirshu's feet. Throwing away food isn't good. Rong Shiryan stepped ahead of Shirshu and picked up the half of the cornbread. He walked up to the police calmly and simply placed the food on top of his lunchbox lid. The officer looked down and nodded at Rong Shiryan, saying, "Thank you." After speaking, Rong Shiryan was about to turn and walk back to Shirshu when he saw Deng Fei, who had previously taken people in for questioning, come out of the interrogation room with a very unhappy look on his face. He first stood still, took a deep breath, as if calming himself, then looked at everyone with a slightly calmer expression. "If everyone has finished their statements, you can go home for today. If there are any further questions, we will come to ask. Thank you for your cooperation." Hearing this, everyone packed up their things and prepared to leave. Some people happily ran over to Shirshu to ask where he bought the buns. Shirshu looked at them calmly and said straightforwardly, "I don't know." I just saw them when I turned left outside. When they didn't believe him, she pushed past a few people, walked out of the police station, and turned left. Someone reacted quickly and tried to follow, but just as they did, Shu came back carrying 2 big bags of buns. Wow, are there really buns? That's so strange. Seeing this, someone immediately ran out of the police station, turned left, but after circling around the station from the right side, they saw no sign of any buns. Where's that girl? Shouldn't there be buns if she turned left outside? I ran around, but I didn't see any. Comrade, that young comrade said if you come back empty-handed, it means you're not opening the door the right way. A police officer, happily chewing on a bun, came over to comfort the person who had run around the police station. Their police station isn't small, and running a circle of 800 meters on an empty stomach is quite a feat after giving the police officers the buns she had taken from the small kitchen. Shu, along with Rong Shiyan, left. On the way, Manager Qian from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative talked with them, learning that they came to buy grain. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give them a month's worth of grain as a thank you for Rong Shiyan's help. As the manager, I absolutely cannot misuse public funds for personal gain. I hope you understand. However, after 3 p.m., when the Supply and Marketing Cooperative resumes operations, both of you can come anytime to buy grain. 3 p.m. means everyone will be leaving then, right? Shu chuckled softly, finding the group quite amusing. Language is truly a powerful art. When they arrived at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, they saw many people still waiting outside. We need to go inside first to organize things. Please wait outside for a moment. Shu nodded slightly to Manager Qian and others, then followed Rong Shiyan to join the line waiting to buy grain. Soon after, the door of the cooperative opened again from inside. People hurriedly entered, some anxious, some excited. The small cooperative quickly returned to normal business. It was as if the midday noise had never happened. After waiting about half an hour, Shu and Rong Shiyan bought the grain and meat they planned to get. For daily necessities, Shu only bought 3 jean of cotton, since they still had plenty at home and didn't need to stockpile. As for soy sauce that Rong's mother wanted, Shu bought quite a few bottles at the condiment counter. They also bought some star anise and other spices. Regarding Manager Qian's monthly grain ration, Shu didn't take it to heart. She might lack many things in this world, but she would never go hungry. So, there was no need to take others' limited supplies. When they left the cooperative, there was a customer at Shimei's stall, so Shu didn't say goodbye specifically. But as she stepped out, a leaf suddenly floated past her and spiraled down onto her delicate shoe. Will there be guests visiting today at home? Shu looked at the leaf on her shoe and muttered softly. Rong Shiyan bent down, picked up the leaf, turned it in his hand, then smiled at his little wife. Look at my little bug's charm, so much that even a leaf is drawn to you. Shu smiled and patted his arm. You've learned some bad habits. When we first met, you were so steady and reliable. Now, after marriage, you're showing your true colors. Shu was very happy with this answer because outside, she didn't want to make any overly bold moves. So she just raised her hand to gently brush the man's prominent nose and said, "That sounds very nice. Please keep it up." After leaving the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the two of them went to the bookstore to buy a dictionary for Mother Rong. On the way back, Shu received a message from the scout insect sent by Su Daojing. The editorial she wrote was approved by teacher Su Daojing and has been officially submitted for publication in 2 newspapers and 1 magazine. It will be published as a front-page headline on October 1st this year. Thinking about how the higher-ups might react, Shu couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Honey, did you think of something funny?" Rong Shiyan heard the laughter behind him and asked happily. Shu couldn't hold back anymore. She released her hands that had been supporting the back seat and reached forward, gently wrapping her arms around the man's strong waist. Unsurprisingly, the bicycle traced a shy, winding path on the small road. Rong Shiyan's face turned bright red as he looked straight ahead, gripping the handlebars tightly, with his ears flushing hot. His wife was too bold, but it was also a sweet burden. Shu didn't expect that just a simple act of hugging and leaning on him would almost cause the cyclist to drop the bike. Was she being naive? Or was she joking about his oversensitivity? But either way, Shishu liked it very much. It felt like as long as she was with this man, she could let down all her defenses and become an ordinary little woman, enjoying the joys and fun of everyday life. Because of Shishu's embrace, Rong Shiryan had already forgotten his previous worries. The two happily and sweetly returned to the small courtyard. Shishu was not surprised to see Lu Lele and her family. Shishu is back. Lu Lele jumped up from the table in the main room when she heard the sound of a bicycle entering the yard. She rushed outside like an excited rabbit. Before seeing anyone, Lu Lele had been imagining in her mind what she would say and do when she met Shishu. She dreamed of rushing over to tightly hug the great benefactor who saved her family's fate, expressing her admiration and respect. Now that she finally saw her, she could only blush and look straight at the girl with the most beautiful smile. Rong Shiryan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. "You're back? Come inside," said the old man, Manhwa, cheerfully as he came out of the main room. "Lele and the others came over at noon. We've been waiting for you for a long time," he added. After speaking, he walked over to Shishu and Lu Lele, lowering his voice to whisper, "Your parents went to my place. Don't worry, they haven't been seen." Without waiting for their reactions, he headed to the kitchen. When he returned, he carried a teapot and some cups of sweet water. Shishu took Lu Lele back to the main room and saw a man of average height standing on the left side of the 8 immortals table in the center. Lu Lele happily introduced him to her father. "Dad, this is Brother Jean, who saved us." Then she added to Shishu, "Shishu, this is my dad. My mom has to go to work today, so she couldn't come." Shishu naturally nodded to Lu's father, who smiled and slightly inclined himself in greeting. Suddenly, a soft, gentle hand tugged at Shishu's sleeve, and a sweet, adorable voice spoke. Big sister, thank you for the candy." Shishu bent down and picked up little Lu Tiantian. The child was very light, so holding him was easy. Lu Tiantian was happy in Shishu's arms, smiling and leaning against her shoulder, which made Lu Lele feel a bit jealous. "Oh, right." The old man also came in at this moment, smiling as he poured tea for Lu's father, then turned to complain to Shishu. "Your friend, she just comes in and brings so many things: rice, meat, and 2 big barrels of oil." "How could I accept all that?" Lu's father quickly responded, "Grandma, don't worry, you can take it. Little brother Jean is a great benefactor to our family. This is just a small gift from his workplace. Since Lu Lele and I both work, we get extra supplies. We're just giving you a little as a token." Shishu held Tiantian, smiling as she looked at Lu Lele. Lu Lele, caught between the adults' polite arguing, looked helpless and could only give Shishu a look that said, "I can't do anything about it." After the old man and Lu's father finished their polite insistence, Rong Shiryan also arrived in the main room, and then Shishu and Lu Lele started talking. After Lu Lele finished explaining what happened at home recently, Shishu frowned slightly. "You say you always feel like someone is watching you, but when you look around, you can't see anyone." While asking, Shishu saw Lu Lele nod in confirmation. He lightly tapped her right hand, which was resting on her lap, on her index finger twice. During the tapping, his movements were smooth and natural, with no sign of hesitation. It seemed fine. It probably wasn't a malicious spirit. It was likely caused by human factors. Sure enough, Lu's father immediately interrupted and smiled as he explained to Shishu, "Don't take it to heart, Comrade Jean. It's just some family troubles. Things will get better with time." Lu Lele frowned and looked at Shishu. He nodded slightly at her. "Come with me." He led Lu Lele from the main hall to the yard. It looked like he took something from his pocket, but actually he took out a small clay bottle from his space. Inside was a mysterious bug. Shishu thought for a moment, then handed the bottle to Lu Lele. "Here, this is for you. If you encounter someone following you again, open the bottle. It will make it impossible for them to find you. But be careful if you have family nearby. Stay close together. If you get separated and can't find each other, tighten the bottle. The bug inside is fed a drop of dew and a leaf every day. Lu Lele carefully took the bottle and saw a tiny ladybug about the size of a rice grain inside. She immediately smiled happily at Shirshu. After sealing the bottle, she cupped it with both hands, tears in her eyes, and looked at him. She kept saying, thank you so much. Boo-hoo, thank you. Shirshu didn't say much. He just gently patted her shoulder. But Lu Lele couldn't hold back any longer. She suddenly cried out loudly, threw herself into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Then her quiet sobs turned into a more intense, uncontrollable crying fit. Her crying was filled with sadness and helplessness, like someone at their breaking point finally releasing all their pent-up emotions after clinging to hope. Big sister Shushu, I don't want to cry. Boo-hoo, but I can't help it. Thank you so much. Boo-hoo, thank you, Shushu. Without you, I really wouldn't have known what to do that day. I truly have no other way.
Boo-hoo, thank you, Shushu.
Rong Shiryan waited in the main hall for a while, but when he saw his beloved wife go out to the yard and stay there for so long without coming back, he couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and went outside. Seeing Lu Lele hugging and crying in the yard, Rong Shiryan immediately lost his patience. Ahem, sir, please let go. It's not good for you to hold my wife like that. Lu Lele looked up blankly at the tall man coming from the backlit doorway. Her nose was red, and she had a big. When she heard him ask her to let go, she immediately glared at him and then wiped her nose with her sleeve from right to left. She then buried her face back into Shushu's embrace, her arms not loosening but tightening instead. Humph, who does he think he is? Let go of my wife.
Tissit.
She won't let go. I finally gathered the courage to hug her great benefactor. Does he think I'll just let go? Dream on. Rong Shiryan was surprised. This young woman didn't seem to be in a normal state. He had clearly told her to let go, so why was she hugging even tighter? Shushu looked at her man, eyes wide with surprise, completely confused. Finally, she smiled and patted Lu Lele's arm. The wind outside is strong. Let's go back inside. I'll treat you to something delicious tonight. Hearing Shushu speak, Lu Lele reluctantly and regretfully loosened her tight embrace. Ah, what a pity. The warm hug of her benefactor felt so comforting and nice. She really wanted to take him home. After the three of them entered the house, they exchanged a few more words. Lu's father also explained how he was taken to the Revolutionary Committee back then, right in front of Shushu and the elders. The old man sighed and comforted him. Try to think positively. It's good that you're safe now. Since Shushu had invited a few people to eat at home, Lu's parents didn't want to show up in front of others, so they naturally handled things in the backyard. In the front yard, Shushu repeatedly refused to come out, so Lu Lele had no choice but to give up on her plan to help in the kitchen and cause some trouble.
Dinner time. Wow.
Lu Lele was very surprised as she looked at the large, hearty meal on the 8 immortals table, which included 6 dishes, 1 soup, and 3 main staples. Shirshu, I recognize the stir-fried meat with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with chives, cucumber scrambled eggs, and this braised pork. What are these 2 dishes? She asked happily, pointing to a bright, sweet-smelling savory dish on the table near her and Tian. The sweet aroma of this dish was so tempting it almost made her afraid to taste it. This is sweet and sour tenderloin, Shirshu explained with a smile. And what about this one? Lu Lele asked, pointing to another dish that looked like rice wrapped around it. From its shape, it wasn't very pretty, but the smell it gave off was so enticing that it made her a little dizzy. The rich soy sauce aroma was mixed with a faint scent of wine. Oh, Shirshu, where did you find this Huadia wine? Using such good wine for steamed pork is so luxurious, the old man said before Shirshu could reply, smiling as he introduced Lu Lele. Lele, listen, this steamed pork is definitely the second most important dish tonight after the braised pork. When the time comes, you and Tian must eat more of it. After the introduction, the old man looked at Shirshu with a happy smile, his hands, which had been well cared for, awkwardly clenched into fists as he gazed longingly at the Huadia wine. Shirshu couldn't help but laugh. You can go to the kitchen and get some. There are 5 or 6 bottles left. Okay, the old man said happily and went to get the wine. While Lu Tian was distracted by the delicious food on the table, she climbed onto Shirshu's lap with innocent longing, small enough to do so easily, and sat down on his thigh. Big sister, hey! Tian likes big sister. Feed me. At this moment, Rong Shiryan, sitting beside Shirshu, looked on with a hopeless expression, resting his chin on his hand, mentally trying to persuade himself. He told himself he shouldn't be jealous. She's just a kid. He's a grown man, he can't get angry. This little brat actually climbed onto his wife's lap. He had never even been hugged by her before. He wanted him to get down. Wait, does he want his wife to feed him? He couldn't stand this anymore. With a blank expression, Tai Henin turned his head and saw his beloved wife really feeding the brat meat. Rong Shiryan was jealous, feeling wronged and close to tears, his mind filled with restless thoughts that kept growing. Meanwhile, Shirshu, happily feeding little Tian, didn't notice the jealous gaze from the person beside her. The meal ended with everyone cheerful and satisfied. After dinner, Lu Lele insisted on washing all the dishes clean with a small basin of water, despite Shirshu's protests. Only then did she feel at ease, taking Tian's hand and leaving with her father after saying goodbye. The old man and Shirshu had wanted them to stay the night, but when they saw a car coming to pick them up, they simply waved farewell. Shirshu, this is my home address. Next time you come to the county, you must visit me. I want to cook for you myself, said Lu Lele eagerly. Tian, not wanting to be left out, climbed up to the window and shouted, Sister Candy, thank you. Next time you come, I'll give you candy. Shirshu was touched by the child's sweet words. She thought that if she could have such a lovely daughter in the future, her life would surely be full of happiness. After seeing the Lu family off, Shirshu and Rong Shiryan followed the old man back inside. They opened the packages the Lu family had brought and found quite a lot inside. There were more than 10 pieces of cured pork belly, each weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. Under the meat were grains, mostly cornmeal and brown rice, about 50 or 60 pounds in total. Given the current food rationing in the county, unless these were distributed by Lu's workplace, buying so much would have cost at least 200 yuan. Why did they bring us so much food? The old man said with concern. Their family doesn't seem small either, and with this drought, who knows how long it will last. What if they don't have enough later? Shirshu smiled. Next time I go to the county, I'll bring them something in return. Judging by their situation, they don't seem short on food. Don't worry too much. The old man nodded, but sighed heavily. This world. When will things finally get better? You two have been busy all day. Go rest early. After he left, Shirshu and Rong Shiryan each washed up in their small rooms before returning to the inner room. Rong Shiryan endured his jealousy all night, and now it started to bubble up like small bubbles rising to the surface. Little insect, let's eat steamed buns tomorrow morning. The man, like a playful dog, rested his head on Shirshu's leg, arms wrapped around her slender waist, and looked at her from above. From this angle, Shirshu's beautiful jawline was very clear, shining like polished jade. Her small, round chin looked like a smooth pearl, glowing softly in the candlelight inside the room. Seeing the man's silly and innocent expression, Shirshu knew what he was thinking. She gently played with Rong Shiryan's black hair and softly touched his attractive Adam's apple. With a slightly shy and husky voice, she asked Rong Shiryan, "Do you still want to call me sister?" This word, sister, seemed to switch something on. The man blushed and pulled Shirshu close. Their noses almost touched, and their breath mingled. Rong Shiryan looked into Shirshu's deep eyes and felt like he was searching for his tiny reflection in a vast universe. In the man's eyes, Shirshu's clear shadow was easily visible. Rong Shiryan tilted his head slightly, buried his face in her neck, and rubbed it gently, sounding like a shy little boy. I don't want to be jealous of the kids either. I just saw her hugging you and feeding you, and His childish words were soon kissed away by Shirshu, but the confident man quickly took control again. In the quiet courtyard, the shy moon hurriedly pulled back the faint mist to hide herself. The next day, Shirshu woke up amid a lot of noise. After a night of fuss, Rong Shiyan was no longer the jealous king. He happily cooked in the kitchen. Shirshu turned around and entered the space. After washing and tidying up in the small bamboo house, she chose a light blue cotton robe and put it on before returning to the main room. When Rong Shiyan carried a large steamed bun into the room, Shirshu had already used her cleansing insect to clean the house thoroughly, leaving only the fresh morning air from the mountains and the aroma of steamed buns from the small kitchen. After placing a wooden tray with 15 large steamed buns on the table, Rong Shiyan called Shirshu to eat and explained the noise outside. Shirshu already knew what was happening through her scouts, but when she saw Rong Shiyan's worried expression after he finished speaking, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why do you look like that?" Rong Shiyan pressed his lips together before gently comforting her. "They're just going up the mountain to try their luck. It's not certain they'll catch anything." Shirshu looked at him with confusion. "Why are you telling me this?" Rong Shiyan rubbed the bridge of his nose awkwardly. "I just thought you seemed to like small animals, so I was worried you might feel sad if the villagers went hunting." Shirshu almost laughed. "Haha, you're overthinking it. Liking small animals is my own thing. They hunt to make a living. That's their business. Why would I be sad? It was all part of nature's food chain." Shirshu herself sometimes ate wild game, so she wouldn't criticize others for doing the same. As long as they didn't cause her trouble, she had no reason to interfere. At the foot of the mountain behind Linshan village, Song Bagua was organizing the men of his family, telling them to wrap their wrists and ankles with cloth strips. They were heading deep into the forest, where thorns and bushes were thick, and this would make it easier to move. Ever since he lost his position as acting village head to Qinshengli, and with the drought worsening, Song Bagua had lost all enthusiasm for the village's future. He had worked for a month at a steel factory in the county, but because of the drought, food and water were scarce. As a temporary worker, he earned only a few coins, less than what he could get by gathering goods from the mountains. So he quit and returned home. This hunting trip was his idea, and he suggested that only members of the Song family should go. Whatever they caught would be divided among themselves in the mountains, avoiding the sharp eyes of Chen Xingli. The elders were pleased that someone was taking the lead and encouraged every strong young man in the family to join. Because of the drought, there was no grain left to distribute and no work to be done. With no one organizing food, most villagers simply stayed home, trying to get through each day. To save what little food they had, many families had reduced their meals to just one a day, hoping to make their supplies last a little longer. Unlike the Song family, their clan has many men, including strong and capable people like Song Bagua, who can handle big tasks. If they gather a few men and have Song Bagua lead, they believe they can hunt small animals in the mountains and even large predators. They think that with so many people, catching big animals is possible. If, say, Shu hadn't come, the Song family might have been more successful at hunting large prey. Animals in the mountains hunt each other daily for survival. They don't wait for threats. They just go on with their search for food. Since, say, Shu arrived, she often goes to the mountains to feed the animals. Even in winter, when she feels cold and doesn't go, she leaves food in rabbit burrows. She also uses puppet bugs to help deliver food to the animals. Because of this, Sei Shu believes the animals are not lacking food now. When Song Bagua and his men go into the mountains, they mostly catch game like mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and small birds. If they encounter large animals, it could be dangerous for anyone involved. Did Song Bagua get unlucky? When he led his team into the deep mountains, they were almost scared apart by countless snakes, insects, and mice. Finally, they crossed the boundary and saw a huge white rabbit hopping past them. Why call it huge? Because this rabbit is about 50 centimeters long. Quick, follow it. Song Bagua was the first to chase after the rabbit excitedly. Rabbits breed quickly, so catching one usually means catching a whole family. He and his team followed the rabbit, too excited to notice that they had already gone deep into the mountains. The leader, rabbit, was just a few dozen meters ahead, munching on grass. Song Bagua kept his eyes on it, already planning how many meals his family could get from this rabbit. He signaled the others to spread out. But just as they were about to do so, the rabbit, busy eating, seemed to sense something. The long rabbit ears stood upright cautiously, then suddenly lifted its head from the grass. Its bright red eyes directly met Song Bagwa's gaze. Why didn't it run away? This not-so-surprising thought flashed through Song Bagwa's mind. Aren't rabbits supposed to be very alert and sensitive animals? Facing so many of us, why did this rabbit stop running? Watching the relaxed stance of the big rabbit, still chewing on grass with its three-part mouth, Song Bagwa felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. How to describe it? It was like both sides felt the other was a delicious treat in their eyes. This feeling only lasted a moment in Song Bagwa's mind before he dismissed it as silly. It's just a rabbit after all. Even if it's bigger, it's still just a rabbit. Even if the rabbit's eyes seem full of hunger, it's targeting the grass in the forest, not a strong and capable man. So, until the rabbit's powerful hind legs suddenly stomped the ground, kicking up clumps of grass and dirt, and then shot towards Song Bagwa like a flash of white light, he was still standing there in shock. Suddenly, sharp pain struck his thigh. The rabbit had jumped over his tightly wrapped leg and bitten his somewhat thin thigh directly. The rabbit succeeded and immediately turned to run. The Song family members, who had been trying to surround and catch it, were also frightened by this daring rabbit and lost their composure. They threw stones, chased and grabbed wildly, tripped over hidden tree trunks in the grass, and were scared by venomous insects hiding under dead leaves and decayed foliage. In just a few seconds, their brave hunting team turned into a panicked mess, scattering in all directions. Although Song Bagwa's injury from the bite wasn't serious, it still affected his movement. He had to lead the Song family members away disappointedly, leaving empty-handed. They didn't catch a single prey. Meanwhile, the big rabbit that bit him was already curled up in Shirshu's arms, listening to the boss's loving scolding. Shirshu used a damp tissue to wipe the rabbit's mouth, then couldn't help but scold this seemingly magical creature. Although in the future, everyone joked about how post-establishment of the country, no animals could become spirits, there are billions of creatures in the world, and many are quite clever. Rabbits, in particular, have an average intelligence comparable to a 3-year-old human, or even higher. Thinking of this, Shirshu became a little angry and gently tapped the big rabbit's head. You are a rabbit, not a tiger. Why do you want to show off and act tough? The big rabbit pretended not to understand and coquettishly nuzzled in Shirshu's arms. Sometimes it showed its belly for her to pet, and other times it tilted one ear, looking at her with a cute, silly expression. There was no longer any sign of its fierce, aggressive look when it bites. Seeing how playful the rabbit was, Shirshu lost her desire to scold it further. When Rong Shiryen was not in the yard, she casually took a fresh, juicy carrot from the small kitchen in her space. She placed the big rabbit on the 8 Immortals table, watching it happily chew on the carrot with a loud crunch. Shirshu rested her chin on her hand, watching the rabbit perform a live eating show for her. Honestly, the sound was very relaxing. Not only was the voice crisp, but it also had a nice rhythm. By noon, when Rong Shiryen and the others returned, Shirshu had already returned the brave rabbit to the backyard and filled its burrow with delicious treats from the small kitchen. For lunch, Shirshu's family had a hearty meal. There were steamed buns made by Rong Shiryen in the morning, and a big pot of red date and white rice porridge that Rong's mother had cooked in the backyard earlier. Leftover braised meat from last night's dinner with the Liu family was reheated and served again. To prevent Shirshu from eating leftovers, they also stir-fried her favorite cucumber, eggs, and garlic vermicelli with bok choy. While preparing the meal, Rong's mother took out a jar of pickled mustard greens, chopped it into small pieces, and mixed it with cooked soybeans, another tasty dish to go with rice. Because Song Bagwa's thigh was bitten by the rabbit, leaving a bloody wound, he couldn't go hunting with everyone. The dangers in the deep mountains made the young people of the Song family feel scared. So, less than half an hour after entering the mountain, they all returned to the village looking dejected. Song Bagwa was supported home by 2 young men from the Song family. At this moment, Song Bagwa's mother was sitting in the kitchen, filling the stove with firewood and smoking an old-fashioned pipe. She looked worried as she thought about the unappetizing black vegetable buns steaming on the stove. When she heard the sound of the yard gate, the old lady got up trembling and walked out. She saw her most proud son, Song Baogwa, being helped back home. "Oh my goodness! Baogwa, what happened to you?" Grandma Song hurriedly quickened her steps. As she cried out, Baogwa's wife ran out of their small house, holding the torn sock she was sewing for Baogwa. Seeing her husband clearly injured, she also hurried over, helped her overly frightened and shaky mother-in-law, and then guided the two young men from the Song family to carry Baogwa into their small house. Once Baogwa was settled, Baogwa's wife raised her voice and asked the two young men with a worried face, "Uncle, what happened? When he left home, he seemed fine. How did he get hurt just by wandering in the mountains?" The two young men could only tell the story of what happened in the mountains exactly as it was, to Grandma Song and Baogwa's wife. "Ma'am, this is what happened. Uncle Baogwa was bitten by that beast. We don't know what to do. The wound keeps bleeding. If it gets worse, maybe you should go to the health station." Baogwa was lying inside the house. Hearing his wife asking endlessly at the door, he also got annoyed and shouted loudly, "Go away. Leave her be. Just tell the old master. The mountain forest is a bit dangerous. I'll see how I feel after a few days." Hearing Baogwa's words, the two young men left happily, saying goodbye to Grandma Song and Baogwa's loud wife. Even Baogwa himself thought it was just a bite from a wild rabbit. Once the wound healed, he would be fine. But who could have guessed that that very night, Baogwa developed a high fever. Grandma Song was so scared she didn't know what to do, only sitting by Baogwa's bed and crying. Baogwa's wife couldn't move him alone, so she ran to knock on the neighbors' doors late at night. She knocked on several doors, but either no one answered because the lights were off, or they said their husbands were too weak from hunger to help. Finally, they asked the old village doctor, who brought some young men and a cart to carry Baogwa to the health station. When they arrived, the old doctor looked at the clearly inflamed and swollen wound and sighed deeply. He also sternly scolded Baogwa's wife. "How could you, as his wife, not clean the wound when he was hurt? Didn't you change his pants? Now you're infected. What should we do? This could be life-threatening. Do you want your husband to die?" Song Baogwa's wife couldn't stand this unfairness. She immediately cried loudly and said, "I'm innocent. I said I wanted to change his bandages and clean his wound, but they wouldn't let me. What could I do?" But no matter how loudly she cried, it couldn't change the fact that her husband's wound was infected and inflamed. In the end, the village doctor could only do basic cleaning and disinfecting of Song Baogwa's wound. During the process, Song Baogwa woke up once from the pain and stubbornly blamed his wife for meddling, saying he would be fine after a good sleep. But shortly after, he fainted again. Seeing him faint multiple times, the old village doctor was helpless. He told Song Baogwa's wife, "You should go to the county hospital and get some penicillin. Don't let the infection get worse." There was one thing the old doctor didn't dare say out loud. He was worried that Song Baogwa might develop a serious illness called rabies. Rabbits are mammals too, and if bitten and not treated quickly, there's a high risk of rabies infection. County hospital. When Song Baogwa's wife heard this, her vision went black. She looked pleadingly at the young men from the Song family. But before she could speak, they quickly waved their hands to refuse. "Ma'am, don't joke with us. The trip to the county is over 100 kilometers, and we don't have a cart. We really can't go. Pulling a cart over 100 kilometers by hand is a joke." If her husband was in trouble, they probably couldn't even move him. The uncle of this relative's family had helped as much as he could, which was already very kind. In the end, the village doctor had no choice but to let Song Baogwa stay at the health station overnight. He told Song Baogwa's wife to go back to the village and find a cart. The doctor also looked for dandelions outside, thinking they might help reduce inflammation, but because of the drought, all plants had withered. Even the well water used to reduce fever was now strictly controlled by the villages. The village doctor asked the younger members of the Song family several times to get some, and they barely managed to bring back half a bucket. All night, Song Baogwa didn't receive timely medication or proper cooling. He ran a high fever and started talking nonsense, mumbling, "Shuni, I was wrong. Shuni, I'm sorry." But his words were too unclear. None of the young people taking turns to care for him could understand what he was saying. Until the sky showed the first light of dawn, Song Bagwa's wife returned with a pale face. Behind her was the young boy from the Daoshan village chief's family, driving a cart pulled by oxen from Daoshan village to pick her up. Of course, she paid for the cart. 1 yuan for this trip. Thinking about last night when she knelt at Qin Xingli's door, begging him to let the village's ox help pull a cart to the county hospital, she hated Qin Xingli's petty attitude. She was so angry, she clenched her teeth. As for the elders of the Song family, she had completely lost hope. Her husband Bagwa had kindly taken the Song family to hunt in the mountains. They didn't catch anything, and now they ignore her. Seeing her husband injured so badly, even if some young ones were sent to help, it wouldn't make much difference. With the cart, several young members of the Song family, under the village doctor's direction, carefully lifted Bagwa onto it. Then they watched as Bagwa's wife, along with the cart, moved farther and farther toward Ping'an County. Once they could no longer see her, the young people said goodbye to the village doctor. As they left the health station, one of the young men couldn't hold back his complaint. "Ugh, that Song family woman is so ungrateful. We helped her all night, and she comes back with a sour face, not even a thank you, and then she just turns away like she doesn't know us?" After he finished, another young person responded coldly, "I'll tell my mom when I get home. From now on, her family can do whatever they want. I'm not helping anymore." But when someone pointed out the truth, others showed understanding. "The team leader is seriously ill. Maybe the woman was too worried to think about us. We're all from the same village, so don't take it too personally." Of course, this earned a lot of eye rolls from the others. "So I'm telling you, you're an idiot. Stay away from me in the future, so you don't infect me." "Yeah, exactly. Did you see her eyes when she came over? She just wanted us to help her send someone. The county is so far away. Who would risk their life for someone they're not related to?" "Enough, enough.
Just stop talking. I'm starving."
We stayed up all night, and in the morning, we didn't even get a piece of bran cake. "And you're still arguing?"
Sigh.
A group of young boys, though poor, didn't yet understand what real worries felt like. After playing and joking around, everyone returned to their homes, each sharing their troubles with their mother. Song Bagwa's wife was quick to judge others, acting selfishly and carelessly. She asked for help to stay overnight, and soon rumors spread that she hadn't even had a sip of rice soup or eaten coarse bread that morning. However, no matter what the villagers said about her being unkind, it didn't affect her mood for now. Standing inside the county hospital's internal medicine outpatient clinic, Song Bagwa's wife stared blankly, listening to the doctor speak. At this moment, she only felt a buzzing sound in her ears. "Ma'am, your husband, Song Bagwa, has a serious infection in his leg. Because he didn't get medical help in time, the bacteria spread. The hospital recommends removing the infected part of his thigh. Here is the surgery consent form and the family approval form. Please sign to confirm." The costs for hospitalization and surgery are listed on these papers. Trembling, she reached out and took the stack of papers. Her face showed fear and worry as she muttered, "Doctor, I can't read many words. Can you explain again? Is this illness something that can be cured just with shots and medicine? Why do they need to do surgery? Why do they have to cut into him?" The doctor, calm and gentle, explained again. When he learned she couldn't read, he carefully pointed out each item on the payment slip, explaining the details of every charge. Even so, she was still frightened by the total amount of money.
"What?
You said 126 yuan? How can it be so much?" The doctor also felt a bit helpless as he explained the high cost of medicine and the shortage of medical resources for surgery. But no matter how he explained, she was reluctant to pay that much. Right now, she only had 30 yuan in her pocket. In the end, she decided to give up on hospital treatment altogether. "Doctor, we won't stay in the hospital or have surgery. Just give us an injection and some medicine. We'll go home and take care of it slowly. We're farmers, and we really don't have much money." Seeing that the family insisted on going home, The doctor had no choice but to write his treatment plan and the family's decision to refuse treatment in the hospital records and consultation notes. Comrade, please sign here and press your fingerprint. Then go to the payment window to settle the 3 yuan for the medicine. After that, you can leave with your wife. Song Bao's wife looked worried and couldn't extend her hand. Doctor, I have one more question. If we just go home and take the medicine, will that be okay? The doctor rolled his eyes inwardly. Ma'am, I told you clearly before. Your husband needs to stay in the hospital for surgery to remove the inflamed tissue. You have the right to refuse treatment, but just taking medicine will hardly cure his condition. Hearing this, Song Bao's wife wanted to start crying again, but before she could, a patient's family member behind her, waiting in line, grabbed her arm and helped her out. All right, ma'am, stop crying. Sign here and pay the fee. Take your husband back to the village, give him the medicine, and see if it works. If not, you can come back to the county hospital. This person's words gave Song Bao's wife great courage. She thought he was right. She believed the doctor just wanted to take her money. Her husband Bao was healthy, just bitten by a rabbit. Why did he need surgery now? It must be that the doctor was inexperienced and saw she was from the village, knowing she didn't understand the complicated procedures, trying to cheat her family out of money. Humph. She wouldn't let him succeed. Amid the expressions of mockery, concern, or disapproval from others, Song Bao's wife signed the 2 diagnosis papers given by the doctor and pressed her fingerprint. Then, after paying the medical bill, she proudly carried a bag of medicine and called the hospital nurses to help lift Song Bao back onto the ox cart. At this moment, after receiving an injection and temporarily reducing his fever, Song Bao was slowly waking up. He felt weak all over and had a dry mouth. He didn't know what was happening as he was moved back and forth. He only felt a dull pain in his thigh where the rabbit had bitten him, making his mind fuzzy. Meanwhile, Song Bao's wife, full of excitement and convinced she had made the right choice, was happily bragging to the children from Deshang village about her wise decision at the hospital. The children, who were helping to drive the cart, couldn't understand what the woman was so happy about, but they asked curiously, Andy, how come you're more sure that Uncle's leg is fine than the doctor? At this moment, Song Bao's wife had finished convincing herself and proudly boasted to him, Of course, your uncle is very strong. When he worked in the fields, he could harvest 5 acres of land in a day by himself. And the steamed buns at home, your uncle could eat 10 of them. The child driving the cart nodded eagerly. 10 big white buns. Your uncle is really amazing. While they chatted casually and drifted off topic, neither of them noticed that Song Bao on the ox cart had fainted again. It wasn't until the cart reached the halfway point that Song Bao suddenly started convulsing on the cart, his body burning with fever. His wife let out a sharp cry, realizing her husband was still sick. In the small courtyard kitchen of the Shirshu family in Lingshan village, 2 large pots were steaming with fragrant food. The room was filled with mist, like a fairyland. 1 pot of 8 treasure porridge had been cooking for nearly 2 hours. Peanuts, lotus seeds, and other ingredients had become soft and crumbly. The thick porridge looked soft, sticky, and sweet, with a rich aroma that made people feel intoxicated. In another iron pot, Mother Rome was stir-frying juicy pork. Soon, the smell of sizzling fat filled the air, making the big dog outside bark eagerly, drooling. Laifu, shut up. Shirshu came out of the main room and threw a raw bone, cleaned of meat, to the dog. The dog happily grabbed the bone and ran off. Mother Rome added water to the frying pan, covered it, and planned to simmer the meat for a while. Then she looked out from the kitchen and joked to Shirshu, Laifu is really lucky to be with us. All these big bones are his snacks. Shirshu smiled and chatted with Mother Rome. That bone has been cleaned by a yen. There's not much left to chew, but Laifu can gnaw on it to grind his teeth. It's pretty good. As they talked and laughed, a white figure suddenly rushed from the backyard at high speed. Oh no, Dabai, slow down, someone called out. Just before the rabbit dashed into Shirshu's arms, Mother Rong stepped forward to block it. If it ran so fast and bumped into her daughter, the silly rabbit might get some spicy chili to marinate and flavor itself. Dabai, the big white rabbit, ignored Mother Rong's concern about its chubby body. It had urgent business to find the boss. Shirshu bypassed Mother Rong and picked up the big, white rabbit. I'm taking her back to the house to play for a while. Go ahead, go ahead. The oil fumes from my cooking are strong, so you two should go inside. Walking back to the main hall, he placed the rabbit on the 8 immortals table. Shirshu looked at the anxious rabbit and began to calculate with his left hand. After a while, Shirshu shook his head with a bit of frustration. This matter is not my concern, and it has nothing to do with your rabbit. You don't need to be afraid. The rabbit's small nose kept twitching nervously, and its little head tilted to the side with a confused expression, as if asking, "Are you sure I'm okay, boss?" "I'm sure. There's no connection between you two. Just be a good rabbit and don't worry." Hearing Shirshu's reassurance, the rabbit jumped happily off the 8 immortals table, hopped around him for a while, then ran back to the backyard. It darted into the mountain through the rabbit hole. Later that day, it returned with its many rabbit descendants, each carrying a wild game from the mountains in its mouth. Besides a few mountain chickens and field mice, there were also 2 flower snakes. The field mice were fed to Laifu by Shirshu. Of the 3 mountain chickens, 2 had died, and were taken by Father Rong to the backyard to be boiled and plucked. The remaining one, with a wounded wing but still alive, was cooked and served the next afternoon by Rong Shiryan on a spit, smelling delicious. As for the 2 small snakes, they were non-venomous and small, so Shirshu simply threw them into the space to feed the bugs. In exchange, Shirshu rewarded each rabbit with a space-grown carrot. 2 days later, Song Bagua was lying on a bullock cart, barely managing to return to the village alive. That day, on the way back, after another fever and convulsion, Song Bagua's wife had to beg the children to turn back to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital late at night and could only seek emergency treatment. Fortunately, this was the reason Song Bagua was still alive. The chief of surgery at the county hospital happened to be on night duty that evening. Seeing that Song Bagua's wound was badly infected and inflamed, the emergency room immediately performed a debridement surgery. However, because the available medicines in emergency were limited, the surgical director, who believed in saving lives first, approved the use of a few anesthetic and anti-inflammatory drugs despite regulations. Originally, the surgical director had agreed with Song Bagua's wife that the hospital would handle the admission procedures the next morning, allowing her to register and observe for a day. This way, they could also properly process the medication and payment for the emergency drugs used during the surgery. However, this surgical director clearly overestimated the character of Song Bagua's wife. That night, after her husband's condition stabilized, she took advantage of the empty emergency room to quietly push Song Bagua's hospital bed out of the room, calling the children from Lao Shenka village to help. At that moment, she also gained strength and quickly moved Song Bagua from the iron bed onto a cart. Then, the 3 of them silently escaped from the county hospital. They paid no attention to the consequences the surgical director might face for helping her husband escape. Because of their escape, the surgical director had to cover all medical expenses for his family and was publicly criticized on the hospital notice board. The staff member in charge of the hospital's disciplinary committee even called out this director for criticism, accusing him of abusing power and damaging organizational discipline. If not for this director's high professional standards, he might have been demoted to assistant doctor or even labeled as corrupt by the disciplinary committee members who often cause trouble, possibly being sent to a remote mountain area for labor reform. After this incident, the once compassionate surgical director disappeared. He became very strict with people and matters, even during the turbulent 10 years that followed, strictly adhering to discipline and becoming completely unkind. On the 5th day after Song Bagua returned home, he finally recovered from the relentless pain in his thigh. Looking at the crutch his wife bought from Leiken, Song Bagua felt a mix of gratitude and tears. He, a tall and strong man like a sturdy tower, was now half disabled because of a rabbit bite. Indeed, misfortunes seemed to follow him. Thinking about his wife running around for him these days and recalling the cold, dismissive attitude of the villagers when he had a fever, Song Bagua felt a deep sense of sadness. Maybe he should take advantage of the drought, which was just beginning and not yet severe, and go to Shinshur with his mother and wife to find his younger brother at the dock. He supported himself with the bedpost and stood up, leaning on his crutch to support his injured leg. He hobbled out of the house. Seeing his wife squatting in the yard picking wild vegetables, Song Bagwa sighed weakly, feeling helpless. As for his wife, although she had been running around for many days, Song Bagwa couldn't find any outstanding qualities in her. Since he was injured, his wife has managed to offend everyone in the village. Therefore, it is better to move away. Their family's reputation in this village is already ruined. After this hardship, he has seen how cold and indifferent the villagers of Linshan village are. Of course, he himself is also a cold person. That night at the village health station, he had a nightmare. In the dream, he repeatedly stood in front of Jean Sishu's house, watching helplessly as her home had no rice or flour, but he didn't even think of calling for help. He was also thinking that a lonely girl like her might be better off dead, to avoid suffering alone in this world. In the nightmare, the famous orphan girl in the village really died quietly. Because she had no food in her stomach and no flesh on her body, when neighbor Zhang Jinhua found her, she had already turned into a skeleton. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. In reality, although the young girl was still very thin, she had become more lively and brave, which was a good thing. He left with peace of mind. Song Bagwa limped to his mother's room, where she was leaning on the Kong bed, twisting a piece of thread in her hands. He spoke to her in a somewhat heavy tone about his thoughts. "Mom, let's move. We should go to Shinshur City to find my younger brother." Old Lady Song seemed to understand her son's unspoken meaning. She quietly put down the thread, sighed deeply, and nodded sadly. "Let's move. Our Song family didn't originally live in this broken mountain village. The old lady, don't have any sentimental attachment to this place. Sigh, let's move." A month later, despite the objections of the Song family elders, the Bagwa family decisively went to the brigade to get a certificate and an introduction letter, then moved away from Linshan village. When Shirshu heard this news from her father while she was at home weaving bamboo mats with Rong Shiryan, she was surprised. Because of the drought, by mid-September, the weather had become increasingly hot. Even though the mountain village was cooler in the mornings and evenings, the midday heat remained intense. Her father sat on a small stool opposite Shirshu, helping Rong Shiryan split bamboo strips. Thinking about what he saw and heard when he went to fetch water with Rong Shiryan that morning, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Since Song Bagwa left, there are even fewer people in Linshan village who are willing to work. The old man didn't respond to the unheard words of Shirshu, thinking that Shirshu had opinions about the villagers, so he didn't continue to lament about how difficult their lives had become. But he still felt a bit upset when he remembered what he saw that morning. The incident he saw that morning had already been noticed by Shirshu through the scout insect. Since Old Hu's family left Linshan village, Hu Yuan, who sold cloth under the big locust tree in the west of the village, had quietly become the head of the Hu family in the village. However, because Hu Yuan's family was good at planning and never took a loss, when their own family ran out of food and asked for help, they pretended to have no food at home to avoid sharing their grain. They took a group of tired Hu family members to the village chief Qinshengli's house, crying poverty. The old man saw this scene as he passed by. To be honest, the situation was quite heartbreaking. A group of thin, ragged old people, with worried faces and blank eyes, looked toward Qinshengli's house. Two of them, even without clothes, were wrapped only in torn cloth sheets from their home. Hu Yuan was the best dressed among them, but he also wore a patched-up, ragged cotton jacket. He repeatedly knocked on Qinshengli's door, but no one responded. Finally, Hu Yuan turned around, picked up a large stone from the dirt road, and threatened to smash the door. Only then did the door of Qinshengli's courtyard open slightly, revealing most of Qinshengli's thin, guilty-looking face. Seeing that the village chief was willing to talk to them, Hu Yuan and the others immediately became excited, crowding around, their trembling voices full of emotion. "Village Chief Chen, you promised us that once you took office again, you would make sure we could eat well and stay warm every day. You can't go back on your word." Hu Yuan's hoarse voice asked sharply, and Qin Shimli responded with a full of grievance. Dear villagers, I, old Qin, want to keep my promise, but as you all see, these days are tough.
There's a drought now.
How am I supposed to get grain for everyone? After Qin Shimli finished speaking, Hu Yuan retorted, That's not right, village chief Qin. When we talked about this in May, the drought had already started. Why didn't you complain back then? I didn't expect the drought to last so long. Now, all the villages have no food. I want to help the villagers exchange grain with other villages, but there's nowhere to do that. Although Qin Shimli's explanation was somewhat reasonable, Hu Yuan still didn't believe him.
No way.
No matter what difficulties you're facing, we won't help. You promised us something before, and you must keep your word. Whether you borrow or exchange, you need to give each family 100 pounds of coarse grain. After Hu Yuan finished speaking firmly, he still felt it wasn't enough. He quickly added, If you can't do it, we'll report you to the commune and the county. We'll say that when you were village head in Songbagwa's time, you didn't like him and lied about sending grain to us, the villagers, to support you. We will accuse you of being a big liar. We'll say you're a corrupt official deceiving the people. Shu thought that Hu Yuan's ideas were very optimistic. He believed Qin Shimli was a person who liked to smooth things over and was probably timid. So, he thought that by scaring him a little, Qin Shimli might be forced to give some grain. But what Hu Yuan didn't expect was that Qin Shimli didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. As soon as he heard Hu Yuan threaten to report him, he angrily slammed the door shut with a loud bang. After Hu Yuan finished his harsh words, Qin Shimli's indifferent voice came from inside the yard, loud enough for every villager outside his house to hear. Go ahead and report me. Do you see what era we're in now? I want to see you report me. Let's see if the commune or the Revolutionary Committee criticizes or accuses troublemakers, or those who incite the crowd during disasters. Who do you think will be the one doing that? By this time, Hu Yuan probably realized that his harsh words had been premature. The thin, old man took off his worn-out hat, covered his head, and slowly squatted down. He looked at Qin Shimli's yard door and started to cry softly. As he cried, he kept hitting his head against the door panel. Oh, my family's life is so hard. We were taken from our hometown by the enemies and brought here. I thought we could settle down and take root, but it turns out there's no way out. Oh, heavens! Please open your eyes. Why don't you send rain? Heavens! With each sentence, he forcefully hit his head against the door, making a loud, frightening sound. Everyone, including the passing old men, was worried that Hu Yuan might hurt himself and die right outside Qin Shimli's door. Even through the scout bugs, Shu saw and heard things that made him briefly think this person might be threatening to die to get his way. But until Hu Yuan was pulled up by his crying family members, Shu saw no blood on the doorframe of Qin Shimli's house. The wooden board was still perfectly intact. At that moment, Shu thought Hu Yuan was really good at acting. In the future, he could be praised as a seasoned actor. Curious about Hu Yuan, Shu deliberately sent a few scout bugs to watch his house. He wanted to see what Hu Yuan's real goal was after his performance today. At first, he didn't realize anything, but then he was shocked. Hu Yuan's house actually hid many treasures. In the yard, there were bamboo racks for drying cloths, but underground, there were rows of large, neat iron boxes. He didn't let people into his house because of the drought. The land was cracked, and his boxes weren't buried very deep. He was probably worried that the hard soil would open if stepped on, revealing things he didn't want others to see. As for food, Shu had the scout bugs look around. Besides a few dozen pounds of coarse rice found in the main room's cabinet, even the kitchen was very clean, with only a dark hole where the stove should be. There wasn't even a cooking pot. Shu didn't understand this, and decided to keep the scout bugs watching Hu Yuan's house for a few days. Sure enough, on the third night, Hu Yuan's wife sighed and woke him up. Husband, mother finished the last bit of coarse rice this noon. There's no food left at home. Hu Yuan muttered vaguely after hearing this, probably understanding what she meant. At 5 in the morning the next day, he secretly went alone to his backyard vegetable patch. When Se-shu was awakened by the scout bug's message, Hui-Yuen was busy digging at the dry, cracked ground. After he finally cleared a small patch of yellow soil, Se-shu saw him reach his hand into the soil. Then he pulled out bag after bag of grain. There were 5 large bags of grain, but Hui-Yuen only looked at them happily, then put 4 bags back in the same place, leaving only 1 outside. When he placed the bag of grain in the kitchen, the elderly lady from the Hu family, who had previously sold cloth to Se-shu, happened to get up and leave. Seeing her son's actions, the old lady was not surprised. Instead, she looked around the wall and, once sure no one was watching, she tugged gently on Hui-Yuen's sleeve and whispered, "Did anyone see you?" "No, mother, don't worry." I was careful, satisfied with her son's assurance. The old lady nodded in relief. Good, good. Yuen, remember, things left by our ancestors should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Hui-Yuen's face, already pale and thin, looked even more gaunt, and his expression was not pleasant. Still, he nodded firmly. Mother, I will listen to you. The old lady was pleased and nodded again. Then she changed the subject, pouting and complaining. Your lazy wife should be managed. It's already this late, and she's still in bed. Such a lazy thing. Hui-Yuen replied twice with okay, then returned to his small room. The scout bug slipped through the in his wall and saw the middle-aged man, looking very old and tired, go into the inner room and then crawl back into his wife's warm bed. He was cold, naturally waking his wife. Because the room was still dark, Se-shu only heard a muffled female voice. She said, "I'm lazy again." Then came Hui-Yuen's indifferent tone. "Ignore her. Old stuff won't last long. Just wait." After that, the female voice said, "You really are generous." "That's your mother." Hui-Yuen's cold laugh sounded. "Haha, it's my mother. If not for her, I would have lost her long ago." Then, the room fell silent, only the quilt on the bed moving up and down. Se-shu didn't expect that Hui-Yuen, who initially seemed to be a miser, was actually a ruthless person. He had thought the elderly lady who sold her cloth so expensively was a shrewd merchant, but it turned out she was just a hard-working miser. As for the 3 children in the Hu family and Hui-Yuen's always listless wife, they seemed to be the most normal and ordinary people in the household. After satisfying her curiosity, Se-shu stopped paying attention to Hui-Yuen's family. Soon, the day arrived, October 1st, the 40th anniversary of the founding of the new Hu family. The editorial jointly written by Se-shu and Su Daojing spread like a powerful new star, causing a loud noise that no one in society could ignore. Nearly half of the people in the country saw the article. Whether they understood politics or not, they all read it. It seemed to praise the work of the Revolutionary Committee, but in fact, it criticized how the committee was controlling everything across the country. People who understood politics read the article and immediately felt angry. They picked up their pens and wrote long pieces, criticizing the rough and overbearing actions of the revolutionary committees everywhere. Those who didn't understand politics found the article strange and uncomfortable. Still, they stayed quiet and modest, only discussing it privately with family members. Leaders at different levels, who had been threatened by the Revolutionary Committee, secretly felt pleased after cursing them. They did their best to share the article, secretly supporting it. Those who colluded with the committee felt a cold wind down their necks. Smart people who knew more quickly tried to hide their connections with the committee. Some were so involved that they couldn't escape. They had to bravely pass the article to the top leaders of the committee, hoping those in charge would see it first, plan ahead, and come up with a good response. The leaders of the movement units also saw the article. However, they didn't take it seriously. They had been in a bad mood lately and had just arrived at a health center in Shanghai for rest. They thought it was just a strange, sarcastic article. Even if they weren't in Beijing, someone close to them could handle the situation well. But the situation quickly worsened beyond their expectations. Old Chong saw the article on the front page of 2 newspapers and 1 magazine almost immediately. At first, he doubted whether he had read it right, so he read it again. After confirming he hadn't misread or misunderstood, he became very angry. He immediately called in some senior leaders and postponed the evening rehearsal for the National Day performance. On October 2nd, a major announcement was made through all national media. It stated that all groups or individuals who had been deprived of their political rights without real evidence, including those sent to rural areas or subjected to forced labor, would be immediately helped by rescue teams. These teams would go to the places where unfairly treated comrades were sent. The public was asked to trust the fairness and justice of the government. The message assured that no bad person would be spared, and no good person would be wrongly accused. When the old man and the Rong family parents heard this exciting news, they were so happy they almost cried out loud. Rong's mother, tears streaming down her face, hugged Shirshu tightly. "My child, everything is fine now. Thank you, dear, this is all you're doing." Rong's father also looked at Rong Shuryen and smiled. "Son, this hardship caused us a lot of trouble, but you are lucky and blessed. Thank you. Now you can go back to where you belong and continue to shine and pursue your dreams." After saying this, they both looked at Shirshu and the old man, Grandma Gua. They bowed deeply, 90 degrees. This startled the old man, who quickly stepped forward to help them up. "Why are you doing this?" The family looked at each other, then burst into tears and laughter. The only one not crying was Shirshu, because she had already predicted this. Except for Rong Shuryen's future, which was still uncertain, she could even foresee a bit of the old man's fate. It showed that the great crisis was over, and the future would bring good fortune. On October 3rd, several letters were delivered to the cow shed in Lin Shui village. After receiving the message from the illusion bug, Shirshu pretended to go for a walk. She went to the cow shed, picked up the letters that had fallen on the ground, and roughly looked at the addresses. Some were from the Northern Military District, some from the county, and a few from Beijing. Back home, Shirshu showed the letters to Rong Shuryen. At that moment, Rong's parents were sitting at the main table in the hall, reading a dictionary and discussing some literary details. Rong Shuryen picked out the letters from the military district, while the other 5 were handed to Rong's father. "Dad, these should be for you," she said. Knowing that her own unfair treatment had been corrected, Rong's father was no longer as excited. He calmly took the letters, gently broke the seals, and prepared to read them. Several letters and a stack of money fell into Rong father's hands. After Rong Shuryen handed over his parents' letters, he naturally took out 3 more, read them carefully, and showed a deep, thoughtful expression. His handsome features relaxed into a calm, confident look, as if he had expected this. Rong father and mother also read the last letter. Their faces were full of happiness and excitement. "Dad, Mom." All 3 spoke almost at the same time, eager to share good news. "Mom, Dad, you go first." Rong Shuryen knew his parents also had good news, so he politely asked them to speak first. Rong father didn't mind and cleared his throat before slowly saying, "Your mother and I have been cleared of all accusations." The higher authorities also considered the unfair treatment we received and decided to promote us to Beijing, giving us better jobs suited for us. At this point, Rong father placed the money in front of Shirshu. "This is a token of appreciation from the authorities based on our wages over the past few months. Shirshu, keep it safe. Our family will still rely on you to make decisions. Dad and Mom will do our best to support you and Shuryen." He looked at the letter again, examined it carefully, then continued with a smile. "As for our house in Ping'an County, the local revolutionary committee has lifted the restrictions. The company even arranged a new house for us in Beijing." He paused for a moment, then looked at Shirshu and the old man. "I plan for Shirshu and Grandma Gua to move with us to Beijing. We can leave the 2 small courtyards in Linshan village under someone's care. When we have time later, we can come back to visit." However, at this moment, the old man shook his head and said, "I'm too old now, I won't go." His words surprised everyone except Shirshu. The Rong family members were quite shocked. But the old man didn't want them to ask questions. Instead, he shifted the topic to Rong Shuryen. "Shuryen, your dad says it's about time. Now it's your turn. What good news do you have?" Rong Shuryen scratched the back of his head shyly and smiled. "It's about the same. The commander asked about my family and how my injury is healing. If my leg isn't fully recovered, He can arrange for me to continue treatment at the first hospital in the capital. If I'm well, I can return to the team anytime. Based on my previous military achievements, I might be promoted to battalion commander when I go back. But the details of my work are still confidential, so I can't tell you. Everyone, including Shu, understood. Then Rong Shiyan suddenly grinned. If I become a battalion commander, Shu can join the army with me, and Grandma Gua can come too. He thought Grandma Gua didn't want to move to the capital because she didn't want to be separated from Shu. If Shu went with him, Grandma Gua would surely follow. But the old man just smiled and shook his head. No, you two should live your own life. I don't want to bother you. I'm planning to go home. He looked at Shu kindly. Shu, come with me for a moment. Shu had a rough idea of what he meant. She gently patted Rong Shiyan's shoulder to reassure him, then followed the old man out of the main room. They walked to the back courtyard near the wall. The old man looked up at the distant Daxing Mountain. Because of the drought, the once lush and green mountain now looked a little dry and yellow. Child, thank you for taking care of me all this time, the old man said softly. But I think it's time for me to leave. Shu didn't try to stop him. Over this period, they had become close despite their age difference. But from the moment she found him and brought him back to the village, she knew that someone with such great virtue was not meant to stay in one place forever. Is there anything else I can do for you?
She asked.
Although she already knew his next destination was also the capital, she still wanted to let him speak for himself. I need to return to the capital, the old man said with a smile. And our Grandma Gua should also go back to where she belongs. He didn't say it directly, but Shu understood that he wanted her to remove the protection spell she had placed on him. Shu nodded.
All right.
When do you plan to leave? Do you need me to take you there? The old man shook his head, touched by her kindness. No need. I plan to leave in a couple of days. Someone from the county will come to meet me. You, child, are you planning to return to Jing City with the Rong family, or go to the military district with that kid, Shiyan? The old man thought he should ask clearly. If he goes with the troops, it would be easier for him to take care of both of them. Now, returning to Jing City is risky and not very safe. Shu thought for a moment and replied, Actually, I want to stay here. But if Rong Shiyan needs to return to the team, I will go with him to the military district for a while. If she finds it uncomfortable, she can come back. The old man nodded happily. Good. Going to the military district is a good idea. He thought it would be much easier to help out there. When Shu and the old man returned to the house, they told the Rong family about Grandma Gua's idea of returning to the city and moving into a retirement home. Although the three of them tried hard to persuade her, Grandma Gua, the old man, was firm in her decision, and in the end, it was settled this way. That night, Rong Shiyan lay in bed, holding his beloved wife. As he gently stroked her soft, bouncy curly hair, he voiced his doubt. Wife, what exactly is your relationship with Grandma Gua? Shu casually replied, distant relatives. How distant? Your surname is Jean, and hers is Gua. Shu still answered calmly, yes, very distant relatives. So distant that she didn't even have the power to seek help from the law. She didn't know who he was. If it weren't for the old man's intervention, she wouldn't have saved the Rong family, nor would she have met Rong Shiyan. Everything is cause and effect. Speaking of cause and effect, Shu thought about the last time when a large area of truth spell poison spread, and she was passively involved with over 50 people. After a few days, she planned to send the old man back to the county and visit each household to resolve the cause and effect. Thinking about all the troubles she would face later, Shu couldn't help but press her lips against Rong Shiyan's, giving him a gentle kiss. As she kissed, she made a low, continuous ow sound, like a kitten's annoyed meow. Rong Shiyan was confused but very happy. However, soon after, their roles reversed. The proud little cat, with a displeased face, was pressed under the blanket by the silly and honest man, accepting his full-body care with his strong physique. It was late at night. The author wanted to turn off the light, but Shu was not willing. She angrily reached out and pinched Rong Shiyan's side, where the faint outline of his six-pack abs was visible under his skin whenever he took a breath. Later, when the man tried to cause trouble again, he suddenly spun around 180 degrees and moved outward. Deep into the night, the peaceful village was suddenly filled with a cry similar to that of a wild wolf. Everyone who heard it hurriedly closed their doors and windows, fearing that a hungry wolf from the mountain had come down to the village to find food. The next day, Rong Shiryan, tired from the commotion, with dark circles under his eyes, happily carried a shoulder pole and went to the village's water well at the end of the street. Unexpectedly, he met Li Chunhua, who was deliberately blocking the way. Since hearing about the changes in the local government on the village radio, Li Chunhua had been thinking about reconciling with Rong Shiryan. Now that his leg was healed and the Rong family had been cleared of previous accusations, his appearance was still slim and somewhat the same as before, but it was undeniable that he had very good bone structure. Even with dark circles under his eyes, his overall aura still resembled a sturdy pine or cypress. As long as he stood there calmly, she felt very safe. "Are you really okay now, Shiryan? Do you remember me?" Li Chunhua seemed to have lost her memory at this moment, completely forgetting everything she had done to the Rong family in her past life. She looked eager to get closer to Rong Shiryan, with a lips-pressed, squinting expression that looked quite annoying. But Li Chunhua didn't realize that these expressions were all learned from her past life, from her sisters. Foreign passers-by often fell for her tricks. Rong Shiryan saw Li Chunhua getting closer and couldn't help but raise his shoulder pole and push her away. He stopped watering and turned back to his small courtyard. Li Chunhua, unprepared for being pushed away, felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, but her mind was already a bit crazy, filled with thoughts like, "This man is my husband from my past life. He's now successful, and although I didn't treat him well, I can't blame myself entirely. If I treat him better, he might change his mind. After all, our families had a childhood betrothal." In the small courtyard, Rong Shiryan, with a gloomy face and furrowed brows, was walking back with an empty bucket. Shu was feeding chickens with green worms. The 6 wild chickens and ducks she had once brought back using a puppet spell were now being fed by her and her old man, and they had grown big and fat. If they went outside, they would definitely be twice as large as the village hens. Seeing Rong Shiryan return empty-handed, Shu tilted his head slightly in surprise. "Why did you come back so quickly?" Rong Shiryan suppressed his annoyance with that crazy woman and calmly told Shu what had happened by the well. "Maybe she heard the radio broadcast and found out your family was cleared, so she wants to make amends." My Shiryan is so likable, it really worries me." After hearing this, Shu didn't take it to heart. Instead, he threw the remaining 3 green worms into the pile of 6 chickens and ducks, joking with Rong Shiryan while standing up and brushing off his clothes. He walked over to Rong Shiryan and pointed at the water-fetching pole. "Let's go. I'll go with you to get water. If I see anyone still thinking about our Shiryan, I'll teach her a lesson." He waved his small, pink fist as he said this. As someone who is completely devoted to Shu, Rong Shiryan naturally didn't oppose. He also didn't mind that his wife was protecting him. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Anyone who said he wasn't a real man was just jealous because his wife was watching over him. The two of them carried their water buckets back to the well. They didn't see Li Chunhua openly, but Shu, through his scout bug, had already discovered her hiding behind the wall on the left side of the well. Sure enough, when Rong Shiryan threw the bucket into the well and was halfway up the pulley, struggling the most, Li Chunhua suddenly rushed out from behind the wall. Without caring that Shu was present, she lunged at Rong Shiryan. Her simple plan was that, in this era, as long as she could get close to Rong Shiryan, she could shout in the village that he was harassing her. Then, she could naturally force Rong Shiryan to take responsibility and make him divorce the village girl named Jean or something. A skinny, small village girl with nothing special had no right to compete for a man with her. Li Chunhua's thoughts were very vivid. In that moment, she even imagined how she would take all of Rong Shiryan's future salary, buy expensive coats, wear high heels worth hundreds, and choose the perfect lipstick shade. All her thoughts merged into one belief: This lifetime, Rong Shiryan and the Rong family would never get rid of her. Moreover, she was now one of the special liaison officers from the island country, with much greater power than in her previous life, terrifying the Rong family. Li Chunhua was rushing forward while encouraging herself silently, heading straight toward Shirshu, about a meter away. Just as she tried to use her momentum to push Shirshu aside, a sudden swarm of grayish-white mosquitoes flew out from the side. Other villagers waiting by the water well were startled by the insects, but after they flew past Li Chunhua, they headed straight up into the sky. When the villagers looked again, they couldn't see a single one. Li Chunhua, frightened by the insects, froze in place and didn't move at all. Her expression stayed frozen in the moment she was scared. "Sai, go check on that girl." Did she get so scared she fainted? A brave villager hesitantly stepped forward and nervously placed his finger under Li Chunhua's nose. She's still alive, still breathing. Hearing that she was alive, many villagers sighed in relief. But some wondered why she wasn't moving at all. Li Chunhua didn't want to move, but she simply couldn't. She didn't understand why. After the swarm of mosquitoes flew past her, she was completely frozen in place. She couldn't even blink her eyes now. Shirshu was quite satisfied with the effect of the frozen insect poison. Although a single insect didn't have much impact, when used in large numbers, it could keep someone like Li Chunhua immobilized for 1 or 2 hours without a problem. After dealing with Li Chunhua, Shirshu turned around and saw Rong Shiryan had also finished fetching water. The two of them headed home together. Rong Shiryan didn't look at anyone other than Shirshu the entire time. To this day, Rong Shiryan clearly remembers that night when he and his parents couldn't sleep. It was the first time they returned to the village. He remembered how the villagers threw stones at them, how they were insulted by those who distorted the truth, and how muddy dirt blocks were shoved into their mouths. He still vividly recalls that suffocating feeling and the nausea from dry heaving. So now, regardless of whether someone is good or bad, it no longer matters to him. When they reached home and just finished filling the water jar, they saw a group of people walking toward their house from afar. "This never ends," Shirshu muttered quietly, feeling a bit annoyed. Rong Shiryan naturally heard him. He gently patted Shirshu's shoulder, showing a different, more serious side than his usual silly and naive appearance. At this moment, the man looked ahead with a stern face, watching the group of villagers approaching. They were acting boldly and seemed to have bad intentions. As they got closer, Rong Shiryan's voice became colder and more firm. "Sweetheart, stay behind me." Shirshu obeyed and moved behind Rong Shiryan. Just as she did, she heard the noisy, slightly arrogant voices at the door. "I've been wondering why it hasn't rained lately. Turns out there's a monster in our village that can absorb people's energy." The leader speaking was someone Rong Shiryan recognized. It was the person who had previously stuffed mud into his mouth. He didn't expect that Rong Shiryan wouldn't cause trouble for him, but instead, he dared to come forward boldly. Standing at his own door and saying such strange things, Rong Shiryan found it amusing. He sneered and asked, "Are you so sure? Are you the one causing all this?" He then deliberately nodded and continued to mock. It's impressive that a scoundrel with a sore head and pus on his feet can have such awareness. Keep it up. The man didn't expect Rong Shiryan to respond unexpectedly. Instead of arguing, he insulted him in a roundabout way, which made Rong Shiryan angry. "You little pest, what are you so proud of? Your parents are still in the cattle shed eating cow dung. What? Did you forget your parents after getting a wife? You shameless, soft-hearted loser." Although Rong Shiryan didn't understand how Shirshu managed to make his parents appear in the cattle shed, he knew very well that it was because of Shirshu's methods that his family was safe from harm after being demoted. All these peaceful days were thanks to Shirshu, his beloved wife, protecting them. So Rong Shiryan, unusually thick-skinned, smiled sarcastically and looked at the man with disdain. "You speak so clearly. Have you ever tried it? Comrade, I think I need to warn you. The Rong family has been cleared. My parents will leave here soon. As for me, as long as my family is safe, I have nothing to fear. Are you sure you want to keep bothering me here?" After saying this, Rong Shuryan strode directly toward the courtyard gate. The moment he opened the gate, the man cursed under his breath and then raised his arm to strike at Rong Shuryan. But this kind of amateur fighting, just village brawling, could never really hurt Rong Shuryan. That second-rate fighter thought his punch was strong, but to Rong Shuryan, it looked light, slow, and soft. So, the next scene was this. The second-rate fighter threw a punch, and Rong Shuryan casually caught it. Then, using his strength, he threw the man away. The man, feeling angry, got up and charged at Rong Shuryan again, only to be thrown out once more, repeating the cycle. Finally, the man exhausted himself, lying on the ground gasping for breath, unable to get up. Meanwhile, Rong Shuryan remained calm and steady, standing firmly in front of the courtyard gate. As for Shu, she found the scene too boring and had already gone inside to organize the things she wanted the old man to take away. Outside the courtyard, the leader of the second-rate fighters, unable to get up, was quickly surrounded by his little followers. "Boss, can you get up? Boss, let's fight him. Boss, say something." The boss, lying on the ground and not wanting to move, knew his followers were all cowards who only bullied the weak. So, he didn't say anything embarrassing and just had them help him up. After finally standing again, he realized he was no match for Rong Shuryan. He forced himself to stay strong and, thinking talking was useless now, loudly asked, "Where's your monster wife? Let her come out. We want to take her to the county committee for criticism." Rong Shuryan looked at this second-rate fighter with a look of disbelief. "Comrade, I remind you once more, our country no longer promotes superstitions. If you keep talking about such strange things, I can report you to the police." The man either didn't understand or didn't listen, and continued shouting loudly outside Shu's house. "I'm not talking nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes." That Li Chunhua at the well was still there, stubborn as ever. It was that Jean family girl who did it. As soon as he finished speaking, several of his followers nodded in agreement. Yes, we saw it too." Rong Shuryan chuckled. "You say you saw it all, but let me ask you, what exactly did you see? Did you see my wife hit her, or just run into her?" The man hesitated, unable to answer. As Rong Shuryan finished asking his question, a few honest followers hesitantly spoke up. The leader of the group felt very embarrassed at this moment. She didn't touch him. Even if she didn't, how did that swarm of mosquitoes rush over from that side? After saying this, the leader felt he had gained the upper hand and was very happy. Rong Shuryan looked at him with a blank face, even rolling his eyes in a very rude way. "Yes, how did those mosquitoes rush over? You, who watched the scene, don't know anything. My wife and I were fetching water and didn't see anything." "How could you know? The troublemaker didn't expect Rong Shuryan to ignore his line of thinking. He was so angry, he didn't know what to say. After thinking hard, he couldn't come up with a better way to argue. He could only grit his teeth and glare at him, then spit out a harsh warning. "Don't think that just because your family has been cleared, you can go back safely and become a high official. Rong Shuryan, don't forget, your parents are still living in that broken cow shed." Rong Shuryan hated it when others threatened his parents. This man was bold with his threats, but when Rong Shuryan took 2 steps forward and no one stopped him, he immediately backed down. "Why you? What are you going to do?" "I am telling you, you're a soldier. You can't hurt ordinary people." Rong Shuryan smiled cruelly at him, then leaned down with a cold tone, whispering a warning in his ear. "Don't think the County Revolutionary Committee can protect you. I've recovered from my illness and won't fall for your tricks. Not only you, but even the Revolutionary Committee of Pingan County. If I want to dismantle it, it's just a matter of a sentence." After speaking, Rong Shuryan looked at the leader with a very unpleasant expression and slowly backed away. What did you say?" "I don't understand." The man kept retreating and then turned around to run away. As he ran, his followers, who had come to cause trouble with him, naturally scattered in all directions. Rong Shuryan looked at this motley crowd fleeing and snorted disdainfully before turning back to the courtyard and closing the door. But after closing the door, the cold and intimidating Rong Shuryan immediately disappeared. Instead, he appeared with a face full of grievance, disappointment, and a desire for comfort. He walked over to Shirshu, hugged her tightly, and affectionately cuddled the big dog, showing how much he loved her. If it weren't for the diligent scout bug constantly relaying information outside the courtyard to Shirshu, she would truly believe that her dear Shiryen was being bullied by those two-bit troublemakers, just based on his current expression. But since her man wants to act, Shirshu naturally goes along. Another 2 days passed filled with anticipation. On the night before she was about to send the old man to the county town, a perfect cowshed woven by many illusion bugs suddenly caught fire in the deep night. The arsonist was still Li Chunhua. She stood outside the cowshed, her eyes wild as she watched the flames ruthlessly consume the Rong family couple, and she smiled silently with madness. Die, all of you. Since your son doesn't want me, then you all should die. First, burn you to death, then I'll burn that useless and that strange woman too. Burn them all. Li Chunhua held a torch, her face twisted and fierce, as she moved toward the small courtyard in her memory. She remembered their shabby stone house, just behind the cow shed on the dirt. That day, Li Chunhua was trapped by mosquitoes for nearly 3 hours. When she was finally free, her whole body ached and itched terribly, like countless ants crawling all over her. During the time she couldn't move, several old bachelors from the village secretly took advantage of her. Though she couldn't move, her senses were heightened many times. She wanted to shout, curse, and resist, but sadly, she found she couldn't even move a finger. The villagers coming and going to fetch water by the well remained indifferent, sticking to their usual cold attitude. When she couldn't move, a few onlookers squatted at the wall, watching from afar. Once she was okay again and couldn't help but cry out in pain and itchiness, each of them quietly kept their distance. This was her village in this life and the last. Thanks to such cold-hearted villagers and selfish people like Li Wei, she became the crazy person she was now. She thought she could be reborn this time and change her tragic fate from the past. She held Zhu Yuan tightly in her hand, had registered their marriage, and was confident. But somehow, he still ran away just like in her previous life. But it's okay. After running away, Zhu Yuan, who couldn't satisfy himself, and the person from his past life, who was he's really lucky. This life, he's not disabled anymore, and his family was quickly cleared of accusations. It's completely different from before. Of course, these are all good things. But why does he want to get married? And to that strange woman with the surname Jean. She's so poor she has to go to the mountains to catch scorpions, mice, and big worms to eat. What's so good about her? Why does the treat her so well? God knows. She often hides far away and watches the happily smile at that woman. She wishes she could rush over and tear them apart.
Why?
Why is it that in her past and present, she's the unlucky one? She doesn't believe it. She's not convinced. She's determined to burn this family down in Linshan village. Now she's already taken care of the 2 old men in the barn. Next, it's the turn of those 2 broken houses. Li Chunhua, filled with twisted murderous intent, with sunken eyes, holding a burning torch, circled around the small courtyard of Shirshu under the control of the mysterious bug, from night until dawn. Even when her torch went out, she didn't stop. Finally, she collapsed exhausted onto the dusty, cracked yellow earth. As for why the fire burned all night without anyone noticing, it was all just scenes she saw in the illusion. The next day, Shirshu woke early. He and the old man arrived at the county committee's gate before 10. Are you sure you don't want me to go in with you? All the illusions that Liu had cast on the old man were withdrawn when they were in a safe place. After nearly a year of caring for him, the old man was now energetic and sharp, no longer the depressed man he was when they first met. Good boy. Grandpa thanks you for taking care of him all this time. Grandpa will never forget you. But some things he needs to face alone. You must also have confidence in me. The old man's position was secret and his responsibilities heavy. Although the policy broadcast said that all old comrades would be rehabilitated, he wasn't sure if showing himself now would cause trouble for himself or others. To avoid unnecessary danger for Shirshu, he decided to face everything alone this time. Mr. Shirshu saw the old man insist, and could only follow him. However, after the old man turned around, she ordered the scout bugs and illusion bugs to stick to his clothes and follow him, always staying alert. Please go ahead first. I'll wait outside. If there's any danger, just leave immediately. If the person you're looking for is fine, call someone to come and get your package. Mr. Shirshu's words showed his concern for the old man, making him feel very comforted. He nodded repeatedly. After Mr. Shirshu finished speaking, he turned around and strode toward the courtyard gate. His expression changed from his usual gentle and kind look to a serious and steady one. A soldier standing guard at the county committee's courtyard saw the old man approaching from a distance. Although the old man wasn't dressed in military uniform, he exuded the aura of a high-ranking officer. Following his professional duty of treating everyone equally, the soldier saluted and asked, "Comrade, what can I do for you?" The old man didn't make things difficult for him. He clearly stated the name of the person he was looking for. Please contact the political commissar of Pingan County, Comrade Zheng Renyong. Tell him Yi Daotsing is looking for him. When the soldier heard that he was looking for Commissar Zheng, he nodded immediately. After asking him to wait a moment, he called his colleague on shift to take over his post, then ran to the gate's phone booth to inform Zheng Renyong internally. In a private single-family courtyard within the large compound, Zheng Renyong was resting but still sitting stiffly in his study, trying to find solutions to the drought problem. When he heard the phone call at the gate, he thought it was something from the county office and immediately went to answer. "I am Zheng Renyong." On the other end of the line, the person responded immediately upon hearing his voice. "Commissar, there is an old man named Yi Daotsing at the door looking for you." "May I ask?" When Zheng Renyong heard the name Yi Daotsing, his pupils involuntarily shrank.
Who did you say? Ye Daotsing?
"Are you sure it's old Yi?" "Yes, that old man claims to be Yi Daotsing." Zheng Renyong couldn't help but feel excited. He had been waiting for this moment. "Please, quickly invite old Yi in. I will go to greet him." After hanging up, Zheng Renyong hurried back to his bedroom. Under his wife's puzzled gaze, he grabbed his white shirt from the hanger, put it on while dressing, and was about to leave. His wife quickly stopped him. "It's almost noon. Where are you going?" Zheng Renyong didn't expect Teacher Yi to contact him suddenly. He was so excited that he almost forgot the time. Yes, Baoan, hurry up and cook. Teacher Yi is here to see me. He's just at the door. I need to go and greet him quickly." Before he finished speaking, he eagerly rushed out. His wife, Wei Baoan, and others had already disappeared, and he was left staring blankly at the empty doorway. "Teacher Yi, who is it?" Then he realized it was probably one of their secret friends, so he didn't doubt his memory. Instead, he got up to prepare food in the kitchen, muttering about Zheng Renyong all the while. He's over 50 years old. Why is he rushing so fast? Does he think he's a young man in his 20s or 30s? Sigh. He opened the rice jar in the kitchen, looked at the little rice left, and scratched his short hair that was starting to turn gray. Still, he took a ceramic bowl from the rice jar, scooped out half a bowl of rice, then opened another jar and scooped a large bowl of brown rice. He soaked both types of rice in water and placed them on the stove to steam. He then started to look for other vegetables at home. Since the drought, Zheng Renyong's mind was full of solving the county's food problems. He didn't pay much attention to the family's meals. Of course, he wasn't picky. Whatever she cooked, he would eat. He never complained, even if he had to eat rice soup with pickles for a whole month. But in this situation, whenever guests arrived, Wei Baoan felt a bit helpless, like a clever housewife with no rice to cook. Looking at the only 3 jars of preserved vegetables left, a half-cut cabbage from this morning, a few ounces of pork belly, and only 10 eggs remaining, Wei Baoan thought she should borrow some food from other families. However, due to the drought, everyone's grain rations were tight, and she was unsure. After rushing out of his house, Zheng Renyong headed toward the door. His family had chosen to live in the central courtyard for peace and quiet. So now, to greet old Yi at the gate, he had to run a few hundred meters. "Xiao Zheng, your health still looks good." Just as he turned past a residential building, he heard old Ye's voice ahead. Zheng Renyong couldn't believe his ears and eyes. He looked up happily at the steady, calm old man walking toward him. "That's wonderful. I wanted to go help rescue. Old Mr. Yi understood what Jung Renyong wanted to say. After softening his expression slightly, he stepped forward and firmly patted his shoulder. I understand. Let's talk at home. After saying that, he looked back at the young soldier who had brought him over. Please go to the gate and find a female comrade pushing a bicycle. She has my package. Please help me bring it to Comrade Jung Renyong's house. Also, please pass on a message to her. See you again in the future. Okay, sir. I'll go right now. The young soldier saluted old Mr. Yi and Jung Renyong, then immediately ran out of the yard. Outside, Shu had already learned about the old man's safe connection through a scout insect. So, when the young soldier came to find her, she saw him blushing. After he nervously mumbled a few words, she happily handed over the package and also asked him to pass on her message. Take care of yourself. See you again in the future. Watching the young soldier carry the half-human high package away, Shu also smiled and turned to ride her bike away. She still needed to spend the afternoon resolving all the karma from last time. The method of resolution was quite simple. She roughly checked and found that because of the influence of the true word insect poison, those people had, more or less, revealed some secrets they didn't want others to know. So, Shu was inevitably involved, either through false words or malicious gossip. Finishing this wasn't too difficult. It was just a matter of handling each family one by one, which still took quite some time. Thinking about the order of visiting dozens of households, Shu arrived at the door of the first house. Who's there? Coming to knock at noon? Don't you know it's mealtime? As Shu knocked on the door, a very annoyed voice came from inside the small courtyard with blue bricks and black tiles. With the door latch falling, the wooden door creaked open. Oh, hey there, little comrade. What brings you to my house? The person opening the door was a sturdy, broad-shouldered woman typical of the northern region. Since Shu was no longer disguising herself, she appeared clean and neat, standing at the door pushing her bicycle, a striking sight. The woman opening the door was originally very annoyed. She thought someone was here to beg for food. But her family's food supplies were barely enough for her own household, so there was no extra to give to others. When she opened the door, she deliberately wore a fierce expression. In any era, more aggressive people are rarely bullied. However, the moment she saw Shu, she was stunned by the girl's bright white skin. She forgot how to express herself and just stammered, staring blankly at Shu. Shu looked at her own situation and her family's circumstances. It was clear they had a complicated history. Her family was generally kind-hearted, but when disaster struck, normal people would choose to protect themselves. When neighbors came to borrow grain, they often said they had none, but after being poisoned by a truth spell, when the neighbors came again, she told the truth right away. Why do you keep borrowing grain or vegetables? Don't you have children? My family has some food, just a jar full. I won't lend it to you.
What do you think about that?
Although telling the truth wasn't wrong, it often made people dislike her. During that half-day, she offended many neighbors who came to borrow grain, and even some wandering beggars were upset because she was honest with them. Because of this, Shu couldn't avoid the bad karma from that afternoon. The only way to free herself now was to give grain as a gift. Paying off her bad karma with money and grain was the simplest and most convenient solution she could think of. So, when she saw the family open the door and ask about her, she immediately took a prepared bundle of grain from the back seat of her car. Ma'am, I used to work at the supply and marketing cooperative a few months ago. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you that day. This is a gift to apologize. Please accept it to clear our karma. This phrase is a necessary ritual phrase when settling karmic debts. The original phrase was simple: use this as a sacrifice and clear our karma. But in this time period, she couldn't say that directly. After thinking for a while, she came up with a suitable modern version. In the end, the phrase clear our karma was something she deliberately made obscure so ordinary people wouldn't understand. Of course, if the other person refused, she was willing to meet any financial demands they made. But everything has its limits. Her witchcraft tools aren't easy to get. Fortunately, the kind-hearted aunt who opened the door saw that Shu was holding a large bag of supplies. When she received it, she immediately knew it was rice and grains. She smiled happily, unable to hide her joy, and kept saying yes. As she kept agreeing, Shu was pleased to see the cause and effect between them fade away like the wind. That's good if you like it, Andy. I won't bother your family for dinner. With the effect of the cause and effect gone, Shu pushed his cart toward the next house. Hey, little girl, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come in and eat a bit. The aunt, seeing Shu riding away, still called out loudly, not giving up. Shu heard her, but didn't turn back. He just waved his hand to show he didn't need to come in, then headed straight for the next house. Seeing that Shu really had no intention of staying to eat, the aunt happily closed the door, hugged her heavy bundle, and went back inside. Inside, her husband and two thin girls, who looked like skin and bones, were already sitting at the table waiting for her to start eating. But seeing her face flushed and her excited expression, they looked at her with confusion. Mom, who was that person just now outside? Why are you so happy? The aunt happily placed the bundle on the ground. Her husband then came over from the table. What kind of big bundle is that? Did someone give it to you outside? The aunt smiled mysteriously at her husband. I touched it. It must be good stuff. Look, she opened the bundle, revealing 2 large bags of about 20 jin each, filled with carefully packed rice and flour.
Mom, meat.
Meat, meat, meat. Beneath the rice and flour, there was a large piece of perfectly cured pork belly. Who was that person just now? This is too much. Seeing so many good things, even though the aunt had prepared herself mentally, she was still surprised and her eyes widened with joy. It's important to note that this high-quality rice can be sold on the black market for 15 times its weight in coarse rice, and the fine flour can fetch 20 times its weight in coarse flour. Their family had truly been hit by a falling pie from the sky. Meanwhile, Shu, who had just been hit by the pie, was now standing at the next house's door. Inside the county committee compound, the old man, Zheng Renyong, and others were staring at the opened bundle with wide eyes. Teacher Yi, you really can't tell me who the person who helped you is? Rice, white flour, cured meat, sausages, various pickled vegetables, packed tightly into 2 aluminum lunchboxes, along with a large meat-filled bun.
And so on.
In today's world, such a generous gift is not something most people can provide. Old Man Yi shook his head with slightly teary eyes. No, she is a great benefactor who saved my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will introduce you to her. But now it's impossible. Zheng Renyong was still not willing to give up. He knew that someone who could be so generous must have a strong background. If he could get to know that person, it might help solve the current food shortage in Ping'an County. Old Man Yi understood Zheng Renyong's thoughts very well, but Zheng wouldn't make it obvious, so he wouldn't cause himself trouble. Yi Daoxing decided to come find Zheng Renyong first for 2 reasons. First, Zheng Renyong was the most low-profile contact. Even if he was exposed and discovered by the Revolutionary Committee, it would cause the least damage to the organization. Second, Zheng Renyong was capable and trustworthy in handling organizational matters. After the young soldier delivering the package left, Zheng Renyong was about to say more when he heard a loud bang from the other room. He looked up and saw his wife, Wei Baowan, entering with a bad expression on her face. Baowan, come here. I want to introduce you. Zheng Renyong hurriedly called her into the room and introduced her to Old Man Yi. Baowan, this is the person I mentioned before. He was my former leader and also my teacher, Yi Daoxing Old Yi. Teacher Yi, this is my wife, comrade Wei Baowan. Wei Baowan, who had been upset outside, felt her worries temporarily pushed aside when Zheng Renyong pulled her into the living room and saw Old Man Yi standing by the sofa. Ah, this is Teacher Yi. Hello, I am Zheng Renyong's wife. You can call me Little Wei. Old Man Yi smiled kindly and discreetly looked at Wei Baowan. She was dressed plainly, seeming like someone who simply went about her daily life, and he nodded with satisfaction. Hello, Comrade Wei. Nice to meet you. Then he pointed to the items in the package on the ground: rice, flour, cured meat, and other supplies. I think I will stay at your place for a couple of days. These will be my old man's food expenses. Wei Baojuan's eyes lit up when she heard this. there was quite a lot of stuff. Zhang Renyong quickly waved his hands and said, "No, no. Teacher Yi, I can't take your things. These are all brought by you. I'll keep them safe for you. As for how many days you stay or how many meals you have, it's nothing. As your student, it's my duty to take care of you." Wei Baoan listened to her husband talking polite words again, feeling very unhappy inside. But in front of others, she stayed calm and knew she should give her husband face. Still, she remembered how she borrowed vegetables from the neighbor and was sarcastically criticized. This made her so angry she felt like her heart was boiling, and her eyes started to water uncontrollably. "I'll go see if the food is ready in the kitchen." Wei Baoan didn't want others to see her crying, so she quickly spoke in a muffled voice and then turned around and hurried out of the living room. Wei Baojuan's mood change didn't escape the sharp eyes of the old man. Zhang Renyong usually didn't care about household chores, so he didn't know what had happened. Old Hedi looked at him with a helpless smile and pointed towards the kitchen. "Go ask and see what's going on. Women work hard every day doing housework." During his time in Linshan village, he handled everything himself. Although he enjoyed the relaxed rural life, he also understood how difficult daily chores could be. Zhang Renyong didn't think much of it, but since Teacher Yi mentioned it, he could only mutter softly, what could she be upset about, and then headed towards the kitchen, planning to check on her and then come back to discuss returning to Beijing with Teacher Yi. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw Wei Baoan covering her face and crying softly. "What are you doing?" Zhang Renyong was speechless and walked over to pat her shoulder. "Teacher Yi is visiting, and you're like this?" His tone was light, but the underlying blame was clear, and Wei Baoan heard it. "What do you mean? What am I doing? What could I be doing? You only care about your work and your career every day. Do you care about the family? Do you know we are almost out of food at home?" Zhang Renyong was stunned by his wife's words. "We're out of food?" He remembered he had just brought back a bag of rice and flour last month. Wei Baoan pulled him to the rice jar where the refined rice was stored, opened the lid to show him, then tried to pull him to see the rough rice bag. However, Zhang Renyong didn't seem to care about these trivial matters. His mind was full of the instruction from his teacher to go to the kitchen and check, and now it was time to return to the living room to continue discussing with Teacher Yi. These family chores had nothing to do with him. Anyway, as long as he had some porridge to eat and 2 pickled vegetables, he was satisfied. "All right, you go ahead and make lunch first. Teacher Yi is staying at home for a few days. Don't make the food too simple." Wei Baoan hadn't even opened the bag of coarse rice when Zhang Renyong left the kitchen. In the living room, Old Yi was packing supplies. The delicious treats that Shu brought him were now laid out, and they were all his favorites. Just that big jar of chicken mushroom sauce took the kid quite some time to prepare. He didn't even know when she made it.
Sigh. She really spoiled her old man.
Seeing Zhang Renyong come out of the kitchen, Old Yi handed him 2 boxes of buns. "This hot weather can't keep them, so let Wei warm them up. We'll eat them for lunch today." The 2 big boxes contained 10 plain buns. Even Zhang Renyong, who wasn't very hungry, couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. "Teacher Yi, your coming to see me means the organization trusts me. How can I eat your buns?" He still only cared about his work and ignored his family's worries. Old Yi deliberately frowned. "All right, call me teacher, just listen to me. Go get them for Wei, let her warm them up, and we'll eat together at noon." Seeing Teacher Yi get angry, Zhang Renyong quickly agreed and took the buns to the kitchen. Wei Baoan felt her frustration ease after seeing the 2 big boxes of buns. "Okay, put them on the table. I'll heat them up in a little while." Zhang Renyong didn't think much and placed the lunchbox on the table, then hurried back to the living room. He never thought to ask his wife what they would eat for lunch. When it was time to eat, looking at the simple meal on the table, Zhang Renyong's face darkened considerably. There was a large bowl of water with too much rice mixed with white rice, a small plate of stir-fried cabbage with meat slices, and a plate of meat buns brought by Old Yi. The thing that made Zhang Renyong most upset was the buns. He clearly took 2 big boxes with 10 buns in total to the kitchen, but there were only 3 on the plate. He told Wei Baoan to do better. And in the end, he only prepared such a good table for him. The old man looked at the lunch, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Although he understood that the drought was severe now, and each family's table only had a bowl of coarse rice, he still felt naturally resistant to the plain, bland food because of his spoiled taste. But since he was a guest and should follow the host's arrangements, old Mr. Yi didn't say anything. He quietly sat down at the table. Zhang Renyong, with a dark face, pulled Wei Baoan into the kitchen. He looked unhappy and asked her confusedly, "What's going on?" "Teacher Yi brought 2 boxes of buns, and you only brought 3? And there's only a small plate of stir-fried cabbage. Is that enough for anyone?" Wei Baoan looked innocent and explained, "I went to borrow some vegetables from your good friend's house at noon. His wife scolded me, saying that Deputy Zheng is so capable, honest, and cares for the people. He can cut down the living supplies of all the county leaders to almost nothing, which shows he can overcome difficulties." Zhang Renyong didn't expect that his previous request for all county officials to lead by example and respond to the big leader's call would cause his wife to face rejection when borrowing vegetables at noon. "So what does that have to do with you only heating 3 buns?" he asked. Wei Baoan said indifferently, "There's only you, me, and Teacher Yi at home. How much we eat, isn't it better to heat it all up and avoid waste? Plus, the kids are at school and haven't come back yet. We'll all eat together tonight." As she spoke, Zhang Renyong's face grew darker. The more serious his expression, the more Wei Baoan wanted to defend her little plans. The two of them were stuck like that for a moment until old Mr. Yi, feeling a bit self-deprecating, finished the 3 buns on the table and then left the dining room to tidy up his belongings in the living room. Only then did Zhang Renyong realize what was happening. He angrily pointed at Wei Baoan and then hurried to the living room to apologize to the old man. "Teacher Yi, please don't misunderstand. Baoan didn't mean to hide this from you. It's my fault. Because the county's collective grain supplies couldn't be collected, I temporarily reduced the rations for all officials. Teacher Yi, please don't be angry." Old Mr. Yi ignored Zhang Renyong's continuous explanations. He simply finished organizing his belongings and then stood up, looking at him with a serious expression. "Comrade Zheng, may I use your phone for a moment?" At this moment, Zhang Renyong felt anxious. He was upset that his wife was so naive and also unsure how to better entertain Teacher Yi given the current shortage of supplies. Since the teacher wanted to make a call, there was nothing wrong with agreeing. Of course. "Teacher Yi, please come with me." Yi Daoxing walked to the living room sofa, took the phone handed over by Zhang Renyong, and silently dialed the 6 familiar digits he knew so well. After 3 rings, the call was answered. "Hello, General Department. Hello, this is Yi Daoxing. Please ask Wu Tonghai to take the call." There was a brief silence on the other end before a slightly trembling voice asked, "Yi, Chief." The old man responded with a simple, Then, a cheerful voice on the other side exclaimed, "Chief, you really called. Please wait a moment, I'll go get Wu, Chief." The phone was calmly placed on the table, and then the person quickly ran to find someone. Soon after, the phone was picked up again. Familiar breathing was heard. "Old Yi," with a serious but gentle expression, the old man replied, "Yes, old Wu, it's me, Yi Daoxing." After talking with Wu Tonghai on the phone at noon, just 3 hours later, a jeep stopped at the entrance of the county committee compound. 2 young soldiers got out of the car. After showing their IDs at the guard station, they entered the yard and took Old Yi away. After Old Yi left, Zhang Renyong sat motionless on the sofa in the living room, as if he had lost his soul. His wife, Wei Baoan, seemed to realize something only then. She timidly asked, "Does Teacher Yi know people in the military?" Seeing that Zhang Renyong ignored her, she continued, "No, wait. I remember you told me before that Teacher Yi is the director of an exhibition hall in Beijing, right? Yes, excuses like borrowing vegetables from neighbors or making sarcastic remarks about her were just that, excuses. The real reason was that Old Ye's background was too ordinary, which was why she dared to look down on him today. Otherwise, even if the family lacked rice, meat, or vegetables, she had money. Zhang Renyong's monthly salary was all in her hands. Even if neighbors didn't lend anything, they could at least exchange a few dishes, right? In the end, it was just because she thought Old Ye's background was too modest and didn't want to waste money on him. Zhang Renyong didn't want to pay attention to her. He knew what kind of person his wife was. When Teacher Yi came over this time, he also felt panicked. On one hand, he was happy about the trust shown by the organization behind Teacher Yi. On the other hand, he was worried that the authorities in Ping'an County might find out and come to trouble him. After all, Teacher Yi is the head of the secret bureau in the northern region. The Revolutionary Committee is trying hard to win him over or eliminate him. Many secrets are kept in Teacher Ye's mind. When Teacher Yi came to see him, Zhang Renyong, as a low-level contact, felt excited and honored, but also very nervous and uneasy. His wife didn't host him well. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he didn't have strong emotional ups and downs. It was just a meal. To Zhang Renyong, who doesn't care much about food and drink, in this special situation, he believed Teacher Yi would understand. Actually, this is because he only knows Teacher Ye's obvious identity. But at this moment, Zhang Renyong would never guess that the Teacher Yi he knows is not just a station chief or a simple director. His real identity is the highest-ranking officer of the Central Plains Military District, one of the top 10 handsome men, and the best-hidden and highest-level leader of the Secret Bureau. Many years later, when Zhang Renyong saw him on TV, the overwhelming regret made this man, who valued political progress above all, fall seriously ill out of frustration and anger. But at this moment, Zhang Renyong only felt that Teacher Yi was holding back from him, which made him feel resentful and unfair. Meanwhile, Shu had used the same method to resolve over 30 cases connected to her. Now she was riding her bike to the next household. Seeing fewer and fewer red-gray causal lines on her body, Shu felt very good. At noon, through the scout insect, she saw the old man being coldly treated by Zhang Renyong. She initially wanted to go over and check, but when she saw that the old man had his own ways to handle it, she continued with her own tasks. At this moment, she was standing at the door of another household entangled in her cause and effect. If the previous dozens of households only offended neighbors because they told the truth, this family almost caused a murder because they told the truth. This is a family where the woman manages outside affairs and the man manages inside. The man of this family was also the one who went to the supply and marketing cooperative to watch the excitement that day. The woman is the director of the Women's Federation at Ping'an County Textile Factory. She was introduced to her current partner through a relative, and they met through an arranged date. At that time, she was already the deputy director of the Women's Federation, while the man was just an ordinary loader at the county machinery factory, earning less than half of her monthly salary. Over time, after discussions between their families, the man decided to sell his job to his second brother and became a full-time house husband. His original idea was that once they had a child, he could stay at home to take care of them, allowing the woman to focus on her work. However, after the woman became the director of the Women's Federation, her work became so busy that she didn't want to have children. Once, when the woman was pregnant and secretly went to the hospital for an abortion, her husband caught her. This changed his mind. He started an affair with his childhood sweetheart, Qingmei, whom he had always kept in contact with. He didn't choose Qingmei earlier because she had no job and was of average looks. But after realizing his wife didn't want to have children, he decided to be with Qingmei. He even managed to get her pregnant, and now she is 6 months along. The poison from the True Words incantation was inhaled by the man. When he returned home and argued with his wife, he accidentally revealed this secret. His wife, who was the director of the Women's Federation, almost beat him to death. Fortunately, the poison only made him speak the truth and didn't make him stubborn. After being scared into confessing sincerely, he begged for forgiveness. In the end, they reached a shaky agreement. The woman would keep her salary, and the man would no longer see Qingmei or his illegitimate child. The woman chose not to report her husband's misconduct or infidelity to protect her position as the Women's Federation director. She knew that if her family caused a scandal, she wouldn't be able to do her work convincing others. So the solution she thought of was simple. In addition to the supplies they had received earlier, 2 more cans of milk powder were added. The tone remained polite, but he quietly added, "I saw you and your wife came to buy things before. Since you have a child to take care of, I'm giving you 2 extra cans of milk powder as a small token of compensation." When the man heard this, his face turned pale. The dark thread of cause and effect suddenly unraveled. It turns out that this man's wife is too controlling. She took his paycheck and cut off his source of money. He has been earning money by selling work, but over the years, he has spent most of it. When the affair with the illegitimate child was exposed, he actually started to think about harming his wife. However, he lacked the courage to do so. Later, Shu hinted to him that he and Qing Mei going to the supply store was not a secret. Everyone knew they were a couple. If he killed his wife over this, the news would spread quickly, and he wouldn't be able to clear his name. He would also be exposed for cheating on his wife and having an illegitimate child. So, the man became very scared. Now, he just hopes Qing Mei can have a safe delivery. After that, he plans to find a peaceful way to divorce his wife and start a new life. Having solved one problem, Shu was happy and rode her bike to visit the remaining 20 or so households. She thought that at this pace, before 4 p.m., she could resolve all the issues connected to these families. But when she arrived at the next house, something unexpected happened. "Let go. Stop touching my sister. Let go." From a distance, Shu heard crying and shouting from inside the house.
"Ah,
"I'll fight you all." Humph. A little brat, who hasn't even grown a full beard, showing off in front of a bunch of guys. "That's right. Your dad borrowed money and didn't pay it back. He sold your sister to us. Do you think we wanted her? Your family is so poor, only people left. Your dad still gambles. Now he can't even afford to eat. We're willing to take care of your sister. Why isn't this kid happy?" As Shu got closer, she could hear more clearly. When she reached the boy's house, she had almost heard the whole story. Coincidentally, the girl involved in this situation was the one sold by her gambler father. Because of the influence of the truth-telling curse, she had an encounter that afternoon with her neighbor's uncle. That man had simply asked, "Girl, where is your dad?" Normally, she would answer that she didn't know or that she was at her grandmother's house. But that day, under the influence of the truth-telling curse, she directly said he was at the gambling house. Coincidentally, her uncle is a police officer. This immediately caused trouble. The police uncle naturally asked the girl where her father was gambling. Under the influence of the truth spell toxin, the girl clearly told him the location, time, and number of people involved. Eventually, her father was arrested, and the gambling den was raided by the police. However, her family was also targeted by the people behind the gambling operation. Because there was a witness protection program a month earlier, they dared not retaliate. But now, with her father released, they ambushed him, beat him up, and then demanded compensation from him. Her father is a cowardly, lazy, and mean person. All these consequences should have fallen on him, but because the girl had taken the true spell toxin from Shu, the police investigation was sped up. As a result, the blame was unfairly shifted onto the girl. If the girl had died because of this, it would have added a human debt to Shu's pure witchcraft path. The noise of fighting inside the house grew louder. Shu pressed the doorbell, breaking through the crowd outside watching the scene. Not wanting outsiders to see her way of handling things, Shu ignored their gazes and pushed her bicycle into the house, then quickly turned around and shut the door firmly. Her closing of the door startled the thugs inside. A man with large black patches on his face looked up and saw Shu, beautiful, fair-skinned, and stunningly pretty, and his expression changed. "Today's a lucky day. We're collecting debts, and we meet such a beautiful lady." His rough voice made everyone in the yard look toward the door instinctively. Shu also saw the brother and sister being held down on the ground by the thugs. The boy looked about 10, and the girl around 6 or 7. Both were very thin. The boy's arm, controlled easily by the, looked so fragile it could break easily. They were just skin and bones, with their bones barely covered by skin. But these siblings had very fair skin. Although not as rosy and healthy as Shu's, in today's world, such pale white skin was extremely rare, like they had never been sunburned. Let go of these 2 children. Not wanting to waste time, Shu released her puppet spell, controlling the 5 thugs inside the yard. When the puppet insect brought them to this deserted backyard, and after they squatted in the corner with their arms around their heads, Shirshu finally turned his gaze to the trembling brother and sister hugging each other. Seeing the red marks on the girl's body from being pinched and the bruises on the boy from being beaten, Shirshu didn't even want to bother with a formal introduction. He simply expressed his thoughts directly. "What are your plans for the future? I have some connection with your sister. I can help you once, anything you need. Of course, if you don't need help, I also have food, meat, and money to leave for you." The boy tightened his arms around his sister, his eyes full of suspicion as he looked at Shirshu. "What do you want to do?" "We have no money. My sister and I won't sell ourselves. Now we're in the new Flower Kingdom. There are people outside our house. Don't try to force us to do bad things." The two children looked so scared that they seemed like frightened birds. They didn't look like good people. Shirshu didn't want to waste words, so he turned around and took the large bag from the back of his bicycle. He placed the bag in front of the children and stepped back a few paces, letting them open it. The boy didn't want to open it at first, but his hunger made his nose very sensitive. The delicious smell constantly wafting from the bag made him unable to resist opening it. Of course, when he opened the bag, he kept a very cautious eye on Shirshu.
Wow.
Meat buns. When the bag was opened, 5 large meat buns wrapped in paper bags were revealed on top. The girl, who had been protected behind the boy, must have been very hungry. As soon as she smelled the aroma and saw the buns, she rushed over, grabbed one, and stuffed it into her mouth.
"Hey, sister, don't eat so fast."
The boy wanted to stop her, but it was too late. His sister, so hungry she couldn't wait, had already stuffed a whole bun into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she swallowed it. "Big brother, this bun is so delicious. You should try one too." After finishing one bun, the sister reached into the bag with both hands, took out 2 more large buns. One she held up to the boy's mouth, and the other she already stuffed into her own small mouth.
"Sister, you."
The boy wanted to say something, but his sister was very fierce and didn't give him a chance to speak. As he opened his mouth, she directly shoved a bun into it. That was the boy's most honest reaction after biting into the bun. The brother and sister quickly finished eating the 5 large buns, and their previous caution towards Shirshu eased a bit. "How do you want me to help you?" Shirshu asked again, taking the opportunity. This time, it was the sister who answered. "Beautiful sister, I want to live with my brother alone without dad. Just me and my brother." Shirshu wasn't surprised by her request. If these siblings couldn't escape from their greedy, gambling father, they wouldn't have a good life. "Do you feel the same way?" Shirshu asked the brother. The boy thought for a moment, then nodded strongly. But after nodding, he hesitated and shared his worries. "We have no money, no house. Their father, who liked to gamble, was not kind to them. But if they left their father, where could they go? Would they have to beg for food?" Shirshu definitely wouldn't let them beg. "Have you tried reporting to the police?" she asked. The sister nodded. "Yes, we did. The police officer behind our house said something about Dad many times, but it didn't help. Dad still doesn't give us food and even hits us." The boy wanted to say something, but just then someone knocked on the door from outside. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door, please. We are from Pingan County Police. Please open the door." Shirshu went over and opened the door. 3 police officers entered. "How are you, little sister?" asked the officer with the darkest skin.
"Uncle Fang, ai fine."
"It's this sister who saved us," the girl replied. The officer looked at Shirshu and then asked, "Please show your ID." Shirshu said, "I didn't bring it." "Then what's your name and home address?" the officer asked. "Jean Shirshu. I live in the staff housing at the East District of Pingan County, Building 3, Room 207. For convenience, she gave her family address in Pingan County. Seeing that she had no problem, the police focused again on the children. "Little sister, little brother, where is your father? And those people causing trouble at your home?" The brother pointed to the backyard. "Our sister told them to go to the backyard. My dad hasn't come back and we don't know where he is." The police officer sighed upon hearing this and signaled his colleagues to go to the backyard and take control of the people there. When the 2 officers reached the backyard, They were surprised to find 5 people crouched under the wall, heads bowed. They looked so well-behaved. Who was that girl? These questions came to both of their minds at the same time. But regardless of their suspicions, they first went forward and each person from behind. Meanwhile, in the front yard, Shirshu was still asking the girl the previous questions. The girl confirmed again that her hope was to leave her father and live with her brother on their own. Shirshu nodded to show he understood. Then, Shirshu asked the neighbor, who is a police officer, in this kind of family situation, if they report to the police that their father is violent and abusive, how would the police handle it? The police officer frowned with a look of helplessness. They are a family. If the father hits or scolds his children, it's usually considered a family dispute. I've reported this to the department before, but that father, there's nothing we can do. Why is there nothing we can do? Shirshu asked. The police officer hesitated, unsure if he should say more, but after thinking, he told Shirshu, "That man is a good actor. At home, he beats the children badly, doesn't even give them a sip of rice soup when they're hungry, and forces his little sister to beg for food. He also claims to the Poverty Relief Committee in the county that his family is poor, and he takes the monthly aid money to gamble. Has no one reported him?" Shirshu thought that was very strange. The police officer sighed with a bitter smile. "Yes, I've reported him 3 times myself, but what can we do? This man is shameless. He acts like a good guy at home, but as soon as he gets to the police station, he changes completely. His honest-looking face has even gotten me scolded by my superiors several times." He nodded thoughtfully. So, without direct evidence, the injuries on the children can only be considered family disputes, and when he's at the police station, he denies abusing the children, right? The police officer kept nodding. "Yes, that's right." But soon, the officer realized something and said, "Sai, why am I telling you all this?" At this moment, Shirshu no longer paid attention to him. He walked over to his younger sister and took out some money from his pocket. She took out all the small change from inside, estimating it to be about 20-something yuan. She also gathered a bunch of food coupons and handed them to her younger sister. "Take these money and coupons. I promise to do what I said. As a token of my sincerity, let's settle everything between us. Is that okay?" Her younger sister's hand was gently held by Shirshu. In her palm was a thick stack of coupons, making her feel very secure at this moment. Unconsciously, she looked into Shirshu's deep, vast eyes like the universe and nodded blankly. "Yes, I just want to live with my brother. I don't want her father." Shirshu's gentle expression softened as he nodded slightly. "As you wish." Then he softly added to her and her brother, "Make sure to keep the things and coupons safe. Don't show them off." Seeing that her sister and brother nodded and put the coupons into their arms, Shirshu stood up, ready to leave. "Comrade, wait a moment. You should come with me to the Public Security Bureau to give a statement." That police officer stopped Shirshu from leaving. Taking advantage of the moment when they brushed past each other, Shirshu released 8 disposable memory-erasing charms, erasing the memories of her from 5 thugs and 3 police officers. After leaving her sister's house on his bicycle, Shirshu took a winding route to a quiet place. "Go find the father that the little sister mentioned. He's a gambler. His smell should be similar to the alcohol smell at his yard." The scout charm received the order and immediately acted. Shirshu didn't sit idly but rode his bike to the next house. The following 20 or so houses went smoothly. Although they all had various difficulties, they could at least be solved with money, coupons, or supplies. But Shirshu didn't expect that the father would be so hard to find. Even though she was in Pingan County and had deployed many scout charms, she still hadn't found him after solving all her causal debts at her last house. Could he have left Pingan County? Shirshu thought about it and felt it was possible. Just as she was about to command the scout charms to expand the search, she finally found him. Can he really be hiding in the shanty town? Shirshu was impressed. The shanty town in Pingan County, based on the feedback from her scout charms, was definitely not a safe place to hide from danger. There are places around Pingan County that hide many evil spirits and monsters. Without real skills, people who go there might never come out again. But since the scout bug has found someone, it will be easier for Shirshu to handle things. "Liu, Take the puppet bug and go with him. Standing on a dirt road not far from the shanty town, on both sides of the road are dried-up ponds. Before the drought, this area was probably a pond. A dark blue beetle flew out, spun happily in front of Shirshu, then carried a smaller, black, silly-looking puppet bug and headed in the direction indicated by the scout bug. Soon, Shirshu saw the last black-red thread of fate disappear from the person's body. That man, who abused his children and tried to sell his daughter to escape debt, was left behind in the dirty shanty town by Shirshu. Under Lu Yu's mental suggestion and the control of the puppet bug, he felt flattered by the people around him while drinking heavily. The more he drank, the more he lost himself. Finally, he got so drunk he collapsed on the table. Even if he woke up, he would be a fool with a drunken mind, never remembering who he was, and would no longer bother Xiao Mei and her brother. After dealing with this matter, Shirshu remembered the cause of her involvement, her concern about the young son of Section Chief Huang and the 2 directors from the Revolutionary Committee. She decided to visit the Public Security Bureau to investigate further. If these villains could also be spared, she would step in to help the timid ones. Shirshu's location was not far from the Public Security Bureau. She rode for about 5 minutes and arrived at the entrance. She released the scout bug to climb through the air vent outside the bureau. Using her memory, she found the archives room and quickly saw the case records of those 3 people. Huang Guangliang, 37 years old, former head of the propaganda department of Ping'an County, collaborated with the county's Revolutionary Committee to gather evil forces locally. Now, he is accused of allowing his son, Huang Debao, to lead these forces in killing Qin Mingming. Afterward, he used his official position and the functions of the Revolutionary Committee to cover up the murder. During his tenure, he wasted and embezzled nearly 300,000 yuan. His crimes are severe. He was detained on October 3, 1959, and transferred to the Beijing City Inspection Committee for further investigation by higher authorities. Deputy Director Su Wensheng of the Ping'an County Revolutionary Committee, aged 45, used his power for personal gain during his tenure, involved in human trafficking, and embezzled 1.5 million yuan. His crimes are extremely serious, and he is also suspected of having connections with foreign forces. He has been transferred to the Confidential Department for questioning. Director Fang Zhiping of Ping'an County, aged 42, a former member of the Beijing Municipal Revolutionary Committee, is suspected of collaborating with Su Wensheng in betraying the country, misappropriating public assets, and embezzling over 1 million yuan. During his time in office, Fang Zhiping was involved in severe criminal activities, including torture and harming innocent senior revolutionaries. Due to his special status, higher authorities have been asked to conduct a more in-depth investigation. He has now been transferred to the Confidential Department for questioning. At the former Revolutionary Committee site, Photo Courtyard, several secret tunnels and 18 types of torture tools were found, all of which have been collectively destroyed. Following instructions from higher authorities in cultural relics, land, and planning management, the Photo Courtyard has been sealed off. The plan is to demolish all illegal structures built by the Revolutionary Committee within 3 years and restore the original layout of the courtyard. Shirshu is satisfied with the measures recorded in these files. The once mournful Buddha statue no longer needs to cry every day. After completing these urgent tasks, Shirshu thought about soon visiting Rome Shuryan at the military district. He then turned his bike and headed straight to Lu Leilei's house. Following the address Lu Leilei had left for her, Shirshu had just arrived downstairs when a bucket of dirty water suddenly fell from above. Fortunately, Shirshu reacted quickly, using both hands to lift the front wheel of his bicycle, causing the entire bike to stand upright, performing a 90-degree turn in place, like a stunt rider from later times. As the dirty water splashed onto the ground, a faint fishy smell spread out. Complaints and curses came almost simultaneously from the first and second floors. Who is this? Throwing trash and splashing dirty water downstairs every day. How rude. Can't you walk those 2 steps down the stairs? Whose house is this? Pouring such smelly stuff down every day. Shame on your family. I want to open my windows, and if no one admits it, I'll report it to the street office. Shu coldly watched the foul-smelling water stains spreading, then looked up sharply at the closed window on the 4th floor. Check what's going on with that household. He released the scout insect, then pushed his bike around the foul water and parked it in the bike shed downstairs. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, I pretended to get out from the back seat of the car but actually took out a large package from the space inside. Carrying the package, I went up to the 3rd floor to Lu Leilei's house. Just as Shu knocked on the door, I heard excited footsteps running inside. Big Sister Shu. The person opening the door was Lu Tiantian. Lu Leilei hadn't come back from school yet. At home, Lu Tiantian was helping Grandma Lu make a door curtain using calendar paper. The door curtain was actually small squares of calendar paper about 5 centimeters wide. She used a very thin toothpick to hold down one corner, then rolled it tightly from one corner to the other. In the end, it looked like a spindle, and she glued the edges to keep it from falling apart. When many of these small spindles were made, she threaded them onto a needle and string, connecting them one after another. Grandma Lu was more particular and skillful. She made the curtain with small spindles, tying a small knot of thread between each one. From a distance, each knot looked like a tiny white bead, decorating the small spindles. It was cute and delicate. At this moment, she was tidying up while happily welcoming Shu. Just now, Tian said she saw you come, but I thought she was mistaken. Turns out she was right. Oh, it's good you're here. Come in and sit down. I'll make some tea for you. After saying that, Grandma Lu put down the basket with the curtain and headed to the kitchen to make tea. But she turned around and saw the big package I left at the door. Oh, you're our Lu family's great benefactor. Why did you bring so many things? Carrying all this must have been tiring. Tian, give Sister Shu a shoulder massage. This child. Oh, she's so honest, Grandma Lu happily complained as she went into the kitchen. Soon, she brought out a cup of hot tea on a cloth mat. We don't have a teapot at home. The big tea jar they use is not very elegant. This cup hasn't been used before. I warmed it up for you. You can enjoy some tea. Shu gently rubbed Tiantian's fluffy hair, watching Grandma Lu's every move. Suddenly, she realized that this elderly woman's behavior and manners were very much like those of a refined lady she had seen in TV dramas. Everything was done with care, following proper rules. Her manner of receiving guests was respectful and graceful, making Shu feel very comfortable. A glass cup filled with tea leaves was placed on the living room coffee table. Since November, the weather has started to get colder. Shu gently held the edge of the cup with both hands to keep warm. Grandma Lu, is your leg still hurting recently? Compared to Grandma Lu, who is very good at polite chatting, Shu usually speaks more directly after talking all day. But Grandma Lu doesn't mind. Like many people who are good at socializing, she prefers straightforward people, especially those who are different from herself. So Grandma Lu smiled and sat down on the nearby sofa chair. She reached for some peanuts on the table and then said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Since you helped me check, I've been feeling good. I haven't had any problems walking up and down stairs, shopping, or taking walks." Then Grandma Lu pointed to Tian and said, Tian, did you tell Sister Shu that Grandma took you for a walk yesterday? The other grandmas who went with us asked me how I stay so healthy. Tian immediately nodded eagerly when Grandma Lu asked her. Yes, Sister Shu, Grandma is amazing. When Grandma fell, I helped her. Shu was happy to see the little girl, who hadn't been seen for 2 months, speaking so fluently. She gently ruffled her small head and said, Tian is very clever too. Now she can clearly express her thoughts. Tian chuckled and said, that's because of Sister Shu. Shu remembered the candies she gave Tian last time. The treats from her small kitchen were truly special. It's also because Tian is smart. I have a gift for her in my bag. Remember to open it later. Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Is there one just for me? Shu nodded. Just as Tian was about to cheer, she saw something dark falling outside the window, followed by a loud thud as it hit the ground. Grandma Lu seemed used to this and sighed slowly. That's from the family upstairs. They're a lazy family. They throw trash and splash dirty water all the time. There's no one in their house who doesn't throw things down. We've told them several times, but it didn't help. As Shirshu listened to Grandma Lu's story, she also checked the message from the scout bug. It turned out to be a selfish family. But Shirshu didn't plan to intervene herself. After all, there are many rude people in this world, and this family isn't worth her trouble. I called Tian over and asked her, Tian, I have a question for you. Why do you think that family dares to throw things around carelessly? Tian blinked her big eyes and shook her head. Tian doesn't know. Seeing this, I looked at Grandma Lu, who was smiling and didn't seem to mind. So I continued to teach Tian a little about being clever. That's because that family thinks everyone else in the building is easy to bully. Tian tilted her head, still not understanding. I changed my question. Tian, if a little friend took your candy, what would you do? Tian clenched her small fists and made a pouty face. Hit him. I nodded happily. Yes, hit him. But what if you can't beat him alone? Tian pressed her lips together and pointed to her chubby little hand. Then I tell the teacher. But if I tell the teacher, they might just eat my candy anyway, she paused and added, and the teacher might not do anything. Hearing this, I looked at Grandma Lu with a bit of surprise. She also looked at Tian with some surprise. Tian, tell Grandma, have you ever had a classmate take your candy at kindergarten? Tian quickly shook her head. No, I haven't been robbed. But Xiao Duzi has. Jiang or Pang from our class always takes his candy. But recently, no one brings candy anymore. Now they start taking Xiao Duzi's porridge. Bullying is everywhere, I thought. Some are mental, some are physical. I gently patted Tian's head and asked softly, that are Pang bullies people. Does the teacher know? Tian nodded, then shook her head. The teacher knows, but she doesn't do anything. She says it's just kids joking around. When we grow up, those memories will be our most precious childhood memories. I thought coldly. I really don't understand when being bullied can become a treasured memory. What a terrible kindergarten. Every day, she nodded as if she understood, but was not quite sure. She wanted to tell Tian that her teachers were wrong. Bullying should never be tolerated. But she thought about leaving Ping'an County soon. If she encouraged Tian to do something impulsive, she wouldn't be able to help anymore. Ping'an County isn't very big, but when it comes to kindergartens, it seems like only this one exists. Also, given the current national situation, there's no real concept of bullying. People just call it rough play. So, she could only teach Tian how to protect herself. Lu Tian didn't understand Shirshu's worries and her words, but Grandma Lu did. She stopped smiling and frowned slightly. Shirshu gently patted her hand to comfort her. Seeing that the clock was almost 5:30 p.m. She said she had things to do at home and needed to leave. Grandma Lu naturally tried to stop her, insisting she stay for a meal before leaving. But Shirshu declined, saying it was getting late and riding in the mountains was unsafe. Grandma Lu held Tian's hand and saw her off from the apartment complex. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, an eggshell falling from the 4th floor nearly hit her head. Grandma Lu, usually very patient, looked annoyed now. She protected Tian and hurried home. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the house phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'm looking for Director Lu. Shirshu paused after leaving the complex, then turned back and rode into the courtyard again. She took several sheets of paper written with ink symbols, glued them onto A4 paper and assigned some scout symbols to stick at the entrance of the neighborhood, the parking shed, and the most visible spots at each building entrance. After finishing all this, she quietly left. As for what would happen in the next few days, whether the residents would band together to oppose her or just ignore her, she didn't care. It wasn't part of her plan. The bold notice she posted was written in a rebellious tone. I threw my stuff. Who does it bother? I didn't throw it at your door. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. If you have no money or power, don't complain. After Shirshu left, someone saw the notice and was furious. They grabbed the paper and stood under the building where things were often thrown from above, shouting and asking which rich boss was causing trouble in their working-class neighborhood. Because the news about Shirshu spread to many places and was seen by quite a few people, It quickly became known to many families, including Lu's family. The story spread from one person to 10, then to 100, and soon everyone heard about this upsetting news. The families who used to be very arrogant, those who liked to throw things from their upstairs windows to save themselves some trips, became much more restrained. They kept quiet and stopped causing trouble. Every morning, evening, and even at noon, they would gather their trash and throw it into the distant garbage station in the yard. After this incident, Grandma Lu often praised Xirshu at home, saying she was not an ordinary person. Even Lu's father kept sighing and said, "Dealing with conflicts is so troublesome. Maybe it's better to make them worse on purpose?" That's a clever trick. Lu Lele admired Xirshu, but also felt sad about missing her. When she saw the pile of supplies and Xirshu's farewell letter, she cried and immediately wanted to go to Linshan village to find her sister. "I will go to the military district with Rong Shiryan. Maybe we will meet again someday. Wish you happiness in life." November 1959, when Xirshu arrived home, it was already past 8 p.m. Rong Shiryan had prepared 2 buckets of hot water early, waiting for her. She didn't say a word until she slipped into her warm quilt, and Rong Shiryan was kind enough not to ask questions. He was worried that his gentle wife might be sad after saying goodbye to Grandma Gua. Xirshu didn't speak because she had talked so much that day and didn't want to say anything now. The next morning, Rong's parents came over busy preparing breakfast. Although Xirshu was a little tired from the day before, she was awakened by the rich smell of rice porridge in her sleep. Seeing her wake up, Rong Shiryan immediately brought over a set of light blue, slanted-button long robes for women. Xirshu, as soft as a kitten, turned over in her quilt. Her small, soft hands, like a kitten's paws, patted his well-defined hand. "Help me put this on. I want to close my eyes a little longer." Since his wife asked for his help, Rong Shiryan naturally agreed. He was very experienced at this, as it wasn't the first time she had acted spoiled. With a few simple steps, he dressed her in her still drowsy state. Seeing her lazily trying to wake up but unable to open her eyes, Rong Shiryan smiled and turned to the main room, sending a warm towel over to wipe her face. Warm towels gently wiped her delicate face, finally waking up Xirshu's mind. She smiled happily as she took the towel from Rong Shiryan's hand, then hung her arms around the tall man's neck. She gave him a quick morning kiss on the cheek. Then, the shorter girl released the tall man, walked gracefully and lazily to the yard to wash her face and brush her teeth. Xirshu took her toothbrush to the backyard, looking at the healthy green vegetables growing there. She was thinking about how to take all of them with her in her space. Her space was full of bugs, and she wanted to grow vegetables there, but it wasn't very realistic. Her restrictions could stop the bugs from eating the plants, but then the plants would stop growing too. Whatever she put in her space would look the same when she took it out. Thinking this way, she decided it was better to give the ripe vegetables to the big rabbits and others. After all, she probably wouldn't come back here once she left. When she heard Rong's mother calling her for dinner in the front yard, Xirshu spat out her toothpaste, rinsed her mouth with water, then ran back home. "If everything goes well, someone will come to pick us up tomorrow," Rong's mother said with a gentle smile, full of hope for the future. Xirshu was chewing her buns silently. Rong Shiryan put down his chopsticks and told his parents that he would take Xirshu to the train station tomorrow. Rong's father frowned and said, "No need. We have a car coming to pick us up. You two don't need to see us off. Once we settle in Beijing, we'll send a telegram to your military district." Xirshu wasn't good at saying goodbye, so after dinner, she handed an envelope full of money to Rong's mother. The two of them kept arguing back and forth until Xirshu finally grew tired and looked unhappy. Mother Rong had no choice but to accept the money note. Of course, she was thinking that she would first let Xirshu take the money, and once they settled in Beijing and life returned to normal, she would send the money note to the military district for Xirshu. That day, Xirshu helped Mother Rong organize clothes and bedding. Rong Shiryan helped his father move the mushroom bags and potted vegetables from the old man's main room in the backyard to the corner of the backyard. Seeing the few remaining mushrooms on the bags, Rong's father sighed and put his arm around his son's shoulder. Time flies. It's been over a year already, but I still feel like it was just yesterday we were sent to the cattle shed. Rong Shuryen nodded silently in agreement. Then he worried about his parents. Dad, Mom, why don't you come with me to the military district? I'm worried about you going to Beijing alone. Rong's father chuckled proudly. You little brat, don't look down on us. Before, my wife and I were too burdened with worries, so we were always suppressed. Now that Shu has helped us see things clearly, we have our own ways to protect ourselves. At this point, Rong's father walked up to Rong Shuryen, looked at his proud son, and spoke seriously. Shuryen, your dreams are supported by the whole family, but your work is very dangerous. Just like when the Rong family was in trouble this time, if it weren't for Shu, I can't imagine how tragic it could have been. So, I want you to protect your life first and complete your mission. You have a wife now, and there will be children in the future. These are responsibilities you must bear. Rong Shuryen listened carefully to his father's words, then saluted him with a determined look. Rest assured, I will fulfill your wishes, protect my little family, and guard my dreams. The next morning, a vintage-looking jeep drove around the back mountain to the cattle shed in Linshan village. But inside the shed, there were only two thin, old oxen and no one else. While the driver scratched his head, confused about where to find someone, Rong Shuryen came over from the hillside. Comrade, please follow me. The jeep arrived at the Shu family's gate. After the driver and the Rong couple shook hands warmly, he helped them load 5 large packages into the back of the jeep. Well, Comrade Rong, Comrade Jean, I will take the elders and leave now. After politely saying goodbye to Shu and Rong Shuryen, the driver started the jeep. At this moment, Shu just received news from a scout insect messenger. When Chun Xingli and others heard the sound of the jeep, they were running toward the cattle shed. These villagers are really interesting. They didn't seem to come to see her off, but more like to block her. Fortunately, the car had already driven away. Those villagers with their own schemes might come to cause trouble at her small yard, but now only she and Rong Shuryen were here. How to put it, she had no attachments and could act freely, as long as these villagers didn't dare to bother her recklessly. The rules still applied. Witch doctors and sorcerers cannot intentionally harm others with their magic, but if they are hired or provoked, they can fight back without hesitation. Earlier, an old man and Rong's parents were here, and Shu didn't want to attract too much attention. She didn't want unnecessary trouble over small matters. But now that those 3 troublemakers had left, she was free from those restrictions. However, Chun Xingli and the others didn't come to cause trouble at Shu's yard. They only looked at the cattle shed entrance, saw that the people had been taken away, and then turned to leave, holding their makeshift weapons like sticks. Another day passed. Shu went to the brigade office to handle household registration transfer, get a village exit certificate, and prepare a village introduction letter for the military district's family committee. But as she approached the office, she heard a quarrel inside. Zhang Jinhua, your house is in the northern part of the village. Why are you fetching water from the well in the east? Oh, look at what you're saying. The water in the northern well is already running out. Don't you know? If we're not allowed to fetch water from the east, are you trying to make us all thirsty? That loud voice was clearly Zhang Jinhua shouting. I'll tell you, the water in the north is gone, but your family has 6 large jars. The well is managed by your Uncle Song. The small carts with sticks are always running back and forth. Everyone sees it. She was arguing with a man. Judging by the noise, he was quite experienced in arguing. Oh dear, there's no way out now. Your village is bullying our old Song family. Song Baogua, you wicked man, you helped those ungrateful people with your hard work, and now when you're sick, no one cares. Now you're gone, and the remaining members of our Song family are being bullied by the whole village. Oh dear, I can't go on living. Tomorrow, I might just go to the village entrance and run into the river. Zhang Jinhua clearly couldn't reason with the other person, so she resorted to her usual arguments. Unfortunately, the man didn't buy her tactics and responded with a sarcastic tone. Oh, Aunt Zhang, you just got some new pants and dare to sit on the ground like that. Ha ha, you're even rubbing it. Won't you be afraid to stand up later? Ha ha, You're still brave enough to mention Captain Song and talk about ungrateful people. Everyone in the village knows that Captain Song's injury happened when he took your family's young man into the mountains and was bitten by a rabbit. Then his wife asked you for money, a cart, or someone to help take her to the county hospital. How did your family respond? Not a single penny was given. Yes, Captain Song was so disappointed with your family that he left. It has nothing to do with us. Zhang Jinhua gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing that Song Bao's approach wasn't working and that throwing a tantrum wouldn't scare anyone, she simply patted her and stood up again. I'm just going to fetch water. If you try to stop me, I might jump into the well. I won't be able to drink the water, and none of you'll get to drink from that well. Shu secretly applauded Zhang Jinhua's shamelessness and suddenly gained a small insight into the law. Ancient wisdom says, those who save themselves are saved by heaven. People will help those who help themselves. So, for someone like Zhang Jinhua, who seems unreasonable and selfish, an unruly woman in everyone's eyes, could it be that she is actually aligning with divine will and might survive a disaster? Shu's lips curled slightly. She watched and waited. She bypassed the noisy crowd in the yard and entered the brigade office. Chen Xingli was lounging comfortably, leaning on a chair, sipping hot water from a porcelain cup. When he saw Shu come in, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He pretended to be waiting to trouble Shu, but she wouldn't give him that chance. She threw a puppet insect at him. Chen Xingli felt a numbness at the back of his neck, and then his limbs and tongue no longer obeyed him. Is this a happening to me? He nervously looked at Shu, but saw the poor, lonely girl from the village, who always had a blank expression and little presence. Now she was standing in the backlight, with a strange smile that made his scalp tingle. He heard her softly say, "Bring me my file." Her file? It was in the cabinet against the wall. As Chen Xingli thought of this, he couldn't help but stand up uncontrollably. He took a few steps to the cabinet, quickly opened the door, and took out Shu's file. After getting the file, Shu continued to give orders to the puppet insect. Give me a stamped proof of leaving the village. I need to go to the military district with Rong Shiryan. Hearing that Shu wanted to go with the military, Chen Xingli's mind involuntarily thought of the stamps he needed to get. After Shu received the stamped proof, she said, and a village certification letter, Chen Xingli immediately obeyed. Once he had all the necessary documents, Shu did not release her control over Chen Xingli. Her gaze softly fell on the steaming porcelain basin filled with hot water. Do you like drinking hot water? Then drink this entire cup in one go. Don't make a sound. Chen Xingli was so frightened that his pupils shrank. He looked at Shu in fear. Is this a dream? It must be a dream. If it's not a dream, how could the shy, timid girl from the village, who disliked talking to others, turn into such a frightening woman? No matter how much Chen Xingli resisted internally, just like when Shu once controlled him with a puppet insect, his hands obediently picked up the porcelain cup and brought it to his lips. Then he drank it all in one gulp. It was hot, though not enough to burn his throat. The steaming hot water was at least 80 degrees Celsius. Shu coldly watched Chen Xingli finish the large cup of hot water. Then she stopped smiling and threw a forgetfulness insect over. After that, she took her things, avoided the noisy crowd, and left the yard of the team office. Back home, it was empty. Rong Shiryan had gone to the county train station early to buy tickets and probably wouldn't return until noon. Shu placed the proof issued by the team into a prepared package, locked the yard from outside, released the strength insect to guard the house, and then went straight up the mountain. Due to the drought, even the deep mountains showed signs of dried-up trees. Last month, the yellowing plants only existed at the foot of the mountain, but now they have climbed halfway up the hill. As I walk up, I see dead vines and the bodies of various animals and plants all around. When I enter the deep forest, I can clearly feel the difference. Usually, squirrels like to jump between the branches, but now not a single one is in sight. Even the tree holes where Shu often stores dried fruits are empty. Squirrels do not migrate, but they do spread over short distances. Although Shu doesn't know the recent history, she understands animal habits very well. Animals usually won't leave their nests unless there's a big problem. Now, even they are running deeper into the mountains, showing how serious the drought is. It can't be fixed quickly. Thinking about animal habits, Shu changes her route and heads to the nearest water source. Sure enough, the water there has dried up. She releases a scout bug to lead the way and follows the water channels into the deep mountains. But the results are disappointing. 5 water sources are almost dry. Probably no water at the hot spring either, she thinks. Standing on the dried-up, swampy ground, which looks like layers of cracked skin, Shu watches the small insects moving listlessly around. She casually waves her hand, collecting them into her space. These ordinary bugs, which can turn to dust with a gentle pinch, are food for her bugs in her sacred witch space. At least they can drink some water and eat a few fungi, making them full and happy. Suddenly, the scout bug reports that it has found the wolf pack. Shu checks her watch and sees it's just past 11 in the morning. She follows the scout's directions. Sure enough, in front of a somewhat dark stone cave, she sees the wolf king lying listlessly with his mate and 20 little brothers, all resting in the shade. When they notice Shu approaching, the little brothers raise their heads alertly, baring their teeth and preparing to attack. But sensing her strong aura, they become timid and tuck their tails. The wolf king, familiar with Shu's scent, doesn't show any suspicion. Instead, he lazily stands up, looking a bit wronged, wagging his big tail as he walks toward her. Shu habitually pats the wolf king's head, but she notices that due to lack of water and nutrients, he has started to shed his fur. I asked the small kitchen for a pig and placed it in front of the wolf pack. Please enjoy a big meal. Then I took out a large clay basin from the bamboo house, filled it with lake water, and let the wolf king and the others drink their fill. Where is your mother? Shu looked around and didn't see the mother wolf we had saved earlier. He simply asked where the wolf queen had gone. The wolf king pointed north and howled. Shu suddenly understood that the mother wolf had probably taken another group of wolves to hunt. Thinking of this, Shu brought out another pig, gently petted the wolf king's head, and said goodbye with a smile. I'm heading to the northern military area. You guys must take good care of yourselves. If this disaster continues, you can migrate north. I hope we can meet again. Shu remembered the northern military area that Rongshiryan described. There were mountains. He and his comrades often trained in the forests and mountains. The Wolf King was very smart. It understood Shu's words and gestures roughly. Seeing that it was about time, Shu didn't wait for the mother wolf and her pack to return. He filled the basin with lake water again and left without looking back. A pink thread of cause and effect flickered on his left index finger. The cause and effect involving humans gathered in his right hand, while that involving plants, animals, or the great destiny was in his left hand. Shu had already done all he could for these 2 wolves. Any more help might harm their own fate. He had calculated that in the previous life, they had died unjustly, but he didn't want them to reincarnate. He hoped they could let go in their next life, as the animal realm was not a good place to be. By the time Shu returned home, it was almost 1 p.m., but Rongshiryan still hadn't come back. Shu took the opportunity to bring out many delicious foods from the small kitchen. 2 large lazy dragons on the stove, 20 big meat buns. The mountain had cooled down a bit in the past few days, so Shu also prepared a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. He arranged the food in the main hall when he heard the roar of an old-fashioned car engine outside. He stepped out and saw Rongshiryan and another man with dark skin getting out of a jeep. Seeing Shu, Rongshiryan hadn't introduced him yet, but the man was very familiar and introduced himself confidently. This is my sister-in-law, right? Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Shiryan's childhood friend. My name is Gujia. Gujia is not as tall as Rongshiryan but has a large build, similar to a future bodybuilding champion. Others are generous and natural, not shy, and politely nod to Gujia. My name is Jean Shirshua, and I am Rongshiryan's wife. Don't be polite. Come in and sit at home. The 3 enter the yard. Shirshua steps back and releases the hidden tracking bug. The noise from the jeep is loud. She doesn't want villagers to come and cause trouble. The small hidden tracking bugs successfully attract people who hear the noise and come to watch. They even take a wrong turn just outside the village entrance. As they enter the main room, Gu Jia's attention is immediately drawn to the white, chubby lazy dragon on the dining table, the fragrant soft buns, and the delicious chicken stew with mushrooms. Wow, it smells so good. Rong Shiryan, you're so unfair as the big brother. You eat so well every day, and you don't even call me from the county. Rong Shiryan snatches half a bun from Gu Jia with a cold smile. If you keep picking at it, don't bother eating. Hearing this, the other person immediately changes his expression. Okay, I won't pick anymore. I won't. Rong Shiryan rolls his eyes and gives the bun back to him. Shishua sits aside, slowly eating her bun, watching the two big eaters do a live eating show. Unexpectedly, someone arrives. She feels she might have prepared too little, so she gets up to go to the kitchen and bring more food. But Rong Shiryan stops her. Sweetheart, don't bother. This is enough. We'll eat a little and then drive to the military district. Shishua is truly surprised this time. Is it so sudden? Don't you want to rest at home for a while? Rong Shiryan smiles and shakes his head. When I bought the train tickets at the station, I met this kid. He heard I was going back to the military district and offered to drive us there. I thought the train environment might not suit you, so I agreed. But this kid has a mission in 7 days, so we need to leave quickly. Shishua nods understandingly. Then I better tidy up the kitchen. You two eat first. I'll go organize things. Rong Shiryan happily agrees with a silly smile, then looks at her with happiness as she leaves. TSK, really hard to watch. Our brave and noble Rong boss, who doesn't chase women, has become a wife-controlled man. Saya's brothers, we can only say congratulations. Who made my sister-in-law look so beautiful and kind, and such a good cook? I am truly jealous. Rong Shiryan was teased by Gu Jia in a playful way, causing his cheeks to flush. He quickly grabbed a big bun from the table and stuffed it into Gu Jia's chatty mouth. Hurry up and eat quickly. He didn't believe it. No matter how much he ate, he couldn't block Gu Jia's words. Shirshu went straight to the kitchen and waved her hand, collecting all the pots, rice buckets, and various kitchen items, big and small, from food to seasonings, into her space. She then emptied her own kitchen with a single click, adding some illusionary bugs to make it look like nothing had changed from the outside. Next, she went to the small backyard behind the house, gathering all the iron pots, rice buckets, and other items from the old man's room and the kitchen into her space. When she returned to the front yard, she saw Rong Shiryan and Gu Jia moving packages onto the roof rack of the Jeep. Seeing Shirshu, Gu Jia immediately waved and called out, "Sister-in-law." Shirshu nodded and walked over to Rong Shiryan. Are you two not taking a break? Rong Shiryan shook his head. No, we want to leave early and try to reach Lin County by night to find a place to rest. Shirshu didn't object. She went inside to find the remaining 4 army green water bottles. Originally, there were 5, but she had her parents take one away. They didn't want to bring any, thinking there was everything in Jing City, but Shirshu wasn't so optimistic. In the end, they obediently took one. She filled all 4 bottles with hot water, 2 of which she added tea leaves to. Unfortunately, she couldn't find coffee at the supply and marketing cooperative in this era, so she couldn't enjoy the simple pleasure of drinking a latte. Once the bottles were filled, she heard Rong Shiryan calling her from the yard. She picked up 2 bottles and went outside. Rong Shiryan quickly stepped forward and took the bottles. The 2 big pots in the kitchen are too much to carry. He looked quite disappointed. Those pots were very expensive. Shirshu thought for a moment and said, when we get to the military district, I'll write to Lele and ask her to come help me deal with the pots. Rong Shiryan's eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea. He nodded repeatedly, then easily carried the 4 bottles in his left hand and took Shirshu's wrist with his right hand. The 2 of them walked out of the yard together. Shirshu sat in the back seat of the Jeep, looking back for the last time at her small home in this era. The big rabbit she hadn't seen in a long time was also climbing over the wall with 3 wild chickens, as if sensing that their leader was about to leave. The rabbit's ruby-red eyes were moist, as if crying. But Shirshu knew that she and the animals in these mountains should say goodbye now. She hoped she could return someday and see them again. She reached her hand out the window and released a dozen or so illusion bugs, completely hiding the two small courtyards. The illusion bugs Shirshu didn't recall back. She ordered them to protect the yard. If someone accidentally broke the illusion and found the courtyard, the bugs would do everything they could to make that person leave the illusion. She wanted to keep the place full of good memories and not let outsiders ruin it. These two courtyards had already become a refuge for the big rabbit and mountain animals. Without the illusion bug's protection, these animals might be captured by unwelcome visitors. The jeep sped up and soon left Linshan village. When passing Daoshan village, Shirshu saw that this village, known as the poorest in Ping'an County, seemed to have lost most of its people. The whole village was filled with a heavy, gloomy atmosphere, full of bad omens. This feeling wasn't only felt by Shirshu. The driver, Gu Jia, and the passenger, Rong Shiryan, also sensed it. This drought, why doesn't it go bother those invading countries? Does disasters only pick the soft targets? Gu Jia complained bitterly. Rong Shiryan was amused by his words. Our flowering nation isn't a soft target. This drought is terrible, but we believe our country can help the people get through it. Shirshu sat silently in the back seat. She wanted to tell the two silly ones in front that maybe this drought was caused by the natural cycle of laws and the way of heaven. The flowering nation had over 5,000 years of imperial rule, and the laws of heaven and earth had always been the emperor's way, the divine way, the king's way, and the hegemony. It was a law where heaven was the supreme god and earth was the revered mother, a cause and effect system. To secure the future of its people, the flowering nation broke this 5,000-year-old cycle of cause and effect. The imperial rule collapsed, and the people's will rose to an unprecedented height. When the cycle of laws changes, natural disasters are inevitable. No one can stop it. The jeep moved smoothly and quickly, and they could reach the northern military district in about 3 days. On the first night, the three arrived at Lin County, but it was very poor. There were no ghost houses or even signs of a state-run restaurant. So, they had no choice but to keep driving through the night, heading further north in the jeep. That night, feeling hungry, Shirshu used the cover of the basket on his back to take out 10 steamed buns and 3 bottles of pickled vegetables. They ate a simple meal. In the first half of the night, Rong Shiryan was on watch, and in the second half, Gu Jia took over. Shirshu couldn't sleep well on the bumpy road, so he just closed his eyes and dozed lightly in the back seat until morning. When morning came, the car reached the foot of a barren mountain. Shirshu asked to go to the bathroom. Using the dry grass on the mountain for cover, she quickly entered the bamboo house in the sacred witch space to wash up and tidy herself. She even ate a simple oatmeal sandwich with an egg from the small kitchen and drank a cup of black coffee to wake up. After leaving the space and descending the mountain, she saw Rong Shiryan holding a dead, gray-haired rabbit. Shirshu praised, "You caught a rabbit in such a desolate place? That's impressive." Rong Shiryan, happy with the compliment, tilted his head proudly and smiled. Gu Jia closed his eyes, not wanting to see this lovey-dovey scene. Rong Shiryan cleaned the rabbit quickly. Soon, smoke rose from the foot of the mountain. The tender, roasted rabbit meat, seasoned with the fine salt and chili powder provided by Shirshu, was enjoyed with 5 cornmeal buns. Rong Shiryan and Gu Jia ate happily. Earlier, they had refilled the water bottles in Lin County, but 2 were already empty. The 3 planned to buy an extra thermos in the next town. Satisfied after breakfast, they continued driving north toward the military district. The journey went smoothly afterward. By the afternoon of the next day, they reached the blockade area of the northern military district. "Comrade, hello. Please show your identification." Armed soldiers took the 3's IDs, checked them carefully, then returned them to Rong Shiryan. "Welcome back, Captain." Rong Shiryan sat in the car, saluted the soldiers on guard, and as the vehicle drove away, the soldier at the front turned back straight and continued his post. Their vehicle passed through 2 more checkpoints before entering the military zone. They parked the car in front of the military office building. Rong Shiryan and Shirshu got out together. They're going to report to their leader, Rong Shiryan. Gu Jiaoyu stays in the car, watching things. In the military district office building, several leaders are sitting together, discussing the issue of grain reserves. Last month, the military supplies department made 3 reports, saying the reserve grain warehouse is running out. A man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, with a hero-style pen pinned to his chest, is holding a cigarette. He frowns tightly, looking anxiously at the gray smoke curling from the cigarette. In front of him, sitting on a wooden stool, is a strong man in military uniform. His skin is clearly tan dark from the sun, with sunburn marks on his neck and the backs of his hands. This man adjusts his stool and stands up. His shadow looks like a brown bear. He waves his hand to the man worried about smoking. "Old Liu, you go to the back row first. I want to talk about my situation. What's with that order yesterday? 3 days of hunger resistance training? Just say, if you want to save some food. I'll take the kids to hunt in the mountains." "Old Xiong, don't get so excited." The elderly man with silver hair sitting at the head of the meeting raises his hand to calm everyone. The hunger resistance training is part of the entire military district's training plan. "Old Xiong, don't be too impulsive." The bear-like instructor, with his nostrils flaring, shows clear disapproval of the so-called hunger resistance training. After speaking, the silver-haired elder looks kindly at the man sitting near the door, who has been quietly drinking tea and hasn't spoken. "Comrade He, congratulations. Your battalion commander Rong is bringing his family back to the unit." Hearing the senior leader suddenly mention him and Rong Shiryan, the man drinking tea immediately puts down his cup and walks toward the door beside him. "Hey, it really is you." When Comrade He sees Rong Shiryan, who salutes him solemnly, he finally relaxes the tense expression on his face. His eyes quickly scan him up and down. "Not bad. Your leg is healed?"
Great.
"Come on, let's go to the training ground and practice." He tries to pull Rong Shiryan away from the meeting room. He wants to run with him, but the people inside the room don't agree. "Wait a minute, Xiao He, you're not being fair." "Oh, your general is back and you ignore us?" "No, sit down and help us think of a plan. The whole military district's food situation next year depends on your ideas." Private group turned away from the meeting room with a sigh. After giving Rong Shiryan a quick wink, they pretended to be very serious and said to him and Shirshu, "You two go choose your rooms first. Once our meeting is over, I'll ask Xiao Zhang to call you." Rong Shiryan looked at their leader's playful expression and felt a warm sense of closeness. He smiled and saluted again, saying, "Thank you, leader." Then he turned with Shirshu and went downstairs. Shirshu was thinking about the recent discussion on food supplies. She didn't expect the disaster to be so serious that it was affecting the military district. No soldier should go hungry to defend the country. She thought it was necessary to help Rong Shiryan find solutions for the food problem without causing trouble. Back in the jeep, under Rong Shiryan's guidance, the car smoothly drove to the family housing area behind the military district. As they moved forward, Rong Shiryan explained the military district's layout to Shirshu and Gu Jia. The large training grounds, the small area filled with sandbags, dumbbells, and other fitness equipment, and the white auditorium on the east side all gave Shirshu the feeling of order, seriousness, and strength. What surprised her most was how strong the positive energy and good fortune were here. It made her want to roll around. "Our place is just ahead," Rong Shiryan pointed forward. The Northern Military District housing area has 3 main sections. The front part has small, simple houses built in 5 rows, each with 6 identical rooms. This area is for family members visiting soldiers at the base, and people regularly tidy the houses. The temporary stay is about a month. After that, if the soldier's rank is below battalion level and they haven't followed the military policy, they need to report and ask for permission to stay longer. Those like Rong Shiryan, who meet the criteria, can choose between small courtyard houses or single-room apartments. Both options have their advantages. Courtyard houses allow for gardening and flowers and offer more space. The downside is that the walls are low, privacy is limited, and privacy isn't highly valued. The layout of the building is quite large, with each house about 70 square meters. Every home has designated space for a kitchen and bathroom, with water supply and drainage installed. The privacy is very good. The downside is that higher floors require climbing stairs, while lower floors have less good sanitation. In summer, due to immature water technology, there are occasional issues with gas buildup. Living in a building naturally means missing out on the joy of gardening. Behind the single-story courtyard house and the 5-story building, there are 2 rows of 3-story detached small houses. Each row has 10 houses, which are homes for senior officers and high-ranking officials starting from the regiment level. Shu naturally chose the courtyard house. A jeep drove around the temporary residence area and slowly stopped at a courtyard on the west side of the house. Okay, we're here. This is the place. Rong Shuryen was the first to get out of the car. He walked to the gate of the courtyard and opened it. Most families like to gather and chat, and since there are not many officers at the district level now, Shu and the others chose this courtyard at the far west of the residential area, where no one else lives nearby. The 3 quickly unloaded all their luggage into the yard. Only then did Shu take a moment to carefully look around the courtyard. Because there hadn't been rain for many months, the soil was cracked and dry. The house was built with mud bricks. Inside the gate was the main hall, with a bedroom on the left and a study on the right, which could also be turned into a child's bedroom in the future. From the main house on the left side, there was a guest room that could also serve as a study or storage room. On the right, next to the main house, was a kitchen about 10 square meters. Near the wall was a bathroom, still with a squat toilet, but now with water supply and drainage, not the traditional old-style toilet. This made Shu very happy, as it was hard to find workers to clean here. Alright, I've dropped you both off here. That's my task done. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Gu Jia looked at his watch. It was 3 p.m. He was heading west from the military district and estimated he could find a guest house in the city before 8 p.m. After these 2 days of contact, Shu understood that Gu Jia was straightforward and direct. She also knew he had another task, so she didn't bother to keep him. Instead, she pretended to unpack a package, then took out 2 large strips of cured meat and handed them to him. Gu Jia naturally declined. These 2 large strips of cured meat would last more than half a month. He couldn't accept them. Rong Shuryen then directly took the cured meat from Shu's hand and, with a quick move, looped his arm around Gu Jia's neck. Let's go. When did you become so polite? I'll take you to water the plants, refuel, and maybe check if there's any steamed bread left at the canteen. Gu Jia felt she couldn't compete with Rong Shuryen and was helplessly dragged back into the car. Goodbye, sister-in-law. After waving goodbye with a choking gesture to Shu, Rong Shuryen pulled her into the jeep. Shu watched them drive away with a smile, then quickly closed the courtyard gate and turned into the kitchen. With a wave, she neatly arranged the common kitchen items, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, on the cabinet beside the stove. The rice, flour, brown rice, black flour, and wheat bran bags were also properly placed. The cured pork, ham, and small courtyard meats were hung from the beams with ropes, just like before. Shu was satisfied with a tidy kitchen but felt like she had forgotten something. Looking at the dark stove in the kitchen, Shu felt a little worried. She had stored the 3 iron pots in her space, but now she didn't know how to take them out. However, she thought that since the military area had left stove openings for each household, there must be iron pots available. When Rong Shuryen returned, she planned to ask the logistics department. She should be able to find out. She released many dust-cleaning insects to tidy all the rooms in the small courtyard. Returning to the main hall, she directed the insect to open all the packages. Most of the contents were clothes for her and Rong Shuryen. The many fabrics and leather materials she had bought were mostly used to make clothes and backpacks for her family. The dark-colored fabrics were for the men, and the light-colored ones for her and Rong's mother. As for the leather, she made 5 large, practical backpacks and also crafted a windproof leather coat and jacket for Rong Shuryen. Of course, her making simply meant tossing the leather to the bamboo building, which then delivered the needed items to her. After organizing their clothes, Shu began making the bed. She laid an 8-jean, about 4 kilograms, thick cotton mattress on the bed, which was warm and comfortable. She then placed the bedding and pillows at the foot of the bed. She threw a feather duster on the headboard, and the bedroom was now tidy. In the main hall, since there were no tables or chairs, The tea set brought from the small courtyard had no place to go, so she temporarily placed everything on the bed in the bedroom. Shirshu took out her specially stored small charcoal stove from the package, an essential for barbecues and hot pot meals in the courtyard. The charcoal stove was placed against the left wall of the main hall near the door. Shirshu also went to look at the study on the left side, which was about the same size as the bedroom, but without a heated bed. It was just a simple square room with a window slightly larger than the one in the bedroom. While Shirshu was thinking about buying some furniture, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. Shirshu went to open the door and saw Rong Shiryan carrying a table, along with a group of young soldiers, bringing things into the house. They brought a desk, a dining table, a heated bed cabinet, a wardrobe, a large iron pot, and 5 old elmwood chairs with backs. After placing the items in the yard, the soldiers left. Shirshu heard them say they would do some training later, so he didn't stop them. Since Rong Shiryan asked for their help, it was natural that he would return the favor later. The kitchen now had an iron pot, the main hall had a dining table, the study had a desk and 3 chairs, but they still needed a bookshelf. The clothes in the bedroom were stored in the wardrobe and the heated bed cabinet. Shirshu remembered the empty large jar in the kitchen and asked Rong Shiryan to use the well in the yard to draw water. The military district's location was quite good. Shirshu asked Jinggu to check the water quality. Jinggu didn't change color, indicating the water was very clean. When Rong Shiryan finished drawing a bucket of water, Shirshu started to prepare the stove. First, he cleaned the pot with water, then dried it. When the pot turned slightly yellow, Shirshu took a jar of lard from the small yard. Since Rong Shiryan was at home, Shirshu couldn't process pigskin, so he only put 2 spoonfuls of shiny, white pig fat into the pot. As the aroma spread, the iron pot was ready. Rong Shiryan's appetite had been spoiled by Shirshu's feeding over the past year. During the move, he had been living rough, and as soon as he smelled the delicious aroma, he started protesting, eager to eat meat. "Wife, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Rong Shiryan, like a hungry dog craving a bone, immediately hugged Shirshu when he entered the main hall. With a big, playful head, he nuzzled and rubbed against Shirshu's neck. Shirshu loved Rong Shiryan's closeness. He gently tousled his messy hair while thinking about what to cook for dinner. Cornmeal pancakes, cured meat with boiled cabbage, and with the chili from home, I can also make spicy chicken with dried mushrooms. Every time Shirshu mentioned a dish, Rong Shiryan nodded vigorously. After listing the 3 meals, Rong Shiryan looked up with bright eyes at Shirshu. "Wife, I'll help you cook." He bluntly refused him, saying, "Is there a supply and marketing cooperative at the military district? You should buy more meat, vegetables, and seasonings." He didn't want him to help because he was in the kitchen and he still needed to direct the small kitchen to cook. The military district doesn't call it a supply and marketing cooperative. It's called the Logistics Material Supply Agency, abbreviated as the Supply Agency. Rong Shiryan slightly exaggeratedly corrected Shirshu's wording. "I heard that the supply agency can even sell live animals." Shirshu happily handed over all his money to Rong Shiryan, asking him to buy more meat and eggs. If there are live animals no matter their size, he wanted to buy a few. Rong Shiryan thought about his salary that he would need to give his wife tonight, and happily accepted the money from her. At home, Shirshu had a small kitchen to help, so she wasn't in a rush to cook. After Rong Shiryan left, she took a piece of pork belly from the small kitchen, started to fry the oil in the pot, and roasted the pork belly until it was crispy and fragrant, sizzling with oil. In the military district, future meals would be for just 2 people. She didn't want to use a bunch of clean-smelling insects to hide the smell anymore. Besides, in the family compound with many people and children, releasing bugs could easily be mistaken for pests and killed. If bad gases were released, she would be blamed, which was not worth it. So, the smell of the roasted pork skin gradually drifted farther and farther with the wind. The closest household to Shirshu's home was the Chun family, just 3 houses away, Chun Ijo's family. Because Chun Ijo hadn't returned yet, his wife Wan Rong could only let their daughter Chun Jiji, who just finished school, watch her younger brother so she could quickly prepare dinner for the family. When the fragrant smell drifted over from Shirshu's side, Chinjiji was just about to go inside to get a chair and let her brother stand in the yard. 3-year-old Chen Zhaoxing stood dazed in the yard, blinking his big eyes innocently. When he smelled the aroma, he raised his little nose to sniff. Children's thinking is always very straightforward. The first reaction Chen Zhaoxing had to the smell was to shout loudly for his mother in the yard. "Mom, there's meat! Meat, meat!" When he shouted, everyone in the neighboring houses and the opposite side heard him. Recently, due to shortages of supplies, each family's men had their wages sent back to their hometowns from the supply agency. The quality of life for their own families in the military district had decreased quite a bit. Every day, they carefully rationed their meat, only a little at a time. Whenever they bought meat from the supply agency, they tried to cut as little as possible. Today's obvious roasted pork smell was enough to make anyone crave it. Oh, look! The new camp commander has just moved in and is starting to cook. Among the family members gathered at each door, those who understood the situation guessed right away. After saying a few words, they quietly went back home, no longer craving the smell. The meat being cooked was just the skin and fat, not good meat, but it smelled very tempting. Some family members liked this smell and came to visit out of curiosity. Someone brought 2 eggs from home. Another carried a bunch of green onions or a cabbage, and everyone followed the scent to the house of Shirshu. Little food-loving boy Chen Zhaoxing held his sister Chinjiji's hand and grabbed a handful of peanuts from home, then joined the adults to see what was happening. Although Shirshu didn't release the full scent charm, for safety, she placed a scout charm at each of the 4 directions around the small yard. So, when a few people appeared from afar, the scout charm immediately notified Shirshu. Shirshu threw the cooked pork belly into her space to feed the bugs, then asked the small kitchen for a large plate of sliced roasted pork belly, which she placed on a cover. Only when she heard the knocking did she cover the roasted pork belly with a fine mesh. As soon as the yard gate opened, the military district family members, who had been chatting lively outside, suddenly fell silent. Someone among them was the first to speak. "Wow, look at this handsome guy." This compliment snapped everyone out of their daze. Shirshu awkwardly stood at the gate, listening to the women praise her one after another, calling her a rare beauty, comparing her skin to tender tofu, and her shiny black hair to a beautiful sight. They kept talking about her, making her feel both embarrassed and helpless. If she said they were being malicious, it wasn't. It was just that their vocabulary was limited and they didn't mean harm. Shirshu knew they just wanted to get close and ask about the delicious smell of the meat. So, she didn't hide anything. Unlike Linshan village, the women and children here are the wives and children of soldiers defending the country. They all carry some blessing from their husbands, and helping them benefits her own witchcraft practice. "Uncles and aunts, please come in. I just made some roasted pork belly, and everyone can have a taste together." When everyone heard there was meat to eat, they all became excited. Even if there wasn't much and they couldn't get a piece for themselves, just looking at it and smelling the aroma was enough to make them happy. Shirshu walked into the kitchen with a smile and took the roasted pork belly to the yard. As soon as the mesh cover was lifted, the 10 or so women in the yard, along with 2 children, Chinjiji and Chen Zhaoxing, were captivated by the smell of the rich, golden, crispy roasted pork. Their eyes widened with delight. At that moment, no one paid attention to Shirshu's looks. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the top layer of the cover, full of shiny, crispy slices of meat. "Oh my, look at this! The meat is so oily and fragrant. It smells so good." When Chen Zhaoxing saw the pork belly, he started salivating eagerly. But his mother had told him that he couldn't just reach out and take food from others. He had to wait until the Annies offered it to him and then say thank you. He clenched his small fist around a peanut gift, feeling how delicious the meat smelled. He really wanted to eat some. Shirshu was drawn by Chen Zhaoxing's eager gaze. Seeing there was also a little kid nearby, he picked up a pair of public chopsticks from the cover and carefully picked a piece of roasted pork to feed him. "Here, little friend, try this meat and see if you like it." There was no way the meat could be bad. As Chen Zhaoxing opened his mouth to say thank you, he thought happily to himself. The hot, oily slices of meat entered his mouth. With a small, white tooth biting into it. The crispy outer layer cracked open, releasing the tender, juicy aroma of the meat, filling his tiny mouth instantly. He couldn't help but drool a little. Quickly covering his mouth, Chen Jiaxing looked at Shu with bright, shining eyes and mumbled, "Delicious. So delicious." He chewed and chewed the piece of meat in his mouth, unwilling to swallow it. Seeing this, Shu also took a piece and offered it to Chen Jiji. Chen Jiji didn't expect to get some meat either. Although her family didn't have strict rules about boys and girls, her little brother was small, and her mother didn't produce much milk. For the past 3 years, they had only been able to afford a few pieces of meat each year to buy formula for her brother. After feeding the 2 children some meat, Shu smiled and invited the other women, who were also eager to try the pork. "Aunties, please have a taste." He then took out small oil paper bags he had prepared earlier, each filled with 5 pieces of roasted meat. I handed the packed paper bag of meat to a random auntie, and I heard her repeatedly decline and thank me. "That's too polite of you." "Oh, really? Thank you, young lady. By the way, may I ask, who is your husband?" Finally, someone asked. I secretly sighed and then smiled as I introduced her to the auntie. "My husband's surname is Rome." "Oh, Rome, Captain Rome?" I nodded. "Yes, he just took his post." While everyone was praising my grilled meat and chatting about some basic gossip in the military family compound, Rome Shuryen pushed the cart back. There were 2 large cages hanging at the back of the cart, and a big basket was tied to the back seat. The handlebar had 2 large bags on each side, filled with meat, vegetables, and seasonings bought from the supply store. Rome Shuryen also carried a big basket on his back, and, hearing the soft bleating from inside, I knew my long-awaited lamb meat had finally arrived. Seeing Captain Rome return, the aunties immediately turned around curiously to look. Once they saw him, their compliments poured out like a flood, about how perfect the match was, how handsome he was, and how they were a match made in heaven. They praised him so much that he couldn't help but smile broadly. After sending off these enthusiastic aunties, I looked at the few remaining slices of grilled meat on the cover, only 7 or 8 pieces, and packed them into a paper bag, then handed it to Chen Jiji. "Take this home and enjoy it with your brother. If you want meat in the future, just come find me. I'll always have enough." Chen Jiji was from shock to numbness. She couldn't understand this beautiful woman, who was so stunning she dared not call her auntie, giving away all that meat without hesitation. She even boasted that if she wanted meat, she could come to her any time, and she'd always have enough. Chen Jiji bowed to thank me along with her brother, Chen Jiaxing. He even stepped forward, raised his tiny fist, and held it up for a long time. "Big sister, here." I reached out and gently pressed his small fist. Chen Jiaxing released his tiny paw, and a few wrinkled peanuts fell onto my fair palm. I rubbed his fluffy little head with my right hand, which wasn't holding the peanuts. "Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Please come to play often." Chen Jiaxing liked this beautiful big sister, who gave him delicious meat very much. Hearing her invite him to come often, he happily nodded, and I will. Chen Jiji saw that her silly younger brother really didn't understand what politeness meant. She quickly pulled him back and apologized to Shu, with a shy smile. "Sorry for the trouble. Thank you so much for the barbecue. I will tell my parents when I get home, and they will send a gift in return." This straightforward girl was quite funny. Shu rarely smiled genuinely and said, "You're welcome. You and your brother are always welcome to come play at my house. It's not just polite talk." After watching Chen Jiji pull her brother away happily, Shu finally relaxed her smile and closed the door. When she turned around, she saw Rome Shuryen running around the yard catching chickens. "What's going on? Did he disturb the chicken coop?" She meant that whether big or small, they should buy some live animals to raise. But there was no need to buy over 20 fluffy yellow chicks all at once. These little chicks looked no bigger than a fist, but they could really run. 10 minutes later, Rong Shuryen finally managed to herd all the chicks into the repaired chicken coop, covering it with a bamboo mat and weighing down the corners with bricks. Your supply station really wasn't a waste of time. I remember there were some rules, like limits on how many animals each family could raise. How could he buy so many? Rong Shuryen chuckled. These are just young chicks. It's okay to buy more. Everyone usually buys this way at first. Raise them, eat what you can, and only keep a few that lay eggs. We only get a chance to buy every 3 years, so I tried to buy a few more. Shirshu nodded thoughtfully, then followed Rong Shiryan to see the other 2 baskets of animals. Sure enough, the largest basket held 2 little goats, 1 male and 1 female. In another slightly smaller basket was a puppy from the black 5-dog breed. Seeing the puppy, Shirshu thought of the big yellow dog, Laifu, that her parents had taken to Beijing to watch over the house. She hoped this little dog would be happier living in the courtyard. When her parents wrote asking about housing plans in Beijing, they wanted to live in a nearby apartment building. But even if she hadn't studied modern history carefully, Shirshu knew how expensive courtyard houses in Beijing would be in the future. Immediately, she told her parents that they must choose a traditional courtyard house. The reasons were obvious. It was spacious, suitable for planting vegetables, and if she and Rong Shiryan could return home for the new year, they would have a larger place to stay. Living in an apartment all together still felt a bit awkward. Her parents happily agreed with her opinion. They chose a 2-entry courtyard house located in a hudong on the Second Ring Road, about 2 stops from their workplace, based on the address and floor plans sent by the leader. The small black dog's whimpering pulled Shirshu out of her memories. Let's give him a name. Rong Shiryan, holding the small black dog, looked at his wife with hope. Call him Little Black. Honestly, besides naming her bugs based on their functions, Shirshu wasn't very good at naming other animals. Sure enough, the simple name Little Black wasn't accepted by the dog or Rong Shiryan. Little Black is a bit plain. Then what do you suggest we call him? Rong Shiryan shyly pursed his lips. How about Black Panther? Black Panther. Seeing the chubby, 4-legged, broad-shouldered, white-hipped, big-bottomed puppy wagging its little tail, she imagined a lively, rhythmic electronic beat. But, all right, let's call him Black Panther. He was happy with that, but he was just a small, adorable puppy. And it was a rare purebred Black Panther dog, a guardian and protector of the home. Rong Shiryan was happy. He carried the dog inside to prepare a dog bed. Shirshu temporarily took a pair of small goats into the empty room on the left side of the main house. She took out fresh grass leaves from her space to feed them and found a large ceramic basin in the kitchen, filling it with half a basin of room-temperature well water. She remembered that goats mainly eat shrub leaves, pasture, or crop stalks. They weren't picky eaters, and her space had plenty of these. The only thing she needed to worry about was watering them. Goats need to be fed twice a day with 2 to 3 kilograms of warm water each time. Shirshu wasn't afraid of trouble. She just worried she might forget to feed them someday. After settling the goats, she went to the kitchen to wash her hands and serve the dishes. Just as she brought in the fragrant cured meat with boiled cabbage, the small Black Panther sniffed the smell and pounced to her feet. It whined softly, calling for milk, wagging its little tail happily. Rong Shiryan saw her gently and lovingly hold the dog in her arms, and he suddenly felt regret. He didn't bring home a proud Black Panther. He brought home a troublemaker competing for attention and distracting his wife. Honey, maybe we should give it away. Food is scarce now, and we have too many animals. It's too tiring for you. Shirshu didn't realize his hidden jealous feelings and smiled as he gently pinched the man's wrinkled nose. Let's keep it. I think it's cute. When our baby is born, we'll have more animal friends to keep us company. Okay, Rong Shiryan said, a little disappointed as he lowered his head, but he quickly realized he was wrong. His big eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at Shirshu. You're pregnant. Seeing Shirshu smile and give a thumbs up, Rong Shiryan was so happy his mouth almost split open. Really? I'm going to be a dad? Yes, probably about a month along. Shirshu had noticed it earlier during a barbecue. He liked the smell of roasted food but suddenly felt a bit sick. After letting Lu Yu check, they confirmed she was pregnant. It was too early to tell if it was a boy or girl, but regardless of gender, Shirshu was full of hope. This was the first time in her life that she was carrying a child. Since she was chosen to be the mother, she would take good care of him. If her grandmother were here, she would be even happier. Thinking of her grandmother, Shirshu instinctively remembered the scene before the scout bug was crushed and sent back. The look of disgust in her eyes felt so familiar. In the future, With the Gene family fully protected by the state and Gene Sure Group leading in genetic research, there were no enemies or rivals. People who wanted to live a few more days would line up for appointments. Shu couldn't imagine who those eyes belonged to. The 5 black dog was still too small. Shu fed it some lamb milk mixed with rice. As for meat, it would have to wait about 3 months. The little black panther, who had been eating porridge for half a month, whined, "Woo, I want meat." At dinner, Rong Shiryan also briefly explained the situation of a few special families in the residential area to Shu. "We are generally easy to get along with here, except for Captain Kong's family, who are a bit difficult. He is quite stubborn and values rules a lot. His family. Well, when you meet them in the future, try to keep some distance. They are not very easy to get along with." Shu was eating cornmeal pancakes with preserved meat and cabbage, breaking off small pieces. She hesitated to explain everything clearly to Rong Shiryan, so she told him what she heard from other family members that afternoon. "This afternoon, I heard from some of the other wives that dealing with the Kong family, the Zhou family from earlier, the Lin family, and the Qin and Li families over by the apartment building are all quite difficult." After saying this, Shu added with a smile, "But I don't really like visiting others, so I probably won't meet them too often." Seeing that his wife had been looked after by the sisters-in-law, Rong Shiryan felt a bit more at ease. Then he remembered the dinner invitation and the matter of submitting his military pay. Thinking about submitting his pay, Rong Shiryan forgot to eat and quickly wiped his hands with a cloth. He hurried back to his room, reached into the dark pocket of his military green jacket he wore that morning, and took out the pay envelope and ration tickets wrapped in a handkerchief. He brought both items back to the dining table and placed them in front of Shu. With a puzzled look, Shu opened the handkerchief. Inside, there was a brand new pay envelope and a bunch of national military ration tickets. Rong Shiryan looked at Shu nervously. "Wife, this is my salary and ration tickets from the army. The savings I had before, I used to help my parents, making connections and spending it all. Now, the only contribution I can make to the family is this. I've been promoted to battalion level and my monthly salary is 57 yuan, with 100 Gene of ration tickets and 30 Gene of meat tickets. If needed, I can apply for other tickets by explaining the reasons." Shu nodded to show she understood. Although she didn't need material support to live well, she still thought Rong Shiryan's initiative to hand over his pay was very commendable. She wiped her hands, picked up the pay envelope, and opened it. Inside, she saw a brand new pay certificate with the first line stamped with a steel seal. The start date was October 1958, and the end date was October 1959. Now it was November, so it covered a full year's salary, all calculated at battalion level, 57 yuan each month. There was also a note from January 1959 mentioning a bonus of 2,000 yuan for first-class merit. So Shu, if he goes to the military district finance office with this paycheck, he can withdraw 2,684 yuan. Adding the remaining 2,000 yuan or so from home, Shu feels he can live comfortably in the future. He looked at various common receipts, which seemed a bit different from the ones copied by Mo Gu. "Does the military supplies store accept regular grain coupons? Half of the family's coupons are with me. If they can't be used, I can send them to my parents in Beijing. It can be used, but if you want to send them, that's fine. My parents will probably send me a telegram soon, and we can decide then." After handing in his salary, Rong Shiryan felt very happy. He leaned close to Shu and said, "Wife, praise me." Shu naturally gave him a loving kiss as praise. The man immediately turned into a happy dog, running happily around the yard. Then he complained that the yard was too small, so he went out and ran several laps around the neighborhood. On the way, he met the squad leader and others returning from training, and suddenly remembered the dinner invitation. He hurried back home to discuss with Shu. "Look at you, all sweaty from running. Go boil some water and take a shower." Before Rong Shiryan could excitedly come over to say something, Shu covered his nose in disgust and told him to go wash first. Rong Shiryan obediently went to the kitchen to boil water, but didn't give up on discussing the dinner invitation with Shu. "Invite guests?"
"Sure."
"What do you want to eat?" Shu had no trouble with this. He just named the dishes he wanted. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Oh, and the dumplings you made before. I have a friend named Wang Dabiao, who's a guy that never comes out of the dough tub. Shirshu listened to Rong Shiyan talk about many dishes, then casually opened what he bought from the supply store to look at them one by one. 2 pork belly strips, about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms, 1 with tenderloin, 1 with pork fat, 3 whole processed chickens, and 5 jin of mutton. That's quite a lot, Shirshu said, impressed that the military district supplies were richer than those in the county. There are also 3 fish. Someone will deliver them tomorrow morning. Take a look at the other groceries I bought. Rong Shiyan brought over another bag of vegetables. When he opened it, it was filled with mushrooms, shiitake, oyster, and even button mushrooms. These are Shirshu's favorite kind of mushrooms. The plump, white mushrooms only need to be washed and the stems removed. Turn them upside down on the charcoal grill. They look like small white cups. As they heat up, they will release tasty juice. After grilling, first drink the flavorful liquid, then eat the mushroom. The skin is crispy and fragrant, while the inside is soft and thick. With the mushroom's unique aroma, it is an incredibly delicious treat. Rong Shiyan, based on Shirshu's description, already knew these mushrooms would be tasty. Okay, I'll tell the supplier shop. If they have button mushrooms, save a pound for us. If I don't have tasks, I'll go buy them every day for you. There's no need to trouble yourself. You buy these, and I can cultivate the spores myself. Shirshu placed the mushrooms on the table and looked at the other vegetables, potatoes, white radishes, Chinese cabbage, and a mustard green. Does the supplier's shop sell seeds? She also wanted to plant a vegetable garden on both sides of the small yard, growing soil vegetables and climbing vines with fruits. Rong Shiyan suddenly remembered. Yes, wait a moment. He ran back into the house and took a large paper bag from his coat pocket. Almost forgot. Of course, they have seeds. Here, look, wife. He opened the paper bag like a treasure, revealing small packets labeled with different seed names. Climbing vine fruits include cucumbers, loofah, winter melon, flat beans, peas, and long beans. Soil vegetables include radishes, cabbage, green onions, rapeseed, spinach, cilantro, chives, peppers, and potatoes. Take a look, wife. If anything's missing, I'll ask them to find it. Rong Shiyan spoke with a sense of pride and face. Wife, from today on, just focus on nourishing the baby. I will handle everything. Shirshu gave him a funny look. Oh, so you're also in charge of cooking every day? Well, Rong Shiyan looked a bit proud. My cooking is still better. Just like in the small yard, I'll prepare breakfast. He can cook simple meals, but after a year in Linshan village, Shirshu's picky taste has him cooking all day. After 3 days, he probably won't have an appetite anymore. They joked and chatted for a while, then finally settled on the menu for the guests. Meat dishes, clay pot lamb, braised pork, spicy boiled fish, and a sweet and sour pork tenderloin for the children. Vegetables, vinegar-dressed Chinese cabbage, hot and sour shredded potatoes, plus spicy cabbage and pickled cucumbers brought from my hometown. Rong Shiyan thought it was already a hearty meal. Shirshu thought for a moment and added, there are also a few bottles of huadia wine. You can drink them. If I make more, it will be next year. Are there still huadia wine? Rong Shiyan's eyes widened with surprise, then immediately clung tightly to Shirshu. No, they can't drink it. If they know we have good wine, they'll keep coming back to visit. Shirshu pointed at his forehead with his finger, giving him a gentle tap. You just don't want to share the huadia wine. Since they were in the small courtyard, he was always fighting with the old man over drinks. Speaking of drinking, remember to buy some peanuts and sunflower seeds tomorrow. It would be fun to snack on them while drinking. Rong Shiyan happily hugged his dear wife, saying, thank you for your effort tomorrow night. Or maybe the day after tomorrow. Would you like to rest well tomorrow? Shirshu didn't mind and said, let's do it tomorrow. You're returning to the team tomorrow, and everyone will be eager to gather together in the evening. I also want to meet your comrades. Thinking about the many kinds of canned food sent to Linshan village, Rong Shiyan believed his comrades must be a very lovely group of people. All right, then tomorrow night, my wife. Rong Shiyan affectionately nuzzled Shirshu's soft hair, then lowered his head to press his forehead against hers. His deep eyes shimmered with moist emotion. "Thank you, my wife. Thank you for letting me live again." The nightmares were too real. He couldn't forget them. If he hadn't met Shirshu, his future might have been like that, trapped in a swamp with no hope. Because Shirshu was pregnant, they spent that night very warmly. Rong Shiryan got up at 5 a.m. to wash up, and Shirshu, surprisingly, was also awake. "Sleep a little longer." Shirshu mumbled softly in agreement and turned over to continue sleeping. When he woke up again, it was already 8 a.m., and the loud military horns had sounded 3 times. Hearing knocking at the door, Shirshu quickly got dressed, tousled his hair with his hand at the back of his head, and tied a simple high ponytail. "Who's there?" When he opened the door, he saw a stranger, a young soldier, outside, holding 3 fish in his left hand and a basket of eggs in his right. Shirshu remembered Rong Shiryan talking to her last night. Today, someone from the supply company brought fish, so she opened the door and turned to walk into the kitchen. She took a large wooden basin from the space. Thinking about the 3 fish still struggling to open their mouths, she believed they were alive. She scooped more than half a basin of water into the wooden basin and then left the kitchen. She asked the little soldier, whose face was unusually red for no clear reason, to put the fish and eggs into the kitchen. After the person left, Shirshu touched her smooth, porcelain-like face and muttered curiously, "What's wrong with this little soldier? Why is his face so red?" What she didn't know was that the early morning beauty, lazy and sleepy, with charming eyes half closed, combined with her simple but well-cut and graceful figure, was very attractive to the little soldier. Because of this, rumors quickly spread in the military district that Rong Shiryan's wife was like a fairy. After sending the little soldier away, Shirshu turned back to her room. She went into the bamboo tower space to wash up. After taking care of her personal needs, she checked on her latest cultivated anesthetic bugs and web bugs. The anesthetic bugs were fine. After taking the medicine she got from the hospital last time, they hadn't been harmed and were now resting and adjusting. The web bugs, however, couldn't withstand the mental toxin from the illusion bugs. Some had already died, and others were still fighting. Shirshu hoped a strong, healthy one would emerge. But since the future technology era was still 30 years away, she was not in a hurry. After leaving the space, she went to the kitchen to check. Sure enough, Rong Shiryan had cooked porridge for her in the morning. But Shirshu remembered that nutritionists in the future said eating only porridge and pickles every morning wasn't ideal. It was better to have eggs, milk, and other nutritious foods. Not wanting to waste her husband's effort, Shirshu warmed a small bowl of porridge in the small kitchen, then asked for a boiled egg and a cup of warm milk. She leaned against the stove and finished her breakfast. Just after finishing the last sip of porridge, someone knocked on the door again. Shirshu put down her bowl, wiped her mouth, and calmly walked out of the kitchen to the door. The person knocking was polite, only knocking 3 light taps, then waiting patiently. Shirshu opened the door and saw a woman holding Qin Jiaoxing in her arms, with a vegetable basket hanging on her elbow. She guessed the woman's purpose. Sure enough, Wan Rong saw Shirshu first and greeted her warmly, introducing herself enthusiastically. "Hello, little sister. My name is Wan Rong, with Rong meaning lotus. Yesterday, my mischievous boy caused you some trouble." The two stood awkwardly at the door. Shirshu politely stepped aside to let them into the yard. Wan Rong carried Chen Jiaoxing inside, then relaxed and looked carefully at Shirshu. Since they hadn't met before, she was friendly but felt a bit guilty because her child had taken a lot of barbecue from the other family. But when Wan Rong looked at her, she was surprised. This girl was very beautiful. She had long, curly hair that reached her waist, shiny and thick. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose small and slightly upturned, and her lips pink and bright. She looked charming, but also elegant. Yet, she had a lively, youthful energy. Wan Rong, who had lived in the military family compound for 5 or 6 years, had never seen anyone so pretty. She was so excited she almost dropped her own son on the ground. She quickly took a few steps forward, standing in front of Shirshu, her fists clenched with excitement. "Hey, little sister, you're so handsome." Wow, so pretty, so beautiful. Haha. Shirshu smiled softly and thought to herself, she's a real beauty lover. Wanrong, who loved looking at pretty things, placed a basket from her home on the bamboo table in the yard. She opened the cloth cover and started taking out items. Shirshu took out a few pieces of licorice loquat cake from her pocket and gave them to Qin Zhaoxing as snacks. Wanrong saw that Shirshu was friendly and not distant, which made her even happier. She wanted to call out to her, but suddenly remembered she didn't know her name. Look at that. I'm so happy I forgot to ask your name, little sister. Shirshu turned and smiled softly at Wanrong. My name is Jean Shirshu. You can just call me Shirshu. Oh, Jean Shirshu, what a lovely name. Since I came in so suddenly, my things at home are a bit simple. I'll go to the supply station at noon and get you some rock sugar. Shirshu politely nodded, calm and gentle. She didn't need these supplies, but she appreciated the kind gesture. Wanrong's gifts were quite generous. Luxury chocolates she herself wouldn't eat, a jar of fruit, a jar of freshly pickled long beans, a jar of garlic preserved during the Laba festival, and 10 red eggs, a traditional gift in the north, symbolizing perfection. After placing the gifts down, Shirshu was invited into the living room for tea. During casual chat, Wanrong mentioned the Kong family again. Last night, you didn't give the visiting sister-in-law some roasted meat to taste, did you? The Kong mother and daughter weren't there at the time. Later, when they saw others taking meat home, they felt jealous. I heard they wanted to come and ask for some meat, but their proud husband, Captain Kong, stopped them. Still, this family is quite scheming. Be careful when you meet them in the future. I'm not criticizing others here. Everyone in the family compound knows this. Thank you for the reminder, sister-in-law. I understand, Shirshu replied calmly. She wasn't worried. Her belongings weren't easy to take. Wanrong saw that Shirshu didn't mind her talking and felt reassured to continue sharing her thoughts. Speaking of the 5 daughters of the Kong family, they are really unfortunate. This family favors boys over girls. They often take out their anger on those 5 girls. We neighbors have complained to the political commissar several times, but since it's a family matter, there's not much we can do. Shirshu wasn't surprised by this. Different families have their own ways. If she ever encountered such a situation, she would help if she could. But unless there's a big reason, she prefers not to get involved in others' family affairs. After seeing off Sister Wan, Shirshu tidied up her room. Soon, 2 groups of people came to give gifts. Families who had taken roasted meat home yesterday and were now entertaining their children. After sending these visitors away, Shirshu began taking care of her small animals. The chicks were easy to raise. She made a paste from a little millet and put it in 2 small feeding troughs for them. The 2 little goats were also simple to care for. She picked fresh, tasty leaves from the space lake and fed them. The leaves absorbed rich nutrients from the space lake. The goats recognized good food and ate very focused. When the leaves ran out, the 2 almost started fighting. The 2 tiny goats, less than a meter tall, hadn't grown their horns yet. They knew to stand on their hind legs, preparing to heads. Fortunately, Shirshu gently held each of them apart and then threw some more leaves to them. After feeding the leaves, she poured about 3 jin of warm water. Seeing the goats drink obediently, she was satisfied and left the small house. She also placed 2 purification and strength bugs inside to clean up their droppings. These are all natural fertilizers, and since there are no dung beetles, the force insects have to take their place. Black Panther, it's time to eat. Shirshu carried a bowl of goat milk and a bowl of chicken mash to the corner of the living room. The little Black Panther was obedient. When there were many people in the morning, it would quietly lie in its doghouse inside. Now, hearing Shirshu call it, it immediately ran over happily, like a small ball of meat. The Black Panther eats very neatly. It doesn't eat messily with its head down, but takes small, quality bites. It eats quickly and gracefully, finishing its meal efficiently. After finishing the goat milk and chicken, both bowls were clean, and the ground outside was also tidy. Shirshu happily picked up the little Black Panther and wiped its mouth with a disposable grass paper. You're very well behaved. Go play in the yard, she said, placing the panther outside to play and enjoy the sun. She also asked the kitchen for a fresh bone to give to the panther so it could chew and play. It said that such bones are good for dogs to clean their teeth. Looking at the clock, she saw it was almost noon. Remembering Rong Shiryan said there was a lot to report today, she decided to eat at the cafeteria. Shirshu happily ordered a tender grilled tomahawk steak and a herb avocado salad. She also ordered double portions of mashed potatoes. After finishing everything, she added a cup of taro milk tea. As expected, being pregnant gave her a big appetite. Shirshu felt that after eating so much nutritious, high-protein food, she didn't feel full at all. But with good eating habits, she stopped eating even if she wasn't full. Just as she was clearing away the lunch dishes, someone knocked on the door again. Nowadays, it's not common to visit during midday. Shirshu looked through the scout insect and saw it was someone she didn't know. Judging by her unkind appearance, it was clear she didn't come with good intentions. Prepared in her mind, Shirshu gently opened the door. The woman had been knocking loudly and was almost about to fall inside. Shirshu slightly sidestepped to avoid her, then politely greeted her. "Hello, may I ask who you're looking for?" The woman almost fell and looked very upset. But thinking of the barbecue at Shirshu's house, she clenched her teeth and held back her anger. Seeing how beautiful Shirshu was, the woman cursed her silently in her heart, calling her a fox spirit, but still complimented her with many flattering words. "Look at how pretty this girl is. Aunt Kong is the mother of Commander Kong. Everyone in the compound calls me Grandma Kong." Shirshu responded indifferently. "Oh, hello. Is there something you need?" Aunt Kong didn't expect Shirshu to be so impolite. She felt a bit rejected and awkward. "It's nothing much. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll go back inside. I have things to do at home." As Shirshu was about to close the door, Aunt Kong quickly stopped her. Wait. Something's wrong." Shirshu paused and looked at her calmly. "Go ahead, tell me." Aunt Kong thought Shirshu was straightforward and not very tactful, so she didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Yesterday, you sent out so much barbecue, but I didn't get any for my family. Your commander is new here, right? It's okay if he's inexperienced, but people at the same level should get to know each other better. Don't you think?" Shirshu frowned slightly, confused. "That has nothing to do with me. You should talk to Rong Shiryan. The barbecue was all distributed yesterday. If you want some, your family can just ask yours to cook for you." She then asked again, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Aunt Kong didn't expect this new neighbor to be so blunt. She was momentarily stunned. Shirshu saw her dazed and didn't say anything more. She simply closed the door from inside. With a loud bang, the door shut, startling Aunt Kong. She finally realized she had been turned away. She had hoped to get a free piece of meat, but she didn't even get inside.
Bah!
What a joke, just a little troublemaker. Aunt Kong cursed silently and turned to leave. But after walking less than 50 meters, she stepped on something and fell hard to the ground.
Ow!
"Help! Help! Someone help! Oh no, who tripped me?" That careless person, Aunt Kong, who didn't get her fill of food and had her pride hurt, was now lying on the ground crying loudly. Her fall wasn't in a good spot, about 20 meters from Captain Zhang's house, so she couldn't blame him directly. As for the family members passing by who knew her personality, no one dared to help her. Instead, they kindly went to Captain Kong's house and called his daughter-in-law to come and assist her. This time, old Mrs. Kong lost face, and she secretly held a grudge against Shirshu. Sitting in her own yard and watching the joke through the scout insect, Shirshu didn't care whether old Mrs. Kong was angry or not. If she dared to cause trouble again, Shirshu would let the insect go and trip her with a stone. Then they could see whether the old lady's foul language was more or her old bones were tougher. Although there was a dinner invitation at night, since the small kitchen was fully in charge, Shirshu had little to do. She turned her attention to the 2 pieces of land in the yard. Because of the drought, the land was dry, yellow, and cracked. Shirshu tried pouring some well water on it, but found the water seeped directly into the soil, and the surface dried out quickly again. She reached out and pinched a bit of soil, noticing that the soil was almost inactive. She released a few earthworms from her space and threw them onto the ground. The worms wriggled, but couldn't burrow in. Why is it so dry? Shu collected the worms, which were almost breaking their heads trying to burrow, and temporarily gave up on planting in the yard. Instead, she chose potted vegetables. Although she used soil from her space, she dug a small patch of soil from the corner of the yard with a tiny shovel to avoid too many explanations. In the afternoon, Shu played with the little sheep, little dog, and 20 chicks in the yard for over 2 hours. After drinking the lake water from the sacred witch space, the animals became much smarter than when they first arrived. At least, the 20 yellow-feathered chicks no longer ran around the yard aimlessly. Shu let them go wherever they wanted, and even when they needed to go, they knew to run to a designated spot, avoiding the mess of white and green chicken droppings all over the yard. After the sun set in the west, Shu let the animals return to their nests. She washed her hands, went to the kitchen, and lit the fire under the stove. She poured a large pot of fragrant braised pork from the small kitchen into a cast-iron pot, letting the aroma waft out to prepare for when everyone arrived. As for other dishes, she simply arranged them on the dining table in the living room. There were 5 meat dishes in total. After giving the small kitchen the fish sent by the little warrior in the morning, she guessed the quality was good. The small kitchen generously prepared a large bowl of spicy boiled fish and a beautifully shaped squirrel-shaped carp. There were also more vegetable dishes, including a scallion pancake with eggs. Perhaps because she was pregnant, Shu's love for children had grown even more. Shu finished setting up the dining table, then turned around and went back to the kitchen. He took out a large bowl of steamed rice from the storage space, covered it with a lid, and placed over 30 soft, white, plump buns. Everything was ready. Shu was then notified that the guests had arrived. For this gathering, Rong Shuryen not only invited Commander He, but also called in 7 close friends who had fought together: Wang Dabiao, Zhao Zheng, Yu Tianchuan, Ba Sengguai, Gan Wangjin, Hong Sheng, and Sha Yiji. Because their special team received a collective first-class award a year ago for an important mission, each of the 8 members was promoted based on their skills by the military district. As team leader, Rong Shuryen was promoted the most. He had calmly judged the situation during the mission and protected Wang Dabiao at a critical moment, so he was promoted from deputy company level to a senior battalion level special operations instructor. Wang Dabiao, who was good at disarming bombs, was promoted from a level 6 soldier to the leader of the bomb disposal team, equivalent to deputy company level. Zhao Zheng, Yu Tianchuan, Ba Sengguai, Gan Wangjin, and Hong Sheng also received promotions to deputy company level. Now, they served as deputy battalion-level combat instructors for the military district. Sha Yiji used to be a communication soldier responsible for code-breaking, transmitting information, and intercepting messages. He was the oldest among them and no longer physically fit for the demanding tasks of the special team. However, thanks to his excellent communication skills, he was kept in the military district as the company commander of a communications unit, at the level of a regular company officer. It can be said that the difficult mission a year ago led to the disbandment of Rong Shuryen's special team. But for each member, it was a major opportunity in their military careers. Fate seemed to have a hidden plan. In their previous life, Rong Shuryen's team did not all get promoted. The documents they fought hard to recover were immediately sealed and sent to a confidential agency after reaching Beijing. The reason was that in their past life, the old man was persecuted and died by the Ping'an County Revolutionary Committee. To protect the important list from being discovered, the overall confidentiality level was raised to the highest. The secret mission Rong Shuryen's team carried out was also classified at the same level. All the results were completely sealed for 17 years. It wasn't until that political movement ended that the documents were made public. However, the scientific research results inside had already become outdated. Now, because the old man was not persecuted to death, his secret unit continued to receive and study the document. They highly praised the scientific achievements and made significant progress in the New Flower Kingdom's aviation industry. Therefore, the 8 members of the special team all received this honor, which was well-deserved. Oh my gosh, sister-in-law, this is too much food. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Brother Rome, help me out. Among the 8, Wang Dabiao was the most playful and the least respectful to Rong Shiyan. Seeing this table of food, others were also surprised but kept their composure. Only Wang Dabiao showed his shock openly. Rong Shiyan enjoyed teasing him. When Wang Dabiao called for help, Rong Shiyan didn't reach out but instead smiled mischievously and kicked Wang Dabiao's. "Come on, Wang Landmine, I know you too well." Wang Dabiao immediately pretended to go crazy, crying and trying to rush in front of Rong Shiyan. Rong, taller and with longer arms and legs, raised his hand to hold his head, while Wang Dabiao swung punches wildly. Wow, wow, wow. Wang Dabiao's fists couldn't reach Rong, but he kept making sound effects, loud enough for Shirshu in the kitchen to hear clearly. After serving the meat, Shirshu carried a bowl into the room and smiled, calling everyone to wash their hands and eat. Because there were many people, Shirshu also moved the bamboo table from the yard inside. But once inside, she only saw a group of grown men focused on joking and playing, with no wife or children in sight. "Did the wife and kids not come today?" Shirshu asked Rong Shiyan immediately. Wang Dabiao didn't hear her question. His eyes were fixed on the big bowl of braised pork. "Boss, you're not planning to celebrate this month, right?" He paused and added, "No worries, I have brothers. For this delicious meal, I'll make up for the allowance in half a month." Fortunately, the others weren't as wild as Wang Dabiao. They all looked at the door with confused expressions, then suddenly seemed to remember something and hurried outside to get people. Soon, Shirshu saw 5 women dressed in old, ill-fitting training clothes, with their heads bowed low, walking into the yard, each accompanied by 1 or 2 children. Based on the men around them, they are the wives and children of Sha Yiji, Gan Wangjin, Hong Sheng, Yu Tianchuan, and Zhao Zheng, as well as Madame He and her children, who are said to be studying in Beijing and are not currently at the family residence. When the women entered, the small courtyard became even more crowded. Shirshu looked at the 2 tables and thought there was enough space, so she didn't say much. She only asked Rong Shiyan to invite everyone to wash their hands and prepare to eat. However, when the women heard they would be eating with their husbands, they all panicked and waved their hands desperately. After asking, Shirshu learned that although they came from different places, their family rules were surprisingly similar. At home, women are not allowed to sit at the table. Shirshu was truly amused by their words. At that moment, she didn't know whether to be angry for them or to feel sad. Even though she repeatedly assured them it was fine, their husbands kindly advised them, but it was no use. 2 of the sisters-in-law, after being urged multiple times, became as nervous as a startled bird. They picked up their children, said "I'm going home," and tried to leave. Finally, unable to do anything else, Commander He decided to move the bamboo table into the study. The dishes on the table were divided in half, and if there weren't enough plates, they brought over all the food the children could eat. It was impossible not to have enough plates. Shirshu went back to the kitchen and brought out a stack of porcelain plates. Sha Yiji and the other 4 divided the various dishes and sent many over. After Shirshu placed 5 bottles of Huadiao wine on the table, the family feast officially began. The 5 men stood up first, raising their glasses to apologize for their oversight. "Captain, sorry about this. We just got promoted to the 11th rank and gained the right for our families to accompany us. My wife just arrived, and we're still adjusting to the customs from our hometown. It's my fault. Since I was promoted, I've been busy with my own affairs and neglected them. I apologize and drink to myself." The other 4 also shared similar stories, and everyone showed understanding. After Wang Dabiao and the others finished speaking, they immediately raised their glasses. "You 5, just apologize if you want. Drinking alone? That's Huadiao wine. My brothers, is this a punishment?" Humph. After rolling their eyes at the 5 men, they grinned widely, showing their clean, white teeth, and toasted Rong Shiyan and Shirshu. "Brother Rong, sister-in-law, Wang Dabiao, owe my life to Brother Rong. If there's anything at home in the future, just say the word, and I'll take care of it." Unfortunately, just after he finished speaking, Hong Sheng, who was sitting beside him, tapped him on the head. "Come on, be reasonable. You're not too young to get married, and you still owe Brother Rong a life-saving favor. Can you really forget that?" Stop drinking. Rong Shiryan listened and also started to laugh. He raised his glass, thinking about what he wanted to say. His cheeks and ears turned bright red instantly. This time, I invited Commander He and everyone to my house for a meal. I mainly want to introduce my wife, Sister Jean Shirshu. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't know where I'd be hiding. In the future, if I go on missions or if something happens at home, I hope Commander He and everyone can take care of things. I'll toast to that first. After Rong Shiryan finished speaking, Commander He and Wang Dabiao's eyes turned red. Others might not understand, but they knew very well. They remembered how Rong Shiryan, hearing about trouble at home, forced himself to leave the hospital despite his injured leg. He hurried back to Ping'an County, only to find that the local revolutionary committee was in control, and even though he sold everything he had, he could only be sent to be with his parents. Seeing the mood turn somber, Commander He smiled and raised the flower wine in front of him. Little Rong, I want to say something too. Congratulations on meeting Sister Jean Shirshu. Let's all raise our glasses to toast Sister Jean, thanking her for saving our comrade. I wish her and Rong little brother a long-lasting friendship and happiness. Only a leader like the commander can say such words with style. Rongge and Sister Jean, I, Wang Dabiao, toast to you both. The other 6 people also stood up and raised their glasses. Shirshu and Rong Shiryan also got up to drink with everyone. Because Shirshu was pregnant, she drank tea. When everyone heard this, they cheered and congratulated her again. The meal was very lively and happy. All the dishes, whether meat or vegetables, received unanimous praise. The most popular were the braised pork and spicy boiled fish. Rong Shiryan kept mentioning Wang Dabiao, who loved noodles, and during the meal, he ate 12 steamed buns and 3 bowls of rice by himself. Shirshu had never seen such a big appetite before. Later, seeing that the food was running out, she went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of lamb and radish soup. The men's table added spicy white pepper, but the women's table, worried that children might not be able to handle the spice, didn't add any. While Rong Shiryan and the others enjoyed their meal and drinks, the women had their first experience of eating such a rich and delicious meal. It was a celebration like never before, never having enjoyed such a grand feast even during festivals. At first, the children were shy. Although they were eager to eat, they restrained themselves and only ate the food their mother served. But when Shirshu brought over a bottle of huadiao wine and offered a toast with tea instead of alcohol, the women, who had been held back by old-fashioned ideas for most of their lives, relaxed. Shirshu then picked up each child, feeding them sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour fish slices, braised pork, or scrambled eggs. Soon, both boys and girls happily ate together with the mothers, chatting about their hometown customs and sharing little secrets. When the children were full, Shirshu took them to the yard to play with the little goats. She also hadn't fed the goats their warm water for the evening, so the children eagerly volunteered to help. The dinner lasted until nearly 10 o'clock at night. Commander He, who was nearby, stayed until the end to help Shirshu clear the table. Satisfied, he left with half a bottle of huadiao wine. Late at night, Rong Shiryan finished washing up and got into a warm bed. He gently held the exhausted Shirshu in his arms and whispered softly in her ear, "Wife, I am so happy. Thank you for marrying me." Shirshu, too tired to talk much, just responded with a few mumbles before falling asleep in Rong Shiryan's arms. Watching his wife, who always slept like a little cat and liked to rest her head on his shoulder, Rong Shiryan's usually tough heart softened completely. The feast that night caused mixed reactions. On the positive side, people praised Rong Shiryan's wife for her cooking skills, which were said to rival those of national banquet chefs. On the negative side, some accused Comrade Jean Shirshu of wastefulness. Commander Kong even wrote a letter to the Military District Discipline Committee, claiming Rong Shiryan's family was leading a lavish lifestyle and might be corrupting the neighborhood. Fortunately, the Discipline Committee didn't listen to Kong's family alone. After investigating with some officers, they learned that the gathering was to celebrate Rong Shiryan's family clearing their name, and that Rong Shiryan had paid for the feast himself, using over half a month's salary. Since it was a genuine celebration, no one brought it up again. Commander Kong, not satisfied with the outcome, tried to cause trouble again but was instead fined 5,000 words in a self-criticism for disturbing military harmony. From then on, the incident finally settled and became a thing of the past. However, Shirshu's family gradually became one of the most popular households among the residents because whenever children came to visit Shirshu's family to play with the little goat, Chicks, or Black Panther, they could always get candies or sweet drinks. If a child had a cough, Shirshu would give them licorice loquat cake or cough syrup made from sea fennel to drink. Over time, the women in the village noticed that Shirshu truly cared about the children, not just pretending but genuinely liking them. However, some villagers with selfish intentions tried to take advantage of Shirshu, but they never succeeded and often received a few sharp rebukes from him. Eventually, they stopped even trying to come close. Time passed, and on January 1st, 1960, the story continued. In Linshan village, Chen Shimli had a thin, dry face. His lips were chapped, and he dared not drink large sips of water. He was so thirsty that he could only occasionally sip a little water from a ceramic bowl to soothe his throat. Now, every family in the village had run out of stored food. The relief grain provided by the collective farm was only 4 ounces of mixed grains per person each day, which was not even real rice but sweet potatoes, broad beans, rice bran, and other coarse foods. With no enough food, everyone was forced to go into the mountains to pick wild vegetables or peel elm bark to fill their stomachs. But around Daxing Mountain, many villages faced the same problem. The wild vegetables were all picked, and the trees were stripped of bark or broken. People still went hungry, either looking pale and thin or swollen and bloated from malnutrition. Families with many members, especially boys and young men, had no enough to eat. Even more frightening than the food shortage was the water shortage. The village's 5 water wells were drying up, and Chen Xingli had written countless letters to the commune and county, hoping for experts to come and help explore new water sources. But months passed, and his letters seemed to disappear into nothing. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the village office door. Chen Xingli, feeling tired and unmotivated, looked up and saw Song Bao-Eon pulling Zhang Jinhua by the collar into the room. Bao-Eon, what's going on with you two? Chen Xingli asked, feeling reluctant to speak, but knowing he had to. Village Chief Chen, we want to go through the process of leaving the village, Song Bao-Eon said with a dark face. No, I won't allow it, Chen Xingli replied firmly. Zhang Jinhua nervously waved her hands to refuse. Chen Xingli frowned. Are you two going or not? Going. Not going, Song Bao-Eon angrily covered Zhang Jinhua's mouth with his hand. Go! Ugh. Zhang Jinhua no longer had the full figure she had when she first arrived in Linshan village. Her thin cheeks sank deeply, and her wide eyes filled with fear as she watched Chen Xingli carefully write the village departure certificate. Everything's fine. Why are you two leaving the village? Chen Xingli asked casually while writing the certificate. Recently, besides their Chen family, most other families had already left Linshan village. There's no water or food. Life is too hard. I'm planning to go to Shinchur City to find my cousin. I heard things are better there. Your cousin Song Baogua. Chen Xingli hadn't mentioned that name for a while. When he heard it again, he felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, he wrote me a letter last month. Song Bao-Tian didn't want to say much. He kept urging Chen Xingli. Have you finished writing? Yes, it's done. And stamped. After handing the departure certificate to Song Bao-Eon, Chen Xingli glanced at Zhang Jinhua, who was still being silenced and struggling desperately. He couldn't help but ask more. What's going on with you two? Song Bao-Eon, hearing this, forced a dry smile and looked at Zhang Jinhua with clenched teeth. It's nothing. I like her. I have to hold on to her wherever we go. He put the certificate into his pocket and casually said, Thanks, Village Chief Chen. Then he pulled Zhang Jinhua and left. Outside the village office, Song Bao-Eon, with a fierce look, pinched Zhang Jinhua's cheek and brought her in front of him. What's wrong? You're so reluctant to leave this broken place. You stole from someone and I caught you. Now you want to lie about grain? For just a few dozen pounds of cornmeal, you're willing to do that? Do you think I'm a fool? Listen, Zhang Jinhua, you eat and drink at my place. Since you're shameless, don't blame me for taking you as a burden and using you as a reason to leave. On the dirt road outside the village, villagers occasionally passed by. Hearing Song Baoyan's harsh words, many people looked over at this family, once considered well-off in Linshan village. In 1960, in the new flower planting country, not only was Linshan village struggling with water and food shortages, but many other areas across the country also faced severe droughts, leading to widespread food shortages. At the North Army District family compound, Ing Shurian finished his afternoon training and returned home. The first thing he did was pick up the large teapot on the table and drink all the tea inside with a loud thud, thud, thud. Didn't I bring you water? Why are you so thirsty you look like this? In the bedroom, Shirshu was holding her stomach and getting off the kong, a traditional bed. Ing Shurian hurriedly put down the teapot and ran over to support her. A little soldier fainted during training this afternoon, so I gave him some water to drink. Carefully, he helped Shirshu sit on a chair in the hallway. Then, he squatted in front of her, looking at her with a pleading face. Gently, he pressed his ear to her belly, and his left hand softly touched her slightly rounded stomach. He happily talked to the baby inside her, expressing how much he missed Shirshu and the baby that day. Your baby is less than 4 months old. If you keep talking like this every day, aren't you worried he'll get annoyed when he's born? Hee, no worries, as long as you don't get annoyed with me. Shirshu habitually ruffled his black hair. Since she was pregnant, her fingers had become even whiter. She pointed toward the kitchen. Tonight, we're having fried sauce noodles. You go to the kitchen and serve it yourself. Hearing this, Ing Shurian looked up at Shirshu. Actually, my wife, since you're pregnant now, and cooking might be inconvenient, we don't have to cook. I can go to the canteen and bring back meals every day. Shirshu gently raised her hand to cover his lips. The Army District canteen already doesn't have enough food. I don't want to trouble them further. Besides, I don't like the coarse grains they serve. Just go and serve the noodles. If they get cold, they won't taste good. Ing Shurian felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his head with a sheepish smile. Then he got up and ran to the kitchen. When he returned with 2 large bowls of noodles topped with fried sauce and shredded cucumber, he looked at Shirshu with shining eyes. Wife, who are you going to give those 8 jars of fried sauce to? Shirshu rolled her eyes at him. Besides Commander he and your 7 comrades, who else could I give them to? In the evening after eating, you can go and deliver them. Tell each family to take an extra bag of noodles. If they refuse, just say it's borrowed. When food supplies are better in the future, you can return it. Ing Shurian grinned foolishly, nodded happily, and then ate his fried sauce noodles with even more enthusiasm. Talking about the rice and flour brought by Shirshu, I also want to thank Lu Leilei's dad. Last month, his work unit brought a cartload of grain from Nanhu. He immediately asked Lu Leilei for the address of the Rongshi Yan Army District and sent 200 jin of rice and flour there. Of course, all the grain was bought by Lu Leilei's dad with his own money. But Shirshu didn't ask for nothing. She asked the small kitchen for many dried fruits, licorice loquat cakes, mushroom sauce, pork fried sauce, dried pork, and dried mushrooms to send back. To avoid suspicion when sending items to the military district, Shirshu even went with other women from the family compound to the county town nearby. After sending all these supplies, she was worried someone might get greedy, so she secretly placed a phantom insect inside the box to ensure that the package would look like an ordinary parcel before reaching Lu Leilei's home. As for the 200 jin of rice and flour that made the family compound jealous, Shirshu secretly added many other things inside. Not only did the rice and flour increase to 200 jin each, but there were also lots of cured meats, smoked chicken, and other meat products. After eating 3 bowls of fried sauce noodles, Rongshi Yan took the leftover sauce and rice flour to deliver to Wang Dabiao and the others. Life went on peacefully for more than 10 days. As the date approached January 22nd, 1960, the Little New Year during the Lunar New Year, Shirshu prepared several kinds of dumplings with different flavors. Rongshi Yan invited the unmarried Wang Dabiao and Ba Sengwai to come over for dinner. Those sour vegetable dumplings your sister-in-law made are amazing. So fragrant, So delicious. When Wang Dabiao sat at the table, he was a bit shy at first. But once the dumplings were served, his big eyes stayed glued to them and couldn't look away. Outside the family compound, children running around had started reciting their daily rhyme. Little children, don't be greedy. After Laba comes the new year. Laba porridge in a few days, on the 23rd. On the 23rd, sugar candy stick. On the 24th, clean the house, and on the 25th, make tofu. On January 23rd, the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, 5 days before New Year's Eve. Shishu asked Rong Shiyan to go to the supply store and buy a hand-cranked stone mill to make tofu from the yellow soybeans sent by Lu Lele. She originally wanted to leave this matter to the space to handle, just like before. But seeing that each family in the residential area was busy with their own supplies and that the smoke from cooking filled the air during the festival days, she felt that her own chimney should also have some lively activity. So she decided to make tofu. The leftover tofu residue from making tofu could be used by the small kitchen to make various tofu-based snacks, so nothing would go to waste. She soaked more than 10 jin of soybeans in a ceramic basin. When Rong Shiyan returned home in the evening, she could start grinding the soybeans to make tofu. After grinding, she filtered the white soy milk with water and a cloth to remove the pulp, then put it on the stove to cook. The aroma of the soy milk drifted with the wind, attracting many children from the residential area to watch. Shishu was generous and used a wooden bowl to serve each child who came over a bowl of fragrant soy milk. She even added 2 spoonfuls of sugar to each bowl. Thank you, Sister Shishu. Wow, it's so sweet. Sister Shishu is the best. It smells so good. This is the first time I've had soy milk. Thank you, sister. On the chilly winter day, the children held their warm, sweet soy milk, blowing on it and drinking happily, their heads shaking with joy. Some of the younger children couldn't hold their bowls, so the older ones took spoons to help feed them. Seeing the children gathered in her living room, Shishu felt very happy. She gently touched her 4-month pregnant belly, thinking that in 5 or 6 months, she would have her own soft, fragrant baby. She poured the brine into the pot and stirred well. The soy milk quickly turned into tofu curds. After about 20 minutes, the curds became tofu pudding. She called Rong Shiyan to pour the tofu pudding into rectangular wooden molds lined with cloth, pressing out all the water from the cooked tofu. When finished, a box of pure white, fragrant northern tofu was ready. The water filtered out was partly used to feed the chickens with millet, and most of it was given to the 2 goats. As for the once chubby and short black panther, after 5 months of careful feeding, it had grown into a majestic black dog. She also gave it some of the tofu residue water to drink. Unfortunately, the black panther, who was not picky, refused to drink a bowl of water that smelled strongly of soy. Because Shishu's family ate well, the black panther grew very strong. Its broad limbs and muscular back made it look very impressive. Walking on the street, it looked like a tiny black bear. A dog lover named Rong Shiyan often shows off his black panther by taking it for walks. Every day when he has free time, he takes the black panther out for a run. 2 days quickly passed, and now it was the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the day to slaughter the New Year chicken. Originally, Shishu had raised 20 chicks, and all of them survived. Because they ate well, each chick grew to about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms. According to the rules, after 5 months, only 2 chickens could be kept. Shishu and Rong Shiyan discussed and decided to give 2 or 3 chickens to each of their 7 friends, based on how many they could raise. After giving away some, only 2 hens were left for laying eggs, and 3 chickens remained in total. Shishu decided to have Rong Shiyan slaughter one of the chickens for soup, fitting the festive atmosphere of the New Year. When they first celebrated the New Year in Linshan village, it was a bit rushed because they had just arrived in a new era. They had to take care of the elderly and the sick, so Shishu didn't pay much attention to the usual New Year customs. Now, at the family compound, things are much better. Without strict rules, Shishu and her family, including her kind-hearted sister-in-law, children, and even soldiers, have more contact, which benefits her. She feels like she's bathing in a pool of good deeds every day, feeling happy. This cheerful mood makes her especially attentive to preparing for the new year. The 3 chicks were cooked into a big pot of mushroom stew. Shirshu originally planned to eat some that night and freeze the rest to enjoy slowly later. But unexpectedly, a young soldier came to tell her there was a dinner at the military district that evening and she should prepare something. A car would pick up the family members at 5 o'clock. The young soldier also smelled the strong aroma from the kitchen and praised Shirshu's cooking skills. Shirshu offered to treat him, but the soldier was so scared he ran away immediately.
Thank you, sister-in-law. We are disciplined and won't drink.
Please prepare early this afternoon, he said. Watching the soldier run off, Shirshu suddenly had the idea to invite these soldiers, who couldn't go home for the new year, to have a good meal together.
Her small kitchen was the perfect place to do that now.
So, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when Rong Shiryan arrived with the car to pick up the family, he saw 2 large wooden tubs in the yard. Opening the lids, he found one big tub of chicken and mushroom stew and another of pork and cabbage stew with tofu. The delicious smell made Rong Shiryan momentarily stunned. Then he realized what it was and, with disbelief and excitement, hugged the smiling Shirshu. Wife, are you planning to add more dishes for the brothers tonight? Shirshu's lips, as red as cherries, slightly curved up. Yes, do you feel sorry? I used quite a bit of tofu from home. Rong Shiryan chuckled. Of course I feel sorry, especially since my wife is pregnant with our baby and still wants to help take care of the brothers' meals. Thank you, wife. Since the drought, the military district's cafeteria has served mostly simple food like rice porridge, boiled cabbage, flatbread, and pickled vegetables. Even occasional black bread or brown rice made the young soldiers cheer all day. Such plain meals, even if filling, left their taste buds hungry and craving more. But because his wife cooked different dishes every day, his complexion was among the best in the entire military district. Wang Dabiao and others, who often received delicious food from his wife, also looked quite healthy. However, most officers and soldiers looked very thin and weak. After less than half a day of training, their stomachs would start growling loudly on the field. Rong Shiryan carefully moved the 2 large wooden barrels prepared by Shirshu onto the car and gently helped her sit down. When more than 70 family members arrived at the hall, the tables and chairs inside had already been neatly arranged. The tables were foldable round tables and benches brought from the cafeteria, with a few sturdy square stools provided for those with children or pregnant women who found it hard to move. Shirshu was politely guided to sit on a square stool. After all the sisters-in-law had seated themselves, Rong Shiryan and Wang Dabiao carried the 2 barrels to the back storage room of the hall. Soon, military district leaders took the stage to give speeches. They explained that because the military district had a mission on the 30th night, the celebration was moved up to tonight. After clarifying the reason, the leader also thanked the family members for their understanding and care for the soldiers, and invited the senior military officials to come on stage to award medals to the officers who had made achievements this year. As the senior officials stood up from the front row, Shirshu saw for the first time the combat hero that Rong Shiryan had mentioned many times. Although the old leader had a head full of silver hair, he still looked strong and healthy. When he stepped onto the stage, he looked like a tall mountain, making people feel safe and at ease. After the old leader read out the list of soldiers who had made achievements last year, soldiers from each company stood up and received awards amid applause. Once the award ceremony ended, staff brought tea, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies to all the tables. On stage, performers from the art troupe also performed. As the music played from below the stage, they danced beautifully to the song, Red Detachment of Women. Since Shirshu spends most of her days raising insects, she rarely watches the Spring Festival Gala or live performances. So, she enjoyed watching this nostalgic show very much. After the Red Detachment of Women performance, there was a song called Red Plum Blossom, sung by 3 female altos. Then, there was a comic dialogue that Shirshu didn't understand. After that, a poem recited by a man and a woman praised the motherland. The show ended with a group dance to the March of the Volunteers. Although there were only 5 performances, Shirshu felt very satisfied and felt a warm, unfamiliar closeness to this era. When the show ended, dinner began. Shirshu looked at the simple meal on the table and quietly thought. As expected, the main dishes were large bowls of black bread and brown rice. There was also a plate of scrambled eggs, a plate of pickled vegetables and wild greens, and a pot of boiled cabbage. Most of the large dishes were provided by the military district, while the smaller plates varied slightly in each camp. At Shirshu's table, along with 5 other soldiers from Rongshuyan's camp, there was spicy cabbage, braised pork, stir-fried wild greens with cured meat, celery with peanuts, stuffed red fruit, and dishes she brought herself, chicken stewed with mushrooms and pork with cabbage and tofu. Other tables also had extra dishes, but they were not as plentiful or hearty as those at Shirshu's and Rongshuyan's tables. The camp commander, known to be quite stingy, didn't add any extra dishes at his table. There's a Chinese saying, "It's not about having many, but about fairness." Those who didn't get extra dishes, from the stingy camp commander to soldiers drooling over other tables' food, naturally started to complain and cause trouble. Soon, a commotion broke out near the northwest corner of the auditorium, quite far from Shirshu. Although the lights were on, the wattage was too low, and the spacious hall was not very bright. Suddenly, the sound of dishes crashing to the ground rang out, followed by a man's loud, angry shout. "Hong Sheng, are you crazy?" The man shouting was short in height, but his voice was loud. Since Shirshu was far away, he couldn't see clearly. He only heard Sister Wan Rong nearby whispering that the man was from another family in the housing area who liked to cause trouble. His name was Qin Zijin. Qin Zijin has had a tough life. I heard his wife mention before that he was an orphan adopted by the Qin family, used to have a son, but later the Qin family had their own son, so they didn't pay much attention to him. He was about 11 then, so he wouldn't have starved. Later, he joined the army and served for over 20 years. Now he's 36 and still a battalion commander. That's probably as far as he'll go. Shirshu thought this person was quite pitiful, but that wasn't a reason to cause trouble at the military gathering. There were many people, but the lighting was dim. Shirshu threw a scout bug onto the wall, letting it crawl across the ceiling to see what was happening. However, before the scout bug could reach, Qin Zijin shouted again. "Special forces are so great. Serve the food. Serve the food." When the scout bug reached above, it saw Hong Sheng being provoked by Qin Zijin, who punched him in the face. "Oh no, he's hitting someone." "Leader. Commander. That's Hong Sheng from the 3rd Battalion hitting our Qin family member." Nearby, a short, thin woman with a hoarse face threw herself onto Qin Zijin, who was knocked to the ground. She waved her hands, hitting him repeatedly, while crying and accusing Hong Sheng of wrongdoing. As the chaos grew, the leaders couldn't ignore it. They immediately approached through the crowd. "Who is this?" Not recognizing the crying woman, the leader turned to ask the people around him. Someone who knew her quickly reported, "Report, leader. This is Sister Ma Wenxiu, wife of Captain Qin." Having identified her relationship, the leader nodded slightly and thanked the young soldier who had told him the news. "Miss, don't cry yet. We need to talk calmly. Please help Captain Qin to stand up." "It's not good to lie on the ground like that, is it?" The leader finished speaking and then signaled a few young soldiers on his left to help the person up. Since the senior leader had spoken, Qin Zijin couldn't keep pretending and had to push away his wife, who was still patting him. He then stood up with the soldiers who came to pull him. Seeing the scene was quiet, the leader first smiled and told everyone to continue eating. Then he looked back and nodded at Hong Sheng and Qin Zijin. "Both of you, come with me." Until the leader took the 2 fighting men away, the dining hall gradually returned to a lively atmosphere. At a table with many family members, like Shirshu and others, more children joined in, and the scene was welcoming. "Annie, can I have a piece of meat?" "Thank you, Annie, for giving me some meat." "Annie, my brother wants to eat that chicken stew with mushrooms. Can you put 2 pieces in my bowl?" Soft, pitiful, and quiet requests kept coming. As for the soldiers' tables, it was even more lively. Some soldiers brought peanuts from their tables to exchange for meat, getting teased and scolded for half of it. Others, with no food, shamelessly came over to share dishes. But everyone was smiling, getting along well. Compared to the cheerful laughter in the hall, in the equipment room just a wall away, the leaders had grim faces, pointing angrily at Qin Zijing and Hong Sheng from a distance. After bringing them here, the leader only said to handle it well, then left through the back door of the hall. All right, Qin Zijing, you're really something. Your family is short on grain and can add dishes for your comrades, but no one says anything. It's just a gathering, and when everyone discussed it, that's how it was decided. Family members from each unit can add dishes voluntarily. Even without the army cafeteria, there's food, and soldiers won't go hungry. So, what are you doing now? Qin Zijing puffed out his chest, grimacing, still looking unconvinced. Auntie, the dishes on their table aren't made by Hong Sheng's family. That's unfair. Why don't they have to cook their own dishes and can still add more? Hong Sheng was amused and immediately retorted, You're jealous because my former squad leader brought me 2 plates of food. Qin Battalion Commander, your tolerance really amazes people. The leader glared at Hong Sheng. You're not right for hitting people. Both of you will write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Now go run laps on the field. Don't stop until I say you're done. Hong Sheng muttered unhappily. He insulted my mother. I had to hit him. Listen. I want you both to remember your roles. You are company commanders, and you need to set a good example for the soldiers below. What kind of example? Breaking dishes, insulting others, or fighting and causing trouble. You will be punished with an extra 10,000 words of inspection. The regional military leader didn't want to stay and see the two get angry. He frowned as he finished explaining the punishment, brushed dust off his uniform, and left through the back door of the hall, just like the senior officer. Until the dinner was over, Shu sat in the car on the way home, still able to see the two figures running and chasing each other on the training ground outside the window. Since the dinner at the hall, the relationships among the families in the residential area have become closer. For example, Shu's sister-in-law Wan Rong used to visit her only every 4 or 5 days, usually to share big gossip or ask about home remedies for colds and coughs for children. Now, she often comes over whenever she has free time. Their conversations have shifted from cooking and recipes to parenting tips. Whenever Wan Rong plans to go shopping at the supply store, she always leaves Chun Zhaoxing with Shu and asks what she needs to buy. Wan Rong then goes to buy it for her. Shu is now 5 months pregnant. Walking long distances makes her feet ache, so she is happy to have someone help her buy groceries. Sister-in-law, you should ride the bike at home. It will be faster. Wan Rong didn't refuse and pushed the bike from the kitchen wall. After loading the money for buying meat and vegetables into her bag, she headed to the supply store. Chun Zhaoxing, with his small hand supporting his chubby face, was munching on the chestnut cake Shu had given him. Watching his mother ride away, he immediately grinned and ran off to play with Black Panther and 2 goats. Be careful not to get fur on yourself again. Your mom said if you get allergic again, your little bottom will suffer. Kids naturally love small animals. Shu could only hope Black Panther and the goats wouldn't hurt him. But when it came to fur, she really couldn't do much. She wasn't generous enough to waste 2 dust-removing charms just to pick fur off the child. Wan Rong had said that allergies were just an excuse. She was mainly worried because Black Panther was so big, and she feared that if Chun Zhaoxing played too roughly, he might provoke the cat, and she wouldn't be able to stop it. Shu, auntie, I have a secret to tell you, Chun Zhaoxing said, hugging Black Panther's big head as he ran out of the house. Shu was watering her potted vegetables when she heard Chun Zhaoxing's cheerful voice. She thought he was just a bored child looking for attention. But instead, she overheard about a serious incident involving the Zhou family in front of her house. I saw Aunt Zhou take clothes from another aunt, Chun Zhaoxing said. Shu was surprised. The Zhou family had a bad reputation in the neighborhood. When she first arrived, many sisters-in-law warned her not to get too close to them. Even Rong Shurian mentioned that the Zhou family behaved strangely, and getting involved could cause trouble. Now, hearing this from a nearly 4-year-old boy, Shu became interested in the Zhou family. Is their way of doing things really that strange? She wondered. Curious, Shu sent 10 scout bugs to the Zhou house. Soon, she saw what was happening inside through the bugs. She also listened to little Zhaoxing describe the incident, gradually understanding the full story. The Zhou family's daughter-in-law is named Sananai. Like the Kong family, they are traditional and prefer boys. Her husband, Zhou Guangrong, is a good man. He has earned some military honors, which show he worked hard to succeed. But men focused on their careers often neglect their families, and the Zhou family was no exception. San and I moved into the neighborhood 2 months before Shirshu. Her family's living conditions were even worse. They lived in a flat on the plain, entirely dependent on the weather. When a drought started, she couldn't cope and cried, wanting to join the army with her child. After arriving at the military district, she and her son looked thin and dark. The women in the neighborhood dressed neatly and looked well off, which made San and I feel jealous and bitter. One of the women living in the temporary housing area, probably unaware of Sanni's situation, kindly greeted her and said that no matter how hard things had been before, now she was in the military district's neighborhood. She encouraged San and I to settle in and offered help if needed. This was just polite talk. But San and I stared at the woman for a moment, then suddenly rushed over and grabbed her clothes, shouting loudly, "I need help right now. You can see that my mother and the others have no clothes to wear. Help me solve this problem now." She not only pulled on the woman's clothes herself, but according to Qin Zhaoxing, she also called her daughter and son to help. In the end, her son Zhou Fugue used his hand to pull down the woman's cotton pants, and her daughter helped take off the woman's cotton coat. The whole family worked together to the woman of her coat. Fortunately, the woman was wearing clothes underneath, or the situation would have been even worse. The woman in the temporary family housing area was not easy to deal with. Although she couldn't fight the three of them, she knew to complain to the security office. Zhou Guangrong, even though still in training, was called over. After hearing the story, Zhou Guangrong's face, which was dark and sunburned, looked like it was about to smoke from anger. His family was completely in the wrong. Naturally, he couldn't defend Sang Sani, but he still explained to the woman and the security office that his wife had just come from her hometown and was straightforward. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. Basically, he was trying to find excuses to cover up his wife's bad behavior. But Sang Sani clearly didn't think so. When she saw her husband arrive, instead of defending herself, she nodded and bowed to the outsiders. Seeing a company commander bowing to a low-ranking soldier, Sang Sani was furious. She immediately frowned, crossed her arms, and pushed Zhou Guangrong aside. "What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Zhou Guangrong," she said, "if I needed help, I should just say so. So what if I said I needed clothes and asked for help? We three just don't have clothes, money, or food. We need clothes to wear. Look at her. She eats so well, looks so fat, and wears that new cotton coat. Her chest is puffed out. Who is she trying to impress? Zhou Guangrong, look at us three women. I asked for clothes. What's wrong with that?" Sang Sani was used to arguing with her mother-in-law and the young wife back home and in the village. In her mind, as long as she was unreasonable, no one could use reason to argue with her. "Saw thee, Goma, saw thee. It's my fault for neglecting the family." Zhou Guangrong quickly apologized to the woman from the temporary family housing after hearing Sang Sani's increasingly unreasonable words. He also grabbed her again as she tried to tear forward and lowered his voice to scold her. "Sang Sani, if you cause trouble again, don't come with the army." Thinking about her behavior just now, Zhou Guangrong felt ashamed. If news about this bullying of a woman in the temporary family housing area spreads, how will I train my soldiers in the future? Sang Sani didn't think she was wrong. When Zhou Guangrong caught her and she couldn't move, she angrily ordered her son, "Fugue, Zhaodi, hit her for me." She had no particular expression, standing aside and picking at the corner of the table. When she heard this, 6-year-old Zhou Fugue, like a small cannonball, rushed toward the woman her mother pointed to. "How dare you bully my mom? I'll beat you to death," the young boy shouted as he charged. The officer from the security office looked shocked and quickly stepped in front of the woman. "Captain Zhou, control your son." Zhou Guangrong was so frightened that he immediately reached out to grab Zhou Fugue. Sang Sani took the chance to struggle and try to get free, but Zhou Guangrong didn't notice her strength at all. After pulling Zhou Fugui back, Zhou Guangrong angrily scolded him and San Sanni. What are you two trying to do? Zhou Fugui, do you still see me as your father? He finished shouting, his face turning red with anger. His voice was louder than the commands he used during military drills. Zhou Fugui looked up at him calmly, even wiping the yellow snot from his nose with his hand. I only have a mom, no dad. My mom told me to call you dad. I don't know you. My mom takes care of me. Anyone who dares hit my mom, I will beat them to death, Zhou Fugui said confidently, with a fierce look that was just like his mother's. He was only 6 years old. Zhou Guangrong was stunned, as were the woman in the uniform and the people in the security office. It was hard to believe that such a small child could say he would beat someone to death so easily. This mother and her young son had openly dared to clothe and hit people in the housing area from the start. Now they refused to admit their wrongs, showing greed, cruelty, and viciousness all at once. Captain Zhou, and you, officer, I need to cook at home. We'll leave now. That's all for today. Goodbye. The woman from the temporary family housing area felt hungry and uncomfortable. She usually took this route to buy salt from the supply station because it was closer. But she didn't expect to meet such an unreasonable family. Her husband was a company commander, and her man was a new soldier who had only been in the army for less than a year. It was better not to offend them now, to avoid trouble for her husband later. However, this Captain Zhou, who brought trouble to the military district, will probably make the family housing area unstable in the future. It's better to keep some distance. Captain Zhou felt both ashamed and relieved after hearing the woman he had bullied say she just wanted to settle things peacefully. He really isn't good at handling family matters. He apologized sincerely to the woman again, then turned to the security officer and said, "Comrade, please take this woman back. My wife and others just arrived at the military district, and they don't understand many things. I will take her home and teach her properly. Sorry for the trouble. It's okay, no need to send me. I can go back by myself." The woman instinctively tightened her coat and refused, then prepared to leave. At that moment, San and I suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop her!" She ran to the office door to block the woman. The woman from the temporary family housing had never experienced such a thing. She was so frightened, she almost cried. San and I looked at her with disdain, then started scolding Zhou Guangrong. "You heartless thing, cowardly loser. You don't help me, and you block your son from fighting. Have your conscience eaten by dogs." San and I yelled loudly, her throat dry from not drinking water all day, her veins bulging, eyes fierce as she stared at Zhou Guangrong. "You've been in the army for over 20 years, and how many times have you come home? Marrying you is like being a widow. I take care of the old and the young at home. Besides sending some money, what have you done? And you only send money twice a year. What can that buy? I work day and night plowing the fields. When your parents passed away, you couldn't even come back. I saw off your parents, raised the children, and during the drought, I had to write letters asking you to come. Only then did I get to join the army with you. I thought we could finally have a good life, but then I encounter problems and you don't stand by me? Do you think you're worthy of me? You've wronged me." The security office was making a lot of noise, and some nosy people from the family housing area had already come over, overhearing San Ni's last words. Many women in the housing area felt the same way, especially Ma Wenxiu, Qin Zi's daughter-in-law. She felt like she had finally found someone who understood her. In later events, Shu discovered that these families with bad reputations among the neighbors surprisingly supported each other. They could be seen as both pitiful and somewhat malicious. At this moment, however, the person caught in the public controversy was Zhou Guangrong, who looked very guilty. He bent his waist deeply, bowed to the security officer and the female officer to apologize, then turned around and pulled San and I. Ignoring her protests and struggles, he forcefully dragged her back home. "Zhou Guangrong, you're helping outsiders bully me. Fu Gui, look at this. This is your unkind father," San and I shouted loudly, unable to break free from Zhou Guangrong's firm grip. Before coming to the military family compound, she had heard that people in the army valued face, and that many were powerful. Since she and her family just arrived, they had to make sure her husband understood his place. She wanted everyone in the compound to see how much Zhou Guangrong owed her, so he wouldn't dare control her in the future. Only then could she act freely in the military like she did back home, showing off and being proud. Although San and I couldn't read or write, she understood one thing from a young age. Kind people are often bullied, and good horses are ridden without resistance. Coming to this family compound as a stranger, she knew she had to be tough and fierce, or else she would be waiting for others to bully her. She wasn't stupid. She wouldn't suffer losses just for face. Later, the matter was settled quietly. Everyone in the family compound knew about it and agreed. Stay away from the wife of Captain Zhou, and don't speak politely to her when you see her. She might take it seriously. The female officer from the temporary family compound had only greeted politely out of courtesy, saying a few polite words, which everyone found normal. As for the complaint about insufficient living allowances, soldiers' families could apply if needed. The army wouldn't ignore them. It was clear that San and I was just making trouble without reason. The soldiers fought bravely on the front lines to protect the country. Their wives stayed at home to care for the elderly and children, which most of the women in the family compound accepted as normal. Most women who choose to marry soldiers are open-minded, kind, and strong. They face family hardships without complaints. They are good people and share similar family experiences, especially in caring for children. After arriving at the military district, neighbors quickly become close and get along happily. Even when troublemakers like the daughters-in-law from the Kong and Qin families cause small conflicts, these are usually minor disagreements over trivial things, like exchanging sharp words on the street. The appearance of Sang Sanni, who disregards Zhou Guangrong's dignity and fights and scolds him, was like a harsh slap that shattered the peace that the women in the family compound had worked hard to maintain. Someone so uncivilized and selfish makes it impossible for other family members to get along peacefully with her. In fact, the family members have to be very careful around Sang Sanni. If she gets upset and suddenly goes to their homes to take things by force, it could cause big problems. The family's pet, Zhou Fugue, who has been spoiled, makes the women worry about their children. They fear that one day someone might get hurt. Even a simple cotton-padded jacket can trigger Sang Sanni's desire to it. If she targets other belongings, it's not just about losing things. If someone gets hurt, where can they turn for justice? This mother and her two daughters, who plan to stay in the family compound, are like hidden landmines. Anyone who accidentally steps on them could cause an explosion. Annie, do you think Aunt Zhou did something wrong? Shirshu took his attention away from the scout bug and gently patted Chen Zhaoxing's small head. You're not even 4 years old, Xiao Zhaoxing. How do you know so much? Chen Zhaoxing proudly puffed out his chest and made a soft sound. My dad says I'm smart early. He says I helped the family pull weeds for pigs when I was 2.
Good job, Zhaoxing.
Yes, Aunt Zhou did something wrong. She shouldn't take other people's things. But Shirshu thought that Sang Sanni's criticism of Zhou Guangrong, saying he only cares about his own promotion and ignores his family's safety, was not wrong. Zhou Guangrong was busy training, working hard to achieve results, and striving to move up. There's nothing wrong with that. However, he could choose not to get married and not waste a woman's best years in front of her in-laws back home. In Shirshu's view, Zhou Guangrong and Sang Sanni's marriage was a complete failure. His mother's failure had led to this, and it was a total disaster. Marrying a wife was like having a free housekeeper for his family. In those days, it was like having a housemaid. Sang Sanni agreed to marry this soldier probably because she wanted to leave her original family and had hopes for married life. She thought that even if military marriages meant they saw each other less often, they would have annual leave to visit family. A little time apart was better than being newlyweds. She never expected that after 20 years of marriage, what should have been her most beautiful years as a young woman, she and her husband had spent less than 2 months together. So, Shirshu fully understood her resentment. But her sadness was her own choice. Even in a military marriage, if the woman couldn't handle it, she could choose to divorce and even explain her reasons. After divorce, she could still receive financial support from her ex-husband. She publicly blamed Zhou Guangrong, blaming all her 20 years of unhappiness on him, making him lose face in front of everyone. Maybe she had planned this all along. After this harsh warning, she made Zhou Guangrong realize her strength. If he didn't want her to embarrass him in public again, he would probably listen to her more at home in the future. Outside the door, the sound of a bicycle entering the yard was heard. Wanrong had returned from shopping. "Shu, I'm back. Let me tell you, today the supply station was very lively." Chun Zhaoxing happily ran to help his mother inside, carrying a big bag with both hands. Shu was about to take it, but Wanrong quickly stopped her. Oh, you're pregnant, my sister. You can't bend or strain yourself, understand? It might hurt the baby in your belly. Wanrong picked up the big bag from Zhaoxing's hands and placed it on the table. "Look at what good things I bought." Shu looked into the open bag and suddenly cheered happily. Such a big piece of beef. Nowadays, lamb was already rare, and beef was even more precious. No one would slaughter cattle casually. Shu often wanted to eat steak, dried beef, or grilled beef jerky, but she had to wait until no one was around to sneak a bite. Now, Wanrong bought herself a big piece of beef brain, which is really perfect for when you're sleepy, like sending a pillow when you need one. It's so precious. A 5-pound piece of beef costs 10 yuan, enough to buy 20 pounds of pork belly. My family only bought 2 pounds, but I know you want more, so I bought 10 yuan worth for you. After saying that, Wanrong quickly put the meat and other things she bought into Shu's kitchen. "You're so skillful with your hands, sister. Even when you're pregnant, your home stays spotless. My house has many people, and no matter how much I clean, I can't keep it perfect." She finished organizing everything, including the money and receipts from Shu, and placed them on the living room table. Then Wanrong took Chun Zhaoxing home. Before leaving, Shu wrapped a few pieces of licorice loquat cake for Zhaoxing. Wanrong was happy to see this and kept encouraging Zhaoxing to say thank you. "Sister Jean, your loquat cake is really good." My Zhaoxing used to cough easily, especially at night, and sometimes woke himself up. Ever since he started eating your cake, he coughs much less. My daughter Ziji also had a sore throat a few days ago. She ate 2 pieces in the morning and drank some warm water, and by the afternoon, she was fine. Shu knew that her loquat cake was a cough remedy made in the small kitchen, perfect for people with sore throats caused by colds. It was suitable for both adults and children. "Enjoy it, but don't eat too much, okay, Zhaoxing?" "Yes, and Shu, I understand." In the evening, Rong Shiyan finished his training, returned home sweaty, and went to wash up. As soon as he entered the living room, he smelled a strong aroma of beef. He brought a clay stove from the small courtyard, placed some non-irritating silver wire charcoal, and on the grill, there were slices of beef, with fat and lean parts, sizzling and splashing oil, filling the air with a unique smell of beef. "This smells so good." Rong Shiyan felt every muscle in his body cheering, as if they knew they were about to enjoy some high-quality protein to replenish their lost nutrients. That night, many families enjoyed delicious meals. Tomorrow was the 30th, and everyone was eager to show off their cooking skills. During dinner, Shu told him about the Guangrong family. After hearing this, Rong Shiyan smiled and told Shu that he had met that family at the cafeteria earlier. Although he wasn't in their line, what happened then still made him feel a bit embarrassed. Everyone was lining up to get their meals. Others' wives stayed at home cooking, or husbands brought food back to eat. Only Zhou and Kong's families came to the cafeteria with their children. I think Zhou Guangrong's situation isn't easy either. He had a good idea, letting his family sit at the table and wait for him to get the food. But his wife didn't agree. She made a lot of noise, and everyone in the cafeteria heard her. Shu found it funny too. Why was she shouting? Just because she wasn't allowed to go get the food? Yes, Zhou's wife yelled that Zhou didn't want her to go line up. She said he was calling her an old, unattractive woman, and that he was ashamed of her. I heard Zhou explain that he didn't mean anything bad. He just wanted to make things easier for them. He went to get the food, and they could eat together. The cafeteria has rules. Different ranks get different meals. If she brought the kids and lined up wrongly, they wouldn't be able to get food at the window. There's even different windows for food. Shu had never heard of that before. Rong Shiyan sighed helplessly. Actually, no. Soldiers and officers get the same food, except for some senior leaders. During the war, those with health issues got special meals, but now, in this tough time, food is limited. The cafeteria can only prepare simple dishes for soldiers on missions, like boiled eggs or a little extra meat. We station soldiers eat plain bread with boiled cabbage or porridge. It's not so bad. Shirshu nodded clearly. So, what was Zhou's wife upset about? The food is pretty much the same everywhere. That's awkward. We didn't understand what their family was arguing about at the time. She said if she lined up wrong, she wouldn't get food. She shouted, "It's just lining up. I'll do it myself. If anyone refuses to give me food, I'll smash their pot." Shirshu chuckled. She really dares to say that. Rong Shiyan also smiled. Yeah, she even wanted her son to go line up with her. Thinking of San Nini's son, Rong Shiyan suddenly remembered how the boy wiped his nose with his sleeve. The smell of beef in his mouth almost made him lose his appetite. Shirshu thought her appearance was getting better. After gaining some weight on her cheeks, her features became more handsome. Mr. Rong, who was originally bright-eyed and chatting about gossip, suddenly fell silent when talking about San Ni's son. His face turned a bit pale, and he awkwardly poked his cheek where he was biting into beef. What are you thinking about? Apart from military drills and battles, Rong Shiyan had no chance to relax during the days when he was sent away with his parents. Rong Shiyan was very clean by nature. Even when he was in the camp, working and playing with the soldiers, he always got dirty and sweaty. But the first thing he did when he got home was take a shower. He wanted to make sure he was clean the next day. So, seeing Zhou Fuguei wipe his nose with his sleeve and noticing the greasy stains on his sleeve, he felt his appetite drop because it was too unclean. He told Shirshu about this, and she covered her mouth in disgust, changing the subject. Then, what does this have to do with sister-in-law Kong? She remembered Rong Shiyan mentioning the Zhou and Kong families at the start. At first, sister-in-law Kong wasn't involved, and this matter would have passed. But no one expected that because of the fuss made by Zhou's family, she also brought her 5 daughters to cry in the cafeteria. Unfortunately, second brother Kong isn't as simple-minded as Zhou Guangrong. He slapped her face right there in front of everyone. Shirshu blinked her curious cat-like eyes, watching Rong Shiyan intently, as if urging him to continue. Rong Shiyan chuckled and fed her a piece of the sizzling, oily roast beef before continuing. After second brother Kong hit his wife, Zhou Guangrong's wife rushed over and pushed second brother Kong, causing him to fall and almost hit his head on the cafeteria table. Things escalated from there. The 2 families were called away by the political commissar. I don't know what kind of criticism they received afterward. You're surprisingly gossip-loving too, Shirshu said with a smile, playfully touching his nose. Rong Shiyan grinned and quickly ate the last few pieces of beef, happily enjoying his meal while sighing. The political commissar must be very worried. If these 2 families keep fighting, it will seriously affect the atmosphere in the family quarters. It's a pity about Captain Zhou, though. His family finally came to see him after so long. I think San and I and her family won't be driven away, Shirshu said confidently. Captain Zhou's rank was high enough, and San Ni's family met the criteria for accompanying soldiers. They had also applied for this status. How would Zhou Guangrong feel about them being asked to leave? What about the other officers who are still working hard? Since the family members moved into the neighborhood, I haven't heard of any rules or regulations about sending military family members back home just because of bad behavior. This might seem like a small issue, but it involves many important considerations and potential consequences. Rong Shiyan paused while clearing the dinner table. I think the political officer will probably blame Zhou Guangrong and Kong Air the most. Thinking for a moment, Rong Shiyan walked over to Ji Shirshu. Because his hands are greasy, he bent down and gently pressed his forehead against Ji Shirshu's slightly raised forehead, speaking softly and affectionately. Tomorrow is the 30th. It's the second New Year we've spent together, and the first one just the 2 of us. Wife, I still feel like marrying you is like a dream. Ji Shirshu also gently touched Rong Shiyan's head with her forehead and smiled, saying, Tomorrow morning, I'll cook something tasty for you at home. You can go to the supply station and buy some fireworks for me. Just don't buy big ones that make loud noises so they won't scare the baby in my belly." Rong Shiyan happily nodded in agreement. After finishing his morning exercise tomorrow, he will go buy the fireworks. On New Year's Eve in 1960, Ji Shirshu was awakened by the fragrant smells drifting in the air. Since she was 5 months pregnant, she often felt sleepy, but with Liu Yushir helping to watch over the baby, she didn't have to worry about her or the child's health. After getting up and washing up in her space, Ji Shirshu chose a festive floral-colored cotton jacket. When she went to the kitchen, she saw the steaming stove with small flames flickering. There was millet porridge and chicken egg custard kept warm by Rong Shiyan. She was too lazy to count and carry the food, so she simply stood in the kitchen and finished her breakfast. Just as she was about to go back to her room to make tea, she heard a knock on the door. When she opened it, there was a sister-in-law she didn't know very well. Seeing Ji Shirshu open the door, the sister-in-law cheerfully greeted her with New Year wishes. "Happy New Year. I'm from Captain Li's family. My name is Han Lanru." Ji Shirshu didn't have a very good first impression of her. Although this aunt from the Li family looked friendly and smiling, Ji Shirshu felt she was a bit fake. Hello. "Oh, sister. I'm sorry to bother you, but we've run out of salt at home. I was wondering if I could borrow some." The aunt from the Li family held up a small salt bowl in front of Ji Shirshu and was about to step into her house. Ji Shirshu naturally stopped her. "Unfortunately, I also don't have any salt at home." As she was about to close the door, her sister-in-law suddenly stopped her with a quick hand. "Don't, big sister. Your family was roasting meat last night and it still smelled salty. How could there be no salt this morning? Don't tease me. I don't ask for much. Today is the New Year's Eve, and I want to make some salty pancakes. You can't be so stingy." After saying this, her sister-in-law seemed confident that Shirshu wouldn't dare do anything, and she pushed her way toward Shirshu's house. "Go out," Shirshu said coldly, seeing that she wouldn't listen. She used her strength to push the door shut firmly. After the two voices, crying sounds of women could be heard outside Shirshu's house. Oh, the wife of Commander Ong's family is hitting someone. Oh, it hurts so much. Oh, ouch. The crying quickly attracted other family members passing by, and soon, people gathered around outside Shirshu's door. "Step back, please." Wang Rong's family was closest to Shirshu's, so she heard the noise immediately. She took Chen Jiji and Chen Zhaoxing, who were on holiday, and ran over. Seeing that the person at the door was Li's daughter-in-law, who was difficult to deal with, her brows furrowed immediately. "Han Manru, your family lives far away from us. Why are you coming to my sister's house to cause trouble? What's wrong? During the New Year, your neighbors on the first floor aren't enough for you to bother?" When Han Manru saw someone pointing out her location, her eyes flickered, and she continued to complain with a look of grievance. "Hey, my family is poor and can't get by. Old Li sent all his money back home for the New Year. I wanted to buy some flour and salt at the supply store to make some salty pancakes at noon, but I didn't have enough money. I just wanted to ask this girl to lend me some salt, who knew her family was so fierce and just pushed me out." After speaking, her eyes turned red with grievance. Wang Rong didn't give her a chance to blame Shirshu. "Stop pretending. Everyone in the compound knows each other. Your family lives in the building over there. No matter how much you go to the supply store, you can't come here. I tell you, some of you are really nosy. Yesterday, you finally got to eat something good, and now you want to smell it." Seeing that she couldn't turn the situation around and that her helpers weren't here, Han Lanru clenched her teeth. She stood up reluctantly, pretending to be hurt but with a sharp, sneering look in her eyes as she glared at Wang Rong. Unfortunately, Wang Rong knew very well their true strength and was not afraid, so she glared back at them. "Fine. You're living well, then just keep living like that." After saying this, Han Lanru looked sad, with her eyelids drooping to hide her dark emotions. She took small steps toward the Zhou family's courtyard. She needed to ask the Zhou girl why she was told yesterday to come to this new family's house to take meat, but she hadn't come early in the morning. As Han Lanru left, the crowd watching outside the Shi family's gate naturally dispersed. Wan Rong looked at her walking away, feeling annoyed, and then she turned and knocked on the Shi family's door. Sure was actually inside the yard, watching the chaos outside through a scout insect. When she saw Wanrong defending her, she was quite surprised. She had always thought of her relationship with Wanrong as just neighbors helping each other. But since Wanrong was sincere and tried to protect her, Sure would also respond with sincerity. When the matter was settled, Wanrong, with her 2 children, knocked on the door. Sure naturally welcomed the 3 inside. Even after entering, Wanrong's anger hadn't fully gone away, and her face, already rosy, turned even redder. Sure found it amusing and went to the kitchen to pour her a cup of dandelion tea that could lower blood pressure. Don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Wanrong didn't argue and took the tea, blowing on it before taking a sip. 7-year-old Chen Jiji held her brother's hand obediently. When she saw the adults talking, she understood and took Xiaoxing to play with the goats and the Black Panther. Seeing the children leave, Wanrong calmed herself down and then started to introduce herself again to Sure. Since you just arrived, everyone isn't familiar with each other, so I didn't say much. Talking too much might make it seem like I'm gossiping about others. But after today's incident, I have to tell you, our family compound has a good environment, but there are some difficult people, and secretly, there's even a ranking of who's the most difficult. Want to guess how it's ranked? Sure shook her head with a smile, indicating she couldn't guess. Wanrong thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers. Lin, Kong, Li, Zhou, Qin. After saying this, she paused, as if worried she might have remembered the order wrong. Li Laixi's family is not easy to deal with. They are experts at being fake. Sure became interested when she heard this. There are people in the family compound who can be called fake? That's not a good word at all, even worse than Zhou's unreasonable behavior. Isn't that just hypocrisy? Wanrong seemed to remember something and scoffed disdainfully. I arrived at the family compound with this family. When we were choosing our apartments, they were very friendly, eager to make friends with everyone who came. They even tried to persuade others to choose apartments with them, saying it would be convenient to live close and that if anything happened, they could just call each other. Shu added a little water to Wanrong's story and listened as she continued. Back then, many families were naive and believed them, so they chose those apartments. When Wanrong said this, she angrily pounded her hand on the table, then remembered it wasn't her own table and quickly stopped, worried about damaging it. It's okay, go on, Shu said. It was just an old elmwood table, and Shu didn't mind at all. Hee, at home, I got used to hitting the table when I was angry, Wanrong said with a smile, continuing to tell Shu about Han Lanru's fake kindness. The people who chose those apartments initially dreamed of a new life, but soon they found many problems. Although it was easier to get into the sewer system, it often got clogged. The repairs were done by military district workers, mostly men. The women felt embarrassed to ask them for help, so they had to wait for their husbands to come back and fix it. At this time, Han Lanru came to see her, saying she knew an older sister who could unblock the sewer. She just needed some money or tickets. She would charge 50 cents each visit, and for serious problems, $1 or even $2. As long as they paid, everyone tolerated it. From then on, Han Lanru and her acquaintance, the older sister, started making money from this sewer business. The sewer blockages, which used to happen once a month, now occurred every few days. Eventually, some people couldn't afford to pay anymore, and the issue was reported to the Military District Management Office. When they checked, they found someone had maliciously blocked the sewer with sand, stones, and mud. All signs pointed to Han Lanru, but no one could catch her in the act, so they couldn't directly accuse her. Hearing this, Shu said, "From what you're saying, I can only conclude that she's pretending to be polite, but she's not truly hypocritical." Shu rested his chin on his hand, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped slowly. Wanrong waved her hand. "This is just the beginning. Let me tell you more." When Han Lanru first encouraged everyone to live in apartment buildings, she emphasized that if something happened to a family, everyone in the building could help with a call. But after everyone moved in, she acted like the lady of the building, going from door to door, looking and taking things. At first, people thought her behavior was not very appropriate, but since she often boasted about being from the city, no one said much. From then on, Han Monru seemed to settle in and take control of the building. If her family needed something, she would knock on neighbors' doors. If they didn't have it, she would stand in the hallway shouting from her floor. At first, some people found her noisy, but they just gave her a little salt, or a handful of flour, hoping she would stop bothering them. But her demands grew bigger. One day, she smelled a family cooking meat and went to ask for some. It was special meat they rarely ate, so they didn't give her any. This made her angry, and she started spreading rumors about that family, saying bad things about the man being sick and the woman dressing poorly. The worst part was that after that, that family was often splashed with dirty water at their door early in the morning. I won't go into details, but it was disgusting. Did Commander Lee not stop her from causing trouble?
He's even more fake.
Without him, I think Han Monru wouldn't dare be so overbearing. Many people complained to him, asking him to control his wife. He promised to do so, but then forgot. When problems arose again, he would sincerely apologize in front of the leaders, but once they left, he would retaliate even more. Over time, everyone saw what kind of person he was. Those who could move out did, and those who couldn't just shut their doors and ignore her. Whenever Han Monru knocked, no one opened the door, pretending they weren't home. Life is really hard.
Exactly.
That's why I say Han Monru is a troublemaker for the people in the first building. Now that her building has few people willing to cause trouble for her, she's turned her attention to our small house. She probably thinks you're new and easy to trick. Yes, I am pretty easy to fool. Shirshu nodded with a big smile. Hee, Sister Shirshu, you're just too kind. But it's okay. I am here to protect you. Not to brag, but I, Sister Wan, have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to arguments. After sending Wan Rong away, the little animals at home were fed by the capable young girl. Shirshu had nothing to do, so she took a slow walk in the yard, enjoying the sun and checking on the scout insect that left with Han Monru, listening for any news. At the moment she saw the scene, Shirshu couldn't help but comment. Wow, it really is a villain alliance. In the scene, Han Monru looked upset and was frowning while glancing at Sang Sani. They were arguing about whether there was any leftover meat from their own family dinner. They argued back and forth for several versions. Sang Sani was quite interesting. Shirshu had never met her or interacted with her before, but she could describe Shirshu as if she knew her very well in front of Han Monru. She even analyzed Shirshu's personality with Han Monru. Shirshu also noticed a small detail. Although Han Monru kept complaining to Sang Sani, she was very attached to the 3-year-old Zhou Fugue. Under her praise and flattery, Shirshu sensed a different feeling. You're really lucky, Sani. Having children and raising such a strong, lively boy is wonderful. In the scene, Han Monru's fair hands gently rubbed Zhou Fugue's face, her eyes full of envy. Sang Sani felt happy about the compliment but modestly said, "Oh, I'm not that easy to take care of. You're lucky." I wish I could have that kind of luck too. Hearing Han Monru say this, Sang Sani felt a bit awkward and replied, "They're just two little troublemakers, nothing special, don't say that. Any boy, even if he's a troublemaker, is good. Our Fugue is a little treasure." Han Monru shot a quick glance at Sang Sani, who was busy peeling garlic, then leaned down and kissed Zhou Fugue's little face. From Zhou Fugue's annoyed attempt to dodge, Shirshu guessed that Han Monru probably had bad breath. Little kids are just adorable, so handsome. If he were my son, I'd be so happy. Han Monru couldn't help but speak her mind. Sang Sani looked at her and her own Fugue, raising her chin slightly, though she didn't take it seriously. "Fugue, stop hiding in Aunt Han's arms. Go outside and see if your dad is back." Actually, this was a subtle way of saying goodbye, but unfortunately Han Monru seemed to pretend not to understand, still holding on to Zhou Fugue tightly. "I say, Sister Sani, you are too strict with your husband Zhou. This shows you're not confident in your marriage. Listen, you can't do this. The more you look down on men, the more they think they are important. Over time, you'll lose control." She successfully shifted Sang Sani's attention and they started discussing how to control their men. Shirshu found this boring and called back the scouts. Clearly, Han Monru is obsessed with having a son and is a bit crazy about it. Shirshu looked on coldly. Both women had sad faces with deep tear troughs, and neither seemed in good health. Han Monru's greed was all focused on Zhou Fugui. Soon, there might be trouble between them. At noon, Shirshu had the small kitchen cook mushroom soup and braised beef, served with white rice. Rong Shiryan came back, set off fireworks, and the two sat happily together, enjoying a good meal. "Do you still have training this afternoon?" After eating, Shirshu saw Rong Shiryan tidying up and getting ready to leave. "No more training, but the battalion level and above officers have a work meeting." "Okay, go ahead." Shirshu didn't tell Rong Shiryan about Han Monru coming in the morning to borrow salt and cause trouble. Such small matters weren't worth mentioning. If that person tried to cause trouble again, she would let her taste the real power of the truth spell. After feeding the goats, chickens, and Black Panther, Shirshu happily went back to check the fireworks Rong Shiryan bought. She thought there would be at least 10 kinds, but there were only 3. One like a skyrocket, a small flower, and a round disc, probably a firework. Rong Shiryan bought 10 of each, enough to light up the night. It's such a pity there are no fairy sticks. That was one of Shirshu's favorite fireworks in her past life. When it burst in the sky, it warmed everyone's hearts and made them forget their worries. Shirshu secretly vowed that next year she would order fireworks early and make sure to have a grand celebration on New Year's Eve. The afternoon meeting ended quickly. Before 4 o'clock, Rong Shiryan was back. As he entered, he looked tall and serious, but when he closed the door, a happy smile appeared on his face, and his beautiful features curved with joy. A simple, honest voice called out with a smile, "Wife, I'm back." Shirshu was carrying a bowl of dumpling filling from the kitchen. She smiled and told him to wash his hands. "In a little while, we'll make dumplings. You can roll the dough." "Yes, ma'am." Rong Shiryan pretended to salute seriously, then quickly ran to wash his hands. Black Panther also hurried over to him. In Shirshu's previous home, the most important things on New Year's Eve were the big family dinner and the dumplings at midnight. Shirshu prepared 2 kinds of dumpling fillings, pork with green onions and lamb with pickled vegetables. The pork and green onion filling had more meat and less onion, with only in the form of water. This way, when mixed, the juice and fat would stay inside the dumplings, making sure they burst with flavor when cooked. The lamb with pickled vegetables had less meat, with more pickled vegetables and vermicelli. The lamb made up about 1/3 of the filling, just for that taste. Rong Shiryan was very good at rolling dough. He could roll 2 at a time, then 3. Well, maybe 3 was a bit uneven. In the end, Rong Shiryan kept his record at rolling 2 dough sheets at once. They made enough dumplings to fill 3 trays, using clean hands for the filling and dough. Shirshu happily clapped her hands, telling Rong Shiryan to take the dumplings to the kitchen to cook. Afterward, he was to deliver a plate to his brothers and to Wanrong's family. While boiling the dumplings, Rong Shiryan noticed the variety of good ingredients on the stove, fish and meat, completely different from the simple meals during hard times. "Wife, I'm going to deliver some things." After the dumplings were cooked, Rong Shiryan packed 30 dumplings into each family's plate. Including Wanrong's family, there were 8 families, totaling 240 dumplings. They still had about 60 left, which was enough to eat. While Rong Shiryan was out delivering dumplings, Shirshu waved her hand and swept the ingredients back into the small kitchen. She wanted the delicious food to be a bright spot in his day, but the actual cooking was left to the small kitchen to handle. Rong Shiryan, on his way delivering dumplings, met many colleagues carrying lunchboxes, all exchanging knowing smiles and greeting each other with "Happy New Year." In the military district, everyone has close friends they trust deeply. Sending a dish during festivals is just a small gesture, nothing special. However, Rong Shiryan visited each family, gave out dumplings, and received small gifts in return. The Shah-E family gave him 2 eggs, Hongxing's family handed him a bag of brown sugar, and each household had something. Wang Dabiao, who disliked giving gifts, was the only one who wanted to give Rong Shiryan a pure gold Rui lock for his soon-to-arrive baby. "This won't do."
Take it back.
"It's too valuable." Rong Shiryan immediately pushed the gift back into Wang Dabiao's hands. "Brother, are you really my brother? If so, just accept it. This is a small gift for our baby. You must take it. When my wife gives birth, whether it's a boy or girl, I have more gifts for you. You can't refuse, Wang Dabiao insisted. Rong Shiyan's face darkened. When did you start caring so much? I only earn 30 yuan a month, and with the bonus for meritorious service, it's just over 1,000. If you have extra money, send it home to your mother to help you find a wife. Come on, brother, just this once. It's not expensive.
Just take it.
If you don't, I won't feel at ease during the new year, Wang Dabiao pleaded. In the end, Wang Dabiao and Basingui, 2 single soldiers on duty, happily followed Rong Shiyan as he appeared before Shirshu. Hello, sister-in-law. Happy New Year, sister-in-law. Both of them greeted Shirshu sweet-talking. Shirshu guessed Rong Shiyan would bring people home, and since the new year was lively and bustling, she was happy too. She smiled and told them to wash their hands and come inside for dinner. Oh my goodness, sister-in-law, your table looks so sumptuous. Basingui entered early, and as soon as he lifted the curtain, he was overwhelmed by the strong aroma inside. Seeing the feast on the table, he was genuinely amazed and couldn't help but praise sincerely. There was braised carp, sweet and sour ribs, chicken stewed with mushrooms, radish braised lamb, spicy stir-fried pork, scrambled eggs with chili peppers, pickled cabbage, hot and sour potato strips, garlic sprout scrambled eggs, and in the middle, a big bowl of plump, boiled dumplings. This feast completely redefined Basingui and Wang Dabiao's idea of a banquet. They have been eating the best dishes since childhood, such as a big bowl of braised pork and a large dish of meat slices stewed with green beans. Overall, they mostly eat hearty stews, and each dish tastes quite similar. But when Shirshu prepared this table, each dish had its own unique flavor. The spicy dishes were balanced with sweet and sour tastes, and after a bite of rice and a sip of hot soup, it felt like a heavenly day. It's a pity we're on duty tonight. Otherwise, I'd definitely have a drink with you, brother. Wang Dabiao ate happily. He loved noodles and was completely won over by the pickled vegetable and lamb dumplings. As he ate, he sighed that it would be hard to find such good food in the future. Shirshu just smiled and occasionally asked about their hometown customs and their work in the army, but he didn't inquire much about anything else. By the end of the meal, it was almost 9 o'clock. After seeing them off, Rong Shiyan helped Shirshu walk around the yard. Shirshu looked up at the starry night sky and thought about the New Year's Eve dinners his grandmother used to prepare for the family. Just one 8 treasures braised duck could exhaust the chef's energy. Compared to that, his small kitchen was better. He could prepare whatever he wanted instantly. When the first firecracker exploded, Rong Shiyan lit the fireworks in the yard. Bright, colorful fireworks burst into the sky, some like fiery trees and silver flowers soaring into the clouds, others like blooming peonies floating in the air. Gold, red, purple, and deep blue lights flickered like a dream. Shirshu watched the beautiful scene with joy, but Rong Shiyan only looked at the person in front of him, focused and loving. After 10 fireworks, the neighborhood was buzzing. Many children from nearby ran to watch outside Shirshu's yard. When the fireworks stopped, they ran home, begging their parents to buy some for them too. Families with better conditions had already bought firecrackers and small fireworks. When children made noise, parents happily took them out, giving them a little surprise. Families with fewer resources would comfort their children, promising to take them to the supply station early the next morning to see if there were any fireworks left. If there were, they would buy some. But everyone knew that after the 30th, the supply station would be closed for 5 days, so there probably wouldn't be any fireworks left. At most, on the first day of the new year, they might ask friends or relatives if they still had small firecrackers to share with the children. There are also parents who are quick to anger. When they hear about spending money, they act as if someone is threatening their life. For example, when a child mentions buying fireworks, these parents jump up like fireworks themselves, shouting that they have no money, criticizing the child for spending recklessly, comparing themselves to others, and complaining about how hard it is to earn money. Among these parents, the most aggressive one is Sang Sanni, who lives closest to the Shirshu family. After Zhou Fugue was taken to see fireworks by his sister, he rushed home like a cannonball. He grabbed Sang Sanni, who had just finished arguing with Zhou Guangrong and was sitting on the Kong, sulking. He yelled loudly, "I want to set off fireworks. I want to set off fireworks. Mom, I want the big ones. Go buy them for me." Sang Sani was arguing with Zhou Guangrong about money. Zhou Guangrong had gone to the military district dormitory to drink with friends, leaving her alone at home feeling angry. When she heard her child ask for money again, she suddenly got very angry. She couldn't argue with her husband, and she was also upset about the debt. She yelled at the child in a loud, harsh voice, "What are you buying? Do you think fireworks are like cabbage? Can you buy one for just a few yuan? Your dad's monthly salary is so little, and he still works hard to send so much money to relatives who don't even care about us when his parents died. Do you want fireworks? Do you want me to risk my life to buy them for you?" Zhou Fugui, a 3-year-old, didn't understand his mother's anger. He only felt that his loving mother suddenly turned fierce and scolded him for not buying fireworks. He started crying loudly. Hearing her son cry, Sang Sani felt even worse inside. She had waited over 10 years for this child, carried him in her belly for nearly 10 months, and raised him for 3 years. "Mom, the fireworks outside are beautiful. Did you see them?" Zhou Zhaodi, her 14-year-old daughter, couldn't catch up with her younger brother. She looked around outside, heard that he had gone home, and finally dared to come back inside. She wanted to tell her mother, but instead, she became Sang Sani's punching bag. That night, Zhou Zhaodi was beaten badly. The Zhou family and neighbors across the street argued all night. Early in the morning, which should have been a happy time for New Year's greetings, the Zhou family's door was filled with the sound of a girl crying hoarsely. "You can hit me or scold me if you want. Just please don't abandon me, Mother. I was wrong. Please open the door." The neighbor living to the left of the Zhou family couldn't bear to hear the girl crying so sadly. He opened his door, wanting to help, but his wife quickly came out and pulled him back inside. Since his wife stopped him, the man didn't argue, but his face darkened as he said, "Look at that poor girl. Her arms and back are covered in wounds. It's the middle of winter, and they threw her out without even a warm coat. What's going on in Captain Joe's house?" Even if they still believe in those old-fashioned ideas about favoring boys over girls, they should at least show some restraint. This could end in tragedy. His wife didn't look any happier, but she patted his shoulder and said, "You don't know what's been happening with the Zhou family. If we get involved, it'll be hard to stay out of trouble later." The man, though a staff officer and not a field commander, couldn't stand seeing women and children being mistreated. So his wife told him everything that Sang Sani had done since moving into the family housing area. When he finished listening, the man was stunned. She really dares to take things by force and insult people? Even the political officer can't do anything about it? His wife gave him a look. Captain Zhou leads troops. His wife and child are allowed to live here with him. Who would dare tell them to leave? But we can't just let her keep bullying the child like this. What can we do? Even Captain Zhou doesn't step in. Don't go trying to play the hero. The man thought for a moment, still uneasy. Is Captain Zhou not home? I'll go check his quarters. With that, he opened the door and left. Honestly, you never listen, his wife muttered behind him. This kind of situation wasn't rare. By the time Zhou Guangrong heard what had happened and rushed home, his daughter Zhou Zhaodi had already been taken to the security office, while Sang Sani was calmly at home, serving 2 bowls of coarse rice porridge and pickled vegetables to her son, Zhou Fugui. "Sang Sani, look at what you've done," Zhou Guangrong shouted as he burst through the door. A neighbor had gone to his quarters to complain, hinting that he favored his son over his daughter and allowed his wife to mistreat the girl, on New Year's Eve, no less, throwing her out early in the morning without even a warm coat. Zhou Guangrong's veins bulged with anger as he listened, his face dark with fury. After rushing back quickly, facing many cold looks along the way, he found that his wife was acting as if nothing had happened, eating and drinking normally. He was almost forced to leave the military area because of her, yet she still had the mood to slowly sip porridge and eat pickled vegetables. Feeling angry, Zhou Guangrong suddenly stepped forward, snatched the porridge bowl from Sang Sani's hand, and forcefully threw it on the ground. With a loud crash, the rough ceramic bowl shattered into pieces. "I told you to drink it, so drink it." Not satisfied with just smashing the bowl, Zhou Guangrong also lifted the broken wooden table in the house. Meanwhile, Zhou Fugui, holding his own bowl of porridge, was caught off guard by this scene. The coarse rice porridge and the chopped salty vegetables in his hand went down his throat suddenly, choking him. Some of the porridge even went into his windpipe, making his already pale face turn even more purple. At this moment, neither of the angry adults noticed that the child was acting strangely. Whether it was Zhou Guangrong, furious and embarrassed, or Sang Sani, who was like a fighting rooster waiting for her husband to come back so they could continue fighting, neither paid attention to the child's condition. Good for nothing, Zhou Guangrong. You haven't learned anything all night. Just flipping tables? I tell you, I won't allow it. I've sacrificed my whole life for your Zhou family, and I'm sticking with you, Sang Sani, with her hands on her hips and stomping her feet, pointed at Zhou Guangrong's nose and scolded him loudly. When the child came over to tug at her sleeve, she didn't even look and pushed him aside. Zhou Guangrong's eyes blazed with anger as he looked at Sang Sani's dirty fingernails almost touching his face. He couldn't really hit her, so he could only glare at her and keep stepping back. Finally, with nowhere to retreat, he waved his hand and pushed away Sang Sani's dirty, porridge-sticky hand. Sang Sani, I tell you, if I can't stay in the military area because of you, I will retire and go back home. I won't let you have a good life. Ha! You heartless woman. I'll fight you, Sang Sani, hearing her husband say he wanted to retire and go back home, immediately felt scared. Right now, there was a disaster, and her hometown was full of starving people. She definitely didn't want to go back. But she didn't want to admit defeat. She was unwilling deep inside. Just as she was about to make a scene again, intending to headbutt Zhou Guangrong, suddenly there was the sound of a porcelain bowl breaking, and Zhou Fugui, at his limit of frustration, let out a hoarse, muffled scream. Stop bothering with debt collection.
Fugui.
Oh my goodness. Sang Sani thought Zhou Fugui was copying their argument by smashing bowls, and she was about to turn around and scold him for causing trouble. But she saw the child already covering his throat with both hands, lying on the ground, twitching. His face, which had only a little color after being in the military area for so long, was now turning blue and purple from holding his breath.
Oh no, Fugui. Fugui.
What's wrong? Don't scare Mom. Sang Sani was truly panicked now. She rushed in front of Zhou Fugui, trembling and unsure what to do as she looked at the child starting to roll his eyes. Not knowing what else to do, Sang Sani opened her mouth wide and let out a loud, heartbreaking cry. Help! Help! My child!
Save Fugui.
Please help us. Zhou Guangrong was also frightened by the sudden change in the child's condition, but he was stronger emotionally than Sang Sani. Seeing how serious it was, he immediately ran out the door to ask for help at Zhu's house, which was ahead on the left. He remembered that Zhu's wife was a nurse at the military hospital, and maybe she could help Fugui. Since it was early morning on the first day of the new term, Zhou Guangrong knocked on the door. Zhu's wife, Wang Yu, was in the kitchen making breakfast noodles. She had been hearing the noise from their house all night and was very annoyed. She had just fallen asleep when she was woken up again by Zhou Zhaodi's crying and pleading. Even while cooking, her mind was full of sleep deprivation and frustration. Bang, bang, bang. Coming.
Coming.
Who is it? Someone knocking early in the morning on the first day of school. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Guangrong's large hand grabbed Wang Yu roughly. Sis-in-law, my Fugui has something stuck in his throat from eating pickles. Please come and help check. Zhou Guangrong was strong and pulled Wang Yu out of the house by her arm.
Oh.
Old Zhu. Old Zhu. Come quickly. Oh, Zhou, slow down. My arm hurts. Captain Zhu quickly ran a few steps to stop Zhou Guangrong and firmly took his hand away from Wang Yu's arm without any explanation. At this moment, Zhou Guangrong realized his mistake and hurriedly apologized to Wang Yu and Captain Zhu. Sorry, Captain Zhu, Comrade Wang Yu. My child is choking on pickled vegetables and turning purple. Please, I beg you to check on him and help him. Zhou Guangrong looked anxious and sweaty, bowing deeply to Wang Yu. Seeing his desperate plea, Wang Yu still frowned but reluctantly agreed. She was just a small nurse at the military hospital, usually helping doctors bandage soldiers or fix wounds. Even injections were often done by doctors and nurses only assisted. Rikui, wake up. If you leave, Mother won't live anymore. Boo-hoo. When they returned to the yard, Zhou Fugui was still lying on the ground convulsing, and San and I, overwhelmed with fear, sat on the ground crying loudly. Wang Yu, hearing Zhou Guangrong say the child was choking, looked at Zhou Fugui's face, which was pale purple, and decided to try first aid methods she learned from military medical training. Richui's mother, step aside. Let me check on the child. Wang Yu quickly moved to stand over Zhou Fugui's head, gently turned him over so he was lying on his stomach, then pressed on his sides under the ribs, grabbed his wrists on his chest, and pulled upward with force. Cough, cough. Ugh. Zhou Fugui coughed loudly using the Heimlich maneuver, but the food stuck in his throat still didn't come out. Seeing this, Wang Yu continued to perform the maneuver several more times. She was limited in strength because Zhou Fugui was a child, and she was afraid of hurting him or causing more problems. She didn't want San and I, who was already upset, to come and scold her again. After a few tries, Zhou Fugui finally vomited the pickled vegetables that were stuck in his throat. Phew, the food is out. I think he's okay now. Although Wang Yu didn't like San and I as a mother, she believed children are innocent and shouldn't suffer because of their parents. Rikui, my precious one, my darling, you're safe now. Mother was so scared, boo-hoo. San and I cried loudly, rushed forward, snatched Zhou Fugui back into her arms, and then, mimicking Wang Yu's rescue actions, patted his back gently. Fortunately, Zhou Guangrong still knew some manners. Seeing that the child was saved, he immediately smiled and thanked Wang Yu and Captain Zhu. Thank you, Comrade Wang Yu. Thank you, Captain Zhu. My son Fu Gui's life was saved thanks to your help. Once Fu Gui recovers fully, I will definitely take him to thank you in person for saving his life. He was still thinking about how to express his sincerity better when suddenly, the frightened voice of Sang Sanni sounded again. Fu Gui, wake up. Fu Gui, don't scare Mom. Zhou Guangrong and others thought Sang Sanni was being unreasonable again and frowned at her. Especially Zhou Guangrong, who couldn't bear it anymore and started to curse loudly. Can you please be quiet for a while? But when everyone saw Zhou Fugui's face still covered in purple bruises, the small courtyard suddenly fell into a terrible silence. Hitch. Hitch. In the silent courtyard, only Zhou Fugui's exhausted breathing could be heard. Comrade Wang Yu, what is happening to my son? Zhou Guangrong looked at Wang Yu with fear and hope in his eyes. Wang Yu was also stunned. I don't know either. The hospital teacher just taught us to do emergency first aid like this. If he spits out the stuff blocking his throat, it should be fine. But why does his face still look like that? She covered her head in distress, trying to recall what the teacher had taught, but none of the methods matched Zhou Fugui's current condition. Take him to the hospital. Now that the object blocking his throat has come out, a detailed check at the hospital might fix everything. Captain Zhu, seeing his wife so anxious, quickly frowned and urged Zhou Guangrong to take the child to the hospital. Concerned about his child's life and death, Zhou Guangrong naturally didn't dare to take it lightly. He immediately took Zhou Fugui from Sang Sanni's hands, stood up, and rushed out of the house. The crowd outside his door also made way for him. Captain Zhou, don't worry. Hurry and take the child to the hospital. It will be fine. Zhou Guangrong thanked the neighbors who helped reassure him and quickly ran towards the military medical station with his child. Wang Yu looked at Captain Zhu helplessly. She was also worried about the boy from the Zhou family, but there was nothing more she could do. She was just a nurse. She had already done everything she could. She sighed deeply and turned to go home. But just then, a domineering scolding sounded, and Wang Yu's arm was grabbed by Sang Sanni, whose eyes were bloodshot. You caused my child's death. You can't leave. Take me to the hospital. If Fu Gui has an accident, I want you to pay with your life. Wang Yu felt a loud buzzing in her head, and suddenly she was stunned. Comrade Sang, please don't cause trouble. Wang Yu was just doing her job to save the child, and it was Captain Zhou who pulled her over. Everyone saw it. Thanks to Wang Yu's quick action, your child has vomited out the object stuck in her throat. This shows her rescue method was correct. But why isn't my Fu Gui waking up? Why does she need to go to the hospital? If Wang Yu is not capable, we would have taken the child to the hospital long ago. We wouldn't have waited until now. Oh, my poor child. Oh, my poor child. You were harmed by a bad woman, Sang Sanni, who was unreasonable, grabbed Wang Yu to stop her from leaving and kept hitting Commander Zhu, who was trying to stop her. Comrade Sang, you can't be so unreasonable. Please let go. Right now, the most important thing is to go see the child. Neighbors outside the door couldn't stand it anymore. They stepped forward to persuade Sang Sanni to let go. After much effort, she finally released Wang Yu, but still insisted that Wang Yu go with her to the military hospital to wait for the treatment results. When a group of people arrived at the military hospital, they only saw Zhou Guangrong sitting alone, holding his head, crouched outside the respiratory department corridor. Seeing this, Sang Sanni broke down immediately. Ignoring the hospital's quiet rules, she let out a loud cry like a ghost and rushed toward Zhou Guangrong. My Fu Gui, you died so tragically.
Ah.
I don't want to live anymore. My child is gone. Zhou Guangrong, I will fight you. Smack. The doctor is rescuing her. Please be quiet outside. The warning and the slap sounded almost at the same time. When the nurse said the child was still saved, Sang Sanni covered her face and calmed down, but she still muttered some unkind words quietly. Everyone at the scene watched nervously as the door to the ward opened after a long 5 minutes. The nurse looked heavy-hearted as she finally opened the door to everyone's eager gaze. Nurse, how is Fu Gui? Is she okay? Sang Sanni was the first to rush over, grabbing the nurse's arms and staring at her with a strange look in her eyes. Although the nurse saw her as a bit scary, she quickly explained the medical advice. The patient has abnormal sounds in the lungs. Considering that a foreign object may have entered the lungs and caused a blockage in the bronchus, which could lead to lung infection or inflammation, I recommend performing open-chest surgery to remove the object and prevent further complications. Open-chest surgery? What's that? Sang Sanni, just pulled away by Zhou Guangrong, heard the nurse say she needed to do open-chest surgery. She immediately became frantic, rushing back to the nurse, and even trying to push her aside to see Zhou Fu Gui inside the department. Please stay calm. Family member of the patient. This is a hospital. You can't force your way in. Move aside. What do you mean by open-chest surgery? Are you going to cut open my son's chest? No, I don't agree. Sang Sanni, overwhelmed by her emotions from the morning, was struggling fiercely. Zhou Guangrong almost couldn't control her. Who is the child's family member? At that moment, the door to the consultation room opened again. An older doctor with black-rimmed glasses stepped out from behind a thick white curtain. I am Zhou Fugui's father. I'm also his mother. We won't agree to any open-chest surgery. The old doctor adjusted his glasses, frowned, and looked at Sang Sanni, who was still causing a fuss. There will be no surgery. Your child's condition isn't good. The foreign object in the abdomen is very small and has some adhesions. Even if we perform open-chest surgery to remove it, the expected results won't be very good. The child is too young, and the surgery risks are high. I previously induced vomiting to clear some of the object, but there is still a risk of lung infection. I will give you some medication. After paying at the window, go home and observe. If the condition worsens, bring the child back for another check. Overall, the outlook isn't very optimistic. While explaining his assessment of the child's condition, the old doctor handed Zhou Guangrong the written medical advice, medical records, and payment slips. Thank you. I'll go pay now. Zhou Guangrong took the documents and was about to go pay and get the medicine. He thought that since the child wouldn't have surgery anymore, Sang Sanni probably wouldn't act impulsively again. So he didn't hold her back, but pushed her to a neighbor to watch over her. But just a few steps after turning away, Sang Sanni, who was held back by the neighbor's wife, suddenly erupted. She forcefully pushed the neighbor's wife aside and, with her eyes red, rushed toward the old doctor. Who told you to curse our family's wealth? You old scoundrel, if you can't treat people properly, you just like to act big and fierce. I'm going to fight you. The events happened so quickly that everyone present didn't react in time. They watched as Sansani rushed to the old doctor and pushed him backward.
Bang! Crash!
As the sound of glass breaking echoed, the old doctor, covered in blood, fell among the shards of broken glass. It turned out that when Sansani pushed him, the old doctor instinctively pressed his hand against the glass window on the door of the consultation room. In this era, the viewing window took up nearly half of the door and was made of the simplest clear glass. Although it let in a lot of light, the glass was very fragile. It broke easily, and the sharp edges could easily cut someone. At this moment, the old doctor was pierced in the inner thigh by a piece of shattered glass, and a lot of blood immediately flowed down.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Everyone who saw this was shocked and cried out. Those with strong nerves quickly turned around and ran to the emergency room to call surgical rescue staff. Zhou Guangrong stood stiffly between the payment counter and the breathing clinic. At this moment, he only felt a loud ringing in his head. How did things come to this? In the end, the chaos gradually settled down. The old doctor was taken away on a stretcher to remove the glass. Sansani was taken away by security personnel for intentionally harming someone. Zhou Fugue, because the chief doctor was injured, could no longer continue seeing patients and was carried home by Zhou Guangrong. During the holiday, the leaders on duty at the military district learned of this incident and immediately reprimanded Zhou Guangrong, telling him to quickly handle his family matters and ensure that such serious incidents never happen again. But none of these were what Zhou Guangrong was most anxious about right now. Zhou Fugue, just brought home, started to have a fever. His breathing was shallow and interrupted, and several times he rolled on the bed, struggling to breathe. Seeing his child's pain and suffering, Zhou Guangrong felt helpless. He stood in the yard, slapped himself several times. But what good would that do? He gave the child the antibiotics and fever medicine prescribed by the doctor, but Zhou Fugue, who was already having trouble breathing and felt like he might cough out his lungs, simply couldn't swallow the medicine. Wah! Once again, Zhou Fugue sprayed medicine juice all over, and after vomiting, the child made uncomfortable coughing and burping sounds. Zhou Guangrong threw the medicine bowl, covered his head with his hands, and knelt by the bed in despair. He really couldn't take it anymore. Why does heaven treat him this way? He, Zhou Guangrong, had fought bravely many times, always leading from the front. He faced enemies fearlessly, even being shot multiple times, yet he could still raise his bayonet and stab through his foes. But why is it that he cannot manage his own small family? He only helped because of the kindness of relatives from his childhood, especially during this severe drought. It wouldn't affect the family's food, clothing, or daily needs. Yet, the ordinary company commander's family, earning only 30 yuan a month, living in a temporary housing area, still managed to live happily and sweetly, always smiling when they met. He didn't understand how they could be so happy. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Just as Zhou Guangrong was painfully trying to stand up again to prepare another dose of medicine for Zhou Fugue, the gate of his yard was pushed open from outside. 3 soldiers, wearing company insignia, entered. "Commander Zhou, we heard your child is sick. We're worried and came to see if you need any help." "Yes, Commander Zhou, are you at home?" The 3 entered the yard but didn't see Zhou Guangrong, so they dared not go inside. They only called out toward the main house. Hearing his former colleagues calling him, Zhou Guangrong felt both embarrassed and defeated. He picked up the medicine bowl from the ground and, with heavy steps, walked from the inner room to the door of the main house. "Commander Zhou, why do you look so pale? How is the child?" The 3 company commanders had never seen their superior look so defeated. Their brows were furrowed, eyes red, full of worry, but also confusion. His clothes were stained with medicine juice, which was unusual for their strict and disciplined commander. At this moment, Zhou Guangrong was overwhelmed with concern for his child's suffering. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with the officers and simply responded in a dull voice. "The doctor said the rice grain has entered his lungs. To remove it, they need to perform open-chest surgery, but the child is too young for that. They only gave some anti-inflammatory medicine to take, and now we can only wait for him to heal naturally or for him to cough it out himself. The three company commanders looked at each other, unsure how to comfort their superior. Suddenly, one of them remembered a medical miracle that had spread through the military district recently. "Captain Zhou, why don't you ask Captain Rong if he has any medicine that can save people?" When he said this, everyone looked at him with puzzled faces. Zhou Guangrong stared intently, full of hope, waiting for him to explain further. The man scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Haven't you heard about Captain Rong's medical miracle in the military district?" Zhou Guangrong and the other two commanders shook their heads at the same time. But Zhou Guangrong was like a drowning person grabbing at any possible life-saving straw. "I'll go ask Captain Rong." Before the other commander could explain more, Captain Zhou quickly ran out of the house and headed straight to Rong Shiyan's home. When he reached the door of Shirshu's house, Rong Shiyan was just about to wash the dishes after lunch. Hearing the urgent knocking, he put down the dishes and went to open the door. Outside, Zhou Guangrong was panting heavily, looking disheveled as he leaned on the doorframe. "Hey, Lao Zhou, what happened to you? Did something serious happen?" Yesterday, they stayed up until 1 a.m. on night duty. Today, they had no plans to visit relatives or celebrate, so they slept in until 10 a.m. before getting up to cook. So Rong Shiyan didn't know what had happened at Zhou's house. Zhou Guangrong had a lot to say, but didn't know where to start. To save his child, he tried to stay calm and briefly explained his purpose. "My son Fu Gui choked on porridge this morning. The rice got into his lungs, and now they can't get it out. The doctors in the respiratory department said there's no good solution. I heard you're a medical miracle in our military district, so I want to ask if your family has any medicine that can save Fu Gui. How much does it cost? Or I'm willing to pay any price." Rong Shiyan listened, his brow furrowing tightly. He honestly told Zhou Guangrong about his own situation. "My leg healed quite quickly, but that medicine is supposed to be for external use, for treating muscles and bones. The ingredients are hard to find." Shirshu had to go all over Daxing Mountain to gather herbs for him. Seeing that the other was sincere, Zhou Guangrong's heart sank little by little. Could it really be impossible? He clung to his last hope, stubbornly asking questions. "I want to ask again, who treated you? Can you still contact that doctor?" Rong Shiyan was able to recover from such serious injuries, which was a life-saving grace. He must have kept the doctor's contact information. Even if he didn't have the contact details, he should know the doctor's name and identity. The Flower Kingdom has strict rules for ID management for its people. It was I who treated him, using local mountain remedies.
Why?
"Commander Zhou, are you interested?" Rong Shiyan was still unsure how to answer Zhou Guangrong's questions. Shirshu had already come out of the house, gently supporting her slightly rounded belly, and looked calmly at Zhou Guangrong, whose face was complicated. "Really? It was you who took care of him?" Zhou Guangrong was stunned and muttered in disbelief. Shirshu bypassed the two of them to feed the little sheep. As she passed by, Zhou Guangrong suddenly bowed deeply to Shirshu. "Comrade Shirshu, please go see my Guai Guai. Whether he can be saved or not, just helping to check would be enough. As long as it doesn't involve national security, I, Zhou Guangrong, will never refuse a request." Shirshu paused, turned slightly to look at the modest glow of merit behind Zhou Guangrong, and said calmly, "Having fought the Japanese, served as a volunteer army. Your achievements are admirable. You don't need to pay money. Let's exchange half of your honor." Hearing this, Zhou Guangrong looked up in confusion.
Honor?
"How do I exchange that?" Shirshu didn't want to explain further. She simply asked back calmly, "Just say whether you agree or not." At the same time, a faint, almost imperceptible glow floated toward the side of the merit light behind Zhou Guangrong. "Yes, I agree. As long as it can save Guai Guai, I don't care about the strange honor. Even if it costs my life, I agree." "Good, I'll be right back." Shirshu entered the goat's house, placed the midday hay and hot water for them, and saw the two goats happily running over to eat. She smiled slightly and came out of the house. Seeing Zhou Guangrong anxiously waiting in the yard, and Rong Shiyan with his arm resting on his coat. "Come, put on your coat first. It's windy outside. Expressing herself naturally, Shishu allowed Rong Shiyan to help her put on her cloak. When the three of them returned to Zhou Guangrong's house, they heard loud coughing coming from the inner room. One of the guards, a company commander, was holding water, trying to let the child drink a little to soothe his cough. Seeing Zhou Guangrong return, he hurried over with water, looking disheveled himself, and asked with concern, "How is Captain Zhou? Did you find out which famous doctor is coming?" Captain Zhou nodded excitedly and then moved aside to make room for Shishu. "Comrade Jean, my child is inside. Please go and see him quickly." When the guard heard that the doctor was a young girl with a gentle appearance, he couldn't help but secretly ask Zhou Guangrong with admiration, "Captain, who is this young doctor's family? Can you introduce her to us?" Zhou Guangrong quickly covered his mouth in shock and said, "What are you talking about? Comrade Jean is Rome Captain's partner in the revolution. You don't understand the situation. Don't talk nonsense." After hearing his captain's explanation, the guard's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked in the direction Zhou Guangrong pointed, noticing Rong Shiyan's face was also tense and his eyes sharp as he stared at him. "Rong, Captain Rong, I was wrong. It was all a misunderstanding." Rong Shiyan, a tall man nearly 2 meters, passed in front of the man. Having been with Shishu for a long time, he had learned a bit of her noble demeanor. Now, with a calm but fierce look in his eyes, he glanced at the guard and said, "Come with me to the training ground later." So when Shishu entered Zhou Fugui's room, she immediately heard the child gasping for air and trying hard to breathe. Seeing him rolling around on the bed, Shishu was worried he might hurt her unborn baby, so she called Rong Shiyan and Zhou Guangrong to come inside. "Captain Zhou, take off the child's shirt first, expose his chest, and then help him lie on the bed to hold his legs." She then looked at Rong Shiyan. "You also get on the bed and help me hold his hands tightly. Don't let him hit my belly." The most worried person naturally entrusted the defense to someone she trusted. Rong Shiyan understood her instructions, his expression immediately serious. "Don't worry, wife. I'll hold him firmly and won't let him move." After arranging everything, Shishu saw Zhou Guangrong had already taken off the child's upper clothes. She signaled Rong Shiyan to get on the bed and hold his arms. Zhou Guangrong wasn't sure if Fu Gui would listen to him, but he still tried to comfort him. "Son, don't be afraid. Dad has found someone who can save you. Don't move. She will take good care of you. Just bear with it if you're uncomfortable and listen to me." Maybe the child really understood because under the pressure of the two adults, he calmed down. Shishu took out a small bag of golden needles from her pocket. In the sunlight coming through the window, she carefully inserted each needle into the area of Zhou Fu Gui's lungs. As she slowly turned the golden needles, they shone brightly in the sunlight. Hidden in this glow, a few healing bugs crawled along the needles and entered Zhou Fu Gui's lungs. The method to treat Zhou Fu Gui was very simple. It didn't even require the use of medical bugs' powers. The healing bugs would eat up any foreign objects like the rice porridge that had been inhaled into his lungs. Within less than a minute after inserting the needles, Zhou Guangrong was happily surprised to hear his son's breathing become steady again. When Shishu moved the needles again and retracted the healing bugs that had eaten the rice, and then slowly removed the needles, Zhou Fu Gui was about 70 to 80% better. The remaining 20% was due to inflammation caused by coughing from a sore throat, which could be treated with some anti-inflammatory medicine.
Dad, I'm fine.
"I'm fine now. Cough, cough. I'm okay." Zhou Guangrong saw clearly what it meant to have a quick cure. Seeing his son jump back into his arms, full of life, he felt very excited and couldn't help but say, "Comrade Jean is truly a miracle doctor." Shishu didn't think there was anything to be proud of. She simply advised Zhou Guangrong calmly, "The residue in his lungs has dissolved, but the inflammation is still there. The hospital's prescribed anti-inflammatory medicine should be taken for 2 more days, or you can buy some dandelion water from the pharmacy to drink. Both help reduce inflammation." Zhou Guangrong listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. After Shishu finished her instructions, he even pulled Zhou Fu Gui out of her arms. "Son, come here and kowtow to your lifesaver. If it weren't for Aunt Rong saving you, your life would have been lost here." Despite being only 6 years old, Rong Gue seemed to suddenly become more mature after this ordeal. He stepped out of Zhou Guangrong's arms and stood properly on the bed, bowing to Shishu. Thank you, Auntie, for healing me. I will study hard in the future to repay your kindness. It's okay. Just eat more slowly in the future and don't choke again. Shishu did not want a child to always think about gratitude, even though she saved his life. Inevitably, she was involved in the cause and effect. Shishu looked at Zhou Guangrong. Now it was time for her to ask for her service fee. I saved your child, and as promised, I want half of your glory. Commander Zhou Guangrong, do you agree? Yes, I agree. Of course I agree. But how will I give you my half of the glory? Could it be that she wanted half of his battle achievements bonus? It should be around 1,300. Zhou Guangrong thought it over and felt it was okay. Although he was a bit short on money now, he could borrow from his brothers and pay it back later.
You don't need to worry about that.
As long as you agree, it's fine. She would take her share herself. Shishu didn't know Zhou Guangrong was overthinking. She simply waved her hand, and the contract was made. The faint glow that had been attached to Zhou Guangrong's merit gold light immediately started working like a small vacuum cleaner. In one breath, half of Zhou Guangrong's merit gold light was drained away. Achoo! After half of his merit was taken, Zhou Guangrong felt a cold chill in his back. He sneezed 6 times in a row from the cold. Wow, the weather is getting colder. Zhou Guangrong, feeling confused, wiped his nose. When he heard Shishu was leaving, he wanted to say a few words to keep her, but seeing the messy state of his home, he didn't dare to speak. Instead, he cheerfully helped see off Shishu and Rong Shiyan. Back home, Shishu felt a bit sleepy. She had gained quite a bit of merit earlier and needed to rest to digest it. As for Zhou Guangrong, who had half of his merit taken, he sneezed a few times but didn't have any bad reactions. For ordinary people, merit was only related to reincarnation in the next life. No matter how much glory he had in the next life, compared to saving his son now, Zhou Guangrong wouldn't hesitate. Even if he knew, he would still choose to save his son. In her sleep, Shishu seemed to return to the Gu forest. She sat cross-legged at the place where she first obtained the holy witch space. In her dream, she entered meditation, and a bright red mark appeared on her forehead. The mark flickered for a moment, then spread and grew like vines across her forehead. In just a few moments, it looked like a vast tree covered with flowers, filling her forehead. The 4 corners of Gu life, the dome corridor, Langya woman, countless relatives, guiding in all directions. Now I recognize your root source. Do not hide. The tree of holy, which grants you long life. During her deep meditation in the world of dreams, the shimmering particles of light around her gradually gathered into a Taoist hexagram disc hanging behind her. The hexagram represented the great abundance in the fire heaven, with Li above, Qian below. The disc spun, and the top line of the hexagram, Heaven's blessing brings great fortune. Shishu slowly woke from her dream, only to find it was already the next morning. She had reached a bottleneck in her witchcraft level at age 16, but last night, in her dream, she had calmly broken through that barrier. Everything seemed to happen naturally. Even the thunder of the Tao didn't strike her down. She was grateful for saving the old man, and she had accumulated a lot of good karma. Happily, she sat up on her bed, stretched her shoulders and neck a little. The baby inside her seemed to wake up too, kicking her slightly in annoyance. Shishu was startled by this strange sensation. She gently placed her hand on her belly, feeling the strong heartbeat of the little life inside. Now, Shishu had advanced to a king-level witch, and she was beginning to glimpse the early stages of the spirit transformation realm. Her own progress had also changed her sacred witch space and her insects. The water in the space's lake seemed deeper and bluer than before. Above the blue surface, faint spiritual light began to rise and swirl. Suddenly, these words flashed into Shishu's mind. Seeing no one at home, she quickly entered her space. Barefoot, she walked to the lake's edge, summoned a wooden cup, and scooped some lake water to examine carefully. The water was clear and pure, with a pure scent. Sparkling spiritual light floated on the surface. Definitely a spiritual pond. Shisu didn't expect to have her own legendary spiritual pond. In her grandmother's stories, anything related to spiritual energy, merit, or luck was extremely rare and precious. She drank the spiritual water from the cup. As soon as the spiritual energy entered her body, she felt her baby inside urgently trying to take it away, even before it reached her dantian. She smiled softly and gently touched her belly. "You're a little boy, so why are you in such a hurry? You can't learn mom's witchcraft, but perhaps most parents in the world are willing to spoil their children." Naturally, Shisu was no exception. Seeing that her little one liked spiritual energy, and that this energy was also very good for nourishing the baby's foundation, she scooped 2 more cups from the lake and sat on the grass, slowly drinking them. When she drank her second cup, the little one inside her was no longer so eager, so the 2 cups of spiritual energy still nourished her body. After finishing the water, a faint fishy smell spread, and some hidden old illnesses in her body seeped out through her pores. After cleaning herself in the bamboo house, she chose a white cotton robe with gold patterns to wear. She thought for a moment and then found a pair of linen-colored cotton shoes that matched. After dressing up, she slightly rolled up her thick, curly hair and fixed it with a purple bamboo hairpin. Then she stepped out of the space. On the main dining table, there was a note from Rong Shuryen. It said he was worried because she had been sleeping since yesterday afternoon. He had called a doctor to come and check on her. If she woke up, there were steamed buns and stir-fried cabbage cooked by Rong Shuryen in the kitchen, which she could eat to fill her stomach for now. She put away the note and went to the kitchen. Sure enough, she saw the food still warm on the stove. Honestly, the steamed buns were okay, but the stir-fried cabbage was too bitter, probably because too much salt was added. She suspected that Rong Shuryen might have accidentally added sugar instead of salt, then added more salt again. He probably was in a hurry to leave and didn't taste the food before rushing out to find a doctor. Of course, she wouldn't eat that overly salty cabbage herself. Wasting it wouldn't be good either. She decided to send the cabbage back to the small kitchen. As she was about to put the dish away, she noticed the spatula beside the pot trembling unconsciously. "Is it that bad?" She silently covered her mouth to hide her smile. Although she was outside and couldn't see her expression in the small kitchen, out of respect, she tried to restrain herself. She sent the unappetizing dish to the small kitchen for further processing, probably to feed the bugs. She didn't want to starve herself, so she asked for a nourishing yam and pork soup from the small kitchen. She sat in the kitchen, slowly eating with a steamed bun. Even though she hadn't eaten for nearly 15 hours, her appetite was still small. After finishing the soup and the pork with yam, she ate half a steamed bun and felt full. Thinking that Rong Shuryen, that silly guy, might not have eaten either, she asked the small kitchen for a bowl of cabbage, vermicelli, and meatball soup. Just as she placed the bowl on the stove, the door opened, and Rong Shuryen's slightly hoarse and anxious voice sounded. "Doctor, please come in quickly. Help me see what's wrong with my wife. She's been sleeping all the time." Rong Shuryen wanted to say more, but when he looked up, he saw Shirshu standing at the kitchen door, tilting her head slightly, smiling at him. Since discovering that Shirshu couldn't wake up yesterday afternoon, Rong Shuryen had been staying by her side, watching over her all night. He had made breakfast in a daze but had no appetite to eat. Seeing that she was still not awake, he decided to go to the hospital to call a doctor. Worried that she might wake up and find him gone, he left a message. Now, feeling anxious, he hurried back home. Seeing Shirshu standing calmly in front of him, all his fears from last night disappeared instantly. "Darling, you're finally awake." As soon as he saw her, Rong Shuryen ran over, looking at her with concern. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Headache? Or pain in your hand? I shouldn't have let you go yesterday. I'm fine. You don't need to worry." Shirshu smiled gently to reassure Rong Shuryen. When she saw the doctor behind him, she politely invited him into the room. "Sorry for the trouble." "I'm fine, just a bit sleepy during pregnancy." After everyone sat down, Shirshu explained briefly to the doctor with a light smile. Rong Shuryen kept an eye on her complexion. Seeing that she was indeed okay, He comforted her and asked the doctor to check her blood pressure. Only then did his tense heart finally relax. Shirshu ate breakfast with Rong Shiryan. During the meal, Rong Shiryan foolishly asked her if the cabbage with meatballs was the one he cooked. At that moment, Shirshu seemed to hear the angry sound of pots and pans in the small kitchen, but she still smiled softly and nodded at Rong Shiryan. Yes, you cooked it very well. Keep trying next time. Hearing his wife's praise, Rong Shiryan's lips curved into a happy, silly smile. After breakfast, because Rong Shiryan hadn't slept all night, Shirshu insisted he go back to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangrong brought over Zhou Fuguei, who had mostly recovered, to thank Shirshu again for saving his life. After this incident, Zhou Fuguei clearly grew a lot. He became more polite and behaved better when standing next to Zhou Guangrong. Although he still looked a bit childish, he no longer had the messy appearance of sticking out his tongue, glaring, or spitting like Sananai. Dr. Jean, are you sure you don't want to take a consultation fee? I've prepared everything. Zhou Guangrong took a stack of money wrapped in an envelope from his pocket, intending to place it on the dining table in the Shirshu family's hall. No need, just take it back. I told you, I only want half of your honor. Zhou Guangrong asked confused, but I didn't give you anything. Shirshu calmly waved his hand. If you say it's received, then it's received.
Don't be too strict about it.
Instead of arguing with me, you should care more about your daughter, who has been neglected. After speaking, Shirshu stood up as if to see them off. Zhou Guangrong was reminded of Zhou Zhaodi still being at the security office. His face darkened with guilt, and he quickly apologized, then, with Zhou Fuguei stumbling along, left Shirshu's house. 4 days later, it was the 8th day of the first lunar month, Shirshu's birthday. Your second birthday. Looking at the steaming, fragrant longevity noodles in front of him, Shirshu raised his chopsticks with his right hand, picked up the white noodles, and took a bite while looking at Yan expectantly across from him. The noodles were smooth and elastic, dipped in warm, rich broth. Eating them felt like a warm taste of home. Your cooking has improved a lot, even better than last year. Shirshu happily finished the large bowl of noodles, hiccued happily, and kept praising Rong Shiryan for his improved cooking skills. I also have a gift for you. Last year, I couldn't give it to you because of circumstances, but I've always wanted to give it to you. A small, brown velvet gift box was carefully handed to Shirshu by the man. As the box was opened, a flash of silver gleamed, an elegant women's mechanical watch. The watch face was square, with a band made of 18K white gold. The inside of the watch had gold-colored hands and numbers, and there was a shining red star positioned slightly above the center of the dial. It's very beautiful. I like it very much. Shirshu immediately raised her hand to Rong Shiryan. Please help me put it on. Looking at the delicate, bright white wrist in front of him, Rong Shiryan's face is filled with happiness. The little black panther feels his owner's joy and happily runs around the two people at the table. Meanwhile, far away in Beijing, Rong's father and mother sit nervously in the mayor's living room. They face the smiling mayor, who asks warmly about their well-being. Brother Rong, Lin Shan's team, you must have suffered. I wanted to visit you as soon as I heard about your deeds, but considering future arrangements, I was asked to invite you both to sit at my home. Have you gotten used to living and eating in Beijing after so long? Rong's father politely smiles. The organization arranged everything very carefully. Thank you very much for caring about our lives and helping us with work. Huh, old Rong, you're so polite. The mayor, who's been in office for a while, is good at making friendly gestures. With just a simple greeting, he can tell that Rong Chuanbai is a capable and wise person. He quickly responds with a calm answer, showing his good character and rational mind. Since the leader ordered to clear the wrongs of old revolutionaries, the mayor has met with more than 10 people who were wrongly accused and compensated. All of them were innocent, but the organization was worried about their negative feelings. So, they arranged for them to work in Beijing under close supervision. He has asked many people about their lives, but none have responded as sincerely as Rong's father. Some are too humble and timid, others are too bitter and weary, speaking like monks who have seen through worldly life. Both types are not suitable for the organization's work. Some are given honorary positions to retire comfortably, or are officially retired with a guard to take care of their daily needs. Rong Chuanbai is an exception. The mayor, thinking of this, continues to smile and chat with Rong's father. I heard that when you two were wrongly sent away, your son also bravely went with you to Linshan village. Yes. Shurian was seriously injured in the leg during a special mission at the border. But when he heard about my wife and me, he ignored the hospital's advice and came to rescue us despite his injuries. Looking back, entrusting him to the state was the best decision we ever made. Wow, that was a perfect answer. It explained that the son left the army because he was injured, and it was a work-related injury. It also praised the son's excellence and how the family values the country's training. As parents, they are just happy and proud of his achievements. Old brother Rong, you are too modest. I, Wang Ditsai, truly feel like old friends with you. In the future, our two families should stay in touch more. At first, Mayor Wang's reception of Father Rong and Mother Rong was just following orders, a routine to handle the inquiry about the wrongly accused comrade. Now, his good impression of this family has grown to the point where he wants closer contact. He heard that Rong Chuanbai's son is only 20 years old, but has already become a battalion commander in the Northern Military District, with many honors. Behind his family, there is also a mysterious doctor of great skill. Rong Chuanbai himself, from their conversations, seems to be a straightforward and wise person. Maintaining a good relationship with such a family is worth the effort, even if it takes some time. Looking at the clock on the wall behind the sofa, which is approaching midnight, Mayor Wang stands up and invites Father and Mother Rong to the dining room for a meal. That's too polite. We don't want to trouble you. Old Rong and I will take our leave now. You don't need to be so formal, Mayor. At this moment, it was clear that Father Rong's modesty was unnecessary. Mother Rong naturally smiled and stood up, politely refusing a few times. As they spoke, they prepared to leave. Mayor Wang naturally couldn't let them go just yet. He quickly stepped forward to stop Father Rong. Look at that. You're still being so polite to me. It's already mealtime. If you leave hungry, it wouldn't be polite. Old brother Rong, I'm a person with some face too. Come on, let's go to the dining room and eat together. We can chat while eating. I have many things I want to discuss with you. Just as Mayor Wang was pulling Father Rong back toward the house, an assistant ran over. Mayor Wang, Director Zhang from the Housing and Construction Committee is here with people to see you for dinner. Mayor Wang's face remained calm. He continued walking with Father Rong, but seeing the assistant's hesitant expression, he asked casually, "Who are they bringing? Do I know them?" The assistant hesitated for a moment, then answered straightforwardly, "It should be the director of the timber factory. You should know him." Mayor Wang didn't expect that he would still be so unaware of his assistant's actions. He didn't notice how hard the assistant was working to entertain guests. Now, he was letting another group of people, who clearly had something to ask for, see him, while neglecting important guests. Is this what an assistant should do? Indeed, government staff members often lack the intuition that comes from personal training. It's a pity that Xiao Lu is a promising young person. He shouldn't let his own convenience hinder the future of the young assistant. However, looking at the naive and foolish young man in front of him, Mayor Wang couldn't bring himself to criticize him harshly. Plus, the Rong family was still here. It was rare to meet someone who shared their secretive attitude. If he missed this opportunity today, trying to build a closer relationship later would seem a bit forced. Mayor Wang didn't expect that an ordinary day, just caring for an old comrade and inviting him for a simple meal, would turn into a challenge to his emotional intelligence. Let those two outsiders come in. They might think he was neglecting the Rong couple, and their purpose was probably related to money. It wouldn't be appropriate to discuss such matters openly in front of the Rong family. If he didn't let those two in, the new assistant had already spoken in front of the guests. Refusing to meet them might leave a bad first impression. While Mayor Wang was brainstorming, Rong's mother suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" Her words successfully drew the attention of Rong's father and Mayor Wang. "Sorry, Mayor Wang. I just remembered that the chili sauce my daughter-in-law brought me is still at our new home. The weather outside looks a bit cloudy, and that chili sauce can't get rained on. Rong, and I didn't get to enjoy it this time. Next time, I'll come again and bother you. After hearing Rong's mother, Mayor Wang's thumb was still up in his mind. Rong's family was full of clever, shrewd old people. They knew how to handle situations perfectly, like stepping on the right toes. Truly masterful. Oh, sister-in-law, you're too polite. No bother at all.
About the chili sauce you mentioned.
Hee, don't laugh at me, but I really like spicy pickles. Unfortunately, my family doesn't know how to make them. If you have extra, could you share some with me? I'd love to spread some on my black-faced steamed buns in the morning. Otherwise, it's just plain buns and pickles every day, which doesn't sound very appetizing. Mayor Wang, you are too kind. My daughter-in-law makes a spicy chili sauce I really like. Tomorrow, I'll ask Lao Rong to bring some for you to try. So many flavors to enjoy. Yes. Lao Rong, I'll see you both off. Mayor Wang saw Mr. Rong and his wife out of the house. Nearby, the secretary of a high-ranking leader was sweeping the yard. When he saw Mayor Wang walking out with the visitors, he asked politely, Mayor Wang, have you eaten? If not, come inside and have some noodles. Meanwhile, the two people waiting at the door had been there for a long time. When they saw Mayor Wang, they wanted to go forward, but Wang Dekai gave them a cold look and made them step back. Mayor Wang silently glared at those causing trouble. Then he smiled and greeted the secretary. Noodles are good. I haven't had plain noodles in many days. Unfortunately, today's not a good day. Lao Rong and his wife are in a hurry to go home and pack. As you can see, work comes first. Work always comes first. The secretary understood that Mayor Wang hadn't ignored Lao Rong and his wife. Hearing this, the senior leader would probably be at ease. Having gotten the answer he wanted, the secretary no longer made things difficult for Mayor Wang. He just smiled and said, come over for a meal when you're free, then happily grabbed his broom and went back inside, eager to report his success. After seeing Lao Rong and his wife leave, Mayor Wang relaxed his expression but still didn't want to talk to anyone and turned to go home. At the door, the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Committee, under constant urging from the wood factory director, reluctantly followed Mayor Wang into the living room. Tell me, why are you here in the middle of the day instead of eating at home? What do you want? Mayor Wang sat down in his usual spot in the living room, calmly watching the two committee directors.
They sat opposite him, smiling.
The director of the Housing Committee, Zhang, and Mayor Wang had some friendship. They came because they were in trouble and needed Mayor Wang's help to mediate. Mayor Wang, let me introduce you. This is Luda, the person in charge of supplying wood for our city's housing projects. Luda, this is Mayor Wang of our city. After Zhang finished introducing them, Luda suddenly jumped up from the sofa, very excited. Mayor Wang, hello. I've finally met you. I've finally met the savior. His words made Mayor Wang's face darken. Even Zhang, who brought him, wanted to hide his face in the sofa. Is this person okay? What is he even saying? Though I was thinking this inside, Director Zhang still tried to steer Lu Da's words back on track. Look at how excited you are. What are you even talking about? Lu Da was somewhat perceptive. Seeing Mayor Wang's unhappy face and being subtly reminded by Director Zhang, he naturally understood that he had been impulsive and that his words were a bit too much. Sorry, leader. I got carried away. Mayor Wang was not the type to be overly petty. He waved his hand and thought about the meal at the restaurant. It wasn't very fancy, but in these difficult times, even simple home-cooked food was precious and shouldn't be wasted. Thinking of this, Mayor Wang stood up from the sofa. Let's go. Since you two haven't eaten yet, let's go to the restaurant and have a quick meal. Lu Da was thrilled at the idea of eating with the leader. Even if today's matter wasn't resolved, he had already shared a meal with the mayor, which was something to boast about. In the future, he could brag about it to others, and people would envy him. According to his hometown's customs, sharing a meal meant they knew each other. If something came up later, he might be able to contact the leader directly. That's a big connection. He had to make a good impression. The three of them arrived at the restaurant. They saw a table set with 6 dishes, 1 soup, and 3 staple foods. Both Director Zhang and Lu Da were a bit surprised. Even though the dishes were mostly simple home-cooked meals without much meat, and the best dish was scrambled eggs with chives, in the current food shortage, it was still a very good meal. They sat down, but before they had eaten much, Mayor Wang was still feeling regretful. His carefully prepared food was not being enjoyed at all. He looked across at Luda, who was eating loudly, making noise with his dishes and chopsticks and chewing loudly. His unrefined eating manners made Mayor Wang a little uncomfortable. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. His appetite was gone. He quietly put down his chopsticks and asked Director Zhang softly, "Why did you call me here so suddenly today? Is there something urgent?" He thought to himself that it's best if they had something important to discuss, or else he might not bother with them in the future. But before Director Zhang could respond, Luda, who had a mouthful of rice, hurriedly chewed and swallowed his food. Spitting grains, he pointed at Mayor Wang with his chopsticks as if they were good friends, and said without restraint, "Mayor Wang, you must help us brothers out." Mayor Wang smiled, and Director Zhang's face went numb. "Is this guy an idiot? You're asking for help, and you didn't even properly invite us to eat. You're just eating our food and then directly complaining to Mayor Wang, as if he can just do whatever you want. You're so rude. This time I really got tricked by this Lu guy." While Director Zhang was feeling annoyed, Mayor Wang surprisingly responded warmly, asking Luda what had happened. Seeing how easygoing Mayor Wang was, Luda became even more excited. He completely forgot his prepared words and slammed his hand on Mayor Wang's dining table. His force was so strong and quick that Director Zhang, sitting right next to him, couldn't stop him. "Mayor Wang, meeting you today, I finally found someone who can help us. Our sawmill has some problems and you must help us." Since becoming mayor 7 years ago, this was the first time someone had slammed the table in front of him. "Lu factory director, don't worry. Take your time and tell me what problems your factory is facing. Why did you come here in the middle of the day?" Mayor Wang spoke softly, but his gaze was cold. Director Zhang broke out in sweat on his forehead. Luda, however, seemed completely unaware or indifferent, continuing to complain about his issues with a clenched jaw.
"Well,
It all comes down to the city budget." As soon as he said this, Director Zhang's face turned pale. He hurriedly tried to cover Luda's mouth. "What are you talking about?" But Mayor Wang's expression darkened. "Let go and let him speak," the mayor ordered, and Director Zhang didn't dare to hold Luda anymore. He slowly released his hand, still explaining, "Mayor Wang, this isn't what I taught him. Actually, I just wanted to. From now on, shut up. I only want to hear what he has to say." Mayor Wang stopped him, then turned to Luda. "Go on. What exactly is the problem with the city budget?" Luda saw Director Zhang, who was always showing off in front of him, now being suppressed by Mayor Wang. Meanwhile, he was gaining the leader's attention. He felt very excited and, without thinking, told him everything about why he came to see the mayor. "Mayor Wang, here's the thing. Our city is choosing teams to build infrastructure like libraries, swimming pools, and sports halls. Each team has to submit their design ideas and budget for labor and materials. The construction company I work with, which is led by my brother Zhang, wanted to get chosen, so they really cut costs on materials, hardware, and labor to make their bid more attractive." I know about this. When the selection was confirmed, I signed the approval," Mayor Wang said, thinking there shouldn't be any problem with this. Mayor Wang, it's like this. When we submitted our bid, we were very confident and eager to get the project in Jing City. We wanted to make our wood factory famous. But right after the list was announced, there was a drought. The price of wood shot up by over 20,000 yuan per ton overnight. The factory was worried the price would keep rising. So, we decided to buy all the wood needed for the project at once. That used up the initial budget we had approved. I didn't expect the drought to last so long. Our workers' families started asking for advances on wages to buy food. The factory was out of money. I wanted to ask the finance department for an advance on the midterm funds, but they said they wouldn't approve it without your signature. What should we do? "Oh, I see." Mayor Wang nodded calmly. "This is easy to fix." Luda almost jumped with joy when he heard there was a solution. "Mayor Wang, thank you so much. We really appreciate your help." Luda stood up happily, reaching out to shake hands with the mayor. But before he could, Mayor Wang turned to Director Zhang. "Old Zhang, even though you're busy as the director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Committee, you still need to focus on your projects. I remember you've been handling this for over half a year. How's it going?" Seeing his turn to speak, Director Zhang quickly smiled and replied, very smoothly, very smoothly. Mayor Wang, hearing his vague words, smiled even more brightly. Good, good, as long as everything goes smoothly. After speaking, he picked up a damp towel from the table, wiped his mouth with the front side, then used the back side to wipe his hands. His expression returned to his usual gentle look. He softly instructed the assistant standing at the door, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Wait here until Director Zhang and Factory Director Liu finish eating, then clean up this place. Without waiting for the assistant to reply, he forcefully stuffed the towel into his pocket and left the dining room without looking back. Feeling frustrated, Mayor Wang left the restaurant and went straight upstairs to knock on the door of his secretary's office next to his study. He pushed the door open and saw the secretary focused on reading a document. On the desk was a plate with a half-eaten black pancake and a half bottle of pickled vegetables. Every time I call you down to eat together, and you always have something to do. Then you stay upstairs eating dry food, but you can't even finish that. Aren't you just hurting yourself? Mayor Wang and his secretary had been working together for over 10 years and were very close friends. They often spoke casually. The secretary looked up from the document. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he didn't look like someone who worked in an office. Are you upset with me again? Just say what you need. Eating dry food isn't a big deal. I can't eat much at night anyway. Besides, for this banquet, you'll have to eat dry food for a couple of days too. Since the drought problem isn't solved, priority for grain supplies goes to border defense, then to major military districts, research institutions, and civilians. Only after that do party members get their share. I'm just helping you save some. All right, I can't argue with you. Let's get to the main things, 2 matters. The secretary smiled proudly, picked up a pen from his desk, and opened his usual notebook for recording work plans. Go ahead. Mayor Wang paused for a moment. First, send someone to Linshan village to investigate the 4 members of the Rao family. Make sure to include their local daughter-in-law. Do a thorough investigation. The secretary looked at Mayor Wang thoughtfully, but didn't speak. He simply marked the 4 people more carefully. Second, the contracting team and the wood factory chosen last year aren't strong enough. Later, give me the list of the top 3 preferred candidates. Mayor Wang finished sharing what he wanted to say, then relaxed and leaned back on the sofa across from his secretary's desk. Little Lu's work in Gansu province has been going smoothly lately, right? When the secretary heard Mayor Wang mention his former assistant, Little Lu, he immediately smiled. Look at you, regretting it now? I told you before that since you're a leader at the city level, Little Lu should stay on as your assistant. What did you say back then? Oh, never mind. I can't hold back Little Lu's future. Now, it's been a month since he left, and you're already feeling uncomfortable. Huh, Mayor Wang pouted and muttered. I didn't know that a government-assigned assistant could be so dull. He's straightforward and good at disciplined work, but being an assistant is just not his thing. The secretary closed his notebook. So, you want to change him? Mayor Wang sighed. It's only been a month. Changing him now might not be right. Then he gave an innocent, slightly aggrieved look to the secretary. The secretary knew him well. This was just a desire to replace him, but he didn't want to be seen as petty or narrow-minded. All right, I understand there are 3 things you want. I promised I'd help you with the assistant issue, but you can't rush it. I'll try to find someone suitable. You also need to think of a way yourself. If not, teach the kid how to do it. What's wrong? You're too old to care about face? You don't want others to see your complicated thoughts. Mayor Wang raised an eyebrow, leaning back and rocking slightly. Mainly because I don't like him. No, it's his temper. The secretary shook his head helplessly. All right, I'll give you an update this week. When you leave, please help me close the door. Thanks. After saying that, he focused back on the documents in his hands. Mayor Wang was satisfied and stood up to leave, carefully closing the door behind him. In the dining room, after Mayor Wang left, Director Zhang couldn't sit still anymore. No matter how tempting the dishes on the table looked, he had no appetite to eat. Luda, the fool who watched Mayor Wang's departure, couldn't understand his expression or actions. He noticed something was wrong, completely wrong. He had to rush back to the construction site to check. He couldn't let the mayor find any mistakes. Hey, Director Zhang. Why are you leaving too?
There's so much food left.
Such a waste, Lu De mumbled with a bun in his mouth, vaguely urging Director Zhang to eat more, as if this meal was prepared by him at his own home. There is work at the construction site. I need to leave first. Take your time eating. Not wanting to say more to this person, Director Zhang left the restaurant with a fake smile on his face. His assistant, standing at the door, quickly offered him a towel handed by Mayor Wang. Director Zhang, do you want to wipe your hands? Director Zhang looked at the slightly greasy, cold towel handed to him, then glanced at his sincere-looking assistant. In that clear but naive gaze, he forced another fake smile. Oh, I'm a rough guy. I wouldn't use such a precious towel meant for private use.
No, thank you, comrade.
I have work at the site, so I'll be leaving now. He felt as if his head had been caught in a door. During the New Year's banquet, he had been flattered and felt proud, thinking it was nothing serious. But now, things had become complicated. Lu Daping usually spoke and acted carefully, so today's mistake was strange. Looking at the situation, it's better to keep some distance from this person in the future. He's not capable of doing good, only causing trouble. After Director Zhang left, Lida ate quite a bit more. He was very excited today. He met Mayor Wang and even had a meal at the mayor's house. He felt he had built a good connection. The timber factory's financial problems were promised to be helped by the mayor. Even though the mayor was busy, he still felt confident leaving Lida in the restaurant to enjoy the big meal. This must mean the mayor approved of him. He thought, see? Director Zhang's empty talk was useless. We're all about doing real work. So, it's better to be straightforward. Luda swallowed the last piece of bread, feeling a bit choked. He simply picked up the remaining egg drop soup from the middle of the table and drank it in 3 big gulps, slamming the bowl against the table edge. His bold attitude shocked the assistant outside the door. How long must he have been starving to eat like that? When Luda left, he felt his hands were sticky. Seeing the towel his assistant held, he didn't check if it was used before. He just grabbed it and wiped the oil from his hands. Sorry for making you wait so long, comrade. I've almost finished eating. I'll go back to the factory and wait for Mayor Wang's news. I'll need your help keeping an eye on things. Maybe one day I can invite you to a state-run restaurant for a meal. After Luda left, the assistant, holding the towel he had stuffed back, walked to the dining table, disdainfully threw the towel into the corner, and then looked at the messy dishes on the table. He originally wanted to pack some of Mayor Wang's leftover food as usual, since Mayor Wang was very particular about his meals, always using chopsticks to pick his food, and even the leftovers were clean and tidy. But today, the table was a mess, spoiled by Director Lu's chopstick antics, making it hard to look at. The assistant found the food hard to swallow and sighed regretfully. He didn't touch the leftovers, only packed the 3 cold steamed buns into his usual paper bag. Then he naturally went to the kitchen, telling the cook to clear the table, as if he had forgotten Mayor Wang's request to clean up himself when he left. All their words and actions were carefully recorded by someone hiding nearby. Soon, these records would be shown to Mayor Wang at the Northern Military District family compound. Since Shu saved Zhou Fugui, her reputation and popularity in the compound grew. Occasionally, sisters-in-law came to chat, asking about her background, what she could treat besides leg and respiratory illnesses, whether she could cure old cold legs, infertility, or other ailments. Shu always answered no. Later, tired of being asked, she simply closed her door, citing pregnancy as the reason for not seeing visitors. The company commander, who had looked at Shu that noon, was also reprimanded by Rong Shiyan on the training ground. From then on, everyone in the military camp whispered that Commander Rong was a petty, jealous man. After the spring festival holiday, the camp returned to its usual solemnity. During the festival, sisters-in-law and their children came back from their hometowns, making the family compound lively in just a few days. But the outside noise didn't disturb Shu's peaceful small courtyard. She was 6 months pregnant, with Lu Yu watching over her. Her figure hadn't changed much. Her slim waist was still there. Only her belly was a bit rounder. When she went out, she wore loose clothes. Without saying anything, others would hardly notice her pregnancy from her appearance. Now, she was sitting in a soft chair, basking in the sun in the courtyard. Black Panther and 2 goats were playing happily in the yard. One of the female goats was already pregnant, and after giving birth, Shershu would have goat's milk to drink. Of course, this isn't real goat milk. She doesn't want to compete with the little goats for milk. Her small kitchen's dishes need a clear source to make it easier to share with others. When Rong Shuryen went to training, she had nothing to do in the morning. She decided to move around in the yard, rest when tired, and enjoy the sun. This was good for her baby too. She heard a knock on the door. It was Wan Rong bringing 7-year-old Chinjiji to visit. As soon as she entered, Wan Rong eagerly started to complain. Your place is better. You don't have so many nagging sisters-in-law. These days, I feel like my head is going to explode trying to handle all the visits. Shershu teased her with a smile. Then you should have another baby, so you can also say you're busy taking care of the baby and refuse visitors. Go away, Wan Rong said, now more familiar with Shershu and not as formal as before. I already have 2 kids. Why have more? Besides, I just got pregnant now, but it's too late. She pouted sadly, looking happy and gentle. But her smile didn't last long. Her eyes brightened mischievously as she looked at Shershu. She wagged her finger at her. Come here, I have a big secret. Do you want to hear? Shershu rolled her eyes. Just say it. No one is around. You're acting too dramatic. You could even put on a show. Hey, you women are so boring. You don't understand humor. Wan Rong withdrew her hand, but then suddenly thought of something. She couldn't help but smile, covering her mouth with her hand, and leaned close to Shershu's ear. That Sansani has been released, but her 2 kids are now on Captain Zhou's side. She's been at home like a featherless quail, just sitting around. Haha, do you think she deserves it? Shershu simply nodded. She already knew this. After that incident, Zhou Fugue had become much more sensible. He no longer bullied his sister at home. Even when Sansani didn't share food fairly, he would take some from his own bowl and give it to Zhou Zhaodi. He even split his eggs with her. Sansani couldn't control him. Now, the Zhou family had a strange, peaceful harmony. It was just the 3 of them working together to keep Sansani in check. I believe that with persistence and time, Sansani will also change. The 2 are chatting inside the house when there is a knock on the door. Gigi, go open the door and see who it is. Chinjiji puts down the feed for the lambs and walks to open the door. Outside stands a woman wearing a floral cotton-padded jacket, slightly plump. She carries a small basket on her back and holds a thin, delicate-looking girl in her arms. A small boy, about half a person tall, dressed in a festive floral jacket, pulls on the woman's coat. All 3 are dressed neatly and look very spirited as they look into the yard. Shershu and Wan Rong also come over.
Chunji feels a bit shy.
After greeting and opening the door, she stands awkwardly outside. When she sees her mother and Aunt Shershu arrive, she breathes a big sigh of relief and quietly steps behind the adults. Happy New Year, sister-in-law. You look unfamiliar. Are you a new family member? Wan Rong cheerfully asks the woman outside. Hello, I am Ji Shongyun. I am from Captain Wu's family. I just arrived here and wanted to visit everyone to get to know each other better. Ji Shongyun then looks at Shershu and Wan Rong. May I ask who is the family member of Commander Rong? Shershu touches her belly and steps forward.
Hello, comrade.
I am Jean Shershu. Hello, hello. Comrade Jean, and who is this? Ji Shongyun enthusiastically tries to shake hands with Shershu, but Shershu steps back, not wanting to get too close to strangers. Wan Rong steps forward and takes Ji Shongyun's outstretched hand.
Hello, comrade.
I am Wan Rong, the wife of Commander Chen. So, you are the wife of Commander Chen Yizhou. I've heard a lot about you. My husband Wu often talks about your family when he comes home. Oh, and also about Commander Rong from our military district, Ji Shongyun says. Shershu invites them into the yard. The boy who has been following Ji Shongyun immediately politely greets Shershu with, Auntie, and even the little girl in Ji Shongyun's arms gives Shershu a sweet smile. Seeing the Black Panther and 2 goats that Shershu's family keeps playing happily with Chinjiji, the boy next to Ji Shongyun looks at them with admiration and envy. Let the children go play. Those 3 little ones won't hurt anyone. Say Shu is very tolerant of children. Seeing the boy's longing, he naturally gave Ji Shongyun a way out. Zifeng, go play with your sister. Be careful not to hurt her. Two older children went to play with the animals. Ji Shongyun took off the small basket on her back, held the girl in her arms, and sat happily on the armchair. Before they started talking, Ji Shongyun took out a piece of cured pork rib and a bundle of dried sausages from the basket. She carefully placed them on the table, then looked up at Se Shu with bright eyes. Se Shu glanced at the items and asked calmly, "Comrade Ji, what are you doing?" Ji Shongyun pursed her lips. "Honestly, I came here to ask for help. My little daughter has trouble breathing every spring. We've been to many hospitals, and they all say it's asthma. Traditional Chinese medicine says it's lung tuberculosis, but there's no cure," she quickly added, "but her illness hasn't been officially diagnosed, and she isn't contagious when she isn't coughing. Our family eats together without issues, and she only struggles to breathe without her mask, so I didn't make her wear one." "It's okay, go on." Se Shu knew the difference between asthma and tuberculosis. He gestured for Ji Mu-yun to continue. Seeing that no one looked at her daughter with strange eyes, Ji Mu-yun felt more comfortable and brave enough to speak further. A few days ago, a woman in the community mentioned that Ji Xiong, with his acupuncture skills, had cured the lung disease of Commander Zhou's child. She hoped Se Shu could also help her daughter. Se Shu didn't immediately respond. He simply looked at the girl in Ji Shongyun's arms. She was just an ordinary girl, and her condition was likely asthma, as the doctor said. "I'll examine her." Seeing that Se Shu didn't refuse, Ji Shongyun happily said to the girl, "Mu-yun, quickly stretch out your hand for Auntie to see." The little girl blinked innocently and stretched her thin arm towards Se Shu. Se Shu gently placed his fingertips on the girl's wrist to feel her pulse. He observed her shallow, uneven pulse and listened for her coughs to make a judgment. Sure enough, every time the girl coughed, her pulse showed a slight roughness, pausing as if pulled back, which is typical of asthma or similar conditions. Actually, even if it is tuberculosis, it can be cured. The treatment method is similar to Zhou Fugui's, using medicine to let the poison inside eat away at the nodules. But since it is asthma, it's even simpler. Yes, it can be treated. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Shu stood up and went back inside. When he came out again, he was holding 2 paper bags made of cowhide. These bags contain medicine, one for clearing the lungs, sugar pills, and the other for stopping cough, licorice loquat paste. Take 1 sugar pill in the morning and evening every day. The loquat paste is for soothing the throat and reducing inflammation. You can eat up to 3 pieces a day, preferably morning and evening for the best effect. He handed the 2 bags to Ji Shongyun and added, "This should last about 3 months. You can start giving it to her now. After spring, if she still has trouble breathing, bring her back to see me." Ji Shongyun gratefully took the 2 heavy paper bags, feeling reassured that she had found the right person. "Comrade Jean, how should I pay you?" Shu thought for a moment. "These 2 bags of medicine cost 37 yuan. If you bring me some dried ribs, that will cover the cost. If the child responds well to the medicine, you can come back, and I'll settle the rest with you." "That's too much. These are gifts from me for visiting. I shouldn't use them as payment." "I insist on paying," Ji Shongyun said, pulling out a stack of money from her pocket and counting out 37 yuan to give to Shu. Shu saw her insist and didn't want to argue further. He took the money and kept it. After seeing Ji Muyu's family off, he turned around and saw Wanrong looking at him with a guilty face. "Wanrong, what's wrong?" Shu didn't like to get involved in social matters, so he didn't immediately understand why Wanrong looked so guilty. "Shu, I didn't realize your loquat paste was so expensive. I've eaten so much of it." "Oh, I'll go home and bring you the money. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you for free." She stood up and headed for the door in a hurry, so much so that she forgot to call Chinjiji to come along. Shu was pregnant and couldn't move quickly, so he couldn't stop Wanrong's hurried departure. But he thought she would come back, and whether she did or not depended on him. Instead of rushing, he sat in the yard, calling the goats over to feed them some grass and play. "Look at you two, you're both getting fat." Se Shu raised his hand and pointed at 2 goats. "You're doing well. You can produce milk. After praising the mother goat, he pointed at the male goat. What can you do? Well, after these little lambs are born, you can use your remaining energy. How about I stew a pot of braised lamb for dinner? The two goats had grown up eating leaves and grass from the spirit witch's space. Later, they drank warm water from the spirit lake spring. Even with simple minds, after drinking for so long, they gained some wisdom. When Se Shua said he might cook them, the male goat's eyes widened in fear, and he froze stiff, falling over on the ground. Ha, just joking. Look at how timid you are. Se Shua laughed at the male goat's fear but also sighed inwardly, feeling that the distance to true freedom for the lambs was still far away. Auntie Se Shua, please don't kill the little lambs. They all like you very much. If you kill them for meat, even though I also want to eat meat, I won't eat lamb. How about I go every day to the supply room to see if there's any lamb meat for you? If you want to eat lamb, I'll ask my mom to buy some for you. Chinjiji no longer kept her guard around Se Shua. She had watched the Black Panther and the two lambs grow up, and her feelings for them were naturally deeper than for ordinary animals. Se Shua reached out and gently rubbed Chinjiji's fluffy little head. I'm just joking with the lambs. You don't need to be so nervous. As they were talking, Wan Rong returned with a bad look on her face, carrying a large bag of things. She placed the bag directly into Se Shua's kitchen and then helped Se Shua up from the yard sofa. Come inside with me. I heard some bad news on the way back. Se Shua raised an eyebrow slightly. He followed Wan Rong into the house and saw her looking serious as she said, Maybe we helped the wrong person. How so? Se Shua guessed she was talking about Ji Shongyun, who had just left, and casually asked, not even considering sending scouts to check the situation. Wan Rong didn't expect that just by returning home to get something, she would overhear such gossip. Ji Shongyun is said to be the daughter of a big capitalist. Is Captain Wu crazy? How could he marry and have children with someone like her? Se Shua raised his eyebrows slightly. What does it matter if she's the daughter of a big capitalist? Now, marriage background checks are said to be very strict. If Ji Shongyun truly has issues with her identity, her marriage to Commander Wu would definitely not be approved by the organization. On the other hand, the fact that she can live in the military family housing now shows that the organization has no problem with her political background. Even if she is the child of a capitalist, she must be a red capitalist, or perhaps she grew up under the oppression of capitalists. Because of this, the organization's review suggests that anyone who can enter the family housing probably doesn't have major issues with their character or background. Wang Rong listened to Shirshu's words and felt a bit relieved. Her initial worries, which had been very intense, eased a little. But she still felt uncomfortable and complained to Shirshu, What is this? I just went home to get some things for you, and I was pulled aside and hit with a bunch of accusations. Haha, it's because you like to listen to gossip all the time. As for me, no one comes to tell me these baseless stories, Shirshu said proudly, tilting her head. Only you can talk about being out of place so confidently. Wang Rong sighed deeply, feeling it was necessary to share what she had heard with Shirshu. Let me tell you what I just heard. Ji Shongyun isn't as simple as she looks. Rumor has it she's relying on her husband being a commander to hint to the direct battalion and company leaders to buy things for her family, expensive stuff like cookies, cakes, malted milk, and candies. Otherwise, Commander Wu would cause trouble for his subordinates during training or when assigning tasks. Shirshu was a bit skeptical, but didn't rush to contradict Wang Rong's story. She thought it was all just hearsay, so she decided to listen as if it were a story. Seeing Wang Rong pause, Shirshu urged her to continue. Don't rush me. I need to take a sip of water, Wang Rong said while drinking, organizing her thoughts. If there's any suspicion that Commander Wu was framed, then Ji Shongyun relying on her husband's position to join the military as a medical soldier, earning 50 yuan more a month, can't be fake. But just now, she was helpless and asking me for medical help. If she's a medical soldier, she should have some medical knowledge. The sister-in-law who pulled me aside just now said that if there's no trick involved, it's strange. Many family members accompanying soldiers in the military district have lived here for many years before the current era. They always promote a simple and frugal lifestyle in the family housing area. Mrs. Wu, the wife of Commander Tuan, recently arrived with her children. Most people haven't seen her before and don't know much about her. She often visits the family housing area with her 2 children. Her clothing, manners, and demeanor are different from those of rural folks. She is good-looking, her husband holds a high rank, and because she is a medical worker, she is well-liked among the young soldiers. Naturally, she attracts curiosity and envy from other women. When some people started spreading negative rumors about her, many gathered around to listen. Over time, these rumors changed in shape and spread further. That wife from Commander Wu's hometown is quite ruthless. Don't provoke her easily. Anyone who gets close to her usually ends up badly. A few days ago, a wife of a company commander offended her. Now that company commander has been transferred far away to Xizang. I hear it's pretty tough there. He usually trains soldiers and handles missions well, but now he's sent to a tough place. If it's not because of Ji Shangyun causing trouble, what else could it be? Don't say I'm talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask around the troops. Ji Shangyun is quite high profile. She's proud of being a rich girl. She sends a lot of good things like ribs, cured meats, and sausages to the army. Well, that's about 80% of what I've heard. And there's someone else talking about you. Me? Sure, she was curious when she heard her name. I stay at home every day. What could happen to me? Earlier, she came to your house for medical help. She brought you some cured ribs and meats. Someone saw her, or maybe she told someone. Anyway, I went home to get something and was told that you and Ji Shangyun are the same kind of people. They warned me to stay away from you so that if Ji Shangyun or you get into trouble someday, I won't be involved. When she said this, Wanrong suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. You don't know the Annie who told me this is funny. She kept emphasizing how good-looking you are. Now that you're pregnant, your family's Captain Rong is very obedient to you. She said he's just trying to flatter Commander Wu, who's a big tree. Huh, sure Shu chuckled at this. Whose sister-in-law is so imaginative. Wanrong thought for a moment. It seems to be the home of Captain Fong. He is quite old now and often looks at the young military wives in the family compound with disapproval. It seems that because he is older, he speaks with more authority. Sure Shu nods thoughtfully and signals Wanrong that he understands. Wanrong glances at the sky outside the yard. Xiaoxing should be awake by now. I need to go back and prepare lunch. If I have free time this afternoon, I'll come back to chat with you. Does Xiaoxing usually sleep so long in the mornings? Sure Shu casually asks as Wanrong leaves. The little boy tends to sleep more when he's growing, but this is too long even for that. Wanrong covers her mouth to hide her smile. No worries, don't worry about it. Recently, he's been really into practicing martial arts. Every night, he pesters his dad to train him in military exercises. They practice until late at night, and he definitely can't get up before 10 the next morning. Sure Shu nods understandingly but still advises, Xiaoxing is still very young. Staying up late too often isn't good for him. Wanrong agrees sincerely and nods. I'll talk to Laochen about it tonight. I'll head back now. Can you manage lunch on your own? Or should I prepare something for Ji to bring you? Sure Shu waves his hand to decline. Wanrong doesn't insist and immediately takes Chun Ji home. After watching them walk away, Sure Shu closes the door and returns to the yard. Thinking about what Wanrong told him, he still feels a bit uneasy. He then waves his left hand, conjuring a gray shadow. Numerous scout bugs disperse, and a dozen of them head straight to Captain Fong's house, where someone has been speaking ill of him. Since Sure Shu was promoted to a king-level Gu master, the bugs in the Holy Witch space have also benefited. Regardless of their level, their abilities and strength have greatly improved. The reproduction rate of low-level bugs has increased from about 100 to 300 per day. Additionally, the scout bugs he often uses for gathering information now have a secret feature. Previously, they had to hide in shadows or secluded corners to avoid detection. Now, once they leave the Holy Witch space, they become nearly invisible, thanks to a layer of optical refraction on their scales. It allows them to instantly mimic the colors and textures of their surroundings, much like many camouflaging animals. This makes them the best disguise for gathering intelligence. Based on the rapid reproduction rate of the scout bugs, 300 per day, Sure Shu believes she can soon send out several more scout teams to explore distant areas with specific targets. The location where the initial batch of scout bugs died instantly will need a new group sent there, as well as to the bug forest and to Rongfu and Rongmu's places. Thinking about her future plans, Shirshu walks into the kitchen. Mon Rong brought her a large jar of osmanthus honey from her home. This makes Shirshu quite happy. With this clear path of osmanthus honey, she can have the small kitchen make many osmanthus-flavored pastries later. She happily places the honey in the cabinet, then casually takes out a big bowl of beef noodles and a small dish of sweet-sour pickled cucumbers from the small kitchen. Thinking that her husband is still eating black millet bread at the army canteen, the noodles in her mouth taste even more delicious and sweet. Indeed, suffering should not be endured alone. The soft, tender beef noodles are just too tasty. The scout reports come back very quickly. While Shirshu is only halfway through her meal, she receives a video message from Captain Fong's family. Including Captain Fong's sister-in-law, there are 5 women of different ages sitting in Captain Fong's living room, eating sunflower seeds and chatting animatedly. That's a wealthy young lady, over 30 years old, dressed like a fox spirit, as if she's afraid others won't notice she's from the city. Yeah, she's so particular. We're happy just having a squat toilet in our yard, but do you know what she has? A flower pot that you can sit in. That's called a toilet. You unworldly person.
What's so special about that?
Did you notice her kids? They've only been at the military district for a few days, but they change clothes every day, one outfit a day. The commander's children don't change that often. They must have hundreds of clothes waiting to be changed, right? I heard that their family keeps separate towels for washing their face and feet. Whether adults or children, everyone has their own enamel basin. Even their toothbrush basins are separate. Oh, and she also uses that snow cream. Yes, I've smelled it. Not only does Ji Shongyun use it herself, but her whole family does, her daughter, son. Even Commander Wu uses that precious stuff. You're mistaken. Commander Wu uses something called Yulon ointment, which is supposed to be for men. It's a high-end product from Hong Kong, more expensive than snow cream. They also have wool carpets at their home. I saw it the day before yesterday, when old Lu and I went there. Oh, it was just laid on the floor. When we entered, we had to change our shoes and my toes were sticking out. I felt so embarrassed. Not only wool carpets, but they also have wool quilts, cashmere coats, leather vests, and leather hats. All of these are good things.
Bah!
All bought with the sweat and hard work of the common people. I say, this Chi Shongyun is a bad person, a dog of the big capitalists. She even dares to come to our family compound to show off, and she's the wife of a regiment commander. It makes me feel sick. When someone speaks badly about her, others start to question. One of the youngest sisters-in-law, who looked the youngest, blinked her eyes and asked while cracking sunflower seeds, "Sister-in-law, are what you said true? Is their family really so luxurious? I heard from a sister-in-law from Beijing that our top leader lives very simply. They use a towel for a long time, even if it's torn or worn out, they patch it and keep using it. How could they possibly live better than the top leader?" This young sister-in-law's question instantly sparked anger among all the other sisters-in-law. Yes, we usually have to save and be frugal, but their family, relying on their capitalist status, wastes without limit. It's so shameless. How can Wu Deong, who married a daughter of a big capitalist, be a regiment commander? Has the personnel reviewing his background been bribed? Our army cannot be corrupted. No, since we know that Wu and his family are part of the exploiting class, as simple working-class people, we must fight against them. We can't let their family dominate our courtyard. Exactly. Wu, who married a capitalist's daughter, isn't exactly pure himself. Maybe he's also from a capitalist family? Hearing this, her other sisters-in-law nodded in agreement. In their minds, good people only marry others of good background. Since Wu married a daughter of a big capitalist, they think his background isn't very good either. Even though they all live in the same family compound, the backgrounds of senior officers and those from battalion level, temporary family areas are quite different. No matter which district, one thing is very similar. Women from the countryside prefer to socialize with fellow rural women, especially military wives from the same area. Women from the city also stick to their own groups, and interactions between the two are rare. This is because they share similar backgrounds, thoughts, and interests, making it easier and more comfortable to get along. Even if they occasionally argue, it's usually over small things and doesn't escalate into serious fights. So, when the four sisters-in-law were scolding Captain Wu's family, a young woman spoke up again. I heard that Captain Wu Daiyong is from the countryside and was a poor farmer. How did he end up marrying Ji Shongyun? As soon as she said this, the four sisters-in-law became more restless. A poor farmer? How could someone from a poor background marry a daughter of a capitalist? The older generation has already suffered enough exploitation. Maybe he's after Ji Shongyun's family wealth and looks? Don't say that. Maybe Ji Shongyun is shameless and eager to cling to Captain Wu.
Exactly.
It's probably because Ji Shongyun wants Captain Wu's influence. Captain Wu wants the money from the Ji family. Otherwise, why would a genuine poor farmer like Wu Daiyong marry a capitalist's daughter and cause himself trouble? While everyone was angry and talking loudly, the young woman sighed again. Oh, it's really unfair. We hardworking folks work so hard, save every penny, but it still doesn't compare to their monthly wages. And they have children and a family. Look at me. I've only had one child, and now I can't have any more. She lowered her head, touching her flat stomach, her voice full of sadness. But from the expression she showed through the scout's observation, there was a look of mockery and satisfaction. At this moment, Shu couldn't understand why this woman shifted the topic to having children. But later, when she learned that all 5 women in the room had difficult lives and preferred boys over girls, she understood the young woman's feelings. Bah, it's just about being able to have children. Ah, I won't talk about this.
How old are you?
You'll have a long future ahead. You'll definitely have a boy. Let's not talk about this anymore. Although her sisters-in-law said this, everyone's expression was secretly more resentful and angry. I think these people are the worst, even worse than the old landlord. They make excuses, exchange our hard work for their wealth, and then look down on us with disdain. No matter what, before we drove away the greedy landlord, we had to pay rent every season. When the weather was good, it was okay, but during droughts, we still had to pay rent. If we couldn't, they would beat us and steal from us. The poor villagers couldn't afford enough food or proper clothes, but they ate big meals every day, choosing the best parts, and if something was hard to chew, they fed it to the dogs. They never thought of sharing with us. That's too much. Yes, it's really cruel. Since these people are so mean, why doesn't anyone report their family to the authorities? Suddenly, the young woman said she wanted to report something. Everyone in the room was surprised. Report? What about? The young woman raised her eyebrows and said confidently, report that their family has problems but still joins the army, or that they abuse their power, or that they're trying to do bad things in the community. Isn't there a rule that people with bad family backgrounds shouldn't be hired here? What's it called again? Proper family background? Yes, it has to be a proper family background. Our hometown's education campaign a couple of years ago was very successful. The county officials caught many troublemakers and bullies, which made everyone happy and proud.
It was really satisfying.
The young woman got more and more excited as she spoke. The wife of the military officer, who was nearby, wanted to stop her but couldn't. Another auntie, inspired by the young woman's passionate speech, blushed with excitement. Her cheeks turned redder from the heat and enthusiasm. Our new society opposes wastefulness and greed. Wu Tuan's family selling expensive goods is wrong. They buy carpets, use porcelain bowls for tea and brushing teeth, which is wasteful. We should report them and have them dealt with seriously. The auntie's voice grew more passionate, and her eyes almost popped out from her excitement. The wife of the military officer was a bit scared. She just felt jealous because Wu Tuan's wife had children, ate well, dressed nicely, and was very obedient to Wu Tuan. She just wanted to gossip with her friends and vent her feelings. She didn't really want to cause trouble. Well, it's not really that serious, is it? We're just saying that Ji Shongyun isn't very kind and comes from a poor family. How did it get to the point where people want to report her? Last October, the county criticized the red armbands for their false accusations and cleared many innocent people. Less than half a year has passed, and now they're causing trouble again. Could they be trying to cause problems for their own men? Just as Captain Fong's wife was about to say more, the young woman spoke again. It's because she has a bad character and isn't thoughtful enough that she does things that go against us. Seeing this, the scout bug, who was watching and joking, found this woman interesting. Go check on her. Following the scout bug's orders, a dozen hidden bugs in the room sniffed around her and then quickly left Captain Fong's house, heading toward the house indicated by her scent. Soon, Scout Bug learned about this woman. It turned out she was also the wife of a squad leader, but she was a young wife and a second wife. She was more like a housekeeper helping the squad leader manage the home, not exactly a wife. This was clear because all the photos in the squad leader's house showed only him, his original wife, and their children. The only photo with this young woman and the squad leader was kept alone in her bedroom. She and the squad leader slept in separate rooms. The scout bug also found a sealed diary in the squad leader's drawer, which seemed to be written by her. It said she admired the squad leader and voluntarily married him to help take care of the children. She didn't expect to become his real wife. She was already ruined after being rescued from drowning, and if the squad leader didn't marry her, she thought she might as well die. Are there really so many melodramatic stories about drowning women being saved by heroes? Scout Bug thought about the stories her grandmother used to tell her, where women fell into water and heroes saved them. She found it all very exaggerated. But these things shouldn't be connected to Commander Wu's family. Why is she targeting Ji Shongyun like this? The Scout Bug looked further around her bedroom and found a locked diary on her bedside table. The diary's content is written in a very subtle way, but Shirshu still finds some parts quite shocking. This female comrade seems to imagine herself as a popular, charming person. Before Ji Shongyun arrived, her diary was full of fake, saintly words about her daily life. How a girl from a family was scolded by her mother and felt sad, or how her family was poor, and if she could gain the favor of the leader, she might be able to say a few kind words. But on the day Ji Shongyun arrived, her diary changed. February 1st, 1960, sunny. The fourth day after the Spring Festival, the fifth day of... But on the day Ji Shongyun arrived, her diary changed. February 1st, 1960, sunny. The fourth day after the Spring Festival, the fifth day of the lunar month. The wife of Commander Wu from across the street came back from her hometown. Her family has so many good things. I wish some of these could be shared with the poor families in the community. Same commander, but Wu's achievements are nowhere near my heroes. Why is he so popular? The daughter of a big capitalist is well taken care of, beautiful with fair skin, and she has many nice things to give. She's a medical worker, so honorable. Everyone praises her since she arrived. No one says a bad word about her. She has 3 excellent children at home, and recently, she's been playing with Ji Shongyun's 2 children. Why do they like her so easily? It's really enviable. Reading through the diary entries, it paints a picture of a woman lost in her own world, craving attention but unable to get it. She feels jealous of others' happiness, but dares not express it. This image overlaps with that of the young female comrade. Shirshu silently reads the name written on the diary's cover, Su Bidong. She finds her interesting. She seems skilled at stirring people's emotions with her words. Satisfied that her curiosity was satisfied and realizing that the matter had nothing to do with her, Shirshu naturally stopped paying special attention. Life returned to its usual calm. Half a month later, Wan Rong suddenly knocked urgently on Shirshu's door, her eyes full of worry. As Shirshu let her in, Wan Rong hurriedly lowered her voice and said, "Something happened. Commander Wu's family is in trouble. The difference in opinions and the situation at Wu's family don't concern me." She didn't hide her expression, and Wan Rong naturally saw what she was thinking. She also became tense and quiet. After the two of them entered the house, she started talking again. Captain Wu's family was reported, but not by someone inside our military district. It was reported directly through official channels to the prosecutor's office. She casually poured a glass of water for Wan Rong. Is it really so easy to report someone now? No need for evidence or anything. Just writing a letter? That's too careless. If everyone did that, the prosecutor's office would be overwhelmed all year. Of course not. It said that 5 military wives from our side jointly reported them. They accused Captain Wu's family of unclear background, with Ji Shongyun being a wealthy descendant, wasting resources in the residential area, and abusing her power. Did Su Bidong really manage to do this? She was a bit surprised and raised her eyebrows. Wan Rong thought she was listening intently and continued, "Many families in the military district say these accusations are false. But since it was a formal report, the higher-ups sent people to investigate Captain Wu's family just to clear their name. How can you be sure those 5 people are wrongfully accusing them?" She looked at Wan Rong, resting her chin on her hand. What if they are telling the truth? We don't really know much about their family. The only time she met them was when Ji Shongyun came to ask for medical help. Wan Rong felt a bit embarrassed and even guilty, smiling awkwardly. My old Chun and Captain Wu actually get along well. After Ji Shongyun came to treat her daughter, we also had some private contact. She's really a good person, generous, cheerful, seems to understand things very clearly, and knows more than I do. I think their family is probably innocent. After she finished, she noticed that Shi Shua still looked unconvinced. She thought for a moment and added, "Their standard of living is much better than ours, but they are a captain and a medic. They earn quite a lot, about 300 a month. The money they earn is theirs, and spending it on their family isn't necessarily wasteful." Seeing that Shi Shua still didn't speak, Wan Rong waved her hand in front of her, puzzled. "What are you thinking? Don't zone out." Shi Shua wasn't lost in thought. She was just sending a scout near Captain Wu's house to check things out. Not zoning out. Since you believe their family is innocent, there's no need to worry. Shirshu's advice did not reassure Wan Rong. "I'm just worried that if something happens to their family, it might involve Old Chun." "Oh no. How can family members from a military district argue and accuse each other like this? Who will dare to interact with each other in the future?" No matter how anxious Wan Rong was about Shirshu, Shirshu saw through Scout's report that a group of inspection officers dressed in Zhongshan suits, with serious expressions, bypassed Commander Wu with his dark face and entered his home without even changing their shoes. The beautiful wool carpet was soon covered with dirt and sand. Jixianjian wanted to stop them, but Commander Wu, with a stern face, held her back.